I have to say that this Wandering Planet is completely popular. And more than that, Yifei is not like ordinary Xuanwangguo movies, just. It is shown in Xuanwangguo's internal movies and theaters. Not only that, Wandering Planet is also in various countries around the world, especially in the north. Released in the United States, the reputation is still very good, and the box office is also one of the most recent Xuanwangguo films this year. Crown. It can be seen from this that the current Wandering Planet movie is in full bloom. Great harvest. The box office reputation of the Wandering Planet movie can actually generate an explosive number. This is indeed quite amazing. Zhang Minli himself was very happy, and called Yifei one after another, and Yi7 Fei learned about Zhang Minli's. After talking about the situation, although he was equally happy, he did not react like Zhang Minli's. Exaggerate. Yifei smiled and said, Lao Zhang, don't make a fuss. If Wandering Planet. The movie box office finally won the first place in the history of Xuanwang Kingdom. Come and tell me again. Mr. Yi, your ambition is really big, hee but don't worry, now it seems. It is really possible, Zhang Minli said seriously. Hearing Zhang Minli's words, Yifei's mouth curled up and hung up. As the new year was approaching, good things followed one after another, and Yifei was in a good mood. Just as Yifei hung up, he saw a call coming in. Yifei saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Yifei 6 frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, few people knew his personal phone number. After thinking about it, Yifei still got on the phone, and there was a nice voice from the other side of the phone. Hello, President Yi, this is Sen Qingshan. The voice was clean, clear and translucent, reaching Yifei's ears. Sen Qingshan. Yifei was a little surprised, and asked faintly, Sen Star, why do you call me when you have time? Didn't you let me come to you, Mr. Yi? Sen Qingshan's voice came from the other end of the phone. She was holding the phone, her tone could not be heard, but she seemed to be a little disgusted. Yifei smiled. I heard about Miss Sen. Do you want to switch to Brilliant Entertainment? I welcome this kind of thing. Yifei was too lazy to entangle with Sen Qingshan and asked straightforwardly. Hearing Yifei's words, Sen Qingshan immediately said yes, President Yi, I want to join Wei Huang Entertainment. My Taiwan agreement with Tianwang Entertainment has expired, I want to transfer to you. I wonder if Brilliant Entertainment can have a place for me. Sen Qingshan seems to be holding back something, her posture and speaking is no longer as strong as before. It has become a little low profile. The fact that Beijing Yifei has been in the entertainment industry recently is amazing, even if it has popularity. Such as Sen Qingshan also knows that Yifei can't afford to provoke him now, and he is simply the emperor of the entertainment industry. Sen Qingshan and Yifei spoke very politely, and Yifei heard Sen Qingshan's tone. Sen Qingshan seemed to have some trouble. No. It will not be so. The corner of Yifei's mouth turned up, and he asked faintly since Miss Sen wants to join Brilliant Entertainment. It must be the talk with Tianwang Entertainment. What are your specific conditions? Yifei didn't worry at all, and asked Sen Qingshan slave lightly. Sen Qingshan heard Yifei say this and replied yes, I still have a little thing I want to ask you. Help, Tianwang Entertainment. Yifei was a little curious. Sen Qingshan is regarded as an international star, and a star in the domestic movie queen class. Of course it is very high. Can Sen Qingshan have such an entertaining status? Will he still encounter any trouble? Zhao Cheng, what is the matter? Yifei asked lightly. It is a bit troublesome. Sen Qingshan whispered it as Zhang Xiaoji, the boss of Tianwang Entertainment. He has been pestering me lately, I don't want to be in touch with him, so I don't want to be with Tianwang. Let us renew the contract again. I see, Yifei understood. Chapter 365 The Queen of Shadows joined seeking subscription. Yifei knew the name Zhang Xiaoji very well. Zhang Xiaoji is not a direct line of the Zhang family, the top wealthy of Yandu, but an offshoot of the Zhang family. But despite this, the Zhang family's name is enough to bluff people. In Yandu, although Zhang Xiaoji is not the top second generation, he is still powerful and powerful. Its subsidiary Tianwang Entertainment is also a top-notch entertainment company in the entertainment industry and has a great reputation. Zhang Xiaoji himself can be regarded as a tycoon in the entertainment industry. He has done business with the light of the Zhang family. It is huge. In the entertainment industry, almost everyone respects Zhang Xiaoji. Say, Master Zhang, Zhang Xiaoji has become popular with many celebrities. It is said that he is also known to be an unidentified girl. Star has an affair. Of course, Sen Qingshan is an exception. Sen Qingshan joined Tianwang Entertainment Company a year ago. At that time, Sen Qingshan already knew. Fame is an international actress. Sen Qingshan's family conditions are not bad. It can even be said that the family conditions are quite good, but compared to Zhang Xiaoji, it was a lot worse. Zhang Xiaoji is nearly 40 this year, as the second generation of the Zhang family, although not a direct line of the Zhang family. But the status is still not to be underestimated by 107. It is just that the Zhang family's vitality has been greatly injured by the recent hesitation about the Zhang family's fight with the central princes. Zhang Xiaoji, a collateral member of the Zhang family, was also affected. Yifei knows the identity of Zhang Xiaoji very well, in Yifei's opinion, although Zhang Xiaoji's status is not low. But Yifei didn't bother to care about this person. After all, Yifei's status is much higher than that of Zhang Xiaoji. Zhang Xiaoji is a member of the Zhang family, but the current Zhang family is not the top one at the time. Wealthy. What is more, even if the Zhang family is still a top wealthy, Yifei even faces a top like the Wei family. The leading giant is still a guest, and his current status has long been lost. Yifei said lightly, it is just Zhang Xiaoji, don't worry, I am Brilliant Entertainment. Consign you. Yifei's tone was plain, and he didn't see Zhang Xiaoji in his eyes, which was normal. Sen Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief when Yifei said so. She said, then please. Yi. In general, there were some misunderstandings before, so I offer you money. Although Sen Qingshan's reputation is not low, even an international star, Zhang Xiaoji's has been entangled, plus Zhang Xiaoji is a big brother in the domestic entertainment circle. Sen Qingzhan didn't want to completely tear her face with Zhang Xiaoji, so she could only ask Yifei for help. Compared to Zhang Xiaoji, Yifei obviously made Sen Qingshan more at ease. It is okay. Yifei responded briefly with a faint smile. Sen Qingshan's fame is valuable to Yifei. Thank you, then, can I come to Brilliant Entertainment to sign the contract tomorrow? Qi Tan asked. After the two agreed on this matter, it was finalized. Ding, congratulations to the host, I got 200 experience points from Sen Qingshan. Sen Qingshan is right. Your impression has changed. At this time, Yifei's ears heard the voice of the system again. The sound of the system reached Yifei's ears, making Yifei feel very comfortable. At present, Yifei's experience value has reached 6,200 points. This increase in experience value makes Yifei. Fei was in a good mood, and was getting closer and closer to Yifei's own goal. The next day, Yifei and Sen Qingshan met at Brilliant Entertainment. In the company, Sen Qingshan wears a red dress and high-limit shoes with delicate light makeup. This woman's figure is very tall, she is exactly the figure of a model. Flame red lips, skin like jade. Sen Qingchen stood in front of Yifei and seemed a little unhappy compared to the last time the two met. Disperse, this time Sen Qingchen obviously converged a lot. In fact, Sen Qingchen was also quite shocked by Yifei's musical talent last time, especially Yifei. The song A Laugh from the Sea was even more shocking to CCAJ Sen Qingchen. And Sen Qingchen later introduced the song A Laugh from the Sea to Director Shu. That's why Director Shu found Yifei on purpose last time. Sen Qingchen actually recognized Yifei's talent. But Yifei is also very clear that Sen Qingchen's orientation in that regard is very strange, she likes women. And he likes Lu Lingyun. Sen Qingchen showed a professional smile. She and Yifei looked at each other and then she was very refreshed. Get the contract given by Yifei and signed it under the guidance of the broker. Yifei said, Miss Sen, your celebrity came to our company, we said. Welcome, a press conference will be held across the country tomorrow, no problem, right? Yes, no problem. Sen Qingchen agreed, which is mutually beneficial for both parties. Yifei said again in addition, there are some film and TV resources. Then Lao Zhang will arrange. Yifei refers to Zhang Minli. Of course, Yifei doesn't need to worry about things at this level. Zhang Minli will naturally deal with it. Good everything. Sure enough, upon hearing Yifei's words, Zhang Minli immediately said yes, I will give it to me. I will meet with Miss Sen in the future. I see, Sen Qingchen said softly. After the two chatted, Yifei smiled politely, then got up and left. He didn't plan to take care of things. Seeing Yifei's departure, Sen Qingchen looked at Yifei's back and bit her lower lip slightly. Complex. Sen Qingchen's change of entertainment company this time can be said to be a sensational event in the entertainment industry. After all, Sen Qingchen's status is in front of her, she is a shadow figure. But Yifei left the matter to Zhang Minli throughout the whole process, and I didn't seem to be very much about it. And what makes Sen Qingchen a little bit unconvinced is that Yifei actually ignored her. See, Yifei always kept very polite during the conversation between the two just now. Said to be polite, but in fact it is plain and repelling thousands of miles away. Sen Qingchen has long been accustomed to men who donate shares, and even those who are hot. His eyes were full of possessiveness, but Yifei was always calm and had no idea about her. Sen Qingchen was even more surprised. In addition to the accident, she was also somewhat inexplicably lost in her heart. Chapter 366. Deal with Zhang Minli. For Yifei's plain attitude, although Sen Qingchen somehow felt a little bitter in her heart. But still suppressed the complex emotions in my heart. Yifei didn't care about Sen Qingchen's thoughts. He knew that a woman like Sen Qingchen, the more taking her seriously, in fact, the farther away she is. Of course, it is not actually Sen Qingchen, yes it is the same for many people. Yifei still spent the next few days at 2 o'clock in one line. Yifei usually goes back and forth. Yu Jiaolong Troops Base Land, brilliant entertainment company. There are only a few days before the Chinese New Year, and the whole Yan is full of lights and festoons. Kind of a festive atmosphere. As the most important traditional festival in Shuanglong Kingdom, the Spring Festival is coming soon. On the eve of New Year's Eve, Yifei also took the time to accompany the girls, but he lacked the ability to do so. Let Yifei annoy it. Fortunately, all the girls are considered, and Bai Ruoxi, Su Qingzu, Luo Weiyu, and Ling Xian. The 4 women knew Yifei's current state to each other, but they didn't say anything. Although Mu Zijin didn't know the specific girls around Yifei, he also knew a little. Second, it is just that she never clicked it. As a smart woman, Mu Zijin knows many things and doesn't need to ask more. Ever since, Yifei has mainly been with Ling Xian, Lu Lingyun, and Luo Weiyu on these days. Female. Fortunately, all the girls were also considered, otherwise Yifei would be a little bit overwhelmed. However, there was one more thing that made Yifei difficult. Approaching New Year's Eve, Yifei's cheap parents told Yifei to take the girl home for dinner. This can stump Yifei. It is okay to bring a girl home for dinner. The question is which one to bring. Mu Zijin must be celebrating New Year's Eve at Nu's house on New Year's Eve, but she can rule it out first. So next, is it to bring the well-behaved Luo Weiyu, or let Su Qingzu and his parents see? One side or Bai Ruoxi or Ling Xian. Yifei was in trouble and muttered to himself, I also took 4 home at a time. I don't know it will. One tea let mom fall off. Yifei thought for a while, still called Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu, and decided to take them only. People go home. After all, the relationship between the Su family and the Yi family is very special. The relationship between the two families is very good, even Su Qingzu's Grandpa Su Xiaoqin has been matching Yifei with Su Qingzu. Familiar. As for Luo Weiyu, it was because Luo Weiyu was unaccompanied in Yan, of course Yifei couldn't leave her alone. Yifei called Luo Weiyu and told Luo Weiyu about the matter. Luo Weiyu first. With an exclamation, he agreed with satisfaction and joy. Luo Weiyu was naturally very embarrassed and happy. When Yifei told Su Qingzu was also very happy. He smiled softly and said, I got it, then I will prepare a gift in advance. It is not important whether a gift is a gift or not. The key is that you only need to be there. Yifei smiled. Hearing what Yifei said, Su Qingzu also blushed on the other end of the phone and said a few words in a hurry. He hung up the phone. After finishing this matter, Yifei breathed a sigh of relief, and then it was New Year's Eve. This year is very lively, and Yandu is full of festive atmosphere inside and outside. Let Yifei have a different feeling. It was the first time for Yifei to celebrate the New Year since he traveled to this time and space. So Yifei himself enjoyed it. The Yi family's decorations are also particularly festive. In the Yi family's villa, there are lights and festivities everywhere. The atmosphere is grand and lively, very different. Yifei also participated in various arrangements, together with his parents. During the period, Yi chatted with Yifei, and Yi couldn't help saying good boy. You've been so idle lately. That movie is called The Wandering Planet. Yeah, it is a big deal. Yi spoke in succession, praising Yifei's recent achievements. Yi obviously also heard about the popularity of the movie Wandering Planet. Yi is very interested in entertainment. I don't know much about the circle, but the headlines and news are all overwhelming recently. The Wandering Planet, he had to pay attention. After paying attention, Yi was shocked immediately. Yifei's Wandering Planet is really good, no wonder it is so popular. Even Wandering Planet may become the #1 box office movie in the history of Zhanguo's movie. Ask for flowers. Thinking of this, Yi was amazed. As the box office level of Wandering Planet movie is so high, Yi is also to Yifei increasingly stunning and recognized. Yifei smiled, it just happens to have a good grade. I hope I can have a chance to break through the country. In-house movie box office record. I think the opportunity is great. Yi smiled and said, when the time comes, it is really impossible. Let us help. It will always be reached. I hope. Yifei smiled confidently. You guys, today is the spring festival, don't talk about work, Xiaofei asked girlfriend for a while. Still coming, is it the girl from the Su family or the girl from the Mu family? Mother Lin Shui smiled. He looked at Yifei and asked. When Lin Shui said so, he suddenly realized, and said yes, let us. God doesn't talk about business. Xiaofei, where are the people you brought? I'll be there in a while, Yifei said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, I heard Yifei's phone ringing. It was Su Qingzu's call, and Su Qingzu was outside the door at this moment. Su Qingzu said a few words on the phone, and Yifei went to pick him up. Soon after, Yifei took Su Qingzu to the villa. Yifei looked at Su Qingzu, his eyes lit up. Su Qingzu, who only saw today, was obviously well dressed. She knew she wanted to meet Yifei's parents. At the moment, the mood is completely different, with light makeup and wearing a water blue dress. I put on a white coat, my feet are on high heels, and a pair of flesh-colored silk stockings are wrapped around it. Long legs, especially with Su Qingzu's unparalleled temperament, is a perfect fusion. A smile appeared at the corner of Yifei's mouth, and he pulled Su Qingzu into the door. Chapter 367. Yifei's arm whispered, "Where's uncle and auntie?" "They are inside," Yifei said with a smile. Yifei took Su Qingzu and walked to the villa, only to see Su Qing, who was not allowed to enter the cold and cold. Zhu, there was a faint blush on her face at the moment, and she was even a little embarrassed. Seeing Su Qingzu doing this, Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't be shy, you." It is not that I haven't seen my parents. Su Qingzu's body paused slightly, and Yifei's delicate eyes were cast. Although she has met Yifei's parents, and even the two have a very good relationship, she usually goes away from time to time. Moved around, but this time I came to the Yi family with a different identity. After Su Qingzu came to Yi's family to visit this time, it almost meant that she and Yifei had already confirmed. 3 zeros have established a relationship, and Su Qingzu is the posture of the wife of the family. That is of course different. In the past, Su Qingzu did not like Yifei, but now Su Qingzu and Yifei are already the roots of love. Deeply, of course there will be changes in mentality. Seeing Su Qingzu's expression, Yifei couldn't help but smile faintly. He could only say that Su Qingzu is really right now. It is getting more and more feminine, especially in front of Yifei. It is no longer what it used to be. Cold, of course, Su Qingzu is still the beauty of the iceberg in front of outsiders. This gentleness is only. Yifei can enjoy it alone. Su Qingzu and Yifei looked at each other, and then the two of them went to the villa lobby. At this time, both Lin Shui and Yi also saw Su Qingzu, and Lin Shui and Yi looked at each other. The eyes are all looking at each other and smiling. Yifei didn't tell them who he was going to invite. Lin Shui and Yi just knew Yifei would. Just take the girl home. Lin Dang and Yi were very happy to see that Su Qingzu was here. After all, Su Qingzu and the others had already known about it, and Su Qingzu beginning with the Yi family. The default daughter-in-law. Seeing Su Qingzu coming, Lin Shui smiled and said, "Qingzu is here. Xiaofei didn't talk to me before." Let us say, sit down and draft. Lin Shui is very enthusiastic about Su Qingzu. She has always liked Su Qingzu this type. Girl, of course, after seeing Su Qingzu, Lin Shui couldn't help but compare Su Qingzu with the one he saw last time. Mu Zijin makes a comparison. Su Qingzu has a cool temperament and a generous manner, while Mu Zijin is clean and translucent, just like water. Jing, the two have their own merits, and they are both perfect beauty embryos. Shui Lin couldn't help nodding her head secretly, satisfied with her son's vision of choosing a daughter-in-law. As Yifei's mother, of course she would like her son to bring a few more beautiful daughter-in-laws back. Home is good. It is a pity that Yifei only brought back one, and the other girls, Lin Shui, also heard something. Smell, I just haven't seen it. Su Qingzu hurriedly greeted Lin Shui and Yi. "Hello, uncle and auntie." Yi also smiled slightly. After saying hello, Su Qingzu sat down with the same expression. Can't help but feel a little nervous. "Uncle and auntie, I bought some small gifts for you. I don't know if you like it or not." Joyous, Su Qingzu took out the prepared gift, which she had prepared early. I saw that Su Qingzu took out gifts. The gifts that Su Qingzu gave were all carefully selected. She chose expensive gifts for several days. Lin Shui and Yi both smiled, and Lin Shui said, "Even more, Qingzu is interested." I said. "Now Qingzu, you have changed a lot from the last time you saw it. The whole person is not so cold anymore." Yi also smiled and nodded. Su Qingzu opened his mouth when he heard the words. His cheeks were reddish, and he took a peek at Yifei. Her temperament and state have indeed changed a lot now. Yifei smiled and was about to speak, but at this moment Yifei's cell phone rang. Yifei's phone rang. Yifei turned on the phone and heard Luo Weiyu's gentle voice. "Yifei, I arrived." Zhe Weiyu's voice was very soft, and it reached Yifei's ears. "Okay, I'll pick you up." Yifei hung up and saw Su Qingzu Shuang Pingming. Looking at him, she asked in a low voice, "Is Weiyu also here?" "Yeah, I'll pick her up." Yifei said. "Good." Of course, Su Qingzu doesn't have any disgust for Luo Weiyu, even the two of them were still. Yifei first met two familiar women. Instead, Lin Shui and Yi looked at each other. Lin Shui looked at Yi in surprise, her lips moved slightly. The meaning is obvious, my son actually brought a girl back. This is a bit interesting. And I heard Su Qingzu said that this girl seemed to be called Weiyu, and Yifei hadn't heard about it before. Yi was also puzzled. Yifei went outside the villa and saw Luo Weiyu. I only saw Luo Weiyu's slim figure, reddish cheeks, bright and attractive appearance, and Su Qing. The coldness of bamboo is different. Luo Weiyu is a completely different type. I only see Luo Weiyu Jane. A girl who is just like the sun. She smiles sweetly, and her bright eyes are brighter and brighter. Touching, look at Ruo Yifei. Yifei Six smiled slightly, and took the initiative to hold Luo Weiyu's hand. Luo Weiyu whispered, "I am not late." My Luo Weiyu was a little nervous, only seeing her hand. I also took a gift. Yifei smiled slightly when he saw Luo Weiyu's charming look like. The same is extremely sweet. Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu obviously both attached great importance to the parents who met Yifei this time. People have prepared gifts and thoughts early on. Yifei took Luo Weiyu to see Lin Shui and Yi. When she saw Luo Weiyu, Lin Shui's eyes lit up, and Lin Shui showed a hint of amazement. Luo Weiyu's appearance really surprised Lin Shui slightly, and she was also a super beauty. And unlike Su Qingzu, Luo Weiyu has the gentleness of Xiao Jiabiyu. It was noticed that Lin Shui was even more satisfied. Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then couldn't help smiling bitterly at 3.2. The luck of his own son. He also took it. He had never seen this girl before and didn't know when. Waiting, Yifei gave a generous introduction. "Parents, let me introduce you, this is Luo Weiyu." Chapter 368. Yifei introduced Luo Weiyu's identity to Yi and Lin Shui. Hearing Yifei's introduction, I saw Yi and Lin Shui nodding frequently, and Lin Shui even more. He looked at Luo Weiyu with a smile on his face, and said with a smile, "Weiyu feet, right, I have never seen it before." If you meet for the first time today, sit down. Yi couldn't laugh or cry. He looked at Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu. Somewhat stunned, Su Qingzu took the initiative to greet Luo Weiyu the moment he saw Luo Weiyu. The two have also seen each other a long time ago, let alone this time. Seeing Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu actually get along in harmony, he was taken aback. Then I couldn't help but marvel that Yifei's peach blossom luck was a little too good. The two women Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu were undoubtedly very good, regardless of their looks. The material, or personality, etc., are all outstanding. Yi sighed lightly, and could only sigh that Yifei's luck was so good. Uncle and Auntie, I brought you a small gift of 24 points, which is a flower that I planted myself. There is also scented tea. Luo Weiyu also took out the small gift she prepared. Although it is not expensive, it was planted by Luo Weiyu himself, and it also represented a little bit of Luo Weiyu's heart. Good boy, I am interested, Lin Shui said repeatedly, laughing from ear to ear. Lin Shui also saw that both Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu were very much towards her son. Like it, the love in their eyes is hard to hide. Lin Shui smiled, feeling better. Okay, it is all a family, don't be so polite. Yifei took the initiative to hold Luo Wei. Yu's hand on the other hand held Su Qingzu again. Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu did not struggle, and even Luo Weiyu was a little embarrassed. Ended up, and Su Qingzu was nestling next to Yifei, and Yifei showed affection with the two big girls. Seeing this scene, Lin Shui and Yi looked at each other and said nothing. Let us eat, Lin Shui said with a smile, letting the butler serve the food. Although there were only 5 people at this New Year's Eve dinner, everyone enjoyed themselves at the table. Talking and laughing, eating delicious food and chatting, is very different. However, Shuilin and Luo Weiyu were not very familiar with each other, so they asked Luo Weiyu a few questions. Knowing that Luo Weiyu had lost her parents long ago, when Yandu was unaccompanied, Lin Shui was not in her heart. Danti feel sorry, and when Yifei talked about Luo Weiyu's previous foot injury, Lin Shui felt even more uncomfortable. Knowing that Luo Weiyu is such a strong and good girl. Shuilin took Luo Weiyu's hand and said, the previous suffering is over, and I will treat this as to be your home. It just so happens that I always want a daughter. You stay in these few days. Lin Shui was very sorry for Luo Weiyu. Well, thank you, Auntie. Luo Weiyu's eyes were red, and he was obviously deeply moved. Lin Shui's impression is also very good. When Yifei saw Luo Weiyu and Lin Shui get along very well, he also smiled faintly. For comfort, the whole family watched the Spring Festival Gala happily. In the spring evening, the show is shown gradually. Among them, there was a singing show, and at this time it turned out to be Lu Lingyun on the stage. Lu Lingjun is invited by the Spring Festival Gala. She will participate in the Spring Festival Gala and sing a song. This song. Yifei also chose her for her. The name is Where Has the Time Gone? This is also Divine Comedy. Lu Lingjun sang on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. Praise. Hearing Lu Lingyun's beautiful singing voice, Luo Weiyu couldn't help saying this song is really. It sounds good. Among all the recent star singers, my favorite is Lu Lingyun. Her noise conditions are really good. This song is also very good. This girl has a kind of graceful feeling, very beautiful. So did Yifei's mother, Lin Shui. Yifei couldn't help but turn up when he heard everyone's approval and comments. It seemed that Lu Lingyun was very impressed. To welcome and joy, if Lin Shui and Yi know the relationship between Lu Lingyun and him, they don't know what it will be like. Expression. Yifei smiled and looked at Luo Weiyu, and said, Weiyu, you seem to like listening to Lu Lingyun very much. Song. Well, yes, I am a big fan of Lu Lingyun. I am pretty good with all her songs. Like it, I feel that the lyrics are also very deep and powerful. Hearing Luo Weiyu's words, Yifei's mouth turned upwards, and he nodded slightly, saying organic. We'll let you meet her. Yifei was worried that the showdown between the girls would cause a little trouble, but now I see. Why Luo Weiyu and Lu Lingyun have a very close relationship. With the characters of the two women, they must be very close to each other. Easy to be friends. Really, Luo Weiyu still had a little expectation in her heart. Yifei smiled and said, of course it is true, don't forget, I have an entertainment company. Lu Lingjun is an artist under my banner. Yifei briefly explained, and at the same time silently added in his heart, she is also my woman. Su Qingzu glanced at Yifei meaningfully, and seemed to have understood something. Soon, the Spring Festival Gala is over, and the New Year's Eve of the year is over. The next day, Su Qingzu wants to go back to Su's house to take care of Su Xiaoquan's father, and Luo Weiyu was caught by Lin Shui and Yi. He once stayed, and simply moved into the Yi family villa at 04:03 o'clock. Today is the first day of the Chinese New Year. According to custom, the New Year's day can already be celebrated. This is also the custom of Xuanwang Kingdom, and the Yi family's status in Yandu is even stronger now, with extraordinary status, and naturally there are many. Everyone made a special trip to visit, and it was very lively in an endless stream. Early in the morning, Yang Dongsheng, Yang Zimo father and son, and Bai Ruoxi and Bai Yu sister and brother came. When I arrived at Yi's house, I made a special trip to pay New Year's greetings. Since the unusual relationship between Yifei and Bai Ruoxi, Yi family's commercial status in Yandu has become even greater. It is one level higher, and Fei is already the head of the 3 major commercial families in Yandu. Therefore, it is not surprising that Bai Ruoxi and Yang Dongsheng took the initiative to visit. Yifei also saw Bai Ruoxi, and Bai Ruoxi obviously also dressed up carefully. Tianqian, eye-catching. Bai Ruoxi is full of aura. When she arrives, everyone's eyes and sights are almost focused on her. Body. Chapter 369. You can do whatever you want if you are handsome seeking subscription. Bai Ruoxi's dress today is also very different. Obviously he has been dressed up carefully. She stood in front of the crowd with a smile, her skin surpassing snow, her eyes like a clear spring, calm. On Yifei's body, Jie took the initiative to stand beside Yifei. Of course, Yifei's appearance does not need to be said. He is also wearing a very formal suit today. Leather shoes, handsome, handsome and handsome. When the two stood together, they immediately became like a golden boy and a jade girl, attracting attention. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi stood together, and the beauty between the two was indeed the peak. It is a compelling day. Upon seeing this, almost all the guests at the scene focused their eyes on the two of them. It is not just the Bai family and the Yang family who came to visit the New Year's day today, but there are many others. Yandu commercial families and wealthy families all came to pay New Year's greetings, so it was so lively. In the Yi family villa, more and more people came to visit the New Year. After all, the Yi family's reputation in Yandu is now flourishing, and it can even be said to be the most prosperous period. The entire Yandu commercial family attaches great importance to the Yi family. Many people from the Yandu commercial family came to visit, at least 20 or 30 people. Fortunately, the Yi family villa is big enough to hold it. Just seeing this scene, many people were stunned secretly, while seeing the Yi family like this. The state and aura, but also felt the current prosperity of the Yi family. I have to say that the Yi family is now very powerful and indeed extraordinary. In the Yi family villa, everyone gathered in the hall, and occasionally you could hear the murmurs and voices of the guests. Sigh. Hey, the Yi family is soaring into the sky, said a man with a big belly. Yes, the Yi family should not be underestimated before, and now Yi Fei of the Yi family is even more so. The recent movie Wandering Planet, in the previous I Am Not a Medicine God another. A man nodded frequently. He is a big man in the movie circle, but at the moment in Yi. In front of home, he can only bow his head obediently. The Yi family and the Bai family seem to have a very close relationship, especially Yi Fei and Bai Ruoxi. It seems that the two are probably already married. When the guests saw Yi Fei and Bai Ruoxi, they couldn't help being amazed. This pair of golden boys and girls really looks like a natural match, and the Yi family and the Bai family. Their own wealth is also immeasurable. If the two families really marry, it will definitely cause crazy. Bai Ruoxi and Yi Fei looked at each other, and they both smiled at each other. Although it became the focus of the audience's attention, Yi Fei had no interest at all, but Bai Ruo. Yi Fei was also a little surprised by the arrival of Shi. Bai Ruoxi whispered, I heard that Luo Weiyu was also there. Why don't you introduce me to the acquaintance? Knowledge. Alright, you will be familiar sooner or later anyway, Yi Fei replied. Bai Ruoxi blinked her eyes and said, I have heard that you have a special liking for Luo Weiyu. Just about to see insight. Weiyu is upstairs, I will take you there, Yi Fei said. Bai Ruoxi already knew about the many women around Yi Fei, and the reason she hesitated was also. This is the reason, but also because of various coincidences, Bai Ruoxi eventually fell. Under the gaze of the guests, Yi Fei took Bai Ruoxi's hand and walked upstairs. In the hall, when Yang Zimo saw this scene, he wailed and said to Bai Yu. I said Bai Yu, Yi Xiao is too interesting, right? It's just about coloring and ignoring friends. You said you were his brother-in-law anyway, for the sake of beauty, you left us too. Yang Zimo shook his head, vomiting bitterness to Bai Yu, looking like the enemy. Come on, young master, my sister likes Yi Fei and I can help it. Who makes the parents handsome? Besides, Yi Xiao and I are closer than you now. Bai Yu glared at Yang Zimo. Yang Zimo immediately muttered to himself with his forehead, it is too shocking, you can do whatever you want if you're handsome. 4. Yi Fei took Bai Ruoxi and also saw Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu also saw Bai Ruoxi. The process of meeting the two women was a bit awkward, but fortunately, whether it was Luo Weiyu or Bai Ruo. The two women are very good, especially Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu's gentle and generous character, I am afraid everyone will like it, and she. Being so simple and pleasant, but also very easy to attract Bai Ruoxi's favor. Bai Ruoxi and Luo Weiyu chatted for a few words, then looked at Yi Fei, shook his head and chuckled, Yi. It is a blessing to fly, I don't know where to turn to bring a girl with such a gentle personality. Luo Weiyu smiled lightly and didn't talk much. Yi Fei was about to speak too, only to hear the housekeeper's voice from outside the door. Yi Xiao. Several important guests came to visit, the Lord invites you to go down. Okay, Yi Fei looked at Luo Weiyu and Bai Ruoxi and said with a smile, let us go down together. Although Luo Weiyu and Bai Ruoxi don't like this kind of occasion, they don't like the excitement. The place was watched by people, but since it was Yi Fei's invitation, they all nodded gently. Good, the three went down together, and Yi Fei was also very curious about who was here. At this time, Yi Fei walked down the stairs and was seeing someone coming. It really is a distinguished guest. I saw only Lei Jin and Lei Yiming's father and son came to visit first. Lei Jin and Lei Yiming's father and son were because of Yi Fei, he has the power of the Lei family. Therefore, the father and son and Yi Fei are also different from each other. Often close ally. The arrival of the Lei family as father and son made these guests even more talking about it. After all, the Lei family is so thin. Camels are bigger than horses, and somehow they were once the first-class giants in Yandu. Then, Wei Dongqing came to pay New Year's greetings to the Yi family on behalf of the Wei family. When Wei Dongqing came, the expressions of all the guests suddenly changed slightly, and they knew what the letter was. Jiao Nuo Jiao number. You know, Wei Dongqing represents the Wei family. Although Wei Dongqing is the third generation of the Wei family, is the core figure of the third generation of the Wei family. He takes the initiative. Come to the Yi family to visit the new year. This is a good signal from the Wei family to the Yi family. The arrival of Wei Dongqing directly pushed the Yi family's position to a higher level. Chapter 370. When Wei Dongqing arrived, it meant that the Wei family, the top magnate of Yandu, was on the side of the Yi family and intended to make friends with the Yi family. This matter is not so simple. The Wei family is a real behemoth in Yan. The fact that the Wei family was able to do this and also send out 3 generations of core figures, Wei Dongqing, was enough to show that the Wei family attached great importance to Yi Fei. Yi Fei stepped forward, and at this time, Wei Dongqing also stepped forward and smiled. Brother Yi, your big name has really been thunders lately, and my friends in the military region have mentioned you to me several times. Quote. Wei Dongqing already knew about Yi Fei's going to the military region to teach the Jiaolong troops, and at this moment he was also smiling and asking Yi Fei. Yi Fei then smiled, it's just an attempt to become an instructor, and whether the Jiaolong troops can produce results this year depends on the special forces competition. Quote. Wei Dongqing sighed with emotion, I really envy Brother Yi, no matter what you do, you are so eye-catching, I heard that the Jiaolong troops have been specially trained by you. Quote. The Wei family's well-informed knowledge was naturally extraordinary, so Wei Dongqing knew more about the Jiaolong army than ordinary people. It's just that the special training of the Jiaolong army is still confidential, and although Wei Dongqing knows it, he still only knows some probably. Wei Dongqing also heard that Yi Fei served as an instructor in the Jiaolong army, and the specific training results were very limited. Yi Fei smiled slightly, it's not easy to say now, wait until after the special forces competition. It's not easy to win Duan Tianyuan in the special forces competition. Yi Fei's words actually made Wei Dongqing stunned. Wei Dongqing's eyes flashed a touch of disbelief. Yi Fei's meaning in these words was simply to compete with Duan Tianyuan's Qilin troops. Wei Dongqing was indeed a little incredulous, just thinking about Duan Tianyuan's ability made Wei Dongqing stunned. After all, Duan Tianyuan was worshipped as a god in the Yandu military region, and he could be called a godlike figure of the military god, and under the leadership of Duan Tianyuan, the Qilin army could win 3 consecutive victories. The Kirin force has won the special forces competition for 3 consecutive times. Moreover, not only Duan Tianyuan but also the Suzaku troops led by Li Yunfeng in the special forces competition were not easy to provoke. Yi Fei actually had such confidence. Wei Dongqing was suspicious of the letter, and most of them still felt that it was impossible in his heart. However, of course, he didn't show it, just smiled and touched his nose, then congratulations to Brother Yi in advance. Quote. Yi Fei smiled indifferently, he also knew the doubts in Wei Dongqing's heart, but Yi Fei didn't care, he smiled lightly and diverged from the topic to chat with Wei Dongqing. Yi Fei was not only surrounded by young talents like Wei Dongqing, but also accompanied by such a beautiful person as Bai Ruoxi and Luo Weiyu, so he did not snub Bai Ruoxi and Luo Weiyu around him, and also chatted with the 2 women. When Wei Dongqing saw this, he quietly gave Yi Fei a thumbs up, and Yi Fei's peach blossom look made him admire it very much. After Wei Dongqing, there were still people who came to visit. Wu Shen Doctor. When Wu Shenyi and Ling Xian appeared, the guests of the Yi family were surprised, completely stunned and surprised. Because Wu Shen Doctor and Ling Xian are real. Wu Shen Doctor in Yandu was a public medical Taoist holy hand, a legendary figure. With his generation, he could even sit on an equal footing with a figure like Old Master Wei and become a guest of several magnates in Yandu. But Dr. Wu Shen would actually come to visit the Yi family on his own initiative. What a situation this is. It's incredible to think about. The guests of the Yi family all felt dazzled one by one. Is this really Wu Shen Doctor? Am I reading it wrong? Quote. I'm confused, what the hell is going on here? Wu Shen Doctor's generation, even the Yi family lord must go to visit him, right? The guests were stunned and whispered. Yi Fei saw that Dr. Wu Shen had arrived and hurriedly greeted him. To tell the truth, the relationship between Yi Fei and Wu Shenyi is now becoming more and more harmonious, especially because of Ling Xian. The two sides have long been reconciled. Even Wu Shenyi continued to pass on all his life's learning and medical skills to Yi Fei through Ling Xian's hands. Therefore, the relationship between Yi Fei and Wu Shenyi is very special now, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a teacher and a friend. Yi Fei was also very clear in his heart that the reason why Wu Shen Doctor took the initiative to visit was because the two of them were opposed to Chen Luo's matter before, and Wu Shen Doctor's such a bright and upright personality had some guilt in his heart, so he took the initiative to come and gave Yi Fei enough face. As soon as Dr. Wu Shen arrived, the atmosphere of the Yi family was even more different. Due to the appearance of Wu Shenyi, everyone respected Wu Shenyi very much and greeted and saluted Wu Shenyi one after another. Even Yi was extremely surprised to invite Dr. Wu Shen to take a seat. And Yi Fei looked at Ling Xian looked at Luo Weiyu, and then looked at Bai Ruoxi, and his eyes were first slightly dark and then returned to normal color. Ling Xian also knew that Yi Fei had many women around him, and Yi Fei had already told Ling Xian about this before the two of them were practicing the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. Therefore, although Ling Xian was lost, she was also prepared. But Bai Ruoxi, she seemed to sense something. Bai Ruoxi smiled at the corner of her mouth, stretched out her small snow-white hand to Yi Fei's waist, pinched Yi Fei's waist slightly, and whispered, Yi Fei, the relationship between this Miss Ling and you seems to be unusual. Yi Fei coughed dryly, waved his hand, and was about to explain two sentences, when the housekeeper outside the door suddenly came to report again. Lord, Yi Xiao, there are distinguished guests visiting outside the door, and it is General Zhang of the military region compound who has personally come. Quote. Yi Fei winced slightly. Yi was first overjoyed, and then he was a little confused. How did General Zhang come? Quote. Yi knew that this General Zhang was referring to Zhang Jianhua, of course, and Zhang Jianhua was well known and had a high status throughout the Yandu military region. Zhang Jianhua actually came. What's going on today? It's all a big guy. Chapter 371. The news of Zhang Jianhua's arrival directly shocked everyone at the scene, and everyone obviously did not expect Zhang Jianhua to actually come to visit the Yi family. Although Zhang Jianhua's status is not as high as that of a giant like the Wei family, nor is it as highly respected as Wu Shenyi's in Yandu, Zhang Jianhua's identity is not insignificant. After all, Zhang Jianhua was also famous in the Yandu military region, and even in the entire Xuanwang kingdom. Although Zhang Jianhua's status was not as good as that of the Wei family, it was that he alone was compared with the entire Wei family. In fact, Zhang Jianhua is a very important figure in the Yandu military region, and his position and fame are extremely great, and he is definitely a powerful faction of the military region's big men. More importantly, Zhang Jianhua is still very young, and there is great room for future growth. Moreover, Zhang Jianhua himself has a straight personality and rarely participates in various activities, so his position in the Yandu military region is really a bit transcendent. Many people have said that given time, give Zhang Jianhua a little more time, maybe Zhang Jianhua can become one of the top two figures in the Yandu military region in the future. Zhang Jianhua would actually come in person. A big man of this rank, his status can be more than one step higher than Wei Dongqing, although it is not as important as the entire Wei family, but it is also quite terrible. The appearance of Zhang Jianhua made everyone at the scene focus on Zhang Jianhua's body. Zhang Jianhua was wearing a military uniform, and he walked into the door and walked to Yi Fei's side in full view of everyone. When Yi Fei saw Zhang Jianhua, he also smiled and greeted him. General Zhang, it is really a distinguished guest to welcome the door, I didn't expect you to come. Quote. For General Zhang, Yi Fei is also very respectful. After all, General Zhang defends his family in the country, and can be called a hero. General Zhang smiled and patted Yi Fei's shoulder. He spoke very directly and politely, only to see General Zhang smile. Instructor Yi, I haven't seen you for a long time. Quote. General Zhang knew Yi Fei's performance in the Jiaolong army during this time, and he knew Yi Fei's current position in the Jiaolong army. The news of Yi Fei's special training in the Jiaolong army had already spread throughout the Yandu military region, and Zhang Jianhua was paying close attention to it. When the results of Yi Fei's special training in the Jiaolong unit came out, Li Wen immediately recorded the physical data of the soldiers of the Jiaolong unit, and then reported it to the General Academy of the military region. The current figures of the warriors of the Dragon Force are quite terrifying. Due to the fact that after cultivating the Dragon Elephant forging body determination, all the data of the people in the Jiaolong army had been greatly improved. Therefore, it can be said that the people of the Jiaolong army simply took a qualitative leap after cultivating the Dragon Elephant forging body determination. The strength of the Dragon troops advanced. After all, in less than 2 months, Jiaolong had more than a dozen inner force martial practitioners, although most of them were just beginner inner force martial artists, but this was still a terrifying statistic. In the Xuanwang Kingdom martial arts realm, there were only a few thousand inner martial practitioners in total, not even tens of thousands. In the past 2 months, Zhao has already produced more than a dozen inner strength martial artists, and it is still increasing. Even by the end of the 3-month period, Yi Fei might even have created nearly 100 inner strength martial artists through the Dragon Elephant forging body decision. What is this concept? The special force is composed of hundreds of internal martial artists. Even in all the special forces of the Xuanwang Kingdom, such a situation would not occur. Not to mention that all this was only completed in 3 months. Therefore, the effect of Yi Fei's Dragon Elephant forging body determination is absolutely shocking. The effect of Dragon Elephant forging body decision is so amazing, it can be said that the leaders of the Yandu military region are stunned. Even Zhang Jianhua himself was stunned by Yi Fei's Dragon Elephant forging body determination. Regardless of whether Yi Fei could win Duan Tianyuan and Li Yunfeng in the next special forces competition, just by virtue of Yi Fei's special training in the Jiaolong army, it was enough to make him laugh. As the leader of the military region's compound, Zhang Jianhua was well aware of this, and Yi Fei's appointment as the chief instructor of the Jiaolong unit was also his agreement. Under such circumstances, the physical information of the soldiers of the Jiaolong force had long been included in the top secret list, and except for Zhang Jianhua and a very few other generals, almost no one else knew it. Yi Fei's Dragon Elephant forging body decision is of extraordinary significance, judging from the current situation of the Jiaolong army. Once Yi Fei's set of Dragon Elephant forging body determination is promoted by the whole army, it is simply. It's scary to think about. This is also the reason why Zhang Jianhua came to find Yi Fei. At present, the deeds of the Jiaolong troops and the events of the Dragon Elephant forging body decision have been transmitted to the top level of the Yandu military region and even to the upper leaders. Except for a very small number of high-level people, no one else is clear. And these senior leaders are extremely important to Yifei, and after knowing that this set of dragon elephant forging body determination was created by Yifei, they all attached great importance to it. Zhang Jianma came to find Yifei for this reason. Zhang Jianma looked at Yifei with a smile, patted Yifei's shoulder, and said, "Good boy, you have made a lot of noise lately." Quote, "General Zhang, I'm just fulfilling my promise." Yifei smiled, "Please come to the table." Quote, "Well, to tell you the truth, the above leaders appreciate you very much, and it is true that they are young masters, and they have not disappointed me. It is really not simple." Zhang Jianma smiled as he walked, and obviously admired Yifei. Yifei smiled lightly, and at this time he also came forward to greet Zhang Jianma. Zhang Jianma said while laughing, "Yi Zong, you really have a good son, the tiger father has no dogs, which is enviable." Quote, Zhang Jianma said so he did not hesitate to praise Yifei, but also made everyone around him slightly stunned. These guests are also like human spirits. See, Zhang Jianma's attitude towards Yifei is very special. What exactly did Yifei do? This Yi family could have such a big face, and it was not a trivial matter that Zhang Jianma could visit him in person. The guests were stunned and overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 372. The appearance of Zhang Jianma suddenly pushed the atmosphere of the scene to a higher peak, especially the guests at the scene were stunned. Including Bai Ruoxi and Wei Dongqing, when they saw Zhang Jianma's attitude towards Yifei and the Yi family, they were all slightly embarrassed, knowing that things were not so simple. In particular, Wei Dongqing and Bai Ruoxi were very aware of Zhang Jianma's identity, and Wei Dongqing was even more stunned when he saw it, and he whispered to himself, "Zhang Jianma has actually come, it's incredible, what did Yifei do to make Zhang Jianma so important to him?" Wei Dongqing's expression showed a solemn meaning, and there was a subtle change in the look on Yifei's face. For Wei Dongqing, he was very aware of Zhang Jianma's weight, and Zhang Jianma's level could already be called a big guy. At least in the Yandu military region, Zhang Jianma is definitely a high authority. Zhang Jianma came to visit the Yi family on the first day of the new year, which gave the Yi family enough face, and it can also be seen that Zhang Jianma attaches importance to Yifei. Wei Dongqing has also dealt with Zhang Jianma, but Zhang Jianma's attitude towards him has always been business, and although Wei Dongqing is the core figure of the Wei family for 3 generations, Zhang Jianma has always been impartial to him. In Wei Dongqing's heart, Zhang Jianma was simply synonymous with selflessness and the iron face. But now, looking at Zhang Jianma's attitude toward the Yi family and Yifei's attitude, it was simply a change of person. Is this still the iron-faced and selfless Zhang Jianma? Wei Dongqing was stunned. Zhang Jianma pulled Yifei and chatted for a while. His attitude towards Yifei was indeed extremely enthusiastic, and everyone was also surprised by the look in their eyes. Only to see Zhang Jianma pull Yifei and say, "I said Yifei, you are really powerful now, and your fame has spread to the leaders above. What is your dragon elephant forging body decision? I really want to ask you for advice." Quote, Zhang Jianma looked at Yifei very curiously. Zhang Jianma came specifically for the dragon elephant forging body determination, this time, asking Yifei long elephant forging body determination some roles and methods. Hearing Zhang Jianma's question, Yifei laughed. The dragon elephant forging body determination is a practice I created to strengthen the body, and there are many functions of the dragon elephant forging body determination, the biggest of which is to stimulate potential, and the members of these dragon troops have been tapped into the potential, and the effect is good. Yifei briefly introduced some of the use methods of dragon elephant forging body determination, and listened to Zhang Jianma's excitement, which made him understand the role and effect of dragon elephant forging body determination. According to what Yifei said, the role of the dragon elephant forging body decision was extremely great, and it could even be promoted in several special forces. This dragon elephant forging body determination can be promoted in the Jiaolong troops, and it can naturally be promoted in the Suzaku, Shuangwu, and Qilin units. By then, it's all exciting to think about. Zhang Jianma sighed and said, "Young master, to tell you the truth, I have really seen such a practice for the first time, and it seems that the results of the Jiaolong troops and the special forces competition are just around the corner." Zhang Jianma sighed with emotion and often recognized. Yifei smiled slightly and did not say too much, but said, "I will know when the time comes, and I am looking forward to it myself." Quote, the National Special Forces competition is the next major event, which Zhang Jianma and Yifei both know very well. Although the dragon elephant forging body decision has been full of results after the promotion of the dragon troops, the most important thing is to go through the confirmation of the special forces competition in order to make the role of the dragon elephant forging body decision truly recognized and recognized. So the next special forces competition is the key. Zhang Jianma was a busy person, and he certainly didn't stay too long in the Yi family. However, Zhang Jianma's attitude already explained everything, and his special visit to the Yi family was enough to prove how much attention Yifei and the Yi family were now. After Zhang Jianma left, Yi pulled Yifei aside and asked in surprise, "Xiaofei, what is your situation? Zhang Jianma actually came to you." Zhang Jianma's arrival obviously surprised Yi completely, and he was very shocked by this. Yi didn't know what Yifei had done in Jiaolong troops recently, only that Yifei had gone to the Yandu military region. Yifei smiled and said to Yi briefly the origin of some things. Yi was stunned, and only then did he understand that it was about it, and he sighed with emotion. After half a day, it turned out to be like this. Good boy, it really surprised me. Yi was very shocked by this. After all, this matter is not trivial. Yi had never thought that Yifei could have such an achievement, which was really amazing. Yifei was young and actually became the chief instructor of the Jiaolong army. Yi, the name of the Jiaolong force, had also heard it, and he also knew how rare it was for a unit of this level of the Jiaolong troop to be one of the best in Yandu, and even ranked in the top 5 in the whole country. The chief instructor of the Jiaolong army was even close to the general in rank. What's more, Yifei's performance after serving as the chief instructor was still so outstanding. In the future, Yifei may even be awarded positions and titles, and by then, Yi was immediately surprised. Good boy. Yi patted Yifei's shoulder and was amazed. Yifei smiled. Don't praise me first, or wait until after the special forces competition. Quote. Good. Yi smiled and said, Yi family, this is a real dragon. Yifei is simply going to soar. Yifei and Yi finished chatting, and at the same time, Yifei continued to entertain the guests at the scene. At this time, the eyes of those guests looking at Yifei were completely different. This small gathering of guests lasted for about a morning, after which the guests gradually dispersed, and Yifei also sent Bai Ruoxi, Ling Xian and others back. After this, Yifei got another piece of news, that is, the box office of Wandering Planet finally officially exceeded 4 billion, becoming the box office champion of the current Shuangmo. The message exploded directly. Chapter 373. Although Yifei had long known that the results of the Wandering Planet movie would inevitably explode, he really did not expect to have such a fast speed to directly ignite and detonate. The results of the Wandering Planet were beyond his imagination. The Wandering Planet achieved a box office of 4 billion, breaking through to the first place in the current box office in the history of Shuangwang Kingdom. Upon learning this news, Zhang Minli really had a surprised expression, and the whole person was excited. After all, for Zhang Minli, the performance of The Wandering Planet broke through and reached 4 billion box office, and the final result was beyond imagination, and it definitely gave him a big surprise. The Wandering Planet made history this time. Although Yifei had also expected it earlier, when the truth really happened, Yifei was naturally very happy and excited in his heart. After The Wandering Planet made history, it means that the popularity of Brilliant Entertainment has further increased, reaching a fairly high level. After all, Brilliant Entertainment's 2 consecutive movies, Medicine God and Wandering Planet, were big sellers, which means that Brilliant Entertainment's 2 movies have made at least 1 billion or more. It's only been a few months. Coupled with the various operational achievements of Brilliant Entertainment, the current market value of Brilliant Entertainment exceeds 0 billion, and it seems to have become the top company in the entertainment industry. Zhang Minli was also happy to keep his mouth shut, and has been communicating with Yifei about the current situation of Brilliant Entertainment, and Zhang Minli also said, Yizong, last time we were ready to hold a press conference to announce that Sen Qingshan joined our Brilliant Entertainment, but because the new year was delayed, why not take advantage of today's press conference? Quote. When Yifei heard Zhang Minli say this, he felt that this was a good idea. After all, Sen Qingshan's popularity goes without saying, and in terms of the current situation of Brilliant Entertainment, Sen Qingshan's joining Brilliant Entertainment is definitely a strong combination. This is definitely a very topical news, especially in the current situation of the sudden increase in the exposure of Brilliant Entertainment news. If the news of signing a contract with Sen Qingshan breaks out, it will definitely occupy the headlines of major websites again. Yifei thought about it, and he agreed. After all, this matter is also good for Brilliant Entertainment. Okay, that's it, let's make the press conference more grand, and invite more reporters to come. Yifei gave a few instructions. Hearing Yifei say this, Zhang Minli also agreed, no problem. But Yizong, I don't know. Zhang Minli smiled, as if he had some thoughts. What's wrong? Yifei frowned slightly. Zhang Minli smiled, I don't know if I can stand on the platform. If you can come forward, I believe there will definitely be a fire at that time. After all, you have a good reputation, but you rarely show up. Since the last time Yifei returned to Yandu from Ahui, he had already become famous and was quite well known throughout the country. It's just that Yifei is low-key and rarely appears in front of outsiders. Especially in these several movie releases, Fei also did not attend. Therefore, although Yifei is famous, he rarely appears in front of everyone, which is extremely mysterious. It is precisely because of this that the public is more curious about Yifei. If Yifei once appeared, it would certainly attract attention at that time. Yifei thought about it, agreed to Zhang Minli, and smiled, your boy can calculate, okay. Quote. Zhang Minli was immediately surprised when he got Yifei's permission. Well, Yizong, I want to plan well this time. Zhang Minli is very much looking forward to this. Yifei smiled, he didn't bother to take care of all this, and left it all to Zhang Minli to plan. Following, Zhang Minli has issued a press notice saying that Sen Qingshan will officially join Brilliant Entertainment, and as soon as the news came out, the entertainment industry was suddenly shaken. After all, Sen Qingshan has been in Tianwang Entertainment before, and she is also a sister of Tianwang Entertainment, plus Sen Qingshan's own status is also extremely high, so it has always attracted much attention. And this time Sen Qingshan joined Yifei's Brilliant Entertainment, which immediately caused a big earthquake in the entertainment circle. With as many as 80 million Weibo fans, Sen Qingshan is one of the most popular female stars on Weibo, and is worshipped as a goddess by countless people, and her every move is also closely watched by fans. After learning that Sen Qingshan had transferred to Brilliant Entertainment, the topic and hot discussion on Weibo increased rapidly, and even this topic once rushed to the first place in Weibo's hot search list. Sen Qingshan left Tianwang Entertainment Company to join Brilliant Entertainment, which is indeed a big news. Many of Sen Qingshan's fans and movie fans are discussing this topic. At the same time, Zhang Minli also announced the news that Yifei would participate in the conference. When they got this news, another group of people were excited. After all, Yifei's affairs in Ezhou before have attracted the attention of many people across the country, and Yifei also relies on his super high appearance and special identity, which has also attracted the attention of a large number of people. In fact, Yifei's current popularity is very terrifying. How terrifying can Yifei's popularity be? In fact, at present, Yifei has a lot of passers-by fans, and there are many people who are familiar with Yifei. After Zhang Minli announced this matter, Yifei's name was unexpectedly on the hot search list and set off waves. This surprised Yifei himself. Then, it was time to hold the press conference. The signing conference of Sen Qingshan was held on the night, a 5-star hotel in Yandu, which is also the property of the Yi family. When the night, it can be said that it is extremely lively. Dozens of media reporters came to Yandu, all of them aimed at Sen Qingshan and Yifei. These reporters are like sharks that smell blood, and they all flock to dig up a little big news. After all, although Sen Qingshan is a contract expiration company, but the previous Tianwang Entertainment Company is also a first-class entertainment company in the entertainment industry, why should she suddenly change the court? This is a point that journalists are very confused. Chapter 374. For the matter of Sen Qingshan joining Brilliant Entertainment, countless reporters are flocking to this and looking forward to it. After all, this is a big event in the entertainment industry. One night, Sen Qingshan and Yifei were all dressed up to attend. Sen Qingshan wore a big red night dress, and a glass emerald pendant was worn on a slender goose neck, which was extremely dazzling. Sen Qingshan stepped on the model, stepped on high heels, stood on the scene, and became the center of the scene. Countless reporters took pictures of Sen Qingshan and photographed her one after another. As soon as Yifei entered, he saw this scene, his mood moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth drew a trace of curvature. Yifei is coming, Yifei is coming. At this moment, the reporters were also moved by the wind and were suddenly attracted by Yifei. Yifei didn't expect his popularity to be so high. These reporters actually turned their cameras to him one by one, and even a small number of reporters came from Sen Qingshan and specifically found Yifei. In fact, these reporters are also very smart, and they are also very clear. After all, although Sen Qingshan is a top international star, Sen Qingshan often appears in various shots, her interviews and photos are everywhere, although the heat is extremely high, but this time missed, next time may be able to see. But Yifei was different. Yifei has rarely appeared in the public eye, and this time it is only because he promised Zhang Minli to stand for the company. Usually, Yifei does not accept interviews from reporters at all, and has always behaved very low-key. But now it's different. In other words, if you want to interview or make news for Yifei, the best time is today. The corners of Yifei's mouth revealed a smile, and his mood was smooth. He didn't expect to be so welcomed by reporters, a small part of whom surrounded him. Mr. Yi, hello Mr. Yi, can you take 10 minutes to interview? Mr. Yi, can I give you an interview? Yizong, this side, this side. These reporters surrounded Yifei in a circle, and the water around him could not be drained. Yifei frowned subconsciously, although he didn't like this occasion very much, but he had to know that the purpose of the present was to give him a brilliant entertainment platform, so Yifei did not choose to refuse. Yifei pointed to one of the female reporters. Okay, then accept your 10-minute interview, time is limited, thank you. Quote. Hearing this, these reporters were immediately surprised. They also all know Yifei's identity. This is the only person in the Yi group. If this digs out any explosive news, it is cool to explode. After hearing Yifei say this, all the reporters surrounded Yifei and pointed their microphones at Yifei one by one, respectfully inquiring. Mr. Yi, I would like to ask you, what do you think about Sen Qingshan's joining Brilliant Entertainment at present? The female reporter looked at Yifei shyly. At the same time that the female reporter looked at Yifei, her heart was already a little worried. No way, Yifei is really too handsome, so handsome and dashing, and a young and golden young talent, who doesn't like it? Yifei glanced at the female reporter and replied lightly, nothing, I think it is normal for Sen Qingshan to join our company, after all, people go to a high place, and water flows to a low place. Quote. People go to high places, water flows to low places. Isn't this blatantly saying that the previous Tianwan Entertainment Company where Sen Qingshan was located was not as good as Brilliant Entertainment? All the reporters smelled the smell of gunpowder from Yifei's answer. This, Yifei meant to provoke the Heavenly King Entertainment. When the reporters heard this, they all immediately became agitated. Listening to Yifei say this can indeed create a big news. After all, Tianwan Entertainment is also a big company in the entertainment industry, and Brilliant Entertainment has recently gained such a fierce momentum, both sides are giants in entertainment companies, which is to be compared. Thinking that the reporters are all in turmoil, there is a lot of anticipation for this. Some reporters even have the title of tomorrow in mind, which is called, The Battle of Brilliant Entertainment and King Entertainment. Single quote. The reporters looked at Yifei and felt that they had dug up some big news. Yifei showed a smile at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, I'm telling the truth, Sen Qingshan's current coffee position is the most compatible with our Brilliant Entertainment. We will shoot a few more classic movies for Sen Qingshan and let Sen Qingshan serve as the female number one. Quote. When Yifei said this, these reporters were immediately a little excited. If Yifei let Sen Qingshan serve as the female number one and shoot several classic movies, then it should be known that several movies shot by Brilliant Entertainment are attracting everyone's attention, and the box office is extremely high and influential. That is to say, once Brilliant Entertainment starts shooting movies for Sen Qingshan, then perhaps Sen Qingshan's career will rise to a higher level again. As soon as the reporters listened, they all immediately felt the opportunity to see the big news, and they all looked at Yifei again. In particular, the female reporter seized the time and quickly asked, Yizong, then please ask you, is the film you are going to shoot next already on the agenda? We'd love to know what Brilliant Entertainment is going to do next, especially when it comes to filmmaking. Quote. Hearing this female reporter say this, other reporters also nodded their heads. After all, Yifei's films have become synonymous with high-quality films, and these reporters also know that although Yifei is not a director, he is equivalent to a screenwriter and producer, and Yifei has the highest control over these films. And several movies shot in succession are very hot. Hearing the female reporter's question, Yifei smiled slightly, and replied lightly, our current shooting plan is a secret, but if you want to inquire, I can also tell you that in the second half of this year, the Sino-US co-production of Journey to the West will be officially launched, and I will use the artistic image of the Monkey King to strive to create a positive energy image, both cultural and sports blossom, promote Chinese culture, and hope that everyone can pay more attention. Quote. Burst. Yifei, this is obviously the mockery of the two flowers. Hearing Yifei say this, the reporters at the scene all laughed and burst into laughter, and suddenly felt that this Yizong was really interesting. Chapter 375. The reporters at the scene were all laughing, all of them were laughed at by Yifei's jokes about these two flowers, and everyone knew what the stem of the two flowers was about. After hearing Yifei say this, everyone at the scene laughed continuously. At the same time, Yifei also smiled and said, just kidding, everyone must not take it seriously. Quote. Yifei was so humorous, and attracted these reporters, the reporters were all laughing and hee-hee, thinking that the legendary brother was actually quite easy to get along with. These reporters also thought that Yifei's level of male brother would be a high cold image of a rich man, but now that he looks at it, this is not the case at all. When the reporters saw the situation, they had a sense of closeness. Yifei smiled lightly and said, you don't have to take it seriously, but this year's movie shot by our Brilliant Entertainment will soon be released, and it will be a military-themed movie. In addition, we are also trying to find ways to make animated films, hoping that Brilliant Entertainment can diversify. Quote. Yifei is talking about Operation Red Sea, a high-rated movie with a box office of more than 3 billion in the past life. As for the animated films, of course, the films such as Neja, The Devil Boy Descending are also in Yifei's plan. It's just that Operation Red Sea has already started filming, and it has been filmed and can be released soon. But Neja is still being planned. The filming of the film Yifei is not panicked at all. After all, as long as it is filmed according to the memory of that laptop in Yifei's past life, Yifei rarely interferes, and it is also necessary to give money and contribute money. Of course, for that principle, no matter what kind of movie is filmed, Yifei only has one rule, that is, don't traffic stars, don't have small fresh meat. Yifei plans to shoot many movies, all of which are films with word of mouth and box office double harvest in the past life. It can be said that as long as Yifei is willing, he can dominate the film industry and the entertainment industry. Hearing Yifei's plans, the reporters' eyes lit up and their hearts fluttered. It seems that this Yizong does have a lot of film plans this year, which is a bit interesting. The reporters all felt that this time to come to the press conference to gain a lot. Yifei, this is simply to provide a lot of interesting news. For a time, the reporters all had a good feeling for Yifei. After all, reporters like to follow such a master who can break the news, and Yifei's style makes them like it. In particular, the female reporter smiled at Yifei frequently and looked pleased, but Yifei turned a blind eye to this and always looked calm. Yifei is surrounded by absolute beauty, where can he see such a vulgar powder? Yifei finished accepting the reporter's interview, and his reporter continued to ask questions, and these reporters also knew Yifei's terrifying identity and did not dare to pestering him too much. Yifei is looking at the protagonist of this release, Sen Qingshan. Sen Qingshan was surrounded by reporters, and was answering some questions very professionally, and I have to say that Sen Qingshan was still very powerful. Her answers were very professional, watertight, and replied to the difficulties and questions of those reporters. In such a situation, the reporters asked what the news was. As soon as they saw Yifei coming, these reporters consciously retreated, leaving room for Yifei and Sen Qingshan to speak. Sen Qingshan looked at Yifei, she smiled lightly and whispered, Yizong, you are very popular with reporters. Quote. Yifei shrugged, no way, who made me look handsome? Quote. Sen Qingshan wanted to complain very much, but facing Yifei's handsome face, it was indeed impossible to refute Yifei's words. Sen Qingshan said, Mr. Yi, I will be your partner in the future, and I will have a pleasant cooperation. Sen Qingshan put away the emotions in his heart and smiled at Yifei with a business-oriented attitude. Yifei bowed his head slightly, well, I am also looking forward to our next cooperation. Quote. For Sen Qingshan's strength, Yifei was also very clear, such a strong alliance would be beneficial to both sides. What follows is the basic process of some press conferences, and both Yifei and Sen Qingshan have clearly explained the situation of this press conference. After the press conference, Sen Qingshan and Yifei also officially cooperated. The reporters had already left the scene, and Sen Qingshan was preparing to say some details privately with Yifei when Sen Qingshan's phone suddenly rang. When Sen Qingshan saw the caller ID of the mobile phone, she frowned slightly, as if she was a little displeased. What's wrong? Yifei asked. Sen Qingshan said, it was Zhang Xiaoji who called. Quote. Zhang Xiaoji, that is, the owner of Tianwan Entertainment Company, the Zhang family. Although Zhang Xiaoji is not a core member of the Zhang family, but only a side branch, he can also be regarded as a fairly famous person in the side branch of the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaoji called Sen Qingshan. What was he trying to do? Sen Qingshan furrowed his brows. He has called me several times in the past few days, and I hung up all the previous calls. Quote. Yifei heard Zhang Xiaoji's phone call and said lightly, answer, I'm here, I want to see what Zhang Xiaoji wants to say. Quote. Sen Qingshan nodded, good. Quote. With that, Sen Qingshan answered the phone. After the phone was called, I heard Zhang Xiaoji's voice coming from the opposite side. Zhang Xiaoji's voice was very clear, but there was a hint of coldness, and he only listened to Zhang Xiaoji's cold words. Sen Qingshan, do you dare to go to other entertainment companies behind your back? Don't think that you will be mighty after taking a shadow, you. Zhang Xiaoji scolded very badly, and he kept sneering and scolding on the other side of the phone. Yifei also heard it, and he directly took Sen Qingshan's phone and said lightly, Zhang Xiaoji. Quote. Yifei's voice was cold, directly into Zhang Xiaoji's ears. Zhang Xiaoji was obviously stunned. Hearing Yifei's voice, he tentatively asked, Yifei. Quote. Obviously, Zhang Xiaoji knew Yifei. Zhang Xiaoji, you are really getting better and better, and you still want to threaten women. Yifei sneered. Chapter 376. Yifei smiled coldly and was very dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaoji. In Yifei's view, at present, Sen Qingshan is already a person of his company, and he and Zhang Xiaoji have not had any previous festivals. Zhang Xiaoji now dared to threaten Sen Qingshan. Where did this guy get the guts? Yifei narrowed his eyes, took the phone, and his voice was cold. Zhang Xiaoji, you are really out of town now, so you are also a member of the Zhang family, and you are still threatening a woman. Quote. What is the ability to threaten women? Yifei knew that Zhang Xiaoji had done a lot of immoral things in the entertainment industry, and even he had done a lot of dirty things with disgraceful means, such as Yifei once heard Zhang Xiaoji force several stars to sign extremely harsh treaties with them. Although Tianwang Entertainment Company is a top-notch company in the entertainment industry, many things are really not authentic, so Zhang Xiaoji has always been criticized for it. It's just that the power of the Zhang family was too huge before, and Zhang Xiaoji has always been the emperor of the earth in the entertainment industry, and many people dare to be angry and dare not speak. Looking at Sen Qingshan, you know that even an international superstar like Sen Qingshan is also threatened by Zhang Xiaoji, let alone other stars. Sen Qingshan is still smart, she relies on her fame and status, has been circling with Zhang Xiaoji, and has not let Zhang Xiaoji get any advantage, so Zhang Xiaoji is so angry and corrupt this time. Hearing Yifei's words, Zhang Xiaoji could finally determine on the other side of the mobile phone that the person who was talking now was Yifei. Zhang Xiaoji gritted his teeth and responded, Yifei, you actually robbed people with me. Zhang Xiaoji was obviously also very dissatisfied with Yifei, and he gritted his teeth. Yifei shrugged, I robbed people with you, Zhang Gongzi seems to be a long skill. Quote. Yifei's words were cold, not to mention that the Zhang family was in decline now. Even when the Zhang family was at its peak, Zhang Xiaoji was just a side branch of the Zhang family, and Yifei was not afraid of him at all. Not to mention now, Yifei's status now was much higher than when he first crossed, and now Yifei was the chief instructor of the Jiaolong army, although he only had a position and no rank, but if Yifei really wanted a rank, he was at least a general. In addition, behind Yifei there is the support of the Yi family, the Bai family, the Mu family and so on. How can a mere Zhang Xiaoji be compared to him? Yifei's cold voice came out, and Zhang Xiaoji was first angry, ready to break his mouth and scold. Zhang Xiaoji was also an acute son, and he was extremely angry with Yifei, and when he was about to scold Yifei, he suddenly remembered something. Zhang Xiaoji's face changed slightly, and then as if he suddenly remembered something, he thought about it and hung up the phone directly. Zhang Xiaoji hung up the phone. Yifei and Sen Qingshan glanced at each other, but the little Zhang Xiaoji was still a bit aggressive just now, how could he suddenly hang up the phone? Yifei narrowed his eyes and said lightly, Xiaojia is only afraid that it will not be so simple to stop. Miss Sen, you wait a while, maybe he will call over. Quote. Well, thank you, Sen Cheng said. Sen Qingshan heard Yifei call herself, Miss Sen, Miss Sen. Yifei's words were also the attitude of business. She also knew that she and Yifei had been estranged since the last incident, and Yifei's attitude towards her had always been very angry. Sen Qingshan was inexplicably a little disappointed in his heart, but he still nodded slightly. Yifei didn't speak either, just waiting for Zhang Xiaoji to call again. On the other side, Zhang Xiaoji, he suddenly hung up the phone for a reason. Because although Zhang Xiaoji has an impulsive and fiery personality, he is not a fool. Zhang Xiaoji suddenly remembered the rumors he had heard a few days ago. It was said that on the first day of the new year a few days ago, there was an endless stream of people visiting the Yi family, and even the Wei family, Wu Shen doctor, and even Zhang Jianhua all visited the Yi family. Nowadays, the Yi family's position in the Yandu giants is like a day in the sky, and all this is said to be because of Yifei. Zhang Xiaoji suddenly remembered this matter, and his heart was extremely suspicious. Only to see Zhang Xiaoji think about it, he made a phone call. After a while, the call was answered. The phone was answered by a rough female voice. Xiaojia, what are you looking for in me? Quote. On the other side of the phone was Zheng Ruzhu, one of the second-generation cores of the Zheng family, that is, a woman who had previously been close to Chen Luo. This Zheng Ruzhu person, as his name suggests, is very fat, and his appearance is even more unbearable to look at. However, Zheng Ruzhu was very capable and skillful in the Zheng family, and was quite valued. Cousin, I want to ask you something, Zheng Xiaoji asked, do you know Yifei's boy? I heard he. Zheng Xiaoji was halfway through saying this, but he was suddenly interrupted by Zheng Ruzhu. Zheng Ruzhu said in a deep voice, Yifei, don't tell me you offended Yifei. Quote. Although Zheng Ruzhu was ugly, she had the ability and wrist, and as the true core of the second generation of the Zheng family, she knew a lot of things, even more than Wei Dongqing knew. Yifei's recent movements are not small, Yifei's potential is unlimited, and even the Zheng family has the intention of taking the initiative to make friends. Hearing Zheng Ruzhu say this, Zheng Xiaoji was startled, and he said, what's wrong, cousin? Quote. Zheng Ruzhu asked again, have you offended Yifei? Quote. It's just a little conflict with Yifei's guy. Zheng Xiaoji already felt bad, he swallowed his spit and whispered. Zheng Xiaoji was already vaguely aware of something. Zheng Ruzhu's voice suddenly raised an octave. Zheng Xiaoji, I warn you, don't provoke Yifei. He is a person who even the old man is optimistic about, and at this stage, even the old man wants to have a good relationship with Yifei. Do you dare to provoke him? Quote. If you provoke Yifei, I urge you to apologize to him, otherwise I will draw a line with you. Zheng Ruzhu sneered. Hearing Zheng Ruzhu's last words, Zheng Xiaoji was stunned, and then his face gradually turned white, and his eyes were a bleak color. Halfway through, he said, I know. Quote. This sentence seemed to use up all his strength. Chapter 377. Private Villa. Zheng Xiaoji cried and mourned, his face was unbelievable, and he looked sluggish and stunned, unbelievable. Yifei actually had such a lot of energy. He could actually make Zheng Ruzhu value him so much, and the old master of the Zheng family even wanted to win him over, which was simply an incredible thing. Zheng Xiaoji had never thought that Yifei could have such strength, and he thought that he wanted to scold Yifei at the beginning, and suddenly cold sweat flowed down. Now what? After all, Zheng Xiaoji is only a side branch of the Zheng family, although he borrowed the Zheng family union to run amok in the entertainment industry, he is simply the emperor of the entertainment industry. But Zheng Xiaoji only relied on the protection of the Zheng family. It can be said that without the Zheng family, he is nothing. He also knew the current situation of the Zheng family, that the last time he fought with a certain big man in the central Yuan, the Zheng family was seriously injured, the Zheng family had long lost its original glory, and several second-generation core members of the Zheng family had buried their lives. It can be said that the current Zheng family can only be regarded as the first-class giants of Yandu, not the top giants of the original. Of course, the Zheng family's heritage is still there. As long as the Zheng family's grandfather is still in one day, the Zheng family will always have hope. It's just that the Zheng family is now seriously injured, and the old man values Yifei so much, Zheng Ruzhu also deliberately threatens him. Zheng Xiaoji thought of this inside lightly, and he was also aware of the situation he was currently facing. Zheng Xiaoji thought about it, and finally made a phone call to Sen Qingshan with great difficulty. At this time, Yifei and Sen Qingshan were still together. Just now Zheng Xiaoji's phone hung up inexplicably. Yifei guessed that Zheng Xiaoji would still come to harass Sen Qingshan, so he decided to help her solve this trouble. Sure enough, at this time, Zheng Xiaoji called. Yifei gave Sen Qingshan a look and motioned for Sen Qingshan to answer the phone. Sen Qingshan nodded slightly and answered Zheng Xiaoji's phone. Zheng Xiaoji's deep voice was very clear. Zheng Xiaoji, what do you really want to do? Sen Qingshan asked quietly, his voice cold. Hearing Sen Qingshan ask this question, Zheng Xiaoji's tone of voice was lowered, no longer the coldness and arrogance of the past, only to hear him whisper, Miss Sen, I think our matter may be a misunderstanding. Hello is also the pillar of our Tianwang Entertainment. This time you left the company also because the contract expired. I think we can discuss again, so as to get together and disperse. Quote. Compared with Zheng Xiaoji's fierce and vicious attitude before, his tone was simply cautious, and the gentleness was incomparable, but it made Sen Qingshan chill. Sen Qingshan knew that Zheng Xiaoji must be uneasy, so she said coldly, Zheng Xiaoji, you come to this set less, say, what do you really want? Quote. Zheng Xiaoji's heart was burning with anger, but he was helpless, and could only say to Sen Qingshan, misunderstanding, Miss Chen, I just think that I just spoke too impulsively, so I want to find Sen Yu to apologize, it is my fault. Zheng Xiaoji apologized in a low voice. Hearing Zheng Xiaoji say this, Sen Qingshan's first reaction was inexplicable. Zheng Xiaoji, what the hell is going on? Sen Qingshan felt very strange. Listening to Zheng Xiaoji's low-pitched tone, it didn't seem like there was anything wrong. Sen Qingshan said lightly, what exactly do you want to say? Quote. Zheng Xiaoji coughed dryly and said, Miss Sen, I don't know if you can call Yifei general manager I would like to talk to him and express my sincere apologies. Quote. Sen Qingshan felt even more inexplicable. What is Zheng Xiaoji trying to do? What exactly is his intention? Sen Qingshan's face was stunned and completely surprised. After all, just now Zheng Xiaoji was still a fierce god's evil tone, how could it suddenly change now? Sen Qingshan was very confused, but she still handed the mobile phone to Yifei and asked curiously, Zheng Xiaoji said he wanted to talk to you, what is the situation? Quote. Don't say that Sen Qingshan was unexpected, Yifei was unknown, so what was the situation? However, Yifei did not show doubts, but took the phone and asked lightly, what's wrong? Quote. Between words, Sen Qingshan also leaned towards Yifei. She also wanted to hear what Zheng Xiaoji said, and Sen Qingshan was more curious about the change in Zheng Xiaoji's attitude. No one knows Zheng Xiaoji's character better than Sen Qingshan. He has always been domineering and arrogant, especially for the company's artists, and the whole company of Tianwang Entertainment can be said to be extremely afraid of him. But Sen Qingshan, this is the first time to hear Zheng Xiaoji speak with such a low-pitched posture. As for the reason, it is probably because of Yifei. Sure enough, Zheng Xiaoji's voice came from the phone, and Sen Qingshan clearly heard Zheng Xiaoji apologize to Yifei. Yishao, what just happened was a misunderstanding, and I blame you for not understanding the situation clearly in advance. You and Sen Qingshan signed a contract normally, but I was troubled. Quote. Yifei raised an eyebrow. How could he not have expected Zheng Xiaoji to say such a thing? Is this guy transgender? Yifei is unknown. Only to hear Zheng Xiaoji continue. Yizong, this incident is a complete misunderstanding. In fact, I have been looking up to you for a long time. Why don't we meet with you when we have time? I invite you to dinner and apologize to you as a sign of sincerity. In fact, I don't hide from you that we at Tianwang Entertainment and your brilliant entertainment also have many projects that can be cooperated. Zheng Xiaoji's voice was almost flattering, and he apologized to Yifei, but he said it very earnestly. But Yifei frowned slightly. He had already roughly guessed the reason for Zheng Xiaoji's abnormal attitude. It seems that Zheng Xiaoji knows something about Yifei. Thinking of this, Yifei said coldly, forget it, I'm not interested in eating. The matter of cooperation will be said later. Quote. Yifei didn't bother to talk to Zheng Xiaoji and Wei Snake and said directly. Hearing Yifei say this, Zheng Xiaoji finally said, well, if you have time, please also. Zheng Xiaoji still wanted to talk, but Yifei hung up the phone. Looking at the dark screen of the mobile phone, Zheng Xiaoji also had a blue face and was silent. Yifei actually didn't give him face like this, which Zheng Xiaoji didn't expect. However, Zheng Xiaoji had no way to do anything about Yifei, and he could only swallow his anger at this time. However, Sen Qingshan heard the conversation between Yifei and Zheng Xiaoji the whole time, and her look at Yifei was even more strange, knowing that Yifei was unpredictable. Zheng Xiaoji's tone to Yifei was so low-voiced. Yifei's strength was still above her imagination. Chapter 378. Sen Qingshan did not expect that Zheng Xiaoji would call over to apologize. It was obvious that Zheng Xiaoji was completely in Yifei's face. How arrogant Zheng Xiaoji's personality is, Sen Qingshan is very clear. Seeing Zheng Xiaoji's performance like this now, Sen Qingshan was even more amazed and extremely surprised at Yifei. In the time when Zheng Xiaoji just hung up the phone, what did he know that would be so in awe of Yifei? At this moment, Yifei's image in Sen Qingshan's heart was incomparably mysterious and incomparably tall. Sen Qingshan didn't know, so she bit her lip and said to Yifei, thank you, Yizong. Quote. Anyway, this time it was Yifei who helped her break the siege, otherwise Zheng Xiaoji's threat would really be a bit troublesome for Sen Qingshan. Although Sen Qingshan is quite well known, after all, Zheng Xiaoji is the emperor of the entertainment industry and a big man in the entertainment industry. So Zheng Xiaoji really had to deal with Sen Qingshan, then she was still in a bit of trouble. You're welcome, Yifei said lightly, and then 07 said, since it is alright, it is best, if Zheng Xiaoji wants to trouble you again, you can tell me. Quote. Okay, Yifei's words were undoubtedly very domineering, and it also filled Sen Qingshan's heart with a sense of security. Yifei did not stay much at the banquet, and soon he left the banquet. Following, Yifei's performance at the press conference this time was also recorded by all the reporters, and when the reporter released the interview video and text record specifically for the 10 minutes of Yifei's interview. And a lot of the news content revealed in this interview is also surprising and looking forward to the public. For example, Yifei revealed that the company is about to shoot a movie again, and the film will be released in the near future. Yifei has prepared more than one movie, which also makes many viewers feel surprised. After all, they have only seen Medicine God and Wandering Planet, and they also know that these two movies are definitely classics in the classics, and I don't know if the next movies produced by Yifei can continue the classics. This is also the question and expectation in the hearts of many viewers. After all, the two movies produced by Yifei before are really too classic, and the audience is highly anticipated. Early in the morning, Yifei saw the news, saw some of his evaluations on the news and the speculation of the subsequent brilliant entertainment, which also made Yifei a little surprised by his current influence and appeal. Because Yifei directly landed on the news headlines, causing many fans and viewers to watch in curiosity, this wave of invisibly carried out publicity and advertising, and the effect was also quite good. Therefore, Yifei was also in a good mood. This publicity did not disappoint Yifei, and the overall effect was quite good. For the next few days, Yifei stayed with the Jiaolong troops. The training of the dragon troops has reached the last month. This last month's time was particularly important, so Yifei basically had to go to the base of the Jiaolong force every day to manage and strengthen the current situation of the Jiaolong army's cultivation of the dragon elephant forging body determination. The progress of the people in the Jiaolong army was still quite obvious, and the progress under Yifei's guidance was still very fast. What particularly satisfied Yifei was that Chen Zhen, Shang Zheng, and Wang Yang, the strength of the three of them progressed extremely fast, which made Yifei more satisfied. In addition to the three of them, more than 20 members of the dragon force had also become internal martial artists, which was quite rare. After all, every internal martial artist is very rare, and if the 3-month period expires, it is conservatively estimated that the Jiaolong army will have at least more than 30 internal martial artists and at least 80 more external martial artists. It's getting closer and closer to 3 months, and everything is on track. The next day, Yifei found Ling Xian. Since Ling Xian and Yifei practiced the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, Ling Xian's body has gradually improved, and Ling Xian, who was originally weak and sickly, has also undergone great changes. It turned out that Ling Xian gave people the feeling of being a sick beauty, although her appearance was absolutely beautiful, but due to the reason that her body was too weak, Ling Xian's face had always been very pale, and she knew that she was weak and sick at a glance. But now it's different. At present, although Ling Xian and Yifei have been practicing the Yellow Emperor's inner classics together for less than a month, because Ling Xian's physique is really too weak, it is of great benefit under the influence of the Yellow Emperor's inner classics, and because the Yellow Emperor's inner classics can make up for the innate deficiencies, it has also greatly improved Ling Xian's body. At present, Ling Xian's face looks much more rosy, and her appearance is even more choo-choo and moving, bright and incomparable, and she can show her stunning color. Of course, Yifei was also very pleased. Because Ling Xian only needed to cultivate the Yellow Emperor's inner classics for about a year, she could completely eliminate the root cause of her previous illness. Her previous innate deficiencies were difficult to make up, and Ling Xian knew that even she had given up hope at one point, thinking that she would not live more than 2 years. However, Yifei used the Yellow Emperor's inner scripture to turn the tide and save her, finally making Ling Xian no longer have to suffer and suffer. Yifei looked at Ling Xian's rosy face and smiled. It seems that the effect of the Yellow Emperor's inner classics is not 297 wrong. Quote. Yes, the effect is very good. I feel that my body is gradually becoming stronger, and I am no longer as cold and afraid of cold as before, Ling Xian also said with a shallow smile. Ling Xian was sweet in her heart, knowing that all this was because of Yifei. Ling Xian said, by the way, I want to talk to you about something. You say. Yifei took Ling Xian's hand and smiled. With the relationship between the two, naturally there is no need to avoid too much. Ling Xian thought for a moment and said, that's right, my dad called me yesterday. Ling Xian said to Yifei, and Yifei understood that it was Ling Xian's father who had called her. Knowing that the condition of his precious daughter had improved, Ling Xian's father was of course very happy, and Ling Xian's father should have learned about Yifei's situation from Wu Shenyi, who was very interested in Yifei and wanted to see Yifei and let Ling Xian go home by the way. Yifei saw Ling Xian's expectant expression, and of course he couldn't bear to refuse. Chapter 379. Hearing Ling Xian's words, Yifei smiled slightly, and said, then after this month, can I go home with you? Quote. Yifei still had some things to do this month. It was currently the last month of the Jiaolong force, and he had to let the members of the Jiaolong force do the final cultivation dragon elephant forging body determination, and also train the results. Moreover, the senior leaders were also particularly concerned about this, and how Yifei's final results in training the Jiaolong troops directly determined whether the dragon elephant forging body determination could be taken seriously. Hearing Yifei say this, Ling Xian had no objection and whispered, well, that's it. Quote. Well, no problem. Yifei agreed to come down, and then winked at Ling Xian. Speaking of this is the first time to come to the door, and it is better to prepare some gifts when the time comes. Quote. Ling Xian's face was slightly red, and she obviously knew the meaning of Yifei's words. After all, the relationship between Ling Xian and Yifei is extraordinary, which is even a door-to-door meeting with parents. Ling Xian's father's name was Ling Yu, and he was the head of the martial arts family in the southern part of the Xuanwang kingdom, and Ling Yu was very famous in the martial arts world, and was a master of the peak of internal strength, and had a considerable status. Therefore, to see Ling Yu, this is really a big thing, and Yifei also needs to prepare well. Yifei took Ling Xian's hand and smiled, don't worry, you can't wait for a few days, I'll stay in Yandu first to train the Jiaolong troops. Quote. Well, there's no rush. Ling Xian's face was slightly red, the corners of her mouth were upturned, and she was obviously in a pretty good mood. Yifei took Ling Xian's hand and said, then let's first go and cultivate the Yellow Emperor's inner scripture to cure your illness. Ling Xian lowered her head and agreed to acquiesce. Yifei treated Ling Xian, and Ling Xian's body recovered unexpectedly, which also made Yifei completely put his mind at ease. It seems that this Yellow Emperor's inner classic is worthy of the top medical book, and the treatment effect is indeed first class. After using the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, Ling Xian's condition has also improved greatly. After treating Ling Xian, Yifei finally got time to concentrate on training the dragon troops. Yifei's training was completely hellish, and even the members of these dragon troops were the best special soldiers, but the amount of training per day still reached their limits. If it were not for Yifei's medicinal baths, supplements, traditional Chinese medicine, etc. to nourish their bodies, these special soldiers would definitely not be able to withstand such consumption. That is, Yifei, if any other person taught these special soldiers, it would be difficult to have such results. In addition, while training the Jiaolong troops, Yifei also got a lot of news. Most of this news came from Li Yunfeng and Duan Tianyuan. Although Yifei's training of the Jiaolong troops was top secret, in the same way, Li Yunfeng and Duan Tianyuan served as the chief instructors of the two major units of Suzaku and Qilin respectively because of their different status, so there were more news channels than others. Although Li Yunfeng and Duan Tianyuan did not know that Yifei had achieved such results in training the Jiaolong troops, both Li Yunfeng and Duan Tianyuan also knew that Yifei's high-intensity training of the Jiaolong troops must have some plans, so Li Yunfeng and Duan Tianyuan were very vigilant. Especially Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng had always been very hostile to Yifei, and the two had long had a vendetta, but as the Avatar sect master, the two of them still had a little room for each other. Although the face was completely torn apart, the battle between the realm masters would not be as simple as before. At present, the battle between Yifei and Li Yunfeng is mainly this year's special forces competition. On top of the special forces competition, the results of the Jiaolong troops will be clear at a glance, and whether the Jiaolong troops can win or the Suzaku troops can win, it will determine the results of Yifei and Li Yunfeng as the chief instructors of the special forces in the past few months. The results of his tenure as special forces instructors will determine Yifei and Li Yunfeng's subsequent resumes in the military. As long as Yifei succeeds, then Yifei's resume will have a strong stroke. With Yifei so young age, his future prospects are absolutely unlimited. Even Zhang Jianmo must respect him for 3 points. This is also one of the reasons why Zhang Jianmo came to visit him last time. That is because Zhang Jianmo is optimistic about Yifei's potential and optimistic about Yifei's future development. Therefore, the battle between Yifei and Li Yunfeng was at this special forces competition. Of course, there is also a big mountain in this, that is, Duan Tianyuan. Duan Tianyuan is regarded by many as the god of war of the Yandu military region, because under the leadership of Duan Tianyuan, the Qilin troops have won the special forces competition for 3 consecutive years, and Duan Tianyuan, as the chief instructor, is also a generation of masters. The rumors of Duan Tianyuan, Yifei had long heard of it. Yifei also knew that Duan Tianyuan was powerful, and even more likely to be a more powerful opponent than Li Yunfeng, so Yifei did not underestimate the other party. Therefore, Yifei had been spurring the people of the Jiaolong army to step up their training. Little by little time passed. Finally, it was 3 months away. Yifei led the Jiaolong troops, and finally officially trained for 3 months. Jiaolong Force Base. On the training ground of the Jiaolong troops, at this time, the training ground was silent, and all the people of the Jiaolong troops appeared in front of Yifei, and the members of these Jiaolong troops all looked solemn one by one, and Yifei carefully observed everyone. I saw that the members of the Jiaolong force were all sitting cross-legged at this time. They had just gone through a round of training, and everyone was sweating at this time. However, none of the members of these dragon troops had complained, and their faces were like iron casting, cold, calm, and silent, like a daunting stone statue. Yifei stood in front of everyone, opened his mouth faintly, and said satisfactorily. Chapter 380. Yifei looked at the dragon troops in front of him. Only to see that the people of the Jiaolong army had already changed greatly. Although everyone was covered in sweat, they were all cold and calm, like stone statues, standing silently in front of Yifei's body. Yifei looked at these more than 100 members of the special forces and finally had a feeling of training and accomplishment. The feeling that the people of the Jiaolong force gave Yifei now satisfied him. Although the strength of the previous Jiaolong troops had improved, they were always a little bit worse. And now after Yifei's polishing, it is also completely different, and today's Jiaolong troops are not the kind of rabble-rousers who fight for themselves, but are truly elite. What is the elite on the battlefield? That is, in individual combat, everyone has a strong ability, and when fighting in groups, they can also cooperate with each other and exert their maximum strength and level. At present, the ability of the Jiaolong army to fight alone is obviously not lacking. After all, when Yifei taught them the dragon elephant forging body decision for 3 months, almost 80% of the members of the Jiaolong force had become external martial artists, and there were also many internal martial artists. After that, Yifei had trained their 577 group combat ability many times. The final result did not disappoint Yifei, and the people of the Jiaolong army passed Yifei's test, and the whole was even higher. Hearing Yifei's words, the faces of these Jiaolong army warriors finally had emotions and expressions. Especially the captain Chen Zhen, as well as Wang Yang, Shang Zheng and others were the most excited. Chen General looked at Yifei even more, saluted Yifei with great excitement, and said loudly, "Chief Instructor, thank you. Without you, this year's Jiaolong Special Forces competition is only afraid to won again." Chen General was one of the most effective people in cultivating the dragon elephant forging body determination, and he now had great respect for Yifei, almost like a god. As the captain of the Jiaolong force, Chen General knew very well that if it were not for Yifei, this year's Special Forces competition of the Jiaolong force would only be dangerous. The results of the Jiaolong Troop Special Forces competition in recent years have not been ideal, and as one of the previous signature special forces of the Yandu military region, the soldiers of the Jiaolong Troop are of course extremely unwilling. And Yifei's arrival changed all that. Now everyone in the Jiaolong army felt that they were really getting stronger in the real AHBJ. All this brought by Yifei was indeed extraordinary. The warriors of the Jiaolong army had great expectations for Yifei, and it was precisely because of Yifei's arrival that they gave them confidence. Yifei not only taught these dragon army warriors the dragon elephant forging body decision, but also completely changed them. Chief Instructor Yi. The rest of the Jiaolong army warriors also looked at Yifei with excitement, and their looks of irrepressible excitement were all focused on Yifei's body with great reverence. Yifei smiled. "You have now qualified in training, and you have reached it. Requirements, but far from really excellent. Your next goal is to win the Special Forces tournament, and I look forward to your performance." Quote. Yifei had high demands on the people of the Jiaolong troops. Hearing Yifei say this, the soldiers of the Jiaolong force looked at each other and nodded vigorously. Chen General also smiled. "Chief Instructor, immortal-like figure. Of course, we will feel that we are still far from the excellence in your heart, but we will certainly not disappoint you in this Special Forces competition, and will go all out to win the championship." Quote. That's right. Me too. This time cannot live up to the instructor and win the first. Quote. One by one, the warriors of these dragon troops roared loudly, and their voices were shaking, obviously very thoughtful. Seeing that the morale of the warriors of the Jiaolong army had soared, Yifei also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Very good. The next time you continue to train, the time is still quite abundant, although the fastest improvement period of this dragon elephant forging body determination is the first 3 months, but as long as you work hard to cultivate, you may not have no chance." Quote. Yes, the people of these dragon troops all nodded their heads one after another, and the special soldiers who had always been unruly behaved in front of Yifei were like obedient babies. Yifei looked a little amused, and said, "I recently prepared to go out, leave you alone for the time being, your affairs are under the full responsibility of Li Wen, and it is good to contact me when needed." Quote. Yifei was preparing to go to the Buddha city with Ling Xian, that is, Ling Xian's home. Hearing the news that Yifei was leaving, the people of these dragon troops were naturally a little lost, but in addition to being lost, they could only obey Yifei's orders and nod their heads one after another. Following, Yifei entrusted the affairs of brilliant entertainment to Zhang Minli, and asked Zhang Minli to supervise the filming of the movie, Red Sea Action. In addition, after Yifei also explained some affairs of the Jiaolong troops, he left Yandu with Ling Xian. Yifei planned to leave for about half a month, and also agreed with musician and others in advance. Buddha City. This is the hometown of the martial arts of Xuanwang Kingdom, and many celebrities in the martial arts world, such as the generation of Grandmaster of Man, and the famous Huang Fei Hong, are all from the Buddha City. Therefore, the Buddhist city has a strong atmosphere of martial arts and is regarded by many martial artists as one of the sacred places for martial artists. Buddha City is also one of the places with the most martial artists in the country. Among them, the Ling family can be regarded as a big family in the Buddha City. Ling Xian's father, Ling Yu, is also somewhat famous in the Buddha City. He is a master of the peak of internal strength, and his strength is quite good. Yifei and Ling Xian joined forces to go to the Buddha City. Although the economy of Foshan City is not particularly developed, it is already quite prosperous for ordinary cities in the south. Moreover, the Buddha City relies on Yangcheng, and the economic development is even better. Ling Xian sat in the car, looking at the scenery outside the window, and said with some emotion, "It is good that I have not returned to Buddha City for a long time." Quote. Ling Xian had been following Wu Shen for medical treatment some time ago, and had not returned home for nearly a year. Chapter 381. Hearing Ling Xian sigh, Yi Fei smiled slightly, and said, "Just take this opportunity, you can also stay here for a while." Quote. Ling Xian nodded slightly, looking at the scenery outside the window, feeling closer and closer to her home, and her heart was more relaxed than ever. Yi Fei suddenly smiled and asked, "By the way, do you want to prepare some gifts for your father? After all, it is the first time that the son-in-law will come to the door, so you can't do it empty-handed." Ling Xian's face was slightly red, and she took a sip. What a son-in-law, what nonsense. Although she said this on the surface, she was slightly sweet inside. Ling Xian said softly, "Well, my dad actually doesn't have any other hobbies, he just likes to drink, why don't we send 2 bottles of good wine?" Quote. It's not that simple. Yi Fei smiled, he thought about it, called Zhang Minli, and asked Zhang Minli to take a few bottles of top wine from a friend who was in Yangcheng and send it directly to Yi Fei. To this end, the two delayed for more than an hour. Immediately afterward, the two went straight to Ling Xian's home in Foxi. Under the guidance of Ling Xian, Yi Fei quickly found Ling Xian's home. What surprised Yi Fei was that Ling Xian's home was really a local tycoon, a huge manor house, decorated with Chinese gardens, which was the typical style of Zhangyang gardens, highlighting the owner's good identity and status. Ling Xian's family can be regarded as a top tycoon in the Buddha City. Although it is not comparable to the Yi family, it is absolutely first class in Buddha City. Yi Fei touched his chin, carefully admired the manor house outside, and nodded secretly from time to time. "What do you see?" Ling Xian looked at Yi Fei curiously and blinked. Yi Fei smiled, "I was thinking you turned out to be a little rich woman, I really earned it." Quote. Ling Xian's face was slightly red, and she glanced at Yi Fei whitely. "Yi Fei, this guy is really a bad guy." Yi Fei parked the car, the two arrived at the door of the manor villa, and immediately saw a housekeeper walk out the door and look at Yi Fei and the two of them. The housekeeper was very surprised, said, "Miss, are you back? Lord, these 2 days of mindfulness to talk to you." Yunyang. Seeing the housekeeper, Ling Xian was also very surprised. She smiled and nodded her head, "Is my father at home?" Quote. Although Ling Xian said it in advance when she went home this time, she did not say the specific date, so she came back completely suddenly. The housekeeper named Yunyang smiled and said, "The old man is at home, and you will definitely give him a surprise when you come back this time. Miss, your face seems to be much better than before." Yunyang was obviously very familiar with Ling Xian, and between the two of them, Yunyang looked at Yi Fei again, and suddenly felt a slight chill, and was surprised. Looks a bit familiar. Yi Fei's fame is now increasing day by day, especially after the last interview with reporters, and many people have also seen Yi Fei on the internet or TV interviews, and it is not surprising that they are familiar. Yi Fei smiled slightly and said, "My name is Yi Fei, and I am Shi Yun's boyfriend." Quote. Yi Fei was straightforward. Ling Xian's face was slightly red on the side, but she did not deny it. Yi Fei said that she was Ling Xian's boyfriend, which surprised Yunyang slightly, and she was even more sincerely happy for Ling Xian. Yunyang has been taking care of Ling Xian when she was weak, and the two had a deep feeling. When Yunyang saw that Ling Xian's body seemed to be much better and she had a boyfriend again, she was immediately extremely happy and led the two into the manor. Soon, under the leadership of Yunyang, Yi Fei met Ling Xian's father, Ling Yu. Ling Xian lost her mother at an early age, and was raised by her father from an early age, and there was only one daughter in the family, so she was regarded as the pearl in the palm of Ling father's hand. Yi Fei quickly saw Ling Yu, only to see that Ling Yu was about 50 years old. His sideburns were slightly pale, but he was full of energy. Ling Yu was nearly 1 meter 8 tall, which was considered tall among southerners, and he was very strong due to his regular exercise. Yi Fei was a realm master, his strength was naturally extraordinary, and when he saw Ling Yu, he could feel that the internal strength in Ling Yu's body was also very strong. When Ling Yu saw Yi Fei, he was first shocked, then stunned, and then looked at his precious daughter. Ling Yu carefully looked at Ling Xian's physical condition and found that Ling Xian's appearance was much better than before, which immediately surprised Ling Yu. Ling Yu smiled and said, "Good, Shi Yun, seems that your body is not in serious trouble. I heard Dr. Wu Shen say before, at that time I couldn't believe it, now I know that this is true, too good." Quote. Of course, Ling Yu was extremely excited. After all, his daughter's condition had been alleviated, which was the best news for Ling Yu and the thing that made him the happiest. Ling Yu said to Ling Xian again, "What, don't you introduce me to this person next to me?" Of course, Ling Yu knew Yi Fei, and he also knew that his daughter was in love. It was only because Ling Yu was very curious about Yi Fei and Wu Shenyi's mouth that he wanted to see Yi Fei. Ling Xian smiled slightly, a little ashamed, and said, "Dad, his name is Yi Fei, it's me, boyfriend." Quote. Yi Fei smiled slightly, and looked at himself calmly, "Uncle is good. Me for the first time." Ling Yu nodded, and then his eyes frequently paid attention to Yi Fei, and he said, "I heard Dr. Wu Shen say that you are both medical and martial arts, and even better than him, is it true or false?" Quote. Ling Yu did not know the identity of Yi Fei's sect master, and Wu Shen doctor only praised Yi Fei and did not disclose Yi Fei's specific strength. However, Ling Yu still felt that Yi Fei's strength seemed to be somewhat unpredictable, and even his top internal strength master could not see through it. Yi Fei said, Dr. Wu Shen said with a smile, although the old generation is a person who practices martial arts and has some similar medical skills, but Wu Shen doctor is the real doctor and martial artist, and he does not dare to compare with it. Quote. Yi Fei still had great respect for Wu Shenyi, who was not only a doctor and martial artist but also had a very high personality. Ling Yu nodded, this is right, although this boy is mysterious, it doesn't look like he is more powerful than Wu Shen doctor, it is estimated that there are some special skills. Chapter 382. Ling Yu carefully looked at Yi Fei and found that the boy in front of him was very mysterious, even he couldn't see through it at all. Hearing that Wu Shenyi's evaluation of Yi Fei was so high, Ling Yu subconsciously regarded Yi Fei as a martial arts master. Of course, there was still a gap between the martial arts master and Ling Yu's heart and Yi Fei's strength. After all, Ling Yu was not a realm master, he was just the peak of his inner strength. The master in Ling Yu's eyes was a warrior with great internal strength. Ling Yu guessed that Yi Fei should be a martial artist with great internal strength. After all, according to Wu Shen doctor, Yi Fei was a master of both medicine and martial arts. In Ling Yu's mind, Yi Fei's age to become a martial artist with great internal strength was already a top martial arts genius. Yi Fei didn't know what Ling Yu was thinking, he smiled and gave Ling Yu the gift and wine he had brought. 410. As soon as he saw these bottles of good wine, Ling Yu was in a good mood and smiled, good boy, I have a heart, thank you very much. Quote. Ling Yu's personality was very cheerful, and Yi Fei's impression of his father-in-law was also good. Next, Ling Yu left Yi Fei to live in the Ling family's manor, and Ling Yu took Yi Fei to hang out in the manor, while taking the initiative to enthusiastically introduce him. Ling Yu looked at Yi Fei and said, I'll just call you Xiao Yi, no problem, right? Quote. Yi Fei nodded, my uncle is my elder, of course. Quote. Ling Yu smiled again, Xiao Yi, I see your physique, should also be proficient in martial arts, the strength is quite good, I opened a martial arts hall in the Buddha city, it is also a little famous, do you want to go to see it together? Quote. By the way, Dad, how's your martial arts all now? Ling Xian was also interested. Ling Yu, as a peak martial artist of internal strength, is considered a top martial artist in the Buddha city, and the martial arts hall he opened is called the Ling Clan Martial Arts, which is located in the center of the Buddha city. Hearing Ling Xian's question, Ling Yu replied proudly, at present, in the Buddhist city martial hall, our martial arts hall can be said to be one of the best, and although our Buddhist city is prosperous in martial arts, your father and I still have some skills. Quote. Ling Yu was obviously proud of this. Yifei was also slightly jaw-dropped, and the corners of his mouth were hooked. Buddha flourishes in Foshan is regarded by many warriors as one of the sacred places for domestic warriors. Of course, the Buddha city also has a realm master. But the Transformation Realm Sect Master is a godlike figure. Usually the divine dragon sees the beginning and does not see the end. How can he go to the open martial arts hall to open the boxing gym? Therefore, although the Buddha city has a realm master, it is almost impossible to see. As for Ling Yu, a master of the peak of internal strength, he was already the top master of the Buddha city. In the martial arts hall he opened could be one of the best in the Buddha city, which was also very normal. Let's go to the martial arts hall. Yifei smiled. He was really a little interested in this martial arts hall. After all, Yifei rarely came into contact with people in the martial arts world, and this time he was officially in contact with the martial arts world. Okay, let's go. Seeing Yifei so interested, Ling Yu was immediately overjoyed, and took Yifei and Ling Xian and went straight to the martial arts hall. Yifei was a little strange. He pulled Ling Xian and whispered, why is your father so happy to see that we are going to the martial arts hall? Quote. I think so. Ling Xian's face was slightly red, and she and Yifei sat in the back of the car, and the two whispered in a whisper in case Ling Yu heard it. Ling Xian said softly, my father is such a daughter as me, and he regards his martial arts hall as more important than anything else, presumably because he wants me to inherit the martial arts hall in the future, but unfortunately my health has not been good, so it is estimated that I put my mind on you. Hearing this, Yifei suddenly realized that Ling Yu had cultivated Yifei as a son-in-law, hoping that Yifei could inherit his martial arts family business in the future. Yifei couldn't laugh and finally understood why Ling Yu was so happy. Ling Yu was also not very clear about the background of Yifei's situation, otherwise he would not be able to make such a thing. How could the prince of the Tang Tang Yi family inherit the martial arts? However, Yifei felt that Ling Yu was a very good person, his personality was frank and bold, and he was also good for Yifei. Soon, the group arrived at the martial arts hall. Inside the martial arts hall, as soon as he arrived at the martial arts hall, Ling Yu took Yifei and Ling Xian to the lobby, and Ling Yu gathered his disciples on the side. There are many disciples of Ling Yu, but there are generally two kinds of apprentices at the level of Ling Yu. One is the disciple who has been cultivating since he was a child, usually after more than 10 years of training in martial arts, and his strength is quite good. The other kind of nature is the disciple who learns martial arts halfway to the family. This kind of disciple is the majority, and the strength is uneven zero. As soon as Ling Yu appeared, these disciples all stopped practicing martial arts, and one by one obediently stepped forward, all gathered around Ling Yu. One of the men was Ling Yu's eldest disciple. This man looked like a powerful man. His name was Ren Qi. Ren Qi has followed Ling Yu to learn martial arts since childhood, and his strength is not bad. He is currently a martial artist with internal strength, and he is nearly 30 years old. Ling Yu introduced everyone to Yifei one by one, showing great enthusiasm. After hearing Ling Yu's introduction, Yifei also slightly bowed his head. And Ling Yu asked Ren Qi, Xiaoran, how has the situation in the martial arts hall been in the past 2 days? Quote. As Ling Yu's master, of course, he didn't have to go to the martial arts hall every day, and the affairs of the general martial arts hall were handled by Ren Qi. Ren Qi glanced at Ling Yu and hesitated slightly. Master, everything in our martial arts hall is normal. That is, there are always people from the Hangzhou martial arts hall to provoke these 2 days, and we have lost for 2 consecutive days. Hearing Ren Qi's words, Ling Yu suddenly frowned, not angry and arrogant. What's going on? Didn't we all win the Hangzhou martial arts hall before? Quote. In the Buddhist city, the atmosphere of martial arts is strong, and there are often exchanges of knowledge between the various martial arts halls, which happen almost every day. The Hangzhou martial arts hall is also one of the top 2 martial arts halls in Fo 4.9 city, the same as the Ling Clan martial hall. The 2 martial arts halls are in competition with each other. Yifei listened interestingly. It seemed to be some contentious issues in the martial arts world. Chapter 383. Yifei didn't know much about the internal dispute between the warriors. He just listened to the conversation between Ling Yu and Ren Qi, and he could probably understand a thing or two. Kind of interesting. Ren Qi explained to Ling Yu with a bitter face, Master, before we were able to suppress the Hangzhou martial arts, we could fight a draw even at worst. But lately, the Hangzhou martial arts hall didn't know what was going on, and Chen Moyang's boy seemed to have an adventure, and his strength was actually close to the internal strength, which crushed us. The inner strength is great. Ling Yu raised an eyebrow, and suddenly felt a pang of surprise. Chen Moyang was also a senior disciple of the Hangzhou martial arts hall opposite. He was only a martial artist with little inner strength before, just like Ren Qi. However, it seems that Chen Moyang's strength has grown well recently, and he has been getting stronger and stronger, and his strength is close to that of his internal strength. Chen Moyang was also in his 30s and was in his prime. Although the 30-something years old inner strength Dacheng martial artist could not be compared with Yifei, he was a genius in the eyes of ordinary people. Hearing Ren Qi say this, Ling Yu's face also changed slightly. If you say so, then Chen Moyang is really 12 a bit difficult to deal with. Quote. Ling Yu is a good-looking person. To be precise, he is also a figure with a head and a face in the Buddha city. Of course, he values his face very much. What's more, his Ling Clan martial arts hall and Hangzhou martial arts hall have been competing with each other for many years, and they have always been competing for the position of the first and second martial arts halls in Buddha city, and the 2 sides are originally in a competitive relationship. Now that Ren Qi had said such a situation, he was naturally very concerned. Ling Yu groaned. Since Chen Moyang had become a martial artist close to the inner strength, the competitive balance between the Ling Clan martial arts hall and the Hangzhou martial arts hall would be broken. Especially after Chen Moyang became a martial artist with great internal strength, the younger generation of the Ling Clan martial arts hall had almost no one to restrain him. How did this Chen Moyang suddenly have an adventure? Ling Yu shook his head and sighed, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Yu and Ren Qi, both masters and apprentices, were silent, and both of them stared wide-eyed. Just at this moment, Yifei suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from outside the door. Yifei's hearing was extraordinary, and when he heard this voice, almost no one in the hall reacted. Immediately afterward, along with the sound from far and near, Ling Yu and Ren Qi's 2 masters and apprentices changed their looks slightly. Sure enough, a moment later, a big man who was more than 1 meter and 9 meters tall appeared. This big man was tall, his appearance was quite good, and his appearance was a bit thick. He grinned, looked at Ren Qi, and said loudly, Ren Qi, come out and be beaten. Quote. Behind this big man, there were several men and women dressed in martial arts suits, all of them looking at Ren Qi with a smile and a giggle. Ren Qi saw the situation and his expression changed slightly. This big man was obviously Chen Moyang. Between Chen Moyang and Ren Qi's conversation, he suddenly saw Ling Yu beside Ren Qi, and was surprised. It turns out that the Ling Pavilion Master is also there. The Ling Pavilion Master cannot bully the small with the big. I and Ren Qi brother are just practicing martial arts. Quote. Qin Huayong was not afraid of Ling Yu. After all, the atmosphere of martial arts in the Buddha city is strong, and the major martial arts halls often kick each other off, and there are no rules. In Buddha city, whoever has the biggest fist is the rule. Hearing Qin Huayong say this, Ling Yu frowned slightly, coughed lightly, and said, Qin Wu's old boy has taught a good apprentice, or maybe you guys will compare it, I want to see how strong you really are. Quote. Qin Huayong smiled and said, well, Ren Qi, your boy came up and was beaten. Quote. Ren Qi gritted his teeth, knowing that Qin Huayong was not easy to deal with, but there was a master in front of him, and he could only grit his teeth and play. As a result, Ren Qi and Qin Huayong immediately stood in the ring. Above the ring, Ren Qi and Qin Huayong looked at each other, and the two sides did not hesitate to start a competition. Both of them were taking the path of traditional martial arts, and the proficient boxing and leg techniques were more than one, including Wing Chun and Tan legs, as well as Shapi Quan and 8 Pole Quan. Both Ren Qi and Qin Huayong's martial arts skills were quite solid. After all, learning martial arts for so many years was not in vain. Yi Fei looked at his head slightly, and although the strength of Ren Qi and Qin Huayong was not yet eye-catching in his eyes, they were absolute masters in the eyes of others. Moreover, Yi Fei also saw that Qin Huayong's strength was indeed higher than that of Ren Qi. Ren Qi was almost beaten by the pressure. Within 10 minutes, Ren Qi was beaten to the point where his nose was blue and his face was swollen, he was full of sweat, and there were several wounds on his body, which were not lightly beaten. Boom. As Ren Qi was thrown out of the ring, Qin Huayong's victory was announced. Qin Huayong won the victory. He was obviously a little satisfied. He grinned and said loudly, Master Ling, although Ren Qi's strength is good, but he has been stuck in the internal strength for 2 or 3 years, I see that he can hardly hope for the inner strength in this life, and your disciple has not taught well. Quote. Qin Huayong was obviously a bit mocking. Hearing Qin Huayong say this, Ling Yu's face was as black as the bottom of the pot. After all, Ren Qi was his closest disciple. Seeing the proud disciple being beaten like this, and then hearing Qin Huayong's mocking words, Ling Yu was of course extremely angry. Ling Yu was depressed in his heart, and Ling Xian looked at Yi Fei beside him, as if showing a bit of help. Yi Fei saw Ling Xian's expression. He also knew Ling Xian's mood. Yi Fei immediately decided to help Ling Yu. He then stepped forward 993 and said loudly, wait. Quote. Qin Huayong was preparing to jump out of the ring at this time. He heard Yi Fei make a sound. His footsteps were slightly slight. He turned around and looked back, and when he saw Yi Fei, he grinned. What's wrong? Quote. Yi Fei said lightly, Qin Huayong is right. I am also a member of the Ling clan martial arts, and I want to challenge you. Quote. You, challenge me. When Qin Huayong heard this, he immediately smiled. And Ling Yu's eyes lit up. He knew that Yi Fei was powerful. As for the others, they all looked at Yi Fei inexplicably. Where did this boy come from? Chapter 384. Qin Huayong was a little dismissive of Yi Fei. He looked at Yi Fei, skimmed his lips, and said loudly, you want to challenge me? You said you were from the Ling clan martial arts. Why haven't I seen you before? Quote. Hearing Qin Huayong say this, Yi Fei smiled lightly. I just came back from the field and officially joined the Ling clan martial arts hall today. Quote. Qin Huayong was a little suspicious. He looked at Yi Fei, then at Ling Yu, and said, Master Ling, this boy won't be the helper you found, right? I said that you have to find a decent helper too. This boy looks weak and can't help the wind. I'm afraid I can't beat it at all. Quote. Qin Huayong obviously had some disdain for Yi Fei. It is no wonder that Yi Fei does look very ordinary, although his appearance is very handsome, but his figure is not so big, and although Yi Fei's height is good, his body is a relatively symmetrical kind. In the eyes of Qin Huayong's heavyweight martial arts practitioners, it is simply not worth mentioning. Ling Yu listened to Qin Huayong say this. He looked at Yi Fei with a little worry. After all, he had never seen Yi Fei shoot. Just now Ren Qi had been beaten to the nose and Blue Face had been sent to the hospital. Ling Yu did not want Yi Fei to have any more accidents. After all, Yi Fei was his son-in-law, and if his daughter was not happy, it would be trouble. Thinking of this, Ling Yu opened his mouth, wanting to end this competition. However, at this time, Yi Fei jumped straight into the competition ring. Yi Fei jumped into this league, and at first glance, he had a foundation in martial arts and a certain level of martial strength. Moreover, Yi Fei looked extremely relaxed. He ticked his finger at Qin Huayong and said lightly, come on. Quote. When Qin Huayong saw this, his face suddenly became solemn, and he realized that Yi Fei was at least a master of internal strength, but what kind of strength Yi Fei was, he could not judge for the time being. Seeing the situation, the martial artists of the Hangzhou martial arts hall behind Qin Huayong were also silent. One by one, they did not dare to speak, and all of them watched with bated breath. Qin Huayong stared at Yi Fei tightly, and he said, then I'm not welcome. Boy, you are looking for death. Quote. Between words, Qin Huayong had already moved, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, and rushed directly at Yi Fei. As soon as Qin Huayong moved, he saw that the top of this ring shook violently, and his movement moves were extremely rapid, and he rushed straight towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei squinted his eyes slightly, and he also noticed the change in the situation. However, although Qin Huayong's movements were fast and fierce, in Yi Fei's eyes, they were like slow-motion replays, very ordinary. After all, after reaching the level of the realm master, the realm was already completely different. Even Ling Yu, a master of the peak of internal strength, was like a child in his eyes, not to mention that Qin Huayong was only a great internal strength. Although Qin Huayong's strength was good, it was still much worse than Yi Fei. The two were completely different. Qin Huayong struck Yi Fei with one blow, and Yi Fei did not dodge or dodge, directly bearing this slap. Boom. Just listening to a sound, Yi Fei stood still in place. His whole body was intense, easily blocking Qin Huayong's blow, and there was nothing unusual on his body. On the other hand, Qin Huayong's blow hit Yi Fei's body, made him take 5 or 6 steps back. Qin Huayong only felt that his all-out blow seemed to hit the iron plate, making him feel that his arm was numb and his whole body was trembling. Qin Huayong's eyes flashed a touch of shock. Yi Fei's strength was really a bit shocking. You must know that Qin Huayong's all-out attack is already a master close to the internal strength, and even a martial artist of Ling Yu and his master's level must deal with it. But Yi Fei did not dodge, and took this punch from him hard, making him be recoiled. This, Qin Huayong immediately felt a strong shock. Not only Qin Huayong, but also the others around Qin Huayong, even Ling Yu looked thoughtfully at Yi Fei. Ling Yu's first reaction was that Yi Fei's strength was superior, and then he thought about it. It seemed that a master who was proficient in horizontal kung fu could also do this. Hang Gong Gong is a kung fu that specializes in exercising one's body. Horizontal practice of kung fu pays attention to strengthening the body, similar to the golden bell hood, iron cloth shirt and other foreign kung fu, and this kind of kung fu is practiced to the extreme, can resist the sword in the flesh, strong and matchless. Seeing that Yi Fei had received Qin Huayong's palm head-on, Ling Yu suspected that Yi Fei had specially cultivated Hang Kung Fu. Ling Yu was still suspicious in his heart, and at this time, Yi Fei took the initiative to attack. He just made a simple move, only to see Yi Fei's punch provoked. His punch was as fast as lightning, and he actually pounced directly on Qin Huayong's left shoulder. Qin Huayong had no time to react, he only felt that there seemed to be 1,000 Jun forces on his shoulders, and he couldn't stop it. In an instant, Qin Huayong was punched by Yi Fei and flew away, directly rolling down the ring. At the same time, Qin Huayong could not withstand the huge force, and he felt a sweetness in his chest and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Burst. Qin Huayong fell to the ground and vomited blood, looking weak. For a moment, there was silence. Except for Ling Xian, who knew Yifei's strength, no one else knew Yifei's specific strength, only to see that Yifei's understated punch had actually defeated Qin Moyang, and all of them looked at Yifei in disbelief and felt incredible. And Ling Yu did have some psychological preparations, he was overjoyed, and said loudly, "D good boy, great, did not disappoint me." Quote. The more Ling Yu looked at Yifei, the more satisfied he became, and he was indeed a young hero. At the same time, Ling Yu secretly guessed in his heart that Yifei's strength could defeat Qin Moyang with one punch, even the martial artist with great internal strength could not do it, it should be a martial artist with a peak of internal strength, and his own strength was also comparable to Li Qian's. Such a young master of inner strength. Ling Yu was a little shocked, his son-in-law was actually a master of the peak of internal strength, no wonder even Wu Shen Doctor praised him. Yifei easily defeated Qin Moyang and then retreated from the ring. Chapter 385. Yifei easily defeated Qin Moyang, which immediately made Qin Moyang and the people around him all change color. One by one, they were all dejected, all side and side, and they all looked at Yifei in horror, knowing that Yifei's strength was quite terrible. Qin Moyang and the others were all disciples of the Hangzhou martial arts. They only knew that the Ling Clan martial arts hall had Ren Qi, an internal strength master, but now that they saw Yifei, they knew that the Ling Clan martial arts hall did not know when such an unfathomable figure had come. The most terrifying thing was that Yifei's age was still so young, and his age was much younger than Qin Moyang. Qin Moyang was supported by the master and disciple next to him. He stared at Yifei. Qin Moyang stared wide-eyed and said, "My skills are not as good as people, I am obedient." "Brother, what's your name?" Quote. Warriors are respected for their strength, and in the case of their peers, the strong are often revered as brothers. Qin Moyang wanted to know Yifei's name. Yifei smiled lightly and said, "You don't deserve to know my name, so let's ask me after you have become an internal strength master." Quote. Of course, Yifei looked down on Qin Moyang. Just now, Yifei didn't even warm up, just an easy blow, let Qin Moyang be knocked out of the ring. Seeing Yifei say this, Qin Moyang was of course a little unconvinced. He glanced at Yifei, and then indignantly looked at the people around him who were supporting him. "Let's go." Quote. 387 Qin Moyang was helped away by his disciples around him. Qin Moyang slipped away, and Ling Yu and Yifei didn't stop it. After all, this was just a normal exchange between martial artists after all. Seeing the situation, Yifei smiled and looked at Ling Yu beside him, slowly stepped off the stage, and said, "Uncle, fortunately not to dishonor your life." Quote. Ling Yu laughed heartily, and then he relaxed his heart and smiled. "Good, good. Shi Yun's vision is really good. Xiao Yi, your ability is really powerful. I'm afraid it's better than me." Quote. Ling Yu smiled with great satisfaction. Hearing Ling Yu say this, Ling Xian's cheeks were also slightly red, and her face was slightly red, but her heart was sweet. Yifei's performance was indeed praiseworthy, especially to Ling Yu's surprise. At this point, Qin Moyang came to challenge this matter, but he solved it, and it was easily solved. Yifei could guarantee that Qin Moyang would never dare to easily come back to the Ling Clan martial arts hall to challenge him next. Next, Ling Yu introduced Yifei to the other disciples, learned Yifei's identity, and saw the strength that Yifei had just shown, and these disciples all respected Yifei one by one. After all, Yifei's performance really conquered them. However, some other disciples of Ling Yu said, "Master, just now Master Yi defeated Qin Moyang. I see that Qin Moyang is not willing, maybe Qin Wu will come." "Yes, Master, Qin Moyang was not lightly injured just now." Other disciples echoed the Tao. Ling Yu waved his hand and said, "No problem, Qin Wu's old boy will come when he comes." Ling Yu explained to Yifei again, "Qin Wu is the director of the Hangzhou Martial Arts Hall. He is Qin Moyang's father. Qin Moyang is not only his disciple, but also his righteous son. You just injured Qin Moyang. Qin Wu's old boy will definitely come to you for trouble." Quote. "But don't worry, you're Shi Yun's boyfriend and my future son-in-law Ling Yu, and I won't let people bully you." Ling Yu patted Yifei's shoulder and said, "Dad," Ling Xian said with some disgust, as if dissatisfied. Seeing that her daughter was a little shy, Ling Yu smiled and said, "Well, let's not talk about this. Xiao Yi, I'll take you around this martial arts hall again." "Okay, BCDJ," Yifei agreed with a mouthful. Next, Ling Yu took Yifei around this Ling Clan martial hall, and it could be seen that Ling Yu really had the idea of letting Yifei take over the Ling Clan martial hall, so he was also very concerned about Yifei. After all, although he was very interested in the affairs of the martial arts world, the Ling martial arts hall was in the Buddhist city after all, and it was impossible for him to take over the Ling Clan martial arts, but it was okay to let Yifei instruct several disciples of the Ling Clan martial arts hall and teach the future successor of the Ling Clan martial arts. Ling Yu didn't know Yifei's thoughts, but he was excited to introduce Yifei while knocking on the side to ask about Yifei's strength, martial arts master, and so on. Yifei also smiled and dealt with them one by one, and Yifei did not say much about some specific things involving his secrets. Yifei chatted with Ling Yu while strolling around the Ling Clan martial arts. Not to mention, the Ling Clan martial arts hall occupies a large area, and all the facilities inside are complete, which is a very large comprehensive martial arts hall. Ling Yu was ready to leave Yifei to eat at the martial arts hall, and Ling Xian was in a particularly good mood when she saw her father and Yifei chatting like this. Just as Ling Yu was preparing to eat with Yifei and Ling Xian, Ling Yu's disciples came to report again, "Master, Qin Wu is here. Qin Wu came with the people from the Hangzhou martial arts hall, and he wanted to see you and brother Yi by name." Quote. Ling Yu stood up with a slight frown on his brow, and said, "Qin Wu, this old boy, has indeed come. Xiao Yi, let's go see Qin Wu together." Quote. "Well, I also want to see what level Qin Moyang's master really is." Yifei smiled and was very calm. Seeing this, Ling Yu waved his hand, he and Yifei got up together, and the two of them walked out of this room and went directly to the reception hall of the martial hall. In the reception hall of the martial arts hall, I only saw a row of people standing in the lobby, all dressed in martial arts uniforms, and the words, "Hangzhou," were written on the martial arts uniforms, proving that these people were all Hangzhou martial arts people. Yifei narrowed his eyes slightly, and he found that these people were basically the strength of the external strength martial artists or above, and several of them were internal martial artists. As for the middle, there is an old man, the strongest. Chapter 386. Yifei glanced at the old man in the middle, knowing that this old man was probably Qin Wu. Saying that it was an old man, in fact, this person was probably more than 50 years old, with two white sideburns, full of spirits, full of red light. He looked directly at Yifei, and his brow was slightly wrinkled. Yifei could perceive with his current perception ability that although this old man was more than half 100 years old, his physical condition was quite good, and judging from his heartbeat and reaction, the old man's physical condition was even stronger than that of some martial artists in their 30s. The old man stared at Yifei and said coldly, "Boy, did you hurt me, apprentice?" Quote. "Qin Wu, it's a shame that you actually came out for your apprentice." Ling Yu took a step forward at this time and said lightly, "In our Buddhist city, martial artists have won and lost against each other, and this is also the rule. Do you lose and still admit it? Joke." Quote. Ling Yu sneered and he said aloud. Qin Wu narrowed his eyes, he was not afraid of Ling Yu, and sneered, "Ling Yu, you are less to mix. Don't think I don't know, this boy is not your disciple at all, he is not a Buddhist city. Since you are not a Buddhist city person, it does not apply to the rules of our Buddhist city." Quote. "I don't care what this boy has to do with you, but since he injured my apprentice and injured my righteous son, today I must give Qin Moyang a breath." Qin Wu said coldly, even if you invite several other martial arts practitioners to come today, I am still saying this, I just wanted justice. Quote. Hearing Qin Wu say this, Ling Yu suddenly stopped speaking. Although Qin Wu's words were strong and unreasonable, it was still difficult to pick out faults on the surface. After all, Yifei was really not a martial artist of the Martial Arts Association, nor was he a member of the Buddha City, and on the surface it really did not apply to the rules of the Buddha City. After all, there are many traditional martial artists here, and as long as they act within the rules, it is reasonable. Qin Wu stared at Yifei tightly, and his voice was cold. Boy, I don't care who you are, and I don't care where you come from. If you dare to hurt my apprentice today, then you must give me an explanation. Quote. Between Qin Wu's words, he slowly stood up, and around Qin Wu's body, the power of internal strength exploded out, and this strong stream of internal strength unfolded at the same time, and the power was unmatched and shocking. The strength that Qin Wu showed was indeed a martial artist with the peak of internal strength. The peak of internal strength was almost the strongest that ordinary martial artists could touch. Yifei bowed his head slightly, and sure enough, he was worthy of the Buddha City, and there were many martial artists with peak internal strength. Unfortunately, after all, he is not a martial arts master. Yifei glanced at Qin Wu, shook his head, and said, I didn't want to do anything with you, lest someone say that I don't respect the elderly, but since you want to fight, I will accompany you. Quote. Between words, Yifei also slowly stood up. Seeing that Yifei's expression had not changed in the slightest, and he calmly responded to the battle, Qin Wu's brow frowned slightly because this was different from the panicked look he imagined Yifei. When Qin Wu had not yet seen Yifei, he was still a little wary and worried. After all, he had also heard his apprentice Qin Moyang say that Yifei had defeated him with one blow. What kind of strength would someone who could defeat Qin Moyang in one blow be? Qin Wu was still a little uneasy in his heart, but the moment he really saw Yifei, Qin Wu was immediately relieved. Because Qin Wu found that Yifei was really too young. On the surface, Yifei was just in his 20s. A teenager in his 20s, what strength can he have? Even if it is a great internal strength, it is also a top martial arts genius. It's just that the martial artist with great inner strength is still too far behind him. Qin Wu concluded that Yifei's strength must also be around the internal strength, at most he had mastered some secret methods, and no matter how strong his strength was, he could not be compared with him. Therefore, after Qin Wu firmly grasped this point, he decided to try it with Yifei and teach Yifei a lesson fiercely. But now seeing Yifei so calm, Qin Wu immediately had some doubts. What's going on here? Could it be that this boy is mysterious? Anyway, no matter what, the warrior battle is always the strength of the respect, a moment will make him cry. Qin Wu sneered and prepared to move towards Yifei. Qin Wu sneered, the little boy is looking for death. I don't know who your martial arts master is, but I will teach you a lesson for your master today. Quote. Ask for flowers. Between words, Qin Wu took the lead in action, directly towards Yifei, taking a step forward, and his strength was amazing. Only to see the momentum of Qin Wu's body reveal, his internal strength exploded, and in an instant, Yifei felt that the internal strength of Qin Wu's body was like flowing water, and the vast power of this internal strength made him feel it was like a river. The rushing internal strength made Yifei squint his eyes slightly, and he noticed the momentum that could not be underestimated on Qin Wu's body. Qin Wu constantly gathered his own momentum and internal strength, and even formed a small tornado around him, and the strong air current rolled up, which was daunting. Yifei noticed Qin Wu's movements, and he didn't panic at all, just smiled faintly. But apart from Yifei, including Ling Yu, Ling Xian, and the disciples of the martial arts halls on both sides were all nervous, and they all felt the same pressure as Yu Wan, which was the pressure from the peak martial artist of internal strength. The inner strength peak martial artist was indeed not joking, the strength of this move was intimidating, full of powerful power. And Qin Wu has been at the peak of internal strength for many years, and he can also be regarded as an experienced internal strength peak martial artist and an absolute master. Such a master, even Ling Yu must be cautious. If he is not careful, he will be caught by the other party, and it is easy to fall into passivity. Because the master overshoots, the mistake is a millimeter, and the loss is 1,000 miles. Of course, Ling Yu understood this truth, and he believed that Yifei would definitely understand it. But Yifei's performance made him a little confused. Why was Yifei so calm? He didn't seem to be worried at all. Chapter 387. Qin Wu's internal strength exploded, rolling up an explosive stream of air and attacking Yifei. At the same time, Yifei also felt this explosive force. Above the ring, the entire ring was even a little shaky. Seeing this scene, everyone noticed the terrifying power of Qin Wu's whole body, and the shock was incomparable. Qin Wu is worthy of being a powerful martial artist at the peak of his internal strength, and his strength cannot be underestimated, is indeed strong enough. In the face of Qin Wu's fierce attack, Yifei was still very calm, and even did not dodge, allowing Qin Wu to launch an offensive. In fact, Qin Wu's attack was like a storm, coming in an instant. In the face of Qin Wu's attack, Yifei only retreated slightly, and Qin Wu's fists and feet were all unable to hit Yifei, and Yifei easily dodged it. Qin Wu pressed forward step by step, launching fierce attacks on Yifei's 7-9-3s, again and again, but all of them were evaded by Yifei lightly. Qin Wu's attack was extremely fierce in the eyes of outsiders, and even Qin Wu himself did not leave his hand at all, directly attacking Yifei with all his might. Every punch and every slap of Qin Wu had no power to contain. Because Qin Wu himself was also very clear, Yifei's strength was absolutely quite good, and being able to kill his own disciple Qin Moyang with one blow was enough to show that Yifei was also a master. Although Qin Wu decided that Yifei's strength should be inferior to his own, he also went all out and did not give Yifei any space. Qin Wu wanted to solve this battle as soon as possible. As for Yifei, facing Qin Wu's attack, he was very interested. In fact, Yifei was really a little curious about Qin Wu's strength. After all, Qin Wu was the director of the Hangzhou Martial Arts Hall, and his strength could largely see the martial arts level of the Buddha City. After all, when Yifei came to Buddha City this time, he was not simply accompanying Ling Xian. Buddha City is a sacred place in the martial arts world. Yifei wanted to have a discussion with the masters of the martial arts world here to promote the progress and growth of his own strength, and then Yifei and Li Yunfeng would have a fierce battle sooner or later, and then Yifei would have an advantage. But, although this Qin Wu in front of him had good strength, it still disappointed Yifei. Sure enough, the gap in strength between the martial arts master and the ordinary martial artist was still too big. For example, this Qin Wu, although Qin Wu's offensive was fierce, in the eyes of outsiders, his attack was incomparably fierce, even like a storm, so fierce that people could not breathe. But in Yifei's eyes, it was like a slow-motion replay. Yifei walked idly and could easily dodge. That is the case now. The two had only been fighting for a minute or two, and Qin Wu's offensive had been incessant, and he had never stopped. However, Qin Wu had gradually sensed that something was wrong, because in this 2-minute time, a master with enough inner strength to peak his strength had punched out his legs hundreds of times. However, in the midst of these hundreds of punching attacks, Yifei easily dodged the attack, and no matter how Qin Wu attacked and changed, Yifei easily dodged it. Even when he saw that Qin Wu was about to hit Yifei, every time at this time, Yifei was on the relaxed side of his body, and he dodged the key point, making Qin Wu have a feeling of punching into the soft cotton, and he couldn't lift his strength at all. The more Qin Wu fought, the more frightened he became, and he secretly felt that his heart was pounding, and he was confused about Yifei's shock. And Ling Yu was also secretly wondering when he saw it off stage, and he was also confused and very surprised at the same time. What is the situation? Ling Yu whispered to himself. Of course, he also saw that something was wrong. Looking at Yifei's performance, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Ling Yu was well aware of Qin Wu's strength. Qin Wu's strength was even more than his in Bozhong, and even Qin Wu's actual combat experience was even stronger. Therefore, although Ling Yu was not afraid of Qin Wu, he still recognized Qin Wu's strength. But now, what's going on? Qin Wu punched hundreds of times, but he couldn't even hit Yifei, let alone hurt him. Ling Yu only felt strange. Qin Wu was in the ring, he was very unconvinced, he gave a low sigh, accelerated the speed and strength of his punches, and attacked Yifei even more fiercely. And Yifei has the corner of his mouth to evoke a smile, he is even in the mood to joke, the expression is even more relaxed, on this ring easy to write. No matter how Qin Wu attacked, he dodged one by one. Yifei dodged easily and with ease. Yifei's attack, no matter how fierce, was difficult to reach his body. Even Qin Wu couldn't even touch the corners of his clothes. The crowd around them was even more so. One by one, their mouths were wide open, one by one was amazed, all looking at this scene in doubt. This scene was even beyond their cognitive scope. Qin Wu was the peak of his strength in the hall, how could he not even touch the corners of Yifei's clothes? This leaf flies. At first, seeing Qin Wu's amazing momentum, the disciples of the Hangzhou Martial Arts Hall were also deeply shocked and encouraged, thinking that Master could easily win the victory, beating Yifei to the point of bruising his nose and swollen face, and fiercely teaching Yifei a lesson. But now, they were all stunned, completely afraid to imagine the scene in front of them. Moreover, with the ferocity of Qin Wu's punch attack, it was even more extremely draining of Qin Wu's physical strength, and Qin Wu's maintenance of such a high-intensity attack was also very consuming. However, Qin Wu's terrorist offensive did not have any effect, but on the contrary, it was constantly increasing his consumption, and even Yifei could see that Qin Wu was already sweating profusely at this moment. Although as an internal martial artist, his physical strength was also enough to support Qin Wu for a long time to fight, but Qin Wu's consumption was indeed not low. But Yifei was impatient. He retreated and shook his head slightly. Forget it, don't play with you, 2.0 internal strength peak only, nothing to see. Quote, comma. With that, Yifei acted. He's still just slapping it. Chapter 388. Only to see Yifei's palm slap. Along with Yifei's palm, it also rolled up a gust of wind, and this palm was aimed at Qin Wu's heart. Qin Wu was shocked, knowing that this was Yifei's first shot. His heart was surprised, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat. But when he was retreating, Qin Wu suddenly found a problem. That is, no matter how he retreated, Yifei's palm was like a maggot of the tarsal bone, always sticking to the key parts of his body and imprinting on his body. There is no way to avoid it. No matter how Qin Wu tried to dodge, it was to no avail. Yifei's attack was so simple, it was an easy slap. Qin Wu couldn't dodge it, and a sense of despair surged in his heart, and as he faced this terrible blow, the despair in his heart sprang up. Boom! This palm finally landed firmly on Qin Wu's heart. Immediately afterward, I saw Qin Wu fly out backwards. The whole person was like a kite with a broken line, flying backwards for a distance of 3 or 5 meters, and then 15 heavy falls to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person's lip became weak. This palm is so powerful. The power of the horror made Qin Wu spit blood one after another, and he felt several fractures in his sternum. At the same time, his face was even darker and unbearable. Yifei only had one blow to make Qin Wu fall to the ground and be seriously injured, which was really amazing. And what was even more shocking was that Qin Wu found that although he was seriously injured, he was not fatal. You must know that Qin Wu has just suffered a heavy blow to his heart, and if it is replaced by a blow from other martial artists with peak internal strength, hitting Qin Wu's heart mouth will definitely put Qin Wu's life in danger, and Qin Wu will inevitably suffer a heavy blow. But Yifei's blow just now, although it made his sternum fracture and the pain was extreme, Qin Wu's heart part was not too damaged, that is to say, Yifei left his hand. When Qin Wu thought of this, cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead and body. Because Qin Wu suddenly found that Yifei's battle with him was like he was teasing him all the time, but because of his excitement, he didn't give his full strength. So horrible. The more he thought about the battle just now, the more Qin Wu's heart jumped. First Yifei dodged almost all of his attacks, then Yifei's relaxed counterattack just now, that suffocating sense of oppression, let Qin Wu finally perceive a fact. That is, Yifei's strength was far stronger than his, just like an adult playing with children. All along, Yifei hadn't been serious. This handsome teenager in front of him was actually stronger than him. So, the strength of this teenager. Realm Master. Qin Wu had actually already thought of this possibility in his heart, but he had always been reluctant to admit it, and now he had obviously confirmed his speculation. Thinking of this, Qin Wu struggled to get up. At the same time, those disciples of the Hangzhou Martial Arts Hall behind Qin Wu also stepped forward, and they only woke up like a dream, and they all supported Qin Wu and looked at Yifei angrily. Boy, don't be complacent. What despicable means did you use just now to win over our master? Boy from the field, we are masters of the Buddha city, and masters only in poor shape today, don't think you won. These disciples of Qin Wu were obviously incredulous about Qin Wu's failure. After all, Qin Wu was their master, and they were also quite aware of Qin Wu's strength. Qin Wu's strength was absolutely terrifying. Among the many martial artists in the Buddha city, as long as the Transformation Realm Sect Master did not come out, Qin Wu's strength was enough to rank in the top 3. Yifei heard the clamor of Qin Wu's disciples, and the corners of his mouth drew a smile, and he didn't speak, just glanced at Qin Wu. When Qin Wu heard his disciples' tongues, he suddenly changed his look, refused the disciples' support, and drank with all his strength. You all shut me up. Quote. Qin Wu stopped drinking, making these tumultuous disciples all quiet. After Qin Wu reprimanded the disciples, he bowed deeply to Yifei and hugged his fist, saying, Old Decadence doesn't know that it is the sect master in person. He is really reckless, and he has no intention of colliding with the sect master under the circumstances, and also asks the sect master to forgive his sins. Quote. As soon as Qin Wu said this, there was a sudden silence around him. Master. Hearing Qin Wu's address to Yifei, Qin Wu's disciples were all stunned. Not only Qin Wu's disciples were stunned, but even Ling Yu was stunned, but also the disciples of the Ling Clan Martial Arts Hall also stood still on the spot, looking at Yifei one by one with unbelievable eyes. Grandmaster, Transformation Master. In the martial arts world, the Transformation Realm Master is a legendary existence like a divine dragon, and ordinary people have only heard of it but have never seen it. Because the Realm Masters are so rare, and almost every Transformation Realm Sect Master is a martial legend. But Yifei, it was actually the Transformation Realm Master. Look at Yifei's youth, how old is this? That is, in his early 20s. At such a young age, he was already a Realm Master, which was really shocking. The Realm Transformation Sect Master was indeed very rare, and such a young Transformation Realm Sect Master was even more unheard of, never heard of. Ling Yu stood still on the spot, and at this time he recalled every sentence that Wu Shen Doctor had said to him about E387 Fei, and then carefully recalled Wu Shen Doctor's praise for Yifei, saying that Yifei was a doctor and martial artist, and that he was a strange person in the world. Only then did Ling Yu understand the meaning of Wu Shen's words. Ling Yu looked at Yifei, only to see Qin Wu bowing and apologizing in remorse. Yifei just nodded, he did not show too much. However, Chinwu was granted amnesty, and his attitude was even more respectful. He said, "Dare to ask the sect master's honorific surname." Quote, "Surname Yi," Yifei said lightly. "Master Yi," the old man apologized again. "Today I was reckless, my apprentice was also too reckless, and even ran into the Grand Master, and when he was healed, I let the boy come to the door to apologize to the Grand Master the first time." Qin Wulian said that his attitude had changed drastically. Chapter 389. Qin Wu's attitude toward Yifei changed drastically, and he apologized to Yifei one after another, with an extremely low posture and a look of remorse. Seeing the situation, Yifei only slightly bowed his head, indicating that he understood. Of course, Yifei did not have the intention of arguing with Qin Wu. Qin Wu was worried and uneasy in his heart. He never expected that Yifei was actually a realm transformation master. Among the warriors, there is a saying called the Grand Master Rulong, which means that the transformation realm Grand Master is like the 9 heavenly dragons high above and cannot be offended. The guru cannot be disgraced. If you offend the transformation realm master, it is a dead word for ordinary martial artists. Therefore, Qin Wu did not dare to make a mistake for Yifei at all, and obeyed his words, lest Yifei be calculating, otherwise he would not be able to say anything about him, and the entire Hangzhou Martial Arts Hall would only be doomed. Although the Hangzhou Martial Arts Hall had stood in the Buddha city for decades and was a first-class martial arts hall in the Buddha city, in front of Yifei, the transformation realm master, it could be extinguished if it was destroyed. In the entire Hangzhou martial arts, who was Yifei's enemy? Therefore, Qin Wu's posture was extremely low, and at the same time, he was also remorseful in his heart and recognized the situation. Such a young master, Qin Wu had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. Of course, he was even more aware of the status of the realm master in the martial arts world, let alone a realm master who was so young. Yifei's future status was absolutely unique in the martial arts world, and such a young realm master might even impact the legendary divine realm. Qin Wu secretly glanced at Ling Yu again, knowing that Ling Yu and Yifei were not shallow. Qin Wu sighed in his heart. Ling Yu and this Yi sect master had a deep relationship, so it was foreseeable that in the future among the martial arts halls in the Buddha city, the number one must be the Ling Clan Martial Hall, and it was absolutely difficult for other martial arts halls to compete with it. With the Ling Clan Martial Arts Hall of the realm master, who can provoke it? Qin Wu was pleased and sincerely complied, and apologized to Yifei one after another. And Yifei also looked indifferent, waved a big hand, ignored Qin Wu, and said, "Disperse." Quote, Yes, Master Yi, I understand that I will never dare to harass Master Yi again." Qin Wulian nodded and led his disciples all to retreat. Hearing Qin Wu say this, the Qin Wu disciples at the scene were also all gray and slippery to help Qin Wu leave. Soon, all the people in the Hangzhou Martial Arts Hall left in ashes. These people in the Hangzhou Martial Arts Hall left, and Yifei showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He turned to Ling Yu and said, "Uncle Ling, it seems that Qin Wu will not offend the Ling Clan Martial Arts Hall again in the future." Quote, "Good boy, you are." Ling Yu was shocked and excited again. His heart was shaking and he was overwhelmed with emotion. Master of the realm, Ling Yu had also lived half a lifetime, but he had never seen the transformation realm master. He had only heard about it. And now he suddenly learned that his son-in-law was actually Master Jing. Thinking about it all shocked Ling Yu. Ling Yu's heart shook, and he was very surprised. Yifei smiled. "I thought Uncle Ling knew my strength." Yifei's words were true. He thought that Ling Yu knew his own strength, who had thought that Wu Shen Doctor did not have a specific explanation for Ling Yu, causing Ling Yu to think that Yifei was just a martial artist with great internal strength. It was all a misunderstanding. When Ling Yu heard Yifei say this, he sighed and said, "Young master, it is simply a myth." Quote, Ling Yu looked at Yifei with some complicated looks, surprised and incredulous, and seemed to be a little lost. Of course, Ling Yu's surprise was because of Yifei's strength as a realm master, and being able to contact and know a realm sect master was already a great honor for a martial artist, not to mention that Yifei's relationship with him was particularly delicate and he was his daughter's boyfriend. As for the loss, of course, Ling Yu also had it. Looking at Yifei's age, he was already a realm master at such a young age, and thinking about himself, an indescribable feeling in Ling Yu's heart suddenly appeared. What's more, Ling Yu originally wanted Yifei to inherit his martial arts hall, but now Yifei's performance was obviously out of touch with the martial arts hall. Where would a Huijing sect master go to the martial arts hall to teach his disciples? Ling Yu looked at Yifei with mixed feelings. Ling Yu was still like this, and those disciples around Ling Yu were even more so, only to see the disciples around Ling Yu looking at Yifei, and one by one they all respected Yifei as a god, and looked at Yifei with a very shocked look. Compared to the relationship between Ling Yu and Yifei, these Ling Yu disciples were really shocked. After all, Yifei was about the same age as them, even younger than the age of many of them, and was actually a realm master. Seeing that Ling Yu's disciples were all immersed in shock one by one, Yifei looked at Ling Yu with a smile and said, "Uncle Ling, let's borrow a step to speak." Quote, "Well, this is not the place to dock." Ling Yu nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, he let his disciples all disperse. The Ling Clan Martial Arts Hall is also temporarily closed today. After closing the museum, these disciples all dispersed, leaving only Ling Yu, Yifei and Ling Xian. Yifei asked, "Uncle Ling, in fact, I came to Buddha City this time, and another purpose was to meet the real martial arts masters of Buddha City for a while, so as to accumulate practical combat experience." Quote, after Yifei became the transformation realm master, he really rarely made a move. The only time he faced the transformation realm sect master head-on was also the brief confrontation between Yifei and Li Yunfeng. Yifei's purpose this time was also to accumulate practical combat experience. "So I also want to ask Uncle Ling if you know any of the transformation realm masters in the Buddha City, and I want to visit them." Yifei said his purpose. Of course, the Buddha City has a Huijing sect master, but the Huijing sect master Divine Dragon sees the beginning and does not see the end, and it is usually too difficult to see. Hearing Yifei say this, Ling Yu's eyes lit up as he thought about it, and he continued, "There really is a realm transformation master." Chapter 390. Ling Yu said, "There really is such a realm master." Ling Yu's eyes lit up, as if he remembered something. He smiled and said, "But I also heard about it, I have never seen it." Quote, the transformation realm sect master had always been a divine dragon who saw the head and did not see the end. Even Ling Yu had only heard about it, but indeed had never seen it. Hearing Ling Yu say this, Yifei only smiled slightly. "I don't know where that realm transformation sect master is." Quote, Jinyuan Temple. Ling Yu pondered a little, then said, "I am a warrior with the peak of internal strength. After all, there are some ways to know some information in the Buddha City." Quote, hearing Ling Yu say this, Yifei also nodded his head. Ling Yu was the head snake of the Buddha City, and as a peak of internal strength, as long as the realm master could not come out, his status in the martial arts circle of the Buddha City was still very high. Hearing Ling Yu say this, Yifei agreed. Immediately afterward, Ling Yu added, "The strength of the martial artists in the Buddha City is good. The Buddha City is a martial arts holy land. Of course, there are also Huijing sect masters. I once heard someone say in my early years that there is a Buddhist monk in Jinyuan Temple, who is the Huijing sect master, and there are people in the martial arts world who have once ranked the list of families and masters, among which there is this Huijing sect master, named, the Divine Monk." Quote, Dade Divine Monk, Yifei muttered to himself. He didn't know much about things in the martial arts world. After all, Yifei was not a person in the martial arts world at the beginning, but hearing this list of masters immediately made Yifei a little interested. Is this like those rankings in martial arts novels and Jungu sects, making a list of what kind of list, specifically on seniority, ranking the world's masters? That's interesting. Uncle Ling, what's going on with this list of masters? Yifei asked. Ling Yu shook his head. To tell the truth, I myself am not particularly clear, but I know that there's always such a list circulating in the Buddha city, and it is said that there are people who rank the world's masters, but after all, I am only the peak of internal strength, and I have only heard of a few realm masters, and the specific details are not very clear. The only sect masters I know are Duan Tianyuan of Yandu, Li Yunfeng from overseas, and an ancestor of the Lin family of the martial arts family. Ling Yu said that he knew very little. Yifei twitched the corners of his mouth, and Ling Yu said that he knew limited, but in fact Ling Yu knew more masters than he knew. Yifei asked again, Uncle Ling, where's this Jinyuan temple? I'm going to visit. Quote. Jinyuan temple is not far from the outskirts of Buddha city. If Xiaoyi, cough, if you want, I will accompany you. Ling Yu wrote. His title for Yifei also quietly changed, and he no longer called Yifei Xiaoyi. After all, the other party was the transformation realm master. If it weren't for Ling Xi and Sake, Ling Yu would have had to bow his head in Yifei. Well, then please Uncle Ling. Yifei was the same for Ling Du, no different from before. Ling Yu saw that Yifei's attitude was like this, and he was more and more satisfied with Yi. In these years, the strength is as strong as Yifei, and like Yifei, there are too few young people who can reach such a realm. Since Yifei was going to Jinyuan, you did not have to do it later. He first let Yifei live in the Buddha city, and then let his apprentice go to Jinyuan temple to inquire. The next day, Ling Yu drove Yifei and Ling Xian from Ling's house and went directly to Jinyuan temple. Jinyuan temple, on the outskirts of Foshi, was once a temple with incense sticks. However, in the past 10 years, Jinyuan temple has been closed to pilgrims, so the temple has always been quite mysterious. According to legend, 10 years ago, there was a high-ranking monk in Jinyuan temple who had the peak of internal strength, the Buddha's name, Dade, and for this reason, Jinyuan temple has always been full of incense and is very sought after. The name of the Dade priest and monk also gradually spread far and wide. However, this Didiog monk once went overseas to preach the Buddhist Tao, during which he fought a great battle with a top martial artist of internal strength, and it is said that after this battle, the Dade monk never closed the door and became enlightened. Some people rumored that this great virtue monk was the source of injury after that war, and his strength was seriously damaged. Some people also say that after that war, the strength of the Dade divine monk soared, and he became a realm master with great enlightenment, but he was compassionate and did not want to fight again. In short, Jinyuan temple has become an open secret in the martial arts circles of the Buddhist city. In recent years, although there are also martial arts masters who come to the door to find the Dade monk, many people have not even seen the Dade monk, which has further added to the mysterious color of the Dade monk. Yifei also learned about the deeds of the great virtue divine monk yesterday, and he was really interested. After all, this kind of thing is interesting to practice martial arts, and it is still interesting to compete with masters of the same level. With Yifei's current transformation realm sect master strength, he was playing tricks with the inner strength peak master, but it was like a child living at home. The real strength of the master, the real realm master confrontation, that is a completely different feeling. Just like when Yifei and Li Yunfeng fought, although the two of them had a short time to fight, the strong sense of oppression was enough to make every martial artist in the audience breathless. While Yifei was pondering, Ling Yu said at this time, we have arrived. Quote. Finally arrived, the scenery is not bad. Ling Xian blinked, she looked at the scenery outside the window and sighed softly. Ling Xian has always accompanied Yifei these days, and these days are the happiest time that Ling Xian feels. Not only is her body better, but also accompanied by her family and boyfriend, which makes Ling Xian feel very good, which is a scene that she did not dare to dream of before. Yifei also looked at the surrounding scenery. This place is indeed very quiet, and the temple gate is closed. This Jinyuan temple even looks a little dilapidated. However, Yifei did not have any contempt, because Yifei knew that the mountain was not high and there was a name for immortals. The water is not deep, there are dragons and spirits. Will there be a dragon in this Jinyuan temple? Chapter 391. This Jinyuan temple is indeed a bit dilapidated from the outside, but in fact it is the same. This temple was as if it had not been cleaned for a long time. Yifei looked at the door of Jinyuan temple closed, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. He walked up to the gate of Jinyuan temple and knocked on the door. Bang bang bang. Yifei's knocking on the door was not slow or urgent, and his voice was also very loud. Yifei, Ling Xian and Ling Yu waited in place for a moment. A moment later, the door opened. Only at this moment, there was a creak in the Jinyuan temple, the gate opened, and a small monk stepped out of the gate. This little monk was probably less than 20 years old, but he looked like he had a clear eyebrow, folded his hands, and looked at Yifei and said, 3, I don't know what noble deeds you have come to this temple. The temple does not accept visitors for the time being, please forgive me. Quote. Yifei looked at this little monk, only to see that although the little monk was young, his eyes were shining brightly, and his body shape did not look small, but like a martial arts practitioner. Seeing this scene, Yifei said lightly, little monk, we are here to find people, looking for the great virtue divine monk. Quote. When the little monk heard a few words from the Dade monk, his face changed slightly, and he said, a few, the Dade monk will not see guests, please come back. Quote. Yifei looked at this little monk, he smiled slightly, and said, or please ask the great virtue divine monk to come out and see him, I came to see him to practice martial arts. Quote. Between words, Yifei's figure flashed and he stepped into the temple. When this little monk saw that Yifei wanted to break into the temple, he subconsciously wanted to stop Yifei, only to see the little monk take a step and want to block in front of Yifei, but whoever thought that when he stood in front of Yifei and stopped him, Yifei's figure had already entered the temple after the little monk. What the little monk stopped was only a remnant of Yifei's body. The little monk was stunned, and looked at Yifei with complete surprise, and then reacted violently, knowing that Yifei was deeply hidden and his strength was amazing. This benefactor, my master has indeed been closed to the guests for many years, and please, the little monk said again. Yifei had already entered the temple at this time. In fact, this Jinyuan temple is not very large, divided into 2 courtyards, the front is a hall, the back is the Buddhist hall. Yifei was standing in the hall, and he saw a large bronze bell hanging in front of him. This bronze bell looked very simple, but it was full of dust, as if it had not been ringed for a long time. Yifei glanced at the temple, looked at the little monk who wanted to stop talking, and said, little monk, is the great monk your master? Quote. This little monk was actually a disciple of the great virtue divine monk. It is the family teacher, my master has been in retreat for many years, please don't nag. The little monk knew how strong Yifei was, he whispered. Yifei smiled and glanced behind him to know that this great virtue monk must be inside. However, Yifei's hasty intrusion was indeed a bit abrupt. Yifei thought about it for a moment, and then said, in this way, little monk, it is not difficult for me to be for you. You just asked me to do one thing, and after doing it, this great monk did not appear, so I just left the temple and no longer bothered. Quote. When the little monk saw Yifei's tone of voice, he nodded slowly. However, Ling Yu and Ling Xian's father and daughter were slightly stunned, not knowing what Yifei was going to do. What did Yifei have to do to attract the great virtue divine monk? Both Ling Xian and Ling Yu were slightly puzzled. At this time, Yifei looked left and right and saw a large willow tree next to him. It is now the spring of March, the willow tree has sprouted and branched, and Yifei has picked a willow leaf with his hand. The little monk and Ling's father-in-law both looked at Yifei and waited for Yifei's movements. Only to see Yifei pick off a willow leaf, he casually threw it away, like a very natural action, directly knocking out the willow leaf. In an instant, I saw Yifei suddenly exert force, and the willow leaf exploded with strong energy, directly rolling up a gust of wind and violently hitting the bronze bell. Then a crisp sound was heard. Rumble. With the roar, the sound of this Hongjiang bell was crisp and incomparable, but due to the long age, this bronze bell sounded very loud, but after a while it was depressed. However, Yifei's hand made the little monk, Ling Xian, and Ling Yu next to him stunned. This, Yifei just picked a willow leaf at will, how could he have such a terrible lethality? It's almost like picking leaves in a novel, and you can kill people. To know that this willow leaf slammed into the big bell, can have such an amazing sound, then this piece of willow leaf crashed into the human body. I'm afraid I can kill people easily. The little monk and Ling Xian were all amazed, and Ling Yu, as a master of the peak of internal strength, felt that his scalp was a little numb. Although the difference between the inner strength peak and the realm transformation sect master was only one level, the gap was really too big. The little monk did not expect Yifei to suddenly come to this hand, and he was even more shocked and unable to speak. Yifei smiled faintly and stood where he was, looking unchanged. He was sure that as long as the Date Priest heard the bell, he would come out to meet him. Sure enough, a moment later, Yifei heard the opening of the door in the backyard Buddhist hall. Immediately afterward, Yifei saw a great monk who was probably over 50 years old, with slightly gray hair and an ordinary appearance coming out of it. Although this great monk looked ordinary, his eyes were unspeakably clear, and what was even more powerful was that although this great monk looked very old, his limbs were very flexible, his body was strong, and he had already reached the front of everyone by taking 3 steps and making 2 steps. The great monk said lightly, Amitabha, it turns out that our distinguished guests greeting the door, and it seems that Lao Jiyu is unable to recite the Buddha today. Quote. Between words, he only saw the great monk folding his hands and saluting Yifei, while his eyes were always focused on Yifei's body, watching Yifei's movements. Chapter 392. Of course, this great monk was a Dade monk, who was wearing a worn-out robe, wearing a string of Buddha beads on his hands, folding his hands, staring at Yifei with his eyes shining, staring at Yifei, with a little surprise in his eyes and a little sigh. Dade priest, it is better to meet than to meet a famous monk. Yifei smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth showed a trace of curvature, staring at the great virtue divine monk. The Dade priest also smiled at Yifei and said, sure enough, it is a distinguished guest, Lao Jiyu has been practicing Buddhism here for many years, and the Jinyuan temple has long been closed, but he did not expect to meet such a person as the benefactor. Quote. The Dade divine monk was obviously very approving of Yifei. The Dade divine monk was not like the ordinary martial artists of Qinwu and Qinmoyang. As the great virtue divine monk of the Avatar Realm Master, he was very aware of the strength of Yifei, who was also the Avatar Realm Master. Both of them were realm masters, the same realm, and they could feel each other's breath. Yifei also narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the terrifying strength of the great virtue divine monk. Yifei said slowly, today I came to Jinyuan temple to ask the Dade divine monk for advice. Not long after I became a master of the transformation realm, I heard that the great virtue divine monk was strong and had already entered the transformation realm, so I came to ask for advice. Quote. Hearing Yifei say this, the great virtue divine monk's lips moved slightly, dared to ask the name of the benefactor. Quote. Yifei, the great virtue divine monk nodded slightly, Lord Yishi, you are young, but you have already reached the realm of transformation, and you are still a genius in the martial arts. Quote. The Dade divine monk was obviously very favorable to Yifei. Yifei smiled, great monk, we don't have to pursue each other, I just want to talk to you, I don't know if you agree. If I don't say yes, I'll turn my head and go, just as I haven't come. Quote. Yifei was very crisp. Hearing Yifei say this, the great virtue divine monk groaned slightly, and then said, well, Lao Dong has not fought with anyone for more than 10 years, and seeing Yishi Lord today is really itchy, so he will have a discussion with Yishi Lord. Quote. The Didiak priest agreed. This was also expected by Yifei. After all, as a realm master, the strength of the Dade divine monk is also the peak of the Buddha's martial arts community. Ever since Dade Shen monk had reached the realm of the transformation realm master more than 10 years ago, he had been retreating at Jinyuan temple, and for so many years the Dade divine monk had only accepted such a disciple as a young monk. Although the Dade divine monk has also made several shots since then, they have not fought with the Huijing sect master, and when they see Yifei today, the Dade divine monk naturally also sees the hunter's heart and wants to have a discussion with Yifei. After all, the two sides are both Huijing sect masters, and the struggle between the Huijing realm sect masters can be called a dragon battle and a tiger fight, which is quite interesting. Seeing that the Dade divine monk agreed, Ling Yu and Ling Xian both showed joy on their faces. It was Ling Yu, and their eyes widened, and they couldn't wait to see the battle between these two realm masters. This is the battle of the realm masters. This is enough to shake the martial realm war. Although Yifei and the great virtue divine monk did not have a list of masters in the realm, the two were indeed true realm sect masters, and the two of them fought a battle with full weight, which was enough to shock the martial arts world. And the little monk was also on the sidelines, and he looked at Yifei's conversation with the great virtue divine monk in a daze, and he already had some speculation in his heart. The Yishi Lord, who looked only a little older than him, was actually a realm master. This news directly caused the little monk's heart to collapse. The little monk didn't dare to imagine that Yifei was actually the transformation realm master. Moreover, the scene where Yifei had just picked leaves and rang the bronze bell with willow leaves in the air deeply shocked him, almost making him unforgettable. The Dade divine monk and Yifei stood firm, and since the two had discussed and decided on a battle, it was imperative that this battle be carried out. The Dade divine monk looked at the little monk in front of him and said lightly, Hongyu, you should step back a little farther away, and stand in the position of the Buddhist hall in the rear, so as not to hurt you by mistake for a while. Quote. The little monk was stunned, but he also nodded obediently. The great virtue divine monk looked at the little monk, looked kind, and said, after a while, I will fight with Lord Yishi, you must see it clearly, this will be very helpful for your future martial path. Quote. Got it, master. The little monk seemed to understand, but he nodded his head repeatedly. At this time, Yifei also explained to Ling Yu and Ling Xian, and Yifei said, Shiyun, Uncle Ling, you should also retreat a little for the time being. Uncle Ling, please take good care of Shiyun, the aftermath of the battle may affect you for a while. Ling Yu nodded continuously, looking solemn, not daring to make a mistake. In Ling Yu's view, the confrontation between the two Huijing sect masters must be extremely terrifying, and he had never seen the Huijing sect master shoot, but he was more looking forward to it. If he could watch the battle between the great virtue divine monk and Yifei, it would also be of great benefit to Ling Yu, who was at the peak of his inner strength. As long as he could understand a little from the confrontation between Yifei and the great virtue divine monk, then Ling Yu could possibly realize the threshold of some realm masters. In this way, even if Ling Yu could not become a realm master, at least there was a possibility of opening that door. At this time, the little monk, Ling Xian, and Ling Yu were already standing in the distance, so as not to be affected. Yifei stood in the middle of the field with the Dade monk, and the Dade monk looked at Yifei with a kind face and smiled. Yishi Lord, please. Quote. Great monk, please. Yifei also made an invitation gesture, and the two stood still in the middle of the field while two terrifying breaths erupted from their bodies. This terrifying breath erupted and rolled up with astonishing energy. This was only the inner strength of the two people, but it carried such a terrifying pressure, even the three Lingyu people in the distance could feel a heart palpitating and suffocating pressure. The realm master could make people breathless just by relying on his breath and with his coercion. Lingyu stared closely at the field, lest he miss a single mistake. Chapter 393. In the middle of the field, Yifei and the Day Divine Monk fought madly, and both of them had no scruples in their shots, and the madness was extremely shocking. Yifei's confrontation with the Day Divine Monk was indeed shocking, only to see that at the moment when the two began to fight, a gust of wind rolled up around him, making Lingyu even feel depressed and suffocated. The attacks of Yifei and the Great Virtue Divine Monk were like a storm, and the attack between the two of them was like a 12-level tornado, causing even more shock and horror, and it was shocking to think about. Yifei fought with the Great Virtue Divine Monk, and the two of them shot so fast and fierce that they were like lightning and thunder, making it impossible for people to pay attention at all. The confrontation between Yifei and the Great Virtue Divine Monk was really swift and vibrating, which was shocking. The thunderous confrontation between these two people immediately made Lingyu's heart rise with a sense of disbelief. Only to see the hand-to-hand fight between Yifei and the Dade monks, even the bluestone slabs inside the Jinyuan temple appeared piece by piece. Seeing that this situation had actually occurred inside the temple, Lingyu was even more shocked, and the movement caused by the two of them was really too great. What's more, Yifei and the Great Virtue Divine Monk were just practicing martial arts, not fighting each other with life and death. Yifei's confrontation with the Dade Divine Monk was indeed very terrifying, and the confrontation between the two had reached such a level that it was enough to prove the horror of the Transformation Realm Sect Master. And Ling Xian was also the first time to see the confrontation between the Transformation Realm Sect Masters, and she was also surprised and her heart was shaken. There will be a martial arts complex in anyone's heart, including Ling Xian, who also has a vision of Kung Fu when she has been hearing about Kung Fu since childhood. However, compared to the Kung Fu and internal strength she had seen since childhood, compared with the confrontation between Yifei and the Great Virtue Divine Monk in front of her, it was really too far away, it was simply very different, and it could not be compared at all. It's like the difference between a child fighting a giant and a giant. Yifei's confrontation with the Dade Divine Monk was crazy, whether it was the Dade Divine Monk or Yifei, it shocked them immensely. Yifei took an arrow step and was already close to the Dade Divine Monk. Although he had not fought a war for a long time, the Dade Divine Monk had not been idle for all these years, and he had already become a realm master, and he had even broken out an unprecedented sense of war. Suddenly, I saw Yifei and the Great Virtue Divine Monk violently fighting, and the two clapped against each other and then heard a loud bang. Rumble. With this loud noise, I saw that the stone slabs standing under the feet of Dade Divine Monk and Yifei were all shattered, and the cracks were very large. At the same time, the two people's sunken ground was full of devastation and shocking. The two clashed several times, although they did not use all their strength, but they also had skill, which can be said to be a very serious match. In the confrontation with the Great Virtue Divine Monk, Yifei's color also became solemn, and he finally knew that the strength of the Great Virtue Divine Monk was superior, and it was indeed not insignificant. Or rather, if you can become a realm master, you are all like the 9 heavenly dragons. The strength of the Dade Divine Monk was indeed terrifying, especially in the past 10 years. The Dade Divine Monk had been practicing in retreat, and the strength of his internal strength was even far greater than Li Yunfeng. Of course, for the realm master, it wasn't that the stronger the internal strength, the more powerful it was. At the level of the realm master, the internal strength was like a sword in the hands of a swordsman. Some people's swords are world-class swords, others are sharp and refined swords, and of course, some people's swords are broken swords. As for the strength of this swordsman, the sword in his hand is important, but what is more important is the person who uses the sword. The strength of the Great Virtue Divine Monk was very strong, and even Yifei felt a little pressure. However, Yifei was even more quickly adapted, the more courageous the Vietnam War. After the two clashed, Yifei could obviously feel that the Yellow Emperor's inner scripture in his body was as if it was activated, and with the activation of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, the internal strength of his body became more refined, slowly growing in the 8 veins of the Qijing in his body. Sure enough, the confrontation with the Huijing sect master made Yifei's strength stronger. Yifei originally belonged to a highly gifted type, coupled with the assistance of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, so that the internal strength in Yifei's body had become the unique internal strength of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic. After this period of time with Ling Xian and others, the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, Yifei's internal strength was pure, far beyond the time when he fought with Li Yunfeng. The battle with the Dade Divine Monk was of great significance to Yifei. Through the battle with the Dade Divine Monk, Yifei sharpened himself, and his internal strength gradually changed, becoming the internal strength of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic. Yifei fought more and more courageously. His battle with the Dade Divine Monk had already stimulated his potential, and after Yifei clashed with the Dade Divine Monk, he saw that the Dade Divine Monk's look was becoming more and more solemn, and there were some changes, and he stared at Yifei tightly. The Great Virtue Divine Monk had already sensed some subtle change in Yifei's body. The confrontation between the two did not stop at all. Yifei and the Dade Divine Monk still fought fiercely, but unlike before, Yifei's movements seemed to be more fierce, and he vaguely suppressed the Dade Divine Monk. This was also the lack of practical combat experience of the Dade Divine Monk. After all, although the Dade Divine Monk was a top realm master, after all, the actual combat experience was insufficient, and he was soon occupied by Yifei. Lingyu's eyes widened and he looked mesmerized. After a long time, Yifei and the Dade Divine Monk finally finished fighting. The two had a tacit understanding at the same time, and their bodies stood apart. Suddenly, the Great Virtue Divine Monk exhaled a breath and whispered, "Lord Yishi, it is indeed extraordinary, his strength is amazing, and Lao Jiyu admires it." Quote. The Didiak priest sighed. Seeing Dade Divine Monk speak like this, Yifei also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth and said modestly, "The Divine Monk said that he smiled, and I would like to thank the Divine Monk for his help." Quote. Chapter 394. Of course, it was also reasonable for Yifei to thank the Dade Divine Monk for his help. After all, it was precisely because of his confrontation with the Great Virtue Divine Monk that Yifei transformed the internal strength of his whole body into the internal strength of the Yellow Emperor's inner scripture in this confrontation. Before that, although Yifei had cultivated the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, the nature of his internal strength had not changed, it was just ordinary internal strength. But the inner strength of the Yellow Emperor's inner classics is completely different. The internal strength of the Yellow Emperor's inner classics is quite terrifying. It should be known that the Yellow Emperor's inner classic is originally an anti-heavenly thing, and it is also one of the biggest cheats of the protagonist Chen Luo in the original book. What's more, the Yellow Emperor's inner classic is still the inheritance of the mythical Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan, which is naturally no small matter. Under such circumstances, the internal strength in Yifei's body was like a rushing sea, and it was endless, all of which were transformed into the internal strength of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic. What good is it that the internal strength in Yifei's body has become the internal strength of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic? Let's take an analogy. If ordinary internal strength is a sharp sword, then the internal strength of the Yellow Emperor's inner classics is like a rare divine soldier, cutting iron like mud and commanding the world. It is enough to prove that this Yellow Emperor's inner classic is very terrifying. After obtaining the internal strength of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, Yifei's strength had made a qualitative breakthrough. Although it is said that Yifei's strength is already in the Huijing sect master, the Huijing sect master is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, and there are also strong and weak. Yifei was now a notch stronger than he had been before. The Yellow Emperor's inner classics are indeed extraordinary. After Yifei's internal strength had changed now, his strength had reached a higher level. This process is a bit like the process of pupating into butterflies. Because of the changes in the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, Yifei's strength also had a qualitative breakthrough, so when he faced the Great Virtue Divine Monk, he later had an absolute advantage. If he continued to fight, even the Day Divine Monk would be unable to sustain himself, and it was very likely that he would lose this game. Yifei and the Day Divine Monk were very clear in their hearts. Even Ling Yu saw a hint of it. He saw that Yifei had gradually gained the upper hand, and even the Great Virtue Divine Monk could not resist it. This shocked Ling Yu immensely. This son-in-law of his own is not too terrible. But he had long heard that even if a legendary person was as strong as a Day Monk, he could win Yifei. Not to mention Yifei's age. How old is he? It's shocking to think about. Ling Yu looked at Yifei with a complicated look, and his heart was surprised and shaken, and even more incredulous. Yifei smiled slightly, looked at the Day Divine Monk, and said, Day Divine Monk, thank you so much this time. Quote. Lord Yishi is too polite, and I have learned a lot from Yishi Lord's martial arts moves before I built the car behind closed doors. It seems that the matter of martial arts is sailing against the current, and if it does not advance, it will retreat. Didiak sighed. In fact, after the closure of the Jinyuan Temple for more than 10 years, Dade Priest has been immersed in the study of Buddhism, and although he is also studying things above martial arts, most of them are used in Buddhism, so Dade Priest ignore martial arts moves and only the growth of internal strength. Although the internal strength of the Day Divine Monk was still above Li Yunfeng, his understanding of martial arts moves, including actual combat experience, was not as good as Li Yunfeng's. The Day Divine Monk was very emotional, and if he thought about it, he had indeed learned a lot from this battle with Yifei. The Day Divine Monk thought for a moment and then said, Hangyu, from today onwards, our Jinyuan Temple will no longer be closed, and the entire Jinyuan Temple will be open to the public from today onwards. Quote. The Didiak priest made the decision. Hearing Day Divine Monk say this, the little monk had a smile on his face and said, I know, master. Quote. Jinyuan Temple was a famous temple before, but in the past 10 years the Dade monks have been closed. Once the Jinyuan Temple is reopened, it is believed that it will soon be able to restore the former period of incense and fire. Yifei smiled slightly. It seemed that the Day Divine Monk had realized his mistake, and retreat was obviously not the best choice for martial arts. If you really want to progress in martial arts, you must really experience it in order to make progress. Yifei smiled lightly and said, Great Virtue Divine Monk, I hope that we will still have time to discuss in the future. Quote. The Day Divine Monk also folded his hands and smiled. Lord Yishi, Lao Gong is also looking forward to this day. Quote. Goodbye, goodbye. The two were like friends for many years. After greeting each other, Yifei left the Jinyuan Temple with Ling Yu and Ling Xian. Inside the car on the road, Ling Yu sighed continuously. Yifei, watching you fight with the Great Virtue Divine Monk today is really eye-opening. I couldn't imagine before, the battle between the two of you would be so amazing, worthy of being a figure like the Transformation Realm Master. Ling Yu sighed continuously. Hearing Ling Yu say this, Yifei smiled slightly, and turned to say, Uncle Ling, in fact, I see that you are also at the peak of your internal strength, and after this battle, the harvest will certainly not be cheap. Given time, if you can understand the essence of some realms, it is possible to break through the shackles and achieve the master. Quote. Really? Hearing Yifei say this, Ling Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Yifei's eyes full of surprise. Yifei's judgment, he had to believe. In fact, Ling Yu was also very clear that it was quite difficult to become a realm master. After all, for the Huijing sect master not only needs strength, but also needs luck, not to mention that there is a deep gap between the Huijing sect master and the ordinary martial artist, which is difficult to cross. Yifei smiled slightly, and said, It is possible, Uncle Ling, you are in your prime, and your potential is not small. Well, I'll tell you some of my martial arts tips, and hopefully that will help you. Quote. Hearing Yifei say this, Ling Yu couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 395. Yifei's help to Ling Yu was absolutely tremendous. Since Yifei was already a realm master, and Yifei was able to achieve the realm master at such a young age, the experience in him was a priceless treasure, and it was a dream for any martial arts master. It was definitely a good thing to get Yifei's guidance and experience. At least Ling Yu himself was very much looking forward to and relieved. When Ling Yu heard Yifei say this, he was naturally extremely grateful to Yifei. And Yifei also smiled. Uncle Ling doesn't have to be polite. In fact, your potential is very good, but you just need to stimulate it to play out. Quote. If Ling Yu could become a realm master, then it would also be good for Yifei. At least Ling Yu was definitely his own person, and Yifei was naturally willing to guide Ling Yu. However, at present, it is still very difficult for Ling Yu to become a realm master, although Ling Yu has some potential, but becoming a realm master is not only something that potential can do, but also requires chance. At present, Yifei felt that among the people around him, the one who was most likely to become the transformation realm master was Musician. Musician is first class regardless of talent or strength, and what is more, Musician is also practicing the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, and the increase in strength brought about by the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's inner classics is also quite considerable. Yifei estimated that as long as it was a period of time, although Musician might not be able to impact the transformation realm sect master, it would not be difficult to become a quasi-realm sect master. Yifei told Ling Yu about some of his experiences, including his experience in martial arts. Ling Yu was naturally like a treasure, and even raised some cultivation questions. Yifei answered them one by one. Yifei's answer made Ling Yu naturally enlightened. Ling Yu had many martial arts problems, all of which were penetrated by Yifei, and Ling Yu pondered carefully and soon understood some of the martial theories that Yifei was talking about. After understanding these martial arts theories, Ling Yu naturally admired Yifei even more. As a realm master, Yifei was naturally more than enough to instruct Ling Yu on some martial arts theories. After this, the three returned to the Ling family villa. Yifei's trip to the Buddha city was also roughly over, and Yifei's harvest in the Buddha city was still not small, especially the internal strength of his own internal strength into the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, which was even higher. Yifei's current strength even surpassed that of the ordinary realm master. After reaching this level, Yifei himself was also quite comfortable. Next, it's time to return to Yandu. The start of this year's National Special Forces competition is imminent, and the results of the Jialong troops will determine the outcome of the battle between Yifei and Li Yunfeng. After staying in Buddha City CCEF for a few more days, Yifei bid farewell to Ling Yu with Ling Xian and went back to Yandu. Although Ling Yu was not willing to give up, he also knew that a realm master like Yifei was destined to be the dragon of the nine heavens, and he could not stop it. Previously, he still wanted Yifei to inherit the Ling clan martial arts, but now it was obviously a joke. As an Avatar sect master, how could he possibly inherit a Ling clan martial gem? However, although he made a joke, Ling Yu was extremely happy in his heart. On the one hand, he was happy that his precious daughter had found a good home. On the other hand, he also saw his hope in the martial arts. If there's hope, he can go another step. Ling Yu said goodbye to Yifei and Ling Xian. A few days later, Yandu. Yifei returned to Yandu. The first thing Yifei did was to send Ling Xian back to the villa, then treat her and then go to the Jiaolong Force base. In the Jiaolong Force base, Li Wen learned the news of Yifei's return, and his mood was not to mention how excited he was. Li Wen found Yifei for the first time and said, "Chief Instructor, you can count yourself back, and soon our Jiaolong troops will start the lottery of the National Special Forces competition." Quote. Lottery. Yifei was slightly surprised. That's right, our first round of the draw has already begun, and the team draw directly determines the order of our appearances in the Special Forces competition. Li Wen said. Yifei's face suddenly became serious. That's a big deal. Chapter 396. The National Special Forces competition is about to start, and for the Special Forces competition, the lottery is obviously a very important link. A total of 32 teams across the country participate in the Special Forces competition, and the lottery determines the order of opponents. That is to say, if you are unlucky, the first round may draw a Divine Beast unit such as the Kirin or Suzaku army. The Qilin and Suzaku troops are both top Divine Beast troops, named after the ancient Divine Beasts of the Xuanwang Kingdom, and are one of the top units of the Xuanwang Kingdom. Now the chief instructor of the Qilin army was Duan Tianyuan, the Huijing sect master of the Yandu military region. The chief instructor of the Suzaku unit was Li Yunfeng. If these two teams were encountered in advance, it would obviously be a stalemate, and Yifei would also encounter some trouble. Therefore, the lottery is still very important. Yifei said to Li Wen, who was going to draw lots. Quote. When Li Wen heard Yifei say this, he couldn't help but laugh. Of course, it is you're the chief instructor of our Jiaolong, and it has been decided that the lottery will be drawn in 2 days. The address of the lottery is in the compound of the military region, and the chief instructors of several special forces participating in the Yandu area will come forward when the time comes. Okay, I get it. Yifei nodded. Yifei listened to his heart move. If in a few days the lottery can be drawn at the compound of the military region, won't it mean that Duan Tianyuan and Li Yunfeng will also be able to see them at that time? These two people were currently his biggest rivals, and Yifei naturally had to be vigilant. This matter is not urgent, I will go to the lottery in 2 days. By the way, during my absence, what happened to the dragon troops? Yifei asked. Hearing Yifei say this, Li Wenlian said, all the members of our Jiaolong unit are now full of energy, basically in accordance with your requirements. In all-out training, the current training results and level are quite good. Li Wen said some recent situations, and hearing Li Wen say this, Yifei also slightly bowed his head and expressed his approval. All the members of the Jiaolong unit had worked very hard recently, and after Yifei's last lecture, the members of these Jiaolong troops were aware of their own problems, so they all wanted to seize the opportunity one by one. The current situation of the Jiaolong troops can also explain everything, and at present, from the overall point of view, the overall situation of the Jiaolong troops is very good, and all the staff are working very hard. Yifei nodded satisfactorily, and he went to the army to communicate with Chen Zhen, Wang Yang, Shang Zheng and others before leaving the base of the Jiaolong troops. After leaving the Jiaolong troops, Yifei did not rush home, but made a phone call with Musician. Musician also came out of the barracks at this time. I received a call from Yifei. Zhang, I just returned to Yandu, and the things we were busy with eating together at night are also participating in the National Special Forces competition. Although Musician's unit was not a Divine Beast force, it was also one of the special forces. And Musician served as the chief instructor and wanted to go to the lottery with Yifei. Hearing Yifei's invitation, Musician was very happy and responded softly, okay, where are you now? Quote. Where are you? I'll pick you up. Yifei Dao. Musician reported the address, while Yifei drove to pick up Musician. It wasn't long before Yifei received Musician, only to see that Musician is still playing to the sky, not wearing any jewelry, accessories, but beautiful and dusty, unmatched face. Musician smiled at Yifei and said, where are we going to eat? Quote. Do you want to eat Chinese or Western food? Yifei asked. Chinese food. Musician did not hesitate and said softly. Just what I want, let's go, Yifei said, driving Musician to a Chinese restaurant. This Chinese restaurant has some fame in Yandu, the environment is elegant, there are few people, and it is also suitable for Musician's quiet personality. After the two sat down and ordered, Yifei asked, Li Wen told me that the lottery will start in 2 days. Well, when the draw comes, the order of the next games will be decided. You don't have to worry, at the current level of the dragon troops, you can definitely enter the top 3 or even higher rankings. Musician was still so understanding and comforted Yifei Dao. Yifei smiled, well, in fact, I am not worried at all, this kind of thing depends on luck, but in the end, if the Jiaolong army wants to win the championship, it still depends on strength. Quote. Okay, the corners of Musician's mouth overflowed with a shallow smile, and he recognized Yifei's words. Yifei blinked, actually, when I went to Buddha City this time, I really encountered a lot of things, especially when I met a realm master. Quote. Yifei knew that Musician was more interested in martial arts matters, so he mentioned this topic. Sure enough, Musician immediately looked at him and was completely attracted, transformation realm master. Quote. Well, I fought with that realm master, Yifei briefly explained his confrontation with the great virtue divine monk. Musician listened intently, and her beautiful eyes flashed from time to time. Not long after, Musician said, so, isn't your strength even further because of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic? Quote. Yifei said, it can be said that even if I meet an ordinary realm sect master now, I am not afraid at all. To be honest, I would like to try Li Yunfeng and Duan Tianyuan in a few pounds. Quote. Yifei was full of confidence. The last time Yifei and Li Yunfeng fought, they also tasted a little bit, and neither of them showed their true ability. As for Duan Tianyuan, Yifei had only always heard of Duan Tianyuan's name, but he only knew that Duan Tianyuan's skills were superior, but how strong Duan Tianyuan really was, he also wanted to try. Seeing that Yifei was full of enthusiasm, Musician also chuckled, I believe you can win. For his boyfriend, Musician is still full of confidence. Yifei blinked and said, so this is all thanks to the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, and I think it is necessary for us to cultivate the Yellow Emperor's inner scripture well. Quote. Hearing the meaning of the narrow-mindedness and ridicule in Yifei's words, Musician's face was slightly red, and he glanced at Yifei whitely. Chapter 397. Musician's face was slightly red, and he glanced at Yifei whitely, as if he had a little anger and slight anger. Yifei smiled, the special forces you led are also going to participate in the competition, what were your achievements last time? Quote. Yifei inquired curiously, diverging from the topic. Hearing Yifei say this, Musician said, well, our special forces also participated in the competition last year, and the result was 10th, and it was still barely passable. Quote. In the National Special Forces competition, the top 10 results are actually very good. After all, this is a national competition, and there are more than 30 teams participating, and these teams are all elite. Yifei heard the emotions in Musician's words, and also smiled slightly, saying, the top 10 is already quite good, go to the lottery the day after tomorrow to see what the situation is. Quote. Okay, after Yifei and Musician had dinner, the two of them returned to Yifei's private villa together, of course, it was indispensable to practice the Yellow Emperor's inner classic. Musician's progress in this period of time is already obvious. After the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's inner scripture during this time, Yifei could already clearly feel that Musician was getting closer and closer to the realm of the Transformation Realm Sect Master, basically belonging to the Half-Step Realm Sect Master. Of course, it's just close. It's not so easy to really want to become a Realm Master. Yifei also gave Musician some of her martial arts during this time. Musician's talent in martial arts is naturally unique. She is transparent about many of Yifei's martial arts theories, originally on the amazing foundation of martial arts, but also quickly mastered what Yifei said. The two were in tune with each other's hearts, and cultivating the Yellow Emperor's inner classics was even more effective. Moreover, after Yifei's Yellow Emperor's inner step, the internal strength and true chi in his body also all became the true chi internal strength brought by the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, which also surprised Musician. After seeing Yifei display the internal strength of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, Musician said softly, "The nature of your internal strength now seems to have changed, far stronger than the internal strength of any martial artist I have ever seen." Musician was also well informed, and even she had seen the inner strength of the Huijing Sect Master, but it was not as good as Yifei's now. Musician couldn't help but say, "With your current strength, you can even be on the list of masters." In the Xuanwang Kingdom martial arts circle, there is also a mysterious list, called the Grandmaster List. This so-called Grandmaster List, which is the most authoritative list of Grandmasters in the Xuanwang Kingdom martial arts circle, usually few people know, only a small number of core martial artists are rumored. By the way, you should know the ranking of the Grandmaster List, right? Yifei heard Musician mention the list of masters, and he himself was immediately interested, and immediately asked. Musician said softly, "Well, I do know something about the list of Sect Masters, the current ranking of Sect Masters in the Zanhuang Kingdom." "How many ranks do Tianyuan?" Yifei immediately asked. Since Yifei was a newly promoted Sect Master, he was naturally not on this Sect Master list. And Li Yunfeng is also an overseas master, and he is also not on the list, and the list only accommodates the Grandmaster of Zanhuangduo. Musician blinked, knowing that Yifei was very interested in this, and she said softly, "Duan Tianyuan ranks third in the list of Sect Masters." Quote. Third, chapter 398. Duan Tianyuan was able to rank third in the list of Grandmasters, and he was obviously powerful. Moreover, Duan Tianyuan himself was worshipped as a god by many people in the Yandu military region, and his prestige was extremely high. Even if Yifei now had the Dragon Elephant Forging Body Decision as capital, it was still slightly insufficient from Duan Tianyuan's prestige. Yifei narrowed his eyes slightly. "I don't know who is stronger than Li Yunfeng's strength compared to Li Yunfeng." Quote. "It should be Duan Tianyuan," Musician whispered. "After all, Duan Tianyuan's reputation is really too big, and although Li Yunfeng is extremely powerful, he is still relatively famous overseas." Quote. Okay, Yifei bowed his head slightly, indicating his agreement. In any case, Duan Tianyuan and Li Yunfeng were his enemies. Following, Yifei and Musician woke up at the same time, and the two looked at each other and smiled. After yesterday's cultivation, Yifei and Musician could clearly feel the improvement of their respective strengths, and Yifei's improvement in cultivating the Yellow Emperor's inner classics was naturally minimal, but Musician's effect was more significant than Yifei's cultivation. "How do you feel?" Yifei asked with a smile. Musician whispered softly, "Energetic. I feel that it is better to cultivate the spirit of the night. This Yellow Emperor's inner scripture is really wonderful." Quote. The Yellow Emperor's inner scripture was indeed very wonderful, otherwise Yifei's internal strength and true chi in his whole body would not have been able to be transformed, thus making his strength even further. Yifei smiled. "After a while, your strength will go further, but I'm afraid that you will be comparable to the half-step master, far stronger than the ordinary internal strength of the martial artist." Quote. In fact, according to the division of martial strength, there are also half-step masters above the internal strength and peak, and finally the realm master. If you want to become a guru, it is extremely difficult. It's just that Yifei relied on the help of the system, coupled with his own talent, to directly cross this step, which is almost like cheating. Hearing Yifei's statement, Musician smiled lightly, and did not deny that her martial arts talent was also extremely high, not to mention that now with the help of Yifei and the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, she was still very sure of becoming a half-step master. Musician was going to the military camp today, and the two embraced each other for a while, and after eating breakfast, they temporarily separated. Next, it's time to prepare for the Special Forces draw. The time of day passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Special Forces contest lottery. On this day, Yifei found Musician early in the morning, and the two of them went to the Yandu military region together. Yandu military region compound. The gate was full of cars of all kinds of military plates, and the various troops who came to surround them. The lottery for the Special Forces competition is very simple, but in order to maintain the integrity, the chief instructor of all the participating units must be present at the lottery. Yifei and Musician looked at each other, and Musician smiled and said, "This day has finally come, but I have been waiting for many months for this." Quote. In the past few months, the Special Forces led by Musician have also been working hard to train for the Special Forces competition. Yifei also smiled slightly. In fact, he had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Yifei and Musician went to the designated office of the military region side by side. In the office, General Zhang Jianhua was sitting in it, and when Zhang Jianhua saw Yifei and Musician coming, he had a smile on his face and said, "You are coming, sit down." Quote. Yifei and Musician nodded and smiled and sat down. Yifei looked around and found that there were at least a dozen people around them, all of whom were the chief instructors or responsible persons of various units. Only to see Musician and Yifei arrive, everyone suddenly focused their eyes on the two of them, but most of the people noticed Musician. After all, Musician's appearance is really beautiful, and after putting on the military uniform, is even more heroic and refreshing, attracting attention. Moreover, Musician's popularity in the Yandu military region is also extremely high, and among the members of the younger generation of the Yandu military region, Musician's popularity is almost second only to Duan Tianyuan. As for Yifei, his current fame is still far inferior to Musician's, and Yifei's current reputation is only famous among Zhang Jianhua, the high-ranking officials of the Yandu military region. However, Yifei didn't care. He glanced at the crowd, didn't find Li Yunfeng and Duan Tianyuan. Yifei sat quietly on the side. The same is true of Musician. Not long after, Li Yunfeng came. Just a few minutes later, Li Yunfeng quickly appeared, and as soon as he entered the door, he first greeted Zhang Jianhua, and then Li Yunfeng's eyes froze slightly, and then he looked at Yifei. "Brother Yi, meet again." Li Yunfeng stared at Yifei Dao, and between the two of them, the air almost froze. Li Yunfeng's body revealed a terrifying and astonishing internal strength, and the strong pressure struck, and the momentum belonging to the Transformation Realm Sect Master was revealed. The momentum on Li Yunfeng's body was extremely amazing, and everyone around him was all affected. All of them were slightly shocked, and subconsciously retreated. Yifei smiled calmly and said, "Brother Li, I haven't seen you for a long time. I thought you would come to Jiaolong Force to be my deputy." Quote. This sentence really poked at Li Yunfeng's sore spot. Li Yunfeng's expression changed immediately. Li Yunfeng's last competition for the chief instructor of the Jiaolong army lost to Yifei, which had always been a thorn in Li Yunfeng's heart. Li Yunfeng said coldly, "I heard that Brother Yi also went to the Buddha city recently, and he really had a leisurely feeling. It seems that the first thing you have to do in this Special Forces competition is 10 to 9. Congratulations." Quote. Li Yunfeng was obviously provoking contradictions and killing Yifei. Sure enough, hearing Li Yunfeng say this, the instructors around them all looked at Yifei. Yifei did not care about Li Yunfeng's low-level provocative tactics, but instead used a tone of anger and death, smiling and squinting lightly. I don't know if I can win the championship, but it is enough to deal with Brother Li. Quote. Li Yunfeng squinted his eyes, revealing a hint of sharpness. Yifei smiled indifferently, and the two fought each other. Although the confrontation between the two was a joke, the strength of the realm sect master was a joke, and everyone around them was like being in an ice cellar. Their hands and feet were cold, and they were all retreating. Just then, the office door was pushed open again. Coming in was a man. Chapter 399. Coming in was a man. The man was about 30 years old, his appearance could only be regarded as upper middle, and he was wearing a straight military uniform, and above the epaulets of the military uniform was a gold star. The man's face was serious, he looked at Zhang Jianwen and the others, and said lightly, General Zhang. Quote. Zhang Jianwen nodded and smiled, Tianyuan, you can count on it, then we will basically arrive and be ready to start the lottery. Quote. Hearing Zhang Jianwen say this, Yifei's expression moved, and he immediately knew that the person who came was Duan Tianyuan. Duan Tianyuan finally appeared. As soon as Duan Tianyuan appeared, the confrontation between Yifei and Li Yunfeng slowed down. Yifei looked at Duan Tianyuan, and Duan Tianyuan also looked at Yifei for the first time. Duan Tianyuan said to Yifei, you are Yifei, long look up to the great name. With that, Duan Tianyuan took the initiative to walk towards Yifei and shake hands with Yifei. Duan Tianyuan's attitude towards Yifei was quite friendly, and it was as if he had heard Yifei's name long ago. The two shook hands, and Yifei also said, Duan Tianyuan, long look up to the great name. Quote. Duan Tianyuan smiled slightly. I heard that you have done a very good job in the Jiaolong army, this special forces competition. I am looking forward to passing with you, and I am also looking forward to the performance of the Jiaolong army. Quote. Duan Tianyuan has won consecutive championships in the special forces competition in recent years, which can be called a lone defeat, and he has always been eager to have an opponent. After hearing about some of Yifei's deeds, he himself was also very interested in Yifei, and he was even more looking forward to the performance of the Jiaolong army this time. Seeing Duan Tianyuan say this, the corners of Yifei's mouth also revealed a faint smile, and he was slightly surprised by Duan Tianyuan's words. It seemed that Duan Tianyuan was very concerned about his performance during this time. As for the other instructors around them, they were even more surprised to see Duan Tianyuan behave like this. Needless to say, Duan Tianyuan's fame naturally made him value the young instructor in front of him so much. Most of the instructors had not heard Yifei's name yet, and they were naturally even more shocked to see the dialogue between Duan Tianyuan and Yifei. Listening to Duan Tianyuan say this young instructor turned out to be Zhao's chief instructor. Even Duan Tianyuan was expecting his performance with the Jiaolong troops, which it's incredible to think about. As for Li Yunfeng, he even flashed his eyes on the side, staring at Yifei closely. He squinted, and his eyes showed a strong sense of hostility. Li Yunfeng also did not expect Duan Tianyuan to suddenly appear. Duan Tianyuan's sudden appearance was just that, and Duan Tianyuan actually showed such attention and appreciation for Yifei, he simply did not take him seriously. Li Yunfeng clenched his fists and was silent, but his eyes were already flickering slightly. At this time, Yifei said, Brother Duan, I am also looking forward to the performance of the Guilin troops, especially the confrontation. Quote. Yifei's goal this time is to get the first place in the National Special Forces competition. To this end, Yifei of course had to go all out. The National Special Forces competition is divided into team and individual competitions. Among them, the team competition is the mainstay. The team game, as the name suggests, is a team game between the various special forces units, and the lottery is conducted. That is the decision of today's draw. As for the individual competition, it is a personal competition between the excellent individuals or instructors of each unit, which is completely a competition between individuals. This is also related to Yifei and others. In the first few individual competitions, there is no doubt that Duan Tianyuan won the personal first place with a crushing posture. This time, Yifei wanted to try to meet Duan Tianyuan and Li Yunfeng in the individual competition. Hearing Yifei's words, Duan Tianyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, looked directly at Yifei, and smiled, good, then I will wait. Quote. Duan Tianyuan was indeed looking forward to it, but he hadn't had a good fight with people for a long time. Li Yunfeng's eyes flashed and he was about to speak, but Zhang Jianwen opened his mouth. Only to hear Zhang Jianwen say, oh, you young people are really vigorous, let's not talk about so much, come and prepare for the draw. Quote. As soon as they heard the draw, everyone was suddenly quiet, and all of them walked to Zhang Jianwen, waiting for the lottery to start. Chapter 400. When the instructors heard Zhang Jianwen say this, they all walked over to Zhang Jianwen one by one and prepared to start the draw. At this time, between Li Yunfeng, Duan Tianyuan and Yifei, they were also secretly facing each other. These three realm sect masters all had their own strength and ability. They stood where they were, almost making everyone subconsciously feel the pressure. General Zhang Jianwen was fine, he seemed to have become accustomed to it, and he smiled and said, Tianyuan, you should start the lottery first. Quote. Okay. Duan Tianyuan nodded continuously, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he walked to the lottery table. The rules of the draw are simple. There are currently 12 people here, representing the 12 participating teams near Yandu. Since this time is a National Special Forces competition, but Yandu is relatively far away after all, so only 12 teams nearby Yandu can participate in the lottery, and the other teams are randomly drawn through online computers. Duan Tianyuan walked up to the lottery table, and he reached out and touched a large box for a while, and finally felt a paper ball. When I opened the paper ball, I saw that Duan Tianyuan had the word 3 written on the paper ball. Obviously, Duan Tianyuan drew the number 3 sign. If someone draws the number 3 lottery next, it means that in the first team battle, they will encounter the Guilin troops led by Duan Tianyuan. Seeing that Duan Tianyuan had drawn 3 signs, the rest of the people silently prayed, and these instructors all prayed, hoping that they would not draw the third. After all, once the number 3 draw is drawn, which means entering the group of death, is really unlucky to the extreme, almost declared a failure. Immediately after that, Li Yunfeng also went up to the lottery. The results of Li Yunfeng's draw came out quickly, and Li Yunfeng drew the number 5 lottery, which means that the Suzaku troops led by Li Yunfeng drew the number 5 lottery. The Suzaku force is also the favorite to win the National Special Forces competition. You know, the Suzaku troops have been in the top 3 in the past few years. This time, after Li Yunfeng became Zhu's chief instructor, he also taught the Suzaku troops a lot of martial arts skills and knowledge. The Suzaku troops made great progress. Li Yun had confidence and even ambition. Li Yunfeng also went to the first. Seeing that Li Yunfeng had drawn the number 5 sign, Yi Figuan moved slightly and glanced at Li Yunfeng. Just at this time, Li Yunfeng also flew to look at each other, and between the two of them, Li Yunfeng smiled provocatively, although he did not speak, but he was full of confidence. Li Yunfeng thought to himself that it was a little difficult to deal with Duan Tianyuan. After all, Duan Tianyuan was the champion of 3 consecutive terms, and the Guilin army was also super elite, with the title of Iron Army, which was invincible. However, although it was difficult to deal with Duan Tianyuan, Li Yunfeng felt that it was really not difficult at all to deal with Yifei. Fei. Although Yi Fei was also the strength of the realm grandmaster, the Jiaolong force was only ranked in the top 5 in these special forces competitions, and even almost fell out of the top 5. You must know that in the special forces competition, every time the score rises one level, the gap is completely different. The top 3 and top 5 in the special forces competition are exactly 2 grades. In Li Yunfeng's mind, no matter how much means Yi Fei had, it would be impossible to transform the Jiaolong army in just a few months. Even if Yi Fei had the means, it would be difficult to win him. Li Yunfeng had enough confidence. Yi Fei glanced at Li Yunfeng, and he didn't say much and went directly to the lottery. When he reached the lottery table, Yi Fei reached out to grab the lottery and drew a paper ball. Yi Fei opened it and looked at it, only to see that the paper ball was impressively written, no. 5 feet. Yi Fei also drew the number 5 sign. This astonishing scene immediately stunned everyone. Everyone did not expect that Yi Fei actually drew the number 5 lottery directly. Li Yunfeng did not expect that he was first stunned, and then the corners of his mouth drew a smile, and he laughed at himself. Yi Fei, it seems that your luck is not good. After saying this, Li Yunfeng confidently shouted at Yi Fei, Brother Yi, it seems that our first match is about to be matched, and I also want to know whether your Jiaolong army is stronger or the Suzaku I led is stronger. Quote. The Jiaolong force and the Suzaku force are both units named after the ancient divine beasts of the Xuanwang kingdom, and they belong to the elite of the elite. Moreover, Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng were both realm masters, and they had long had a grudge against each other. This first battle, like Mars hitting the earth, caused a shock to everyone. Chapter 401. Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng unexpectedly had a narrow road and ran into each other. To know that between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng is really a long-standing grudge, and now the two have drawn the number 5 lottery at the same time, which means that there must be a battle between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng. Of course, this is a group battle. In principle, Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng, who are the chief instructors, will not shoot. The key is to see the battle between the Jiaolong troops led by Yi Fei and the Suzaku troops led by Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng saw that Yi Fei had actually drawn a lot for himself, and such a coincidence made Li Yunfeng first slightly shocked, and then the corners of his mouth drew a smile, laughing at Yi Fei. Li Yunfeng smiled, Brother Yi, it seems that we are destined to have a war. Quote. Yi Fei smiled and said the same thing, Brother Li, I think you are a bit unlucky. It was hard to become the chief instructor of the Suzaku army. If you lose to me this time, I am afraid that you will obediently step down from office. Quote. Yi Fei looked relaxed and said with a smile. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Li Yunfeng frowned and sneered, Brother Yi, I see that you have been fantasizing lately, right? Li Yunfeng felt as if he had heard a great joke and laughed. Do you really think that with the Jiaolong force, you can compete with my Suzaku force? Quote. Li Yunfeng made no secret of his disdain for the Jiaolong troops. However, think about it, although the previous Jiaolong troops were in the top 5, the gap between them and the Suzaku troops was too big. With the dragon troops, you still want to win the Suzaku troops. Yi Fei smiled lightly and said, the Suzaku force is really not the opponent of the Jiaolong, we can see the real chapter on the field. Quote. Oh, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Li Yunfeng shook his head, he was very dismissive of Yi Fei's statement, thinking that Yi Fei was just joking. Even if Yi Fei was strong, it would be impossible for the Jiaolong force to be completely reborn within a few months. Li Yunfeng sneered and said, if you want to fight with me, I don't dare to say that I can crush you. But Suzaku fights with the dragon troops you lead, and the dragon troops will be defeated. Quote. Li Yunfeng's voice was loud and spread throughout the ears of the whole people. When everyone heard about it, they all seemed to feel something. The strength of these instructors is all right-handed, and they are also knowledgeable. Moreover, in the previous special forces competitions, the respective performances of the two units of Jiaolong and Suzaku were also in their eyes, and they also knew the gap between the two units of Jiaolong and Suzaku. The gap between the two is indeed too big. Moreover, this Yi Fei had only been a dragon army for only a few months, what could he turn into a dragon army? The crowd didn't quite believe it either. Seeing the look of the people, Li Yunfeng was even more proud. He knew that everyone was the same as him. It was very clear that Yi Fei was just a paper tiger, and the Jiaolong army was also shouting Huan, how could the real strength be compared with the Suzaku army? Among the people, even Duan Tianyuan did not say much. Duan Tianyuan looked at Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng with great interest. He smiled lightly, and said, Li Yunfeng and Yi Fei, I look forward to your battle, and I will go to the scene when the time comes. Quote. Duan Tianyuan spoke. Li Yunfeng even showed a smile. He glanced at Duan Tianyuan. In fact, this time Li Yunfeng's target is not only Yi Fei, but also Duan Tianyuan. Li Yunfeng knew Duan Tianyuan's position in the Yandu military region, and he was simply like a military god. If it can replace Duan Tianyuan's position in the Yandu military region, it will be a matter of unavoidable things for Li Yunfeng, and the most important of them is to win the championship in this special forces competition. Yi Fei glanced at Duan Tianyuan and Li Yunfeng, and he also knew very well what wishful thinking Li Yunfeng was thinking in his heart, and for Yi Fei, he didn't care. In the face of absolute strength, all intrigue and trickery are in vain. Yi Fei didn't speak again, because it was Musician's turn to draw lots. Musician soon returned by draw, and the number 12 pick she drawn. Musician's opponent in the first round was very weak, which was good news for Musician. At this point, the draw is over. Musician looked at Yi Fei. She was very clear about what Yi Fei had done in the Jiaolong army. Among the people, she was afraid that she was the only one who stood on Yi Fei's side. Underscore. Chapter 402. Of course, Musician fully supported Yi Fei. She also knew very well that with Yi Fei's current strength, he could definitely be called the strongest among the sect masters of the realm, and the dragon elephant forging body technique was needless to say, enough to help the Jiaolong army grow rapidly. The current state of the Jiaolong army is unprecedented. Therefore, Musician had enough confidence in Yi Fei. Musician and Yi Fei looked at each other, and the two looked at each other and smiled, not taking Li Yunfeng's previous remarks to heart. As for Duan Tianyuan, Yi Fei really attached great importance to Duan Tianyuan. After all, Duan Tianyuan's strength was obvious to all, and he was also a champion for 3 consecutive years. In Yi Fei's view, Duan Tianyuan's threat was even greater than Li Yunfeng's. Under such circumstances, Yi Fei and the others all drew lots. When Yi Fei and others finished the draw, Zhang Jiema also announced the current lottery results to everyone. The results of the lottery showed that Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng were the more unlucky ones. The other special forces did not draw 2 strong opponents at the beginning of the draw, except for the Jiaolong troops led by Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng, and the Suzaku troops, which were indeed a strong duel. Even many instructors threw sympathetic glances at Yi Fei, sighing in their hearts that this Yi Fei was really unlucky, and it was not easy to become the chief instructor of the Jiaolong army, but this time the Jiaolong force in the special forces competition was likely to be eliminated in the first round. The first round will face the end of being eliminated, and it can be said that the dragon army is absolutely unlucky. And what is even more frightening is that Yi Fei, as the chief instructor of the Jiaolong army, once the Jiaolong force is eliminated, then it means that Yi Fei himself is also to blame, and whether Yi Fei can still serve as the instructor of the Jiaolong force at that time is a question mark. After all, Yi Fei had made a military order before. Therefore, when these instructors looked at Yi Fei, they all looked at him with sympathy, and even had a hint of schadenfreude. Yi Fei didn't care, he ignored the signature and left the office directly with Musician. In the office, the other instructors also left one after another, as did Yunfeng and Duan Tianyuan. Li Yunfeng looked at Yifei's departing back, raised his eyes, and said to himself faintly, Yifei, you are going to be completely planted in my hands this time, I want to see what tricks you have. Hey, Fu Hongxue was ruined by you, which made me lose a lot of face, but I won't let you get better this time. Quote. The cold glow in Li Yunfeng's eyes flickered slightly. Li Yunfeng went all out this time, and he also went to his own Suzaku army base to communicate with the soldiers of the Suzaku army at the Suzaku army base, so that the soldiers of the Suzaku army could be vigilant and defeat the Jiaolong army in the first battle. Li Yunfeng now couldn't wait to see the first battle arrive sooner, and he couldn't wait to see Yifei's desperate eyes and feel the pleasure of revenge. In Duan Tianyuan's gaze was also focused on Yifei's back, slightly frozen, the corners of his mouth drew a trace of curvature and then turned away. Duan Tianyuan was looking forward to Yifei's performance, and he hoped that Yifei would surprise him. However, if Yifei couldn't even pass the Suzaku army, then there would be nothing to look forward to. For Duan Tianyuan, Li Yunfeng was like a touchstone, and he just used Li Yunfeng to test whether Yifei was real gold or scrap iron. Yifei and Musician left side by side. Musician saw that there was no one around, so he gently grabbed Yifei's arm and said softly, now Li Yunfeng is definitely rubbing his fists, although the Jiaolong army is making rapid progress, but it is still necessary to be careful. Quote. Yifei smiled lightly and said, don't worry, I know. Strategically despise the enemy and tactically value the enemy. After all, Li Yunfeng was a realm master, and I would not underestimate him. Quote. Yifei knew that Musician was concerned about himself, so he explained with a smile. Hearing Yifei say this, Musician was also relieved, and Musician said softly, it is less than half a month before the start of the special department competition, although the time is not long, but it is not short. In this half a month, it is better for you and my troops to train jointly, and how can we still regard the other party as an imaginary enemy and carry out the final training? Quote. Yifei listened to the warmth in his heart. Musician was completely thinking about him, and even proposed such a way as joint training. In fact, he was also helping the Jiaolong troops to carry out the final training sprint. In the face of Musician's request, Yifei certainly wouldn't refuse, and he agreed, well, then that's it. Quote. Well, okay, let's start tomorrow. Musician smiled softly and replied crisply and neatly. Chapter 403. Yifei and Musician discussed well, and both of them made up their minds to conduct final training for the Jiaolong troops. The unit led by Musician is called the Falcon Force, which can also rank in the top 10 in the National Special Forces competition, which is a unit with decent strength. The Falcon Force is good enough to make the final training sprints with the Dragon Force, especially in group combat. This is of great benefit to both sides. Yifei also knew Musician's thoughts, and he knew even more clearly what Musician had for him. Yifei clasped Musician's hand, and Yifei sent Musician to the Mu family compound, and the two were temporarily separated. At the moment of parting, Musician tiptoed up and kissed Yifei's side of the face before turning away with a slight blush. And Yifei looked at the beautiful person's distant back, and the corners of his mouth showed a smile, and he was in a comfortable mood. After the separation, Yifei went straight to the Jiaolong Force base. Inside the base of the Dragon Force, Yifei summoned Chen Zhen and the others, only to see that Chen Zhen, Wang Yang, and other members of the Jiaolong troops were all honestly lined up, standing on the training ground, one by one, looking solemn, waiting for Yifei to give orders. Yifei Long said, the results of the lottery have come out. Quote. As soon as Yifei said the results of the Special Forces competition, it immediately made Wang Yang, Chen Zhen, and everyone in these Jiaolong troops jump in their hearts, and they looked at Yifei with burning eyes one by one. The warriors of these dragon troops were all eager and looking forward to it. After all, this was the first battle they faced in the true sense after Yifei taught the warriors of the Jiaolong army to cultivate the dragon elephant forging body technique. Now the dragon troops were full of momentum, all waiting. Seeing the situation, Yifei's voice was clear. I know that you are all looking forward to the first battle, but the opponent of this first battle is very strong, is the Suzaku army. The Suzaku troops, with Li Yunfeng as the chief instructor. Quote. Suzaku troops. Hearing the name of the Suzaku unit, the soldiers of this unit were all slightly frightened, but the momentum on their bodies did not diminish in the slightest, but instead they became full of war spirit and fist. Only to see Wang Yang grin and say, it turned out to be the dogs of the Suzaku army. This is the best, but last year we fought against the Suzaku troops and were defeated by them, and now it is exactly one. Quote. That's right, it's finally our turn to fight back. The first round of the Suzaku troops, ghoul. Only to see the people of the Jiaolong army instantly explode the pot, and all of them were talking about it, and the war spirit was raging, not only did not decrease but multiplied. The corners of Yifei's mouth hooked, and he knew that there had been a battle between the Jiaolong army and the Suzaku army last time, and it ended in a fiasco. No wonder, looking at the Jiaolong troops crowd of people rubbing their fists one by one and their battle spirit was raging, Yifei sighed in his heart inside that the military heart was available. Now after the Jiaolong army has become an army, the warriors of these dragon troops are all reborn, as if they have changed into a person and they can't wait to prove their strength. Therefore, in the face of the Suzaku troops, instead of panicking, they were very excited. Cough cough, Yifei coughed softly. The people of the Jiaolong army were suddenly silent and did not speak. Yifei just coughed, but the Jiaolong troops now immediately stopped all movements, all quieted down, and the surrounding area became a needle drop for a while. It can be seen from this that Yifei's position in the Jiaolong army is now. Yifei was very satisfied with the attitude of the soldiers, and he said lightly, in the next 10 days, I will conduct the final training for you, that is, the training of group combat, and from tomorrow onwards the Falcon Force will conduct joint training with you until the beginning of the Special Forces competition. Quote. In addition, in this Special Forces competition, I will first put forward the first request. Yifei glanced at the people of the Jiaolong troops, and saw that all the people of the Jiaolong troops were all holding their breath, waiting for Yifei to speak. Yifei said lightly, you hit me with Suzaku troops, hit them hard, I want to see the complete defeat of the Suzaku troops. Quote. Yes, hearing Yifei's voice raise an octave, the battle of the Jiaolong troops was instantly ignited, and they all shouted loudly, and their voices were loud. War. After everyone heard Yifei's words, they were all warlike and ready for a battle. Chapter 404. Seeing that everyone in the Jiaolong army was full of war spirits, Yifei was very satisfied, and he was very satisfied with the current situation of the Jiaolong troops. The strength of the Jiaolong army has now increased, and these warriors are all rubbing their fists and fighting spirits, and it is indeed the military spirit that can be used. Since this was the case, Yifei could also rest assured. Of course, the Jiaolong troops are not without problems, especially although most of the people in the Jiaolong troops have increased their strength, they still need to be tested in real actual combat. In fact, Yifei had already made arrangements on this point. Yifei had already let the fighters of the Jiaolong team divide into two groups to fight in the simulated team competition, and also achieve good combat results. In particular, Yifei let the warriors of the Jiaolong force fight in various complex terrains such as meadows and forests, and also made the warriors of these Jiaolong troops more experienced, and this period of hellish training has made the fighters of the Jiaolong force remember it vividly. Yifei was very satisfied with the current state of the Jiaolong force, and immediately communicated with the fighters of the Jiaolong force, telling them that from tomorrow they would open a new training mode and train with the Falcon force. Upon receiving this news, the warriors of the Jiaolong army were even more unsurprised. The warriors of the Jiaolong troop had now entered a bottleneck period in their training and couldn't wait to fight the real enemy. The matter was so determined, Yifei was also relieved to return to his private villa. Following, the training ground of the Jiaolong force base. Yifei and Mu Zizhen led the Jiaolong troops and the Falcon troops to unite on the training ground, and the two sides were separated on both sides, standing and waiting for the training to begin. Yifei glanced at the crowd, and he opened his mouth lightly, briefly introducing the rules of the competition training. In the next period of time, the Falcon force and the Jiaolong force will conduct joint training. The main content of the training is the team competition. Quote. In fact, in the National Special Forces competition, the rules of the team competition are also very simple and clear. The rules of the team competition are that each side sends a team to fight in a complex terrain such as forest, mountain, desert and so on, and the chief instructor cannot participate and there is no other game restriction. The two sides clash until one side wins the match and the loser is eliminated. The rules are simple and straightforward. Yifei completely introduced according to the rules of the competition, and also let the two teams of the Jiaolong force and the Falcon force quickly understand Yifei's meaning. Both sides frequently nodded their heads, loudly said in unison, and successively said that they understood. After everyone understood, Yifei was slightly slighted. Okay, then you both enter the playing field, and divide the winners and losers. Quote. Yes, Chief Instructor. The two squads of the Dragon Force and the Falcon Troop, each led by their respective captains, are ready to enter the playing field. The competition venue was also carefully selected by Yifei, and there happened to be a forest terrain in the area, which was used as the terrain for this competition. Seeing that the soldiers on both sides were ready, they saw that at this time, Yifei, Mu Zizhen, and Li Wen returned to the monitoring room. Yifei, Mu Zizhen and Li Wen, as the referees of this competition, can observe this game through monitoring equipment, through drones and other equipment, and finally confirm the results of the competition. On the monitoring equipment, Yifei clearly saw that the Jiaolong troops were led by Chen Zhen, while the Falcon troops were led by the captain of the Falcons, and they had all entered the forest terrain and were ready to start fighting. Seeing this scene, the corners of Yifei's mouth drew a hint of laughter. He looked at Mu Zizhen, and blinked with a bad smile. Zizhen, how about we make a bet? Quote. Bet. What to bet on? Mu Zizhen asked softly. The corners of Yifei's mouth smiled undiminished, and he said, just bet on the result of this game. Who do you think will win? Quote. Mu Zizhen sighed slightly. It should be that the Jiaolong army will win, but it is not so simple for the Jiaolong team to win. We Falcons are not bad, and they have an advantage in numbers. It is unlikely that you want to win too easily. Quote. What Mu Zizhen said was the truth. In fact, the Falcon force is not weak at all. In the last Special Forces competition, Falcon force ranked in the top 10. In this time in the Special Forces competition, Mu Zizhen is also a strict training for the Falcon force every day, and the Falcon force progress is also very fast. This time Mu Zizhen's goal for the Falcon force is to let the Falcon force enter the top 8, or even enter the top 6. And compared to the Dragon troops, the Falcon troops have another advantage, that is, the numerical superiority. Because when Yifei was training the Jiaolong troops, some of the fighters of the Jiaolong troops were eliminated by Yifei, and the number of Jiaolong troops was less than 200 at present. The Falcon force, on the other hand, had more than 300 people, more than 100 more than the Dragon force. Under such circumstances, it was certainly not so easy for the Dragon troops to win. Hearing Mu Zizhen say this, the corners of Yifei's mouth showed a hint of a smile. Well, let's make a bet. Just bet on whether the Dragon army can win the Falcon within 2 hours. How? If I win, you promise me one thing, and if I lose, I promise you one thing. Quote. Yifei blinked and put down his bet. Hearing Yifei say this, Mu Zizhen was slightly embarrassed. Yifei was so confident. Win Falcon force in 2 hours. This seems unlikely. Even Li Wen, who was on the side, whispered, Chief Instructor, do you have so much confidence in our Jiaolong troops? Implicitly, Li Wen also felt that it was impossible to solve the battle within 2 hours. During this time, Yifei's secret training of the Jiaolong troops, although Li Wen recorded some data, but the key things Li Wen did not know. The corners of Yifei's mouth hooked. Don't believe it. Then we'll see. Quote. Well, bet on it. Mu Zizhen thought about it and agreed to it. Chapter 405. Mu Zizhen agreed to make a bet with Yifei. Seeing the situation, the corners of Yifei's mouth revealed a smile, and when he saw Mu Zizhen agree, he said, well, then we will make up our minds. Quote. One word is enough. Mu Zizhen knew that Yifei's bad guy had bad intentions, and she let Yifei make a bet with her because Mu Zizhen really didn't believe that the Dragon army could kill the Falcon force within 2 hours. Not only did Mu Zizhen not believe it, but even Li Wen, who was Yifei's assistant, had some doubts. They did not doubt that under Yifei's teaching, the strength of the Jiaolong army had grown by leaps and bounds. What they suspected was that the Dragon force could really easily win the Falcon force in 2 hours. Especially if the Falcon force still has a numerical advantage. This is not to mention the Dragon troops, even if they are replaced by top divine beast teams such as the Suzaku troops, I am afraid that it will be difficult to do so. Yifei didn't care either, and he made a bet with Mu Zizhen with a smile, and the bet between the two sides was established. Yifei didn't say much, and as time passed, the training of this group battle gradually progressed. Immediately afterward, something surprising happened. Mu Zizhen and Li Wen also stared at the surveillance screen without blinking, and saw one incredible scene after another. On the monitoring screen, the Falcon force was actually defeated, far inferior to the Dragon force. The performance of the warriors of the Jiaolong force far exceeded Mu Zizhen's expectations, and under the attack of the Jiaolong troops warriors, the Falcon force could not resist at all. Half an hour later, the Falcon force was nearly half damaged. An hour later, Falcon force personnel were less than a third. An hour and a half later, the Falcon force was all killed. This team battle ended in the victory of the Dragon troops. Moreover, the Jiaolong troops finally won the victory with a huge advantage, and the total number of the Jiaolong troops was still more than 2/3. That's a staggering number. After all, both sides can be said to be the top special forces, although the Falcon is weaker, but this does not mean that the end of the battle will be so fast. Now the performance of the Falcon force can be described as vulnerable. It is not that the Falcon force is too weak. Mu Zizhen is confident that the Falcon force is definitely able to impact the top 8 or even the top 6 teams. It's because the Dragon army is too strong. After being guided by Yifei, the Jiaolong army was completely reborn. It was exactly as if it had changed, and the whole army had completely changed. Mu Zizhen gently opened her mouth, and her delicate face was surprised, and she whispered, what the hell is going on, how did you do this? Mu Zizhen was indeed surprised. Judging from the current performance of the Jiaolong troops, it is indeed amazing. Yifei smiled confidently and said, how to do it first, I am willing to gamble and lose, you have to promise me one thing. Quote. Yifei said, whispering a few words in Mu Zizhen's ear. Mu Zizhen's face suddenly turned red, and he glanced at Yifei. Li Wen is right next to it now, how can this guy be like this? Mu Zizhen glanced at Yifei, but unfortunately Yifei completely ignored him. Now someone's skin thickness has completely ignored Li Wen. Li Wen smiled secretly at the side, pretending not to hear Yifei and Mu Zizhen's conversation. Li Wen found that this chief instructor was really mysterious everywhere. Before he felt that the chief instructor was young, but he did not expect that his strength was so superior, and now he found that this chief instructor was approachable when he got along with Mu Zizhen, which made Li Wen feel that the image of Yifei in his heart became three-dimensional. Musician whispered, why has the strength of the Jialong army improved so much recently? This is also the place that makes Musician most confused. The strength of the Jialong troops had progressed too fast, although their personal strength had all reached the level of external martial artists, and there were even many internal martial artists. At present, among the more than 100 members of the Jialong force, almost all of them are above the level of external martial artists, and there are also nearly 20 internal martial artists. In terms of strength, it is indeed a rather terrifying force. But despite this, although the Dragon Army is very strong in individual strength, group warfare not only relies on personal force value, weapons and equipment, team command operations, etc. It is also very important, not to mention that the Falcon force also has a numerical superiority. But the result is, in this regard, Musician was only surprised. How could he not imagine that it would be such an ending? Ye Fei said, I recently conducted a special training for the Jialong troops, and the results of the special training were quite good. Moreover, after the overall strength of the Jialong troops increased, their abilities also became stronger, and they quickly mastered the results that needed training, which made me very pleased. Ye Fei said simply. Hearing Ye Fei say this, although Musician understood, he still felt a little incredible. The main reason is that the performance of the Dragon troops is really too good. Ye Fei's training of the Jialong troops during this time could be called devil training, and at this moment, it finally had results. Comfortable, Ye Fei himself was satisfied with this. Ye Fei looked at Li Wen and said, the training results of today's team competition should be kept strictly confidential, and I hope to surprise the Suzaku troops and Li Yunfeng when the time comes. Quote. Got it, Instructor General. Only to see Li Wenlian nodding, indicating understanding. Li Wen has always been obedient to Ye Fei, and Ye Fei has always said that there is no difference. Next, Ye Fei gathered the people of the Jialong army. The people of the Dragon Force performed quite well, while the Falcon Troop, everyone in the Falcon Force was stunned and dejected. Obviously they had not expected this result. Looking at the warriors of the Dragon troops, it was completely different. The warriors of the Jialong army were all full of momentum, and their faces were full of war spirit, and this victory did not make them proud. If I really want to describe it, the warriors of these Dragon troops are like a sharp sword, and at this moment they finally burst into strength. Chapter 406. After seeing the strength of the Jialong troops, Musician and Li Wen believed that the original Jialong troops had such a terrifying strength. The strength of the Dragon army is indeed extraordinary. Facing such a strong opponent as the Falcon army, it can gain the upper hand and even solve the battle in just 1.5 hours, which is shocking. The strength of the Jialong army is indeed strong. Musician and Li Wen also sensed the strength of the Jialong army for the first time. In the past, although Musician knew that under Ye Fei's guidance, the Jialong army must be incomparably powerful, but now when he looked at it, Musician suddenly realized that. It turned out that the Jialong army was already strong to this point. Such a Dragon force, the Falcon army must have been destroyed by a single blow, so can the Suzaku army withstand it? Musician's Falcon troops lost, and lost completely, but Musician was not angry at all, but was expecting Ye Fei a lot. Musician whispered, it seems that the potential of the Jialong force is still above my imagination, and this time there's really hope to compete for the first place in the Special Forces competition. Quote. It's not the first thing to say, but to give the Suzaku troops a surprise is true. I can't wait to see the expression on Li Yunfeng's face. Ye Fei smiled. Whether it was the thought that Li Yunfeng's Suzaku troops were going to clash with the Jialong troops next, Ye Fei was already a little impatient. You must know that Li Yunfeng is now in the Suzaku army, and his position is not low. If according to Li Yunfeng's trajectory, as long as he achieves good results in this Special Forces competition, then it is very likely to complete the gilding in the Suzaku troops, and from then on, Li Yunfeng only needs to stay in the Suzaku troops for 2 more years, and it will be logical to become an existence similar to Duan Tianyuan. Even as long as the Suzaku troops perform well enough, Li Yunfeng could even replace Duan Tianyuan and become a new generation of military gods in the Andu military region. This is what Li Yunfeng thought. What Ye Fei had to do was to extinguish Li Yunfeng's thoughts and make Li Yunfeng feel what despair was. In the future, the only person who can really replace Duan Tianyuan as a military god is Ye Fei. In this National Special Forces competition, Ye Fei had to prove himself. Musician smiled shallowly. Of course, she was also very aware of the enmity between Ye Fei and Li Yunfeng. As his own man, Musician certainly supported Ye Fei. Musician said softly, I also want to see Li Yunfeng's expression, it will indeed surprise him. There are still 10 days to go, we can still strengthen the training, and finally sprint. Quote. That's right, Ye Fei nodded. As a result, this race between Ye Fei and Musician's troops ended, and for the next 10 days, Musician and Ye Fei continued to train their respective troops in the team competition. Ye Fei helped Musician's Falcon troops to teach a lesson. With Ye Fei's understanding of Wu to this day, his guidance was simply an honor for these warriors of the Falcon Force. The warriors of the Falcon Force were all very excited, listening carefully to Ye Fei's story, lest they make a mistake. After Ye Fei's simple explanation, it also benefited the warriors of these Falcon troops. Under Ye Fei's guidance, the overall strength of the Falcon Force in the past few days has also improved by leaps and bounds. This made Musician can't help but say on the sidelines, I already knew that this was the result, then I would have let you teach them earlier. This time the Falcon Force has been guided by your point allocation, as long as the lottery luck is not bad, I feel that the top 6 have great hope. Quote. Ye Fei couldn't help but wonder, he was actually just doing it casually. However, the Falcon Force has a fairly good foundation, and under Ye Fei's guidance, it is indeed a huge benefit. With the passage of time, these 10 days of time are almost fleeting. During these 10 days, Ye Fei supervised and guided the 2 units of the Jialong Force and the Falcon Force every day, so that the strength of these 2 units could be further strengthened. And Ye Fei and Musician's, Yellow Emperor Neijing, fellow practitioners, has also entered a new stage. Musician's original martial arts talent is extremely high. After this, Yellow Emperor Neijing, cultivation, her strength is more realm half-step master, and even can be regarded as a half-step master. Musician's strength grew, which made Ye Fei of course extremely happy. Soon, the National Special Forces competition began. On the same day, several big men of the Xuanwang military region, as well as several generals from other military regions, all attended and participated in this contest. The National Special Forces competition can be said to be one of the highest standard military competitions in the entire Xuanwang Kingdom. The 32 most famous Special Forces teams of the Xuanwang Kingdom all participated. Duan Tianyuan, Li Yunfeng, Ye Fei, Musician and other chief instructors also all participated in their respective camps. At the same time, Zhang Jianhua, as the representative of this Special Forces competition, took the stage to speak. He simply said a few questions and then announced the official start of the competition. As the opening first battle, it was an opening contest between the Guilin troops led by Duan Tianyuan and the hapless egg troops of a certain southwest military region. After Duan Tianyuan's match, it was followed by the Jialong troops led by Ye Fei against the Suzaku troops led by Li Yunfeng. It can be said that the competition between the Jialong troops and the Suzaku troops led by Li Yunfeng is even more exciting than the Duan Tianyuan Guilin troops. Because Duan Tianyuan's Guilin troops are the favorite to win this competition without suspense, and the strength of his opponent's troops is also quite average, this is a game without suspense. But the Dragon Force and the Suzaku Force were completely different this time. This is one of the highlights of this competition. Sure enough, as everyone had guessed, the first team battle game ended almost as quickly as possible, and in less than an hour, the special forces of the Southwest Military Region lost to the Kirin troops, ending in failure. Immediately after that, it's the second game, Yifei's Dragon Army against Li Yunfeng's Suzaku troops. Chapter 407. In the second game, it was the Jiaolong troops led by Yifei that competed with the Suzaku troops led by Li Yunfeng, and the final result would also determine which of the two famous Divine Beast troops would advance to the final. Both the Dragon Force and the Suzaku Force were facing the test. Under the command of General Zhang Jianhua, the members of the Jiaolong and Suzaku troops entered the training ground at the same time. The competition ground is just a kilometer away from the training ground, the forest terrain. At this time, Yifei also saw Li Yunfeng. Only to see that Li Yunfeng was tall, his eyes were shining brightly, staring at Yifei, and smiled at Yifei. Brother Yi, I have finally waited for this day. To tell the truth, I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Quote. Li Yunfeng looked at Yifei with a smile on his face and squinted his eyes coldly. Seeing Li Yunfeng's expression, Yifei knew that this guy was also fully prepared in posture. I have to say that Li Yunfeng really has the ability. Li Yunfeng's strength is very strong, and as a big man in overseas hungman, he also has no shortage of followers around him. As a Huijing sect master, Li Yunfeng was now rich and powerful, and he had become a Huijing sect master in his 30s, and few people could compete with him like this. Even after Li Yunfeng joined the Yandu army as the chief instructor, he was regarded by many people in the Yandu military region as the second Duan Tianyuan, or as Duan Tianyuan's successor. But Yifei's appearance changed all that. Yifei was younger than Li Yunfeng and had greater potential. If the 20-something transformation realm sect master hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even Li Yunfeng wouldn't have dared to believe it. This is definitely unprecedented and unprecedented. Moreover, Li Yunfeng had dealt with Yifei, and he was well aware of Yifei's strength, even stronger than the average realm master. Li Yunfeng thought to himself, his strength was quite good among the realm sect master, and Li Yunfeng, who was in his 30s, was in a peak state regardless of his physical fitness or combat experience. But compared to Yifei, he felt that he did not have any advantages. Of course, Li Yunfeng didn't think he would lose, he just felt that the two sides were 5 or 5 apart. Yifei looked at Li Yunfeng, he also smiled lightly. Yifei said to Li Yunfeng, Brother Li, I am also looking forward to seeing you Waterloo today. Quote. Li Yunfeng's eyes flickered, squinted his eyes, and said slowly, Yifei, when the time came, I didn't expect you to be so hard-mouthed. I'd like to see if you can still laugh in a moment. Quote. Between words, Li Yunfeng sneered, quite dismissively. Li Yunfeng was still very confident in his Suzaku troops, and he himself was not idle during this time, and the training of the Suzaku troops was also in full swing. The training of the Suzaku troops was very intensive, and the intensity of the training was extremely high, and the strength of the Suzaku troops during this period was also improving by leaps and bounds, which was why Li Yunfeng was so confident. Li Yunfeng thought to himself that it might be difficult for him to fight Yifei and think about loosening, but judging by the performance of the Jiaolong troops before. You must know that although Li Yunfeng is arrogant, he is not stupid. Before that, Li Yunfeng also carefully looked at and studied the competition materials of the Jiaolong Force last year's Special Forces competition. To tell the truth, although they were both Divine Beast troops, as the best top troops in the Xuanwang Kingdom, the gap between the two sides was also extremely large. Especially when the strength of the Suzaku army has grown so strongly, it is needless to say. Therefore, Li Yunfeng has great confidence in himself. When Yifei saw Li Yunfeng with such a posture, he was not annoyed, but just smiled lightly and said, well, we will wait and see. Quote. The two talked for 2 sentences, at which time Zhang Jianhua announced that the game was ready to start. As soon as they heard that the battle between the Jiaolong army and the Suzaku force was about to begin, everyone was also attentive, focusing on the two units of the Jiaolong and Suzaku one by one. In particular, Duan Tianyuan, musician and other chief instructors were quite concerned about this battle. This is especially true of Duan Tianyuan. When he only saw Duan Tianyuan's gaze focused on the soldiers of the Suzaku troops, his expression did not change much, but he was slightly jaw, and he was not surprised. But when Duan Tianyuan focused his gaze on the people of the Jiaolong troops, he snorted softly, and his eyes were also a little uncertain. This dragon force, there are quirks. Duan Tianyuan was not a warrior who had never seen the Jiaolong army, but the Jiaolong force now was different from what he had seen before. In particular, the breathing rate of these warriors and the muscles that exposed their skin made Duan Tianyuan feel strange. This dragon force, somewhat quirky, Duan Tianyuan said to himself. Unfortunately, Duan Tianyuan's words Li Yunfeng could not hear. Moreover, Li Yunfeng's attention was mainly focused on the Suzaku troops, and he also observed the Jiaolong troops flawlessly. Soon, the troops of both sides entered the field and went to the simulated forest field of the game. Only to see the dragon troops and the Suzaku troops all enter the field and enter the forest. Both sides are on the sidelines. Immediately afterward, the Jiaolong troops and the Suzaku troops entered the forest area, and the two sides fought. Li Yunfeng was still triumphant. The forest is filled with all kinds of surveillance equipment, as well as all kinds of drone monitoring. Under such circumstances, both the Suzaku troops and the dragon troops were present, and the battle entered a frantic moment. Soon, time passed bit by bit. Li Yunfeng and Yifei were not aware of the battle situation, and the specific battle situation was known only to Zhang Jianhua and a few other high-level officials, who had to wait for the final outcome of the battle. In such a situation, although time does not pass quickly, it is all suffering. Soon, the results came out. This result directly shocked the audience. Chapter 408. After the Jiaolong troops and the Suzaku troops entered the competition field, the battle between the two sides had already begun. More than an hour passed. The results of this battle were finally revealed. Only to see that Li Yunfeng still looked calm, and even had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, he was very calm and very sure of the outcome of this game. No matter how strong Yifei was, it was impossible to change the Jiaolong army in a very short period of time. And Yifei looked at Li Yunfeng's smile and confident expression, and the corners of his mouth were slightly cocked, and he knew Li Yunfeng's situation clearly. No matter what attitude Li Yunfeng had, Yifei didn't care, he just wanted to see Li Yunfeng's last expression. At this time, the results have come out and reached Zhang Jianhua's hands. When Zhang Jianhua saw the result of the game, he shook his head slightly, and then looked at Yifei with some surprise. At this time, Li Yunfeng seemed to perceive a hint of malpractice. Li Yunfeng glanced at Yifei, only to see that Yifei was more calm and self-assured than him, and Yifei looked calm, and he felt that something was wrong. Li Yunfeng's expression changed slightly, and he barely smiled, but his heart was still comforting himself. It was impossible, even if Yifei was so powerful, it would be impossible to let the Jiaolong troops in a short period of time. Li Yunfeng was thinking like this, and at this time, Zhang Jianhua announced the results of the game directly and loudly on the stage. The match between the Jiaolong troops and the Suzaku troops took 1 hour and 50 minutes. In the final result of the competition, the Jiaolong troops won and the Suzaku troops lost. Zhang Jianhua announced the results. Moment. Li Yunfeng's face was directly stiff. Li Yunfeng's eyes widened, he looked at Yifei, staring at Yifei deadly, his face became iron blue, full of incredulity. In Li Yunfeng's mind, this is of course an impossible thing to happen. Yifei saw Li Yunfeng's shock and surprise, the corners of his mouth hooked, and his heart was free. Li Yunfeng was obviously unable to accept this reality. Not only Li Yunfeng was immersed in shock, but others were even more so. Only to see that everyone around them looked at each other, including the instructors, as if it was difficult to imagine such a result. Even Zhang Jianhua was the same. Although Zhang Jianhua and some other high-ranking officials of the Yandu military region knew the results of Yifei's training of Jialong troops beforehand, it was one thing to know the training results, and it was another thing to actually see the results of the competition. Zhang Jianhua was completely shocked by the performance of the Jialong troops. Not only Zhang Jianhua, but the high-level people of other military regions, which one is not like this? You know, the Suzaku army is the top 3 teams in the last session. And not only the previous session, including the previous ones, each time the results of the Suzaku army are very dazzling, almost every time it is the top few. Such a team, almost second only to the Qilin troops led by Duan Tianyuan, is the favorite to win the Special Forces competition. But the Suzaku troops were actually eliminated in this way. The results were shocking and unpredictable. After all, the strength of the Suzaku army is obvious to all, which is simply incredible. Only Yifei and Musician were not surprised. The smile on Li Yunfeng's face froze, and his whole person suddenly looked at Yifei as if he had turned into a stone. After half a ring, Li Yunfeng accepted this reality. But once he accepted this reality, he was immediately filled with anger and burned in Li Yunfeng's heart. You must know that Li Yunfeng, as the sect master of the realm of transformation, has a bright future after he joins the Suzaku army. Especially as long as he got his name in this Special Forces competition, it meant that Li Yunfeng could open a road to soaring yellow and soaring, and even replace Duan Tianyuan as a myth of the Yandu military region. At that time, Li Yunfeng alone will be able to call the wind and rain in Yandu. But now, all these plans had been broken by Yifei. Li Yunfeng couldn't understand what was wrong and what was going on. How did he suddenly lose? Li Yunfeng's shocked color was hard to hide, and at the same time, his eyes became cold, and he stared at Yifei deadly. Of course, Yifei knew this, but he smiled and did not panic in the slightest. On the contrary, Yifei not only did not panic, but also looked at Li Yunfeng's demeanor. He felt particularly interesting, and his heart was particularly cool. Chapter 409. Li Yunfeng stood still on the spot, his face suddenly blue and white, squinting his eyes, staring at Yifei deadly. However, Yifei looked calm and self-assured, not caring at all, standing in the same place, and his look was still quite teasing. Li Yunfeng was full of anger, the flames were burning in his heart, and his mood was extremely unhappy, but with so many military district leaders at the moment, he was not good at attacking. Otherwise, Li Yunfeng would really become a joke. Li Yunfeng was a realm master, and of course he also wanted to face it. Li Yunfeng stared at Yifei tightly. Since the wood had become a boat, he could only accept this reality. However, he wouldn't let Yifei get better. Brother Yi, no wonder you dared to assert that you could win over my Suzaku troops. It turned out to be a hidden killing move. You won this round, but there's still a personal game next, and I hope that when Brother Yi accepts my challenge, you and I will share the victory and defeat. Quote. After all, Li Yunfeng was not an ordinary person. Although he was depressed, his mood had gradually calmed down, and his eyes were fixed on Yifei. Li Yunfeng was surging with war, obviously quite angry, and wanted to fight with Yifei. Yifei also knew Li Yunfeng's thoughts. He smiled slightly, and said lightly, Brother Li, the matter of the individual competition is not urgent first. Besides, you've already lost the team game, and there's no point in sticking to it. Quote. When Yifei said this, he immediately made Li Yunfeng angry again. After the Suzaku troops lost the group battle, it meant that as long as the dragon troops did not encounter the Kirin troops, they almost firmly locked the top few. Li Yunfeng gritted his teeth, and the anger that had been so hard to calm down was about to burn again, and finally he could only coldly say, Brother Yi has a good means, I have learned it. Quote. As he spoke, Li Yunfeng clenched his fist and sneered at the side. Yifei looked at Li Yunfeng's expression and felt that his mood was getting more and more comfortable. Yifei smiled, Brother Li, if you want to challenge me, it's not impossible, then let's see you in the personal ring when the time comes. Quote. In the Special Forces competition, the most important team competition, the team competition is also the most valued. But again, the Special Forces competition also has individual competitions. The so-called individual competition, that is, individual competition. At that time, Yifei had the heart to fight with Li Yunfeng. After all, the two had been holding a grudge for a long time, and this grudge had also been broken. Hearing Yifei say this, Li Yunfeng immediately sneered, well, then one word is certain, I wait. Quote. One word is enough. Yifei and Li Yunfeng made an oath. At this time, the other chief instructors and the responsible persons of various units all looked at Yifei, as well as some leaders of the military region, and their eyes were also focused on Yifei's body. Yifei's performance was really surprising and shocking. Who would have thought that the Jialong army that had been in a state of slump before would really become a dragon in Yifei's hands? Good. I was very optimistic about this Yifei before, and sure enough, the Jialong troops went further under his leadership. Quote. Indeed, Yifei really has the means. After all, he is the youngest transformation realm master in the history of our martial arts circles, and his future prospects are unlimited. No, it is not that the future is unlimited, but that the future is already unlimited. That's what it says. Everyone was talking about it, and many of the leaders of the military region were also full of praise for Yifei. Yifei heard these praises in his ears, and he smiled slightly, but he did not show any pride. Everyone can do this kind of thing, but it is rare to scent charcoal in the snow. Especially this kind of scene talk, just listen to it. Immediately after, Yifei saw Duan Tianyuan looking at Yifei. Duan Tianyuan flew towards Yi. Seeing Duan Tianyuan walking towards Yifei, everyone was also stunned, because Duan Tianyuan's appearance meant that Yifei had met with this king who had been the first for 3 consecutive terms. I don't know what kind of spark will collide between them. Chapter 410. Only to see Yifei and Duan Tianyuan meet. Duan Tianyuan took a deep look at Yifei, and there was a hint of surprise in his voice, and he couldn't help but say, Yifei, you really gave me a big surprise and impressed me. Quote. Duan Tianyuan did not think that Li Yunfeng lost, but Li Yunfeng lost very thoroughly this time. The results had just been announced, and the final result was that the Jialong troops had already defeated the Suzaku troops by a relatively large margin. Suzaku's troops were completely annihilated, defeated in just 2 hours, very thorough, and even without suspense. The dragon troops have proved with facts that their strength is the favorite of this competition, and it is the seed of this competition. The Suzaku troops, on the other hand, were a stepping stone. No wonder Duan Tianyuan was surprised. It was really because the dragon army won without suspense, and it was too simple to win. When Yifei heard Duan Tianyuan say this, his expression did not change. He smiled slightly, and said, maybe after that, I will give you a bigger surprise to Instructor Duan. Quote. Yifei meant something. Obviously he had sharpened his sword and was ready to face the Qilin troops. Compared with the Jialong force, the Qilin force is indeed more famous and has more potential. But as a challenger, the dragon army is to pull the Kirin army off the horse. Duan Tianyuan also understood Yifei's meaning, and when the others around him heard Yifei say this, they even took a breath of cool air and felt that the atmosphere around them was also tense. The atmosphere around them was strange, and Yifei and Duan Tianyuan had formed a momentum of confrontation between them. Of course, there was no contradiction between Yifei and Duan Tianyuan, the two were just pure competition. Yifei and Duan Tianyuan looked at each other, and Duan Tianyuan smiled. Then I am looking forward to it more, I am waiting. Quote. In fact, Yifei's performance was like this, Duan Tianyuan was not at all repulsive, and indeed he was more looking forward to it. As a well-deserved king, Duan Tianyuan has won the supreme glory for 3 consecutive years and is the champion of the Special Forces competition. What is master loneliness? This is the loneliness of the master. Therefore, Duan Tianyuan has full confidence in these challengers and looks forward to encountering opponents who are comparable. Because only good opponents can unleash the maximum potential of the Kirin troops. Okay, Yifei didn't say much nonsense, at this time everything he said was false, only strength was true. Yifei smiled lightly, he looked indifferent, and did not communicate with Duan Tianyuan again. Because there is one more important thing at the moment. That is, the Falcon Force led by Musician was about to start entering the race. Today is the first day of the competition, and at the speed of the race, more than half of the teams will be decided. Musician's Falcon troops are among them. After the Falcon Force was recently guided by Yifei, its strength was also incomparably strong, and the level of the Falcon Force was still quite high. Yifei walked over to Musician's side at this time. Musician looked at Yifei, the corners of his lips were raised, and his red lips moved slightly, and he said softly, "Congratulations, I have won the Suzaku army." Quote. Musician was very happy for her boyfriend. She also knew that the battle between Yifei's leadership of the Jiaolong army and the Suzaku army was the key recently, at least winning Li Yunfeng first, Yifei's future was bright. It turns out that Yifei's dragon elephant forging body determination is not only useful but also powerful. The Suzaku force is the best touchstone. After all, as the top 3 team several times, and it was a divine beast unit, and it was led by master like Li Yunfeng, its strength was self-evident. Once Yifei successfully led the Jiaolong army to defeat the Suzaku troops, it was enough to prove Yifei's strength. After this battle, even if the future dragon army lost to the Qilin army, Yifei also proved himself. Of course, the best outcome is to win the Kirin troops. Yifei walked to Musician's side, and the two stood side by side, like a pair of golden children and jade girls, envious of others. Yifei smiled lightly at Musician and said, "The Falcon Force has also started to compete, what do you think will be the result?" Quote. I have faith in myself, and I have faith in you." Musician smiled softly. Musician was indeed full of confidence. The strength of the Falcon Force is really good, and with the help of Yifei, the strength of the Falcon Force has recently improved by leaps and bounds, not to mention that the opponent of the Falcon Force is not strong enough for him to win. Yifei heard the words and smiled slightly. Well, let's just wait for the good news together. Quote. About 3 hours later, the results of the Falcon Force race also came out. Falcon troops easily win and defeat opposing troops. When Yifei learned the result of the game, he and Musician looked at each other and smiled, and the two of them had a sharp taste in their hearts. The two units, the Falcon Force and the Dragon Force, both easily advanced to the top 16, and both sides won very easily. Soon, 2 days passed. In these 2 days, the list of 16 finalists has been selected. The next thing to do is the battle for the quarterfinals, which needs to be drawn again. As a result, Yifei, Musician and other chief instructors went to draw lots again. This time, Yifei's luck was good, and the team drawn was a relatively weak team. Although Musician's Falcon Force lottery team is slightly stronger, it is still not a problem. After all, as long as the Falcon Force did not encounter the Divine Beast Force in the first stage, the odds of victory were very high. When Yifei saw the draw, he already knew that he was stable this time. It's about making it easy to advance to the quarterfinals. Chapter 411. For Yifei, the next game was indeed extremely easy. After the victory of the Dragon Army over the Suzaku Army, the Dragon Army has easily locked in the victory of the next few games. As long as Duan Tianyuan's Qilin troops were not encountered, then everything would be without suspense. What surprised Yifei and Musician was that the performance of the Falcon Force was also quite good, and the Falcon troops' performance on several occasions was perfect, although it was not as good as the Divine Beast Force, but it was also very close. The competition in the past few days had little to do with Yifei and Musician, and the troops led by them had already won easily. Therefore, Yifei and Musician also spent a period of leisure time in such a fierce National Special Forces competition. Time flies. 2 days passed. The Jiaolong troops eliminated 2 rounds of opponents in a row and successfully advanced to the final 4. In addition, the top 4 teams also include the Kirin Force, as well as another Divine Beast Force, the Xuanwu Force, the Falcon Force, and the Dragon Force. That's right, even the Falcon Force, because of its strength and good luck, actually successfully advanced to the final 4. As a result, many people were even more impressed by Yifei and Musician, especially for Yifei. Several leaders of the Yandu military region also knew that the Falcon Force was recently conducting a joint exercise with the Jiaolong unit, and Yifei had also conducted training and guidance for the Falcon Force. In a short period of time, the Falcon Force actually advanced to the top 4. Even if it is a coincidence, no one will believe it. After all, this is really unbelievable. What magical magic does Yifei have in the end, but as long as the team he has pointed out can have such rapid progress? The leaders of the Yandu military region were a little incredulous. But beyond that, there is no other explanation. Now everyone in the entire Yandu military region was looking at Yifei with admiration. From the leaders to the instructors of various units, to the soldiers of the ordinary troops, they were all in awe of Yifei. Because they almost witnessed the birth of the biggest dark horse of this competition. Just like the rise of Duan Tianyuan at the beginning, Yifei's appearance was really shocking. Moreover, Yifei's performance was even more amazing than Duan Tianyuan at the beginning. Yifei was younger than Duan Tianyuan. Moreover, the Jiaolong troops that Yifei had taken over were far weaker than the original Qilin troops. It's just that I don't know how far Yifei can go, and what kind of legend can he create. After Yifei rested for a few days, he finally met the battle. The battle of the top 4 can be said to be no weak. That night, Yifei and Musician were together. After the two of them cultivated, Musician looked at Yifei and smiled sweetly. I really didn't expect to be able to advance to the top 4. It seems that I have good luck this time, and thank you for your help. Quote. Yifei said, between you and me, why do you have to say anything? Yes, Musician chuckled, but then it will be quite troublesome. The rest of the troops are all Divine Beast troops, and I reckon the Falcon Force will end here. Quote. Musician sighed lightly. She was also well aware of the strength of the Falcon Force. The Falcon Force is powerful. After Yifei's guidance in the past few days, although it is also a leap forward. But no matter how much you advance, it will be difficult for the Falcon Force to win the Divine Beast Force. Whether it was the Qilin Force or the Xuanwu Force, they were the top 3 units before, far from being comparable to the Falcon Force. Not to mention the Dragon troops. Admittedly, the fortunes of the Falcon Force have come to an end. But despite this, the Falcon Force is also bloody. After all, Musician's goal at the beginning was only the top 8 or the top 6. Yifei smiled and said, "It's alright, watch me win the championship." Yifei was very confident, and his words revealed the confidence of victory. In fact, as time goes by, the more time passes, the stronger the strength of the dragon army becomes. Under Yifei's guidance, the strength of the Jiaolong troops who had cultivated the dragon elephant forging body technique increased dramatically, and every day they made progress, and the longer the time, the more beneficial it was to Yifei. Musician saw Yifei's confident and domineering appearance, she smiled shallowly, did not refute it, but agreed with Yifei's statement. Musician witnessed one miracle after another created by Yifei, and she had more deep trust in Yifei in her heart. By the way, when are our bets redeemed? Yifei winked at Musician and smiled evilly. Hearing this, Musician's cheeks were crimson, and even the gooseneck was rendered red, and she whispered, follow you. Yifei laughed and gently hugged Musician into his arms. Following, Yifei and Musician went again to conduct the draw for the final 4 matches. The result of the draw is still very important, which will determine the opponents that Yifei and Musician and others lead the team to encounter. The drawing of lots was held by a leader of the military region. Yifei, Musician, Duan Tianyuan, and Yang Rui, the chief instructor of Xuanwu's troops, began to draw lots. The results of the draw will be announced soon. The final 4 was Yifei's Jiaolong unit, and the opponent was the Xuanwu army. The Falcon force led by Musician is the opponent of the Kirin force. Seeing the results of the draw, Musician was calm, and she had long been mentally prepared. Musician turned to Yifei, "It seems that I am over, it is up to you." Quote. Yifei was silent and glanced at Yang Rui, the chief instructor of the Xuanwu troops, who was not far away. As the chief instructor of the Xuanwu army, Yang Rui was very strong in strength and was a half-step realm master. However, although he was a half-step realm master, he was still a lot worse than Yifei. Yang Rui drew a lottery to the Jiaolong troops, and a bitter smile appeared on his face, knowing that these 4 finals would be extremely difficult. After the Jiaolong army won the Suzaku unit, Yang Rui paid attention to the next few games of the Jiaolong army, and also came to a very terrifying conclusion: the only opponent of the Jiaolong army was only afraid that it was the Qilin army. Duan Tianyuan saw the results of the draw, he also smiled slightly. In Duan Tianyuan's view, the overall situation has been decided, and the next step is to encounter the Jiaolong army in the finals. Chapter 412. The draw is over and the big picture is set. According to the normal situation, the strength of the Jiaolong troops led by Yifei was already very clear to everyone. Although the Jiaolong troops are the top troops, it is still difficult to win in the face of the current Jiaolong troops. As for the battle between the Falcon force and the Kirin force, it was even harder. The Falcon force wants to win unless a miracle happens. Musician herself was no longer hopeful, and she felt that it was a blessing to be able to get to this point. The next day, the semi-final matches began. Sure enough, as expected by the draw, first the Falcon force fought with the Kirin army, and the Kirin force soon broke through, and in just over an hour, the Falcon force was completely destroyed, and the Kirin force successfully advanced to the final. The news of 853 is not surprising at all. Whether it was the leaders of the Yandu military region, or other instructors and members of the troops, they were not surprised by this news. Although the Falcon force is the dark horse of this competition, it is still not enough compared with the Qilin force led by Duan Tianyuan. The only one who can really challenge the Qilin army is the Jiaolong army. When Yifei heard the news that the Qilin troops had easily defeated the Falcon troops, it took less than 2 hours, and he narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, the Kirin force was his strongest opponent, and it took less than 2 hours for the Kirin force to defeat the Falcon force. Yifei squinted, knowing the strength of the Qilin troops. Immediately after, there was a contest between the Jiaolong force and the Xuanwu force. The Xuanwu force was also in the top 3 of the previous edition. The first 3 units of the previous term were the 3 units of Qilin, Suzaku, and Xuanwu. The Suzaku army had already been dismounted by Yifei, and no one would doubt the strength of the Jiaolong army any longer. But then, the Dragon army proved itself once again. In less than 3 hours, the Jiaolong troops completely defeated the Xuanwu troops, and the Xuanwu troops surrendered. In the end, Yifei won very easily. The appearance of this result also made the leaders of the Yandu military region, as well as the instructors of other units, extremely shocked. This Dragon army was simply like destroying the decay, and it was unstoppable. Such an amazing momentum is really powerful. Sure enough, the Jiaolong force eventually became the biggest dark horse in the team competition of this special forces competition. I just don't know if this dark horse can continue to go black to the end and win the test with the Qilin troops. No one knows. If at the beginning of this national special forces competition, everyone did not expect such a scene, but now that they really saw this situation, everyone understood Yifei's strength. Who would have thought that the Jiaolong army could come to this point under the leadership of Yifei? Too strong. The Jiaolong force has really been reborn. What kind of magic does this Yifei have? I heard that he is the Transformation Realm Sect Master, the youngest Transformation Realm Sect Master in our country. Transformation Grand Master. This Yifei is even more terrifying than Duan Tianyuan in the same period, and it seems that the Yandu military region will become a heavenly being in the future. Yes, even if Yifei can't get the first place this time, it is enough to attract the attention of the superiors, and in time, maybe he can really replace Duan Tianyuan. Everyone was talking about it, and they were all amazed at Yifei's performance. Yifei's strength is indeed very strong, even far better than Duan Tianyuan's performance in the same period. Now in the hearts of everyone, Yifei was already enough to threaten Duan Tianyuan's position. Seeing that these instructors and high-level people all admired Yifei immensely, and even frequently praised him, Li Yunfeng immediately turned blue on the side. Li Yunfeng clenched his fists, his face was livid, and he was silent. Yifei's performance was indeed stunning, making Li Yunfeng silent. Yifei, Li Yunfeng itched his teeth in his heart, but he couldn't say it, and he still had to maintain his demeanor on the surface. Everyone in the Yandu military region praised Yifei. Yifei looked indifferent. In Yifei's opinion, it was too early to be happy. After all, there is still one last step left, that is, the final. Only by defeating Duan Tianyuan in the finals can it be called a perfect ending. Of course, Yifei also found that in fact, the difficulty of winning Duan Tianyuan is also 0. The Qilin unit is worthy of being the first unit for 3 consecutive terms, and its overall strength can be called crushed, and it has an absolute advantage over other Ren'hi troops. Even in the face of Yifei's dragon troops, Yifei did not dare to say that he was victorious. Yifei narrowed his eyes, and he looked at Duan Tianyuan at this time. Duan Tianyuan seemed to have a spirit in his heart, and he also happened to look at him at this time. Duan Tianyuan smiled at Yifei and said, "Instructor Yi, we finally have a fight. In the final, I am looking forward to this battle." Quote. "I'm looking forward to it too." Yifei smiled slightly, for such an opponent as Duan Tianyuan, Yifei himself also recognized. Duan Tianyuan and Yifei had no grudge, the two only had the will to fight but only regarded each other as competitors. Only to see that Duan Tianyuan and Yifei were both burning in their eyes, and the two sides were full of war, it was almost like there were sparks and lightning in the air. Yifei and Duan Tianyuan were both Huijing sect masters, and a strong pressure had formed between the Hua Realm sect master and the Hua Realm sect master, and the other instructors around them were involuntarily retreating, completely unable to intervene. At this time, Zhang Jianwen stood up. Only to see Zhang Jianwen cough, he said lightly, well, you two will not face each other, tomorrow final, I am looking forward to your performance. Whether it is the Dragon Force or the Kirin Force, who can win this game? All will be recorded in the annals of 3.1 history and become the most colorful stroke of the National Special Forces competition. Quote. Zhang Jianwen looked at Yifei and Duan Tianyuan with great anticipation. If Duan Tianyuan can win tomorrow, then the Qilin team will be the fourth consecutive champion, making history again. If Yifei can win, too, he will create a legend. Chapter 413. Zhang Jianwen said it well, no matter who won Yifei and Duan Tianyuan, this game will create a legend and become a game that countless people have watched. This finals is definitely the most watched one in history. From the senior leaders of the major military regions to the ordinary special forces soldiers, they are very concerned about this and look forward to the results of the competition. And Yifei and Duan Tianyuan, the two parties naturally do not need to say, for them, the result of this game is also crucial. Is it the challenger who kills the former king, or does the king destroy the strongest challenger? Everyone is waiting to see. Among the crowd, the most disgruntled was Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng squinted his eyes and stared at Yifei deadly, his fists clenched, his eyes flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but his eyes were extremely gloomy, revealing a chill. If it wasn't for Yifei's birth, the person who challenged Duan Tianyuan at this moment would have been him. Unfortunately, Yifei's appearance made the Suzaku troops eliminated in the first round, and in the end, Li Yunfeng also became a laughingstock. Li Yunfeng was very unwilling. If he lost in the last few rounds, Li Yunfeng was afraid that he would not be so humiliated. But to lose in the first round is a shame. Li Yunfeng can't wait to get back face, and he has set his sights on the next round of individual competitions. The semi-final match is over. Tomorrow is the finals. Yifei knew that things were urgent, but he was not in a hurry and did not seem to take the finals to heart. Musician knew that Yifei's next day was crucial. She was very understanding and did not bother. Musician has always understood Yifei and has a tacit understanding. Although Yifei was relaxed, he also understood that the Qilin force would be the strongest opponent of the Jiaolong army. To this end, Yifei gathered the Jiaolong troops at his own training ground and gave a lecture. Only to see all the warriors of the Jiaolong army gathered, less than 200 warriors, each of them was the elite of the elite. Squad leader Chen Zhen, vice captain Shang Zheng, and Wang Yang and some other elite backbones, the strength is already internal strength martial arts. As for the others, at least they are also external martial artists, and their strength is strong. Moreover, Yifei could not only guide them but also guide them in guns, field warfare and other skills, which also made the overall level of the Jiaolong army improve rapidly, and there were almost no shortcomings. After cultivating the dragon elephant forging technique, the strength and combat effectiveness of the Jiaolong army were enhanced, and the physical reaction and flexibility were also greatly improved. No matter what they learned, they would do more with less. This is also the main reason why the dragon army can improve rapidly in a short period of time. Yifei looked at the warriors of the Jiaolong army. Only to see that these warriors of the Jiaolong army were all resolute in their faces, their looks were like iron, like a dunning stone statue, all of them were watching Yifei and listening to Yifei's dispatches. The warriors of the Jiaolong army were already obedient to Yifei. As long as Yifei gave an order, even if they let them go up the sword mountain and go down to the sea of fire, they could not frown at all. Yifei looked at the Jiaolong troops with satisfaction, his eyes were staggered on their bodies. Yifei said lightly, you have performed well, I am generally satisfied with the performance of the previous few battles. Quote. Being able to make Yifei personally say that he was satisfied, and immediately making the warriors of the Jiaolong army happy, which represented Yifei's recognition of them. And Yifei's recognition of them is extremely rare, and it is usually more difficult to hear Yifei's praise than to ascend to the sky. In this regard, everyone in the Jiaolong army was full of spirits, and their eyes were burning towards Yifei. Yifei said, tomorrow is the final of the last day, and there is only one opponent left. I hope you can go all out and win the game. If you can win the Kirin army, it means that the hell training you have received in recent months has not been in vain, that your sweat has been proven, and that you will create the biggest legend in the history of the Special Forces competition. Quote. Yifei's words were still relatively plain, but the information contained in them made everyone in the Jiaolong army excited. Yeah, they're one step away from the championship, one step away from the final legend. This last step will determine whether they can create a legend and achieve a championship. What Yifei said was good. The training they have received in the past few months is nothing short of hell training, and the sweat that has been shed can only be known to them. Moreover, the difficulty of dragon elephant forging technique to be refined is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But at present, it seems that all this training, this pain, is worth it. As long as you win the game, you can create the biggest legend. I look forward to your performance and I will stand at the top of the podium waiting for you. Yifei said the last word. This sentence made the people's blood boil even more, and the warriors of the Jiaolong army were all shaken with emotion and claimed to be so. We will certainly live up to the expectations of the instructors. We will definitely win the championship and not embarrass the instructor. Yes, only by winning the championship can we be worthy of the instructor and worthy of our efforts. For a moment, everyone in the Jiaolong army was in high spirits, looking excited and extremely expectant. That's it, I'm waiting for you. Yifei said the last sentence lightly, and then left in a dashing manner. The basic things he has to do have been done, and the next step is to do his best and obey the destiny. Yifei also believed in his own team members, at least the people of the Jiaolong army had been performing well from the very beginning to the present. In the end, whether you can create a legend depends on faith, second, luck, and ultimately strength. Yifei finished speaking and left. On this day, the Jiaolong troops only carried out regular training, did not increase the amount of training in order to maintain the best state. The next day, the grand final officially begins. This much anticipated day has finally arrived. Chapter 414. On the day of the finals, the competition venue of Yandu military region. At this moment, it was extremely lively, and the instructors of various units, including the leaders of the Yandu military region and other major military regions, were almost all present with the purpose of wanting to see the end and witness the miracle. Who is the king of this special forces competition? Everyone wants to know, and more desperately wants to know the results. The world has always been like this, people only care about the result, do not ask about the process. Although under the leadership of Yifei, the Jiaolong army had already proved its strength. Yifei's results this time are also remarkable enough, but as long as he does not win the championship, it is always a pity. After all, only by winning the championship can you really prove yourself. Under such circumstances, the championship match is of course very much in the spotlight, and everyone is gathered to wait for the result of today's competition. In Yifei's stand, he was focused by the eyes of countless people. Yifei is of course the protagonist of this battle. Musician stood next to Yifei, her eyes looked at Yifei, full of confidence in Yifei and more unswerving support for Yifei. Yifei and Musician looked at each other and smiled, and then Yifei shifted his gaze to the other person. Duan Tianyuan. Duan Tianyuan also walked slowly toward Yifei, only to see a smile hanging from the corner of his mouth, and between his smiles, he said lightly, Yifei, today the troops led by you and me will be divided into victory and defeat. After this is a personal battle, then I want to really talk to you. Quote. Duan Tianyuan even never mentioned the matter of group warfare, as if he had already included the victory of group warfare. This also shows Duan Tianyuan's absolute confidence in his own strength. Duan Tianyuan behaved like this. Yifei was very clear. First, the other party was absolutely confident, and second, Duan Tianyuan also exerted psychological pressure on him, making him doubly stressed. Yifei knew Duan Tianyuan's methods clearly, his look remained unchanged, and he did not listen to or hear Duan Tianyuan's words. After a slight sigh, Yifei said, "Let's wait until after today's results. I'm afraid that when the time comes, Instructor Duan, you won't be in the mood to play a personal game with me." Quote. Yifei's words were even more perfect to reject Duan Tianyuan. Duan Tianyuan frowned, dumbfounded, and said, "Well, let you be happy, and wait for the results of the game with peace of mind." Quote. Hearing Duan Tianyuan say this, Yifei also laughed and said nothing, and the verbal confrontation between the two ended. Immediately afterward, Zhang Jianwei and other leaders also entered the scene. At the same time, the two teams of the Qilin Force and the Jiaolong Force also entered the scene, and these two teams were finally fully displayed in front of everyone. Yifei looked at the Jiaolong troops first, and everyone in the Jiaolong troops looked resolute as iron, and everyone in the Jiaolong troops looked full of coldness and burning with war intentions, as if they were ready to fight at any time. Obviously, the Jiaolong troops were at the peak of the battle, and Yifei was satisfied with the situation, and the corners of his mouth hooked, revealing a smile. As for the Qilin troops, Yifei also took a look. The performance of the Qilin troops is even more amazing. Every Qilin unit is neat and solemn, the momentum is extraordinary, and it is also waiting for a battle, ready for a battle at any time. Judging from the state of the Qilin troops, they are indeed far stronger than the two units of Suzaku and Xuanwu, worthy of being the champions of the 3 times, and the strength of other units is indeed not an order of magnitude. Yifei secretly said in his heart, he also recognized the strength of the Qilin troops. Judging from the performance of the Kirin troops, it is indeed quite good. If there is no doubt that the Dragon Army has turned out, the champion of this session must still be the Kirin Army. Unfortunately, the Jiaolong Army turned out to be born. The two sides are fighting with each other, and one side will be defeated and exited. After Yifei's gaze was focused on the two troops, he saw that the two troops, Qilin and Jiaolong, had also entered the field smoothly. Immediately after, under Zhang Jianwei's announcement, the two units of the Qilin Force and the Jiaolong Force entered the competition venue. The finals are about to begin. Everyone is looking forward to it, everyone is watching. Even the leaders on the stage looked at the monitor without blinking, waiting for the results of the game to be born. I announce that the finals of this Special Forces contest have begun. After Zhang Jianwei's announcement, it means that the competition has officially begun. Duan Tianyuan and Yifei stood separately, both looking at the middle of the field, looking forward to the outcome of this match. Time passes gradually. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. The game still has no trend of results. A full 2 hours passed, and the game was still not over. However, the crowd did not follow the trend of impatience, and everyone was very patient waiting for the results of the game. After all, this is a time to witness the legend. Everyone at the scene waited patiently. Time passed 3 hours. The results are still not out. At this time, both Yifei and Duan Tianyuan felt a hint of solemnity. The 3-hour battle time was relatively rare for both the Jiaolong Force and the Qilin Army, which could only show that the strength of the other side was beyond imagination. 4 hours. By the 4th hour, the battle between the Dragon Force and the Qilin Force had entered a white-hot stage. It's been a long time, musician whispered beside Yifei. Yifei bowed his head slightly. Well, it seems that the strength of the Qilin Army is also above my imagination. Quote. After speaking, Yifei did not have any expression change, but quietly waited for the outcome of the matter. While waiting, the 5th hour arrived. It's 5 hours. It took 5 hours for the results of the match to finally appear, which also meant that the intensity of the game was unimaginable. At this time, Zhang Jianwei saw the final result of the game in the VIP seat, and a different color appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but say loudly, "I now announce the result of the competition was." As soon as they heard this, everyone looked at Zhang Jianwei and was attracted by him. Chapter 415. The final result is out. Only to see Zhang Jianwei standing in the VIP seat, he looked slightly surprised but still announced the result of the game. The ultimate victor is the Dragon Army led by Yifei. Zhang Jianwei loudly announced the results. When I heard this, I saw that all the people were shocked. Yifei looked calm, and the corners of his mouth hooked, revealing a hint of a smile. This was to his surprise. Very comfortable. The Jiaolong Army finally created a legend, killed Duan Tianyuan's Qilin troops, and became the first place in this Special Forces competition. Champion. The weight of the winner of this Special Forces competition is very heavy. After all, the Dragon Army defeated the 3 Divine Beast troops of Qilin, Suzaku and Xuanwu to finally become the champion of the competition. From this point of view, no one can question the weight of this championship. In the history of the Special Forces competition, there is really no team that has defeated 3 Divine Beast troops in a row to win the championship. It can only be said that the Dragon Army eventually made history and deserved to win the championship. There is nothing to say about that. After Zhang Jianwei announced that the victor was the Jiaolong troops, Yifei and musician were of course quite happy and excited. But a few joys and a few sorrows, others are different. Duan Tianyuan's face appeared a look of surprise, and then he sighed a little, but he quickly accepted this fact. For Duan Tianyuan, he had never thought of such an outcome. Duan Tianyuan was extremely confident in the strength of the Qilin troops, but he could not have imagined that such a result would happen. However, Duan Tianyuan is still relatively bright and upright, and when he sees the result of the game, he is also willing to gamble and lose. Although he has some size, he still accepts this fact. On the other side, Li Yunfeng was clenching his fist deadly, and when he heard the results of this game, his mentality almost collapsed. Yifei actually won the championship. Li Yunfeng clenched his fists, his green tendons exposed, and his heart was obviously extremely depressed. Fortunately, Li Yunfeng was already a realm master, and the cultivation of Qi Kung Fu was not the same as Chen Luo, so Li Yunfeng did not have a seizure, but his eyes were still flickering, quite speechless. A good Yifei actually won the championship, Li Yunfeng muttered to himself, and the hostility towards Yifei in his heart deepened. The contradiction between Li Yunfeng and Yifei, needless to say, until Yifei won the championship, of course, he was unhappy to the extreme, but he had no choice. Seeing that Yifei was under the attention of thousands of people, his horns twitched slightly, and he was silent. Li Yunfeng looked at Yifei with a gloomy face, thinking about the next way to deal with Yifei. After Yifei won the first place in this team competition, to prove the strength of Yifei's Dragon Elephant Forging technique, the upper-level leaders were only afraid that they would start to promote the Dragon Elephant Forging technique in top special forces such as Qilin, Xuanwu, and Suzaku. And Yifei's status will inevitably rise with the water. At that time, not to mention the current Duan Tianyuan, I was afraid that Yifei's reputation would reach a point where even Duan Tianyuan could not surpass. Although Li Yunfeng did not know that Yifei had created a technique called Dragon Elephant Forging Body Technique. But what Li Yunfeng knew very well was that Yifei could make the strength of the Jiaolong army soar in a short period of time, and there must be some kind of secret method. Once this secret method was known to the upper leaders, the importance Yifei received would be unimaginable. Yifei, it seems that I still underestimated you. Li Yunfeng squinted, he muttered to himself, his eyes gloomy. I have to say that Yifei's strength far exceeded Li Yunfeng's imagination. At the VIPC, Zhang Jianwen and the other leaders all stood up subconsciously, slightly surprised by this result. Although at the beginning of the game, everyone thought that Yifei could eventually defeat Duan Tianyuan and the Zhaolong army could successfully win. But after all, the Qilin army was 3 consecutive champions, and they were suddenly taken first by the Zhaolong army for a while, and they were all a bit shocked. Good, this Yifei is indeed a talent. I had already heard of Yifei's name, but I didn't expect him to be able to reinvent the Zhaolong army in just a few months. It's really powerful. I heard that this Yifei is still the son-in-law of the Mu family, and the Mu family really has a good eye. Such a young master of the realm has an unlimited future. At the VIPC, several leaders talked inside. Yifei's performance was really amazing. Congratulations to Instructor Yifei, congratulations to the Zhaolong troops. After Zhang Jianwen announced the results of the game, he looked at Yifei. Yifei smiled slightly, and saw that at this moment, the warriors of the Zhaolong army had also returned in unison. The Zhaolong troops totaled nearly 200 people, all dressed in military uniforms, and walked up to Yifei. The leader was squad leader Chen General. Only to see that Chen Gen's military uniform was already full of dust, and his whole person looked a little embarrassed, but he was full of energy. Chen General led more than 100 people of the Zhaolong troops to Yifei's face. Chen General took the initiative to salute Yifei, and then said loudly, "Report Instructor, fortunately not to dishonor your life, the Zhaolong troops have completely annihilated the Qilin troops and won the championship." Quote. Report to the instructor, fortunately not to disgrace. The entire crowd of the Zhaolong troops shouted at the same time, and one by one, the shouts of the crowd shook the clouds, and they roared out in unison. Suddenly, the corners of Yifei's mouth drew a hint of a smile, and he was in a good mood when he saw the Zhaolong troops behave like this. Only to see more than 100 people in the Zhaolong troops, Chi all knelt down on one knee and shouted at Yifei. This scene also made many people at the scene full of shock and shock. A good Yifei, so won the hearts of the military, is indeed extraordinary. This championship, he deserves it. Many leaders also looked at this scene with complicated faces, and were shocked by the results of the game. Yifei's performance was really amazing. Champions, deserved. Chapter 416. I have to say that Yifei's performance is really amazing. In particular, the attitude and performance of the Zhaolong army warriors at the scene were all towards Yifei, which was simply to regard Yifei as a god. Except for Yifei, the warriors of these dragon troops simply didn't take anyone in their eyes. I have to say that judging from the performance on the spot, Yifei was also deeply impressed by the military. It was precisely for this reason that the leaders at the scene looked at Yifei even differently. In particular, a group of leaders headed by Zhang Jianwen all praised Yifei, knew more about the relationship between Yifei and the Mu family, and were all willing to say a few good words for Yifei. Of course, in fact, there is no need for them to say good things. Yifei has now thoroughly proved his ability and strength, and the upper leaders will attach great importance to Yifei. What these leaders can do is nothing more than icing on the cake. Zhang Jianwen sighed with great emotion, and he sighed and said, "It seems that the era that belongs to Duan Tianyuan has passed." Yeah, there's a rising star again. Moreover, Yifei's momentum was stronger than Duan Tianyuan's. Quote. Duan Tianyuan had been in the Yandu military region before, and even a powerful faction like Zhang Jianwen had to look at him differently and respect him for 3 points. But from today onwards, it seems that the pattern of the Yandu military region will change. All this because of Yifei. Yeah, I thought Duan Tianyuan's peak was far from over, but I didn't expect Yifei to turn out to be born. In this way, our military service is the decision of the strong. Several leaders talked about it one after another, once again showing their approval of Yifei. Zhang Jianwen looked at Yifei's figure with some complexity. There was appreciation, there was admiration, and there was also a hint of helplessness. Zhang Jianwen has always been very good to Yifei, and even he regards Yifei as an object that can be cultivated and attaches great importance to Yifei. But who knew that Yifei was brilliant in this special forces competition, which was shocking. Moreover, not only that, Yifei will definitely receive the attention of the upper leaders this time, and Yifei's dragon elephant forging technique, Zhang Jianwen is very clear. After this battle, Yifei completely proved himself, his current status has risen sharply, and he is only afraid to be comparable to Zhang Jianwen's position in the Yandu military region. Originally, Zhang Jianwen looked at Yifei or the mood of the seniors looking at the juniors, but after this time, Yifei and Zhang Jianwen's status will be equal, which of course makes Zhang Jianwen's heart very complicated. But it's not easy to say, there's a personal race next, and Duan Tianyuan may be able to turn over. Not necessarily, the individual competition is not as important as the team competition, and Yifei has already understood his value and strength. If Yifei can win both the individual and team championships, it will be really perfect. It is impossible, Duan Tianyuan's strength is recognized, is it a joke to be the top 3 in the Grandmaster list? It's also said, between the leaders, they are also looking forward to the next individual competition. Compared with the highlight of the team competition, the individual competition is more of an individual competition, and it is basically between the instructors of each unit. Although special forces competitions have always paid more attention to team competitions, individual competitions look pleasing to the eye and the attention is extremely high. Before Yifei and Li Yunfeng did not appear, the entire competition was almost only Duan Tianyuan, the realm master, so the first place in the individual competition was always occupied by Duan Tianyuan, and the others could not compare at all. But this time the individual competition has Yifei and Li Yunfeng joining, it is completely different, and it has completely become a dragon fight. The strength of the 3 realm masters is first class, who is the winner in the end. If Yifei can get the first place in the individual competition this time, it is really a myth, needless to say. On the stage, after Zhang Jianwen announced that Yifei and Zhaolong troops had won the team competition, they once again announced the start of the individual competition, and the instructors and soldiers of each unit could already start registration. Yifei looked at musician beside him and asked, "Are you ready to participate in the individual competition?" Quote. I won't participate, and with you 3 realm masters, I won't sacrifice ugliness. The musician smiled lightly and said very calmly. Well, I'll sign up first. Yifei smiled. The registration limit for the individual competition is very high, and at least the martial artists with less internal strength can register. The number of people registered for each team at the scene was less than 30. After Yifei and others registered, the lottery began on the spot and the order of the competition was announced. Chapter 417. After Yifei and the others registered, they immediately began to announce the order of the competitions and prepare for the next individual competition. Less than 30 people registered for the individual race, and the number of people is very small. And the rules of the individual competition are also very simple, still 2 or 2 duels until the final decision is made. Due to the number of people on the scene, the top 8 can be decided on the first day, and then divided into 2 days of competition, and the final result is released. Of course, for Yifei, Li Yunfeng, and Duan Tianyuan, it is possible to ignore the current result of the competition. Although the true chi inner breath of the 3 of them was not infinite, their true chi was also like the sea, which was jaw-dropping. Therefore, this ordinary battle had no effect on Yifei's 3 people at all. Unless there is a battle between the grandmasters, the three are not affected at all. Yifei, Li Yunfeng, and Duan Tianyuan could undoubtedly lock in the top three of this single competition, and the only thing to watch was which of the three realm sect masters was stronger or weaker. The individual draw has been successfully conducted and the draw has been completed. Yifei looked at his opponent in the first round, and his opponent was the chief instructor of the Snow Leopard Special Forces named Huo Dong. Huo Dong was a martial artist with great inner strength, and his strength was still quite good, otherwise he would not have become a Special Forces instructor. But compared to Yifei, it was dwarfed. Yifei saw that Huo Dong was wearing a martial arts suit, and his face was about 40 years old, with a cold look, but when he saw that his opponent was Yifei, he still had a hint of helplessness and a hint of relief. Huo Dong took the initiative to walk up to Yifei's face and hug Yifei with his fist. Master Yi, I have long heard of Master Yi's great name, and now I have the opportunity to ask for advice, and I can't miss it, so I also ask Master Yi for guidance. Quote. When it was Huo Dong's turn to fight Yifei, Huo Dong took the initiative to take the stage, and he also knew that his chances of victory were very slim, but he still threw his fist at Yifei and proposed to fight with Yifei. Seeing the situation, Yifei agreed. Okay. After Yifei promised Huo Dong, he jumped up and easily jumped into the competition ring. Jumping into the ring of the competition, Yifei made an invitation gesture to Huo Dong. Huo Dong also rushed to the stage, and the two confronted each other. At this time, Yifei made his debut in the individual competition. You must know that although Yifei's reputation as a realm master has long spread, the only time Yifei really fights with people in Yandu is the one between Yifei and Li Yunfeng. Moreover, the confrontation between the two at that time was only the point at the end and did not cause a sensation. Therefore, most of the people had never seen Yifei make a move. At this time, Duan Tianyuan, Li Yunfeng, and a large number of instructors, martial artists, including leaders, were all paying attention to Yifei's movements, and they were eager to see how Yifei was doing. Yifei saw everyone's performance, but he was not in a hurry at all and calmly. Yi Huodong started first. The on-site referee announced the start of the game, and after the game began, Huodong took the lead in attacking Yifei like a hungry tiger. In this game, Huodong did not intend to be able to do it himself. He also knew very well that after all, the other party was a recognized Transformation Realm Sect Master, and it was simply impossible for him to challenge the Transformation Realm Sect Master with his inner strength. But even if you lose, you have to lose with dignity. Therefore, Huodong showed his housekeeping skills. Most of the martial arts that Huodong had learned were the 12-10 legs-based leg techniques, only to see him move rapidly, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, instantly flying up and kicking Yifei's arm. Yifei moved slightly to the side, and then easily dodged, and then grabbed Huodong's leg. Click. Yifei grabbed Huodong and threw it violently, and Huodong's entire body catapulted out, hitting the ring hard. Boom. With a loud noise, the entire ring vibrated for a while, and then Huodong's eyes lit up with Venus and he directly fainted in the ring. Yifei still had to keep his hand, otherwise this time the ring would be smashed out of a big pit. There was silence all around. Because the strength Yifei showed was shocking, he only used one move, and lightly solved the master of internal strength. And it gave people the feeling that Yifei didn't have much power at all. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Sure enough, is the Transformation Realm Master. Yifei's strength is really terrifying. It turns out that this is the Transformation Realm Master, is really extraordinary, and its strength is indeed amazing. Yeah, great. While everyone was shocked, they were all shocked by Yifei's performance. I have to say that Yifei is really powerful, and even some people have not paid much attention to it before they see Huodong fall in the ring. Yifei easily solved the opponent, and the next game continued. Duan Tianyuan and Li Yunfeng also won easily, both like Yifei, they were all one-move enemies. This also made everyone watching the battle feel the strength of the Realm Sect Master again, and there was a kind of despair of being ruled by the Realm Sect Master. After the strength reached the Transformation Realm Master, it was indeed a complete qualitative change, rising to a higher level, far from being comparable to ordinary strong people. Only the Realm Transformation Sect Master could defeat another Realm Sect Master. This round of matches is over. Only 16 people advanced. There's the next round of matches, the winner of the quarterfinals, and then tomorrow's game. In the next game, Yifei also won easily, once again defeating the enemy with one move. I have to say that Yifei's performance is perfect. The same is true of Duan Tianyuan and Li Yunfeng. Immediately after, tomorrow's individual competition is released. The schedule of tomorrow's individual competition is that Yifei met Li Yunfeng in the quarterfinals. This battle is the real point of view. Seeing the results of this draw, Yifei narrowed his eyes slightly, and he looked at Li Yunfeng. At this time, Li Yunfeng also happened to look at him, and between the two of them, there seemed to be a spark of friction in the air. Chapter 418. Yifei and Li Yunfeng glanced at each other in midair, and the two of them even seemed to stir up sparks in midair, and it was even more shocking to look at each other. Seeing this scene, everyone knew very well that there must be a fierce battle between Yifei and Li Yunfeng. Seeing the situation, Yifei smiled lightly, but he looked extremely calm, and the clouds were light and the wind was light. Li Yunfeng sneered at the corners of his mouth, he squeezed his fist, and then slowly released it. Li Yunfeng must let Yifei taste the taste of the next failure. During this time, Li Yunfeng had not given up on his own tempering, and his recent strength had even improved, which was already quite rare in the Sect Master realm. After all, if the Realm Master wanted to grow, it was very difficult. Even ordinary Realm Masters could hardly make progress after exhausting their entire lives. Like Li Yunfeng, he was also a leader among the Sect Masters of the realm, which could only show that he had great potential. Yifei, needless to say, with the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, he is simply a monster. During this time, Musician is growing and progressing rapidly, and although Yifei's progress rate is not as good as Musigan, it can also be called rapid speed. Especially after the battle between Yifei and the Great Virtue Divine Monk, his whole body's true chi had been transformed into the true chi of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, which was even more terrifying and unfathomable than before. Facing such a situation, Yifei didn't even know how far his current strength had become. When the draw was over, Yifei and Li Yunfeng still had a day to wait. On this day, Yifei still spent time with Musician. During this time, Yifei had very little contact with Luo Weiyu, Su Qingzu and other women. After all, it was really important to prepare for this Special Forces competition. When this competition is over, Yifei also plans to accompany them more. Yifei and Musician were not idle. The two of them practiced the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classics for half a day, and spent an afternoon with each other, and both of them made progress with each other. In particular, Yifei found that although the effect of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classics practice was slow, it was incomparably pure, and every cultivation could make Yifei's spirit 100 times higher and refreshed. Musician looked at Yifei with a smile and said softly, "How does it feel?" Tomorrow there will be a battle with Li Yunfeng. Although Li Yunfeng has not been included in the list of masters, but he has a prominent reputation overseas, and the reason why he has not been included in the list of masters before is because he is overseas. Quote. Musician said softly, "The list of grandmasters is the most authoritative list in China according to the strength of the Transformation Realm grandmasters, of which Duan Tianyuan ranks third. And Li Yunfeng was not on the list. The reason why Li Yunfeng was not on the list was that his time was overseas, and although he also knew Li Yunfeng's name in China, he was not included in it. Someone once asserted that if Li Yun was domestic, he would definitely be able to get on the list of masters. There are only 15 places in the sect master list, and all of the sect master lists are the top realm sect masters, and the strength realms are far from being ordinary and comparable. Hearing Mu Zizhen say this, Yifei smiled and said, I know that Li Yunfeng is not to be underestimated, but I am not bad. Tomorrow you will see my performance and play. I let Li Yunfeng taste regret. Quote. Well, not only Li Yunfeng, but also Duan Tianyuan. Mu Zizhen smiled lightly, her pretty face full of determination. Why, so confident in me? Yifei's face was full of ridicule, and he smiled and looked at Mu Zizhen. Mu Zizhen said softly, of course, you are my man, and of course I have confidence in you. Quote. And in fact, I've always had a dream. Mu Zizhen looked at Yifei and looked even more gentle. Yifei looked at the plain face in front of him, but it was beautiful and matchless, and he smiled and asked, what dream? Quote. In fact, I've always wanted to win the double championship of the Special Forces competition, the first place in the team competition and the first place in the individual competition, which is my goal. Mu Zizhen said seriously, as she spoke, her face was slightly red, and she seemed to be a little confused. Don't laugh. Quote. Mu Zizhen grew up in the military and has a deep affection for her troops, and she has always had a dream, that is, to win the Special Forces championship with the Falcon Force. Yifei didn't laugh, of course, he wouldn't laugh at Mu Zizhen's dream, not to mention that Mu Zizhen was actually very good. If there was no Yifei and the other 3 transformation realm masters, Mu Zizhen really could have won the first. Moreover, Mu Zizhen was a genius in martial arts talent, and with her age and strength, by the time she reached an age similar to Li Yunfeng and Duan Tianyuan, she must have already entered the realm of transformation masters. The reason why Mu Zizhen said this, Yifei also understood the meaning. Mu Zizhen pinned his dream on Yifei's body, hoping that Yifei would win the championship. Yifei looked seriously at those brilliant eyes and said, Ziyuan, then you will watch me win the championship this time, and the next time I will watch you win the championship. Quote. Okay. With the encouragement of her boyfriend, Mu Zizhen's face was even more gentle, her smile was shallow and moving, she took the initiative to hold Yifei's arm, and said, I will come on. Quote. I believe in you. Okay. Mu Zizhen looked more gentle and took the initiative to lean into Yifei's arms. Following, the individual competition begins. It's a personal quarterfinal, so it's just as much in the spotlight. In the eyes of everyone, the biggest attraction of the quarterfinals of the individual competition is of course the battle between Yifei and Li Yunfeng. Both sides are the strength of the realm master, and this is a battle of dragons and tigers. Immediately after, the game began. The results of the other matches were quickly announced, and the match between Yifei and Li Yunfeng officially began. Both Yifei and Li Yunfeng jumped up and stood on top of the ring with ease. Then, under the announcement of the referee, Yifei and Li Yunfeng officially fought. Li Yunfeng sneered and said in a loud voice, Yifei, we have finally fought again, I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Quote. Chapter 419. Li Yunfeng confronted Yifei. Li Yunfeng sneered and stood with his hands in his hands, squinting at Yifei. He had indeed been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Previously, Li Yunfeng had lost too much, and the Suzaku troops he led were eliminated in the team competition, creating the worst result of the Suzaku troops in all the years. If it were not for the fact that Li Yunfeng was a realm master, with superior strength and indisputable strength, then this time Waterloo was likely to change the commander of the Suzaku troops, and Li Yunfeng would have left the Yandu military region from then on. After all, this result is simply a disgrace to the Suzaku troops. Fortunately, Li Yunfeng's strength is superior, and his background is equally deep, otherwise he would definitely have to follow suit. Despite this, Li Yunfeng is also very uncomfortable now. The Suzaku troops were constantly questioning him, and Li Yunfeng didn't know what to do. For now, only by defeating Yifei can he reforge his prestige. Thinking of this, Li Yunfeng sneered and suddenly moved. Li Yunfeng acted instantaneously and directly shot at Yifei. Only to see Li Yunfeng on the tip of his toes, the whole person took off like a big bird, and then quickly fell. The speed was incomparably fast, like lightning. With the force of the fall, Li Yunfeng flew up a foot and directly pounced on Yifei's facade. Suddenly, Yifei could also hear a burst of momentum that broke through the air. The speed of Li Yunfeng's foot was really too fast, almost in the blink of an eye, his body fell, the strength was like a cannonball, the strength of this blow was simply heavy. In particular, the terrifying Tru Chi was even more haunting, protecting Li Yunfeng's body. There is no doubt that Li Yunfeng is serious. He used his strength from the very beginning. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all took a breath of cool air. Who would have thought that Li Yunfeng's strength would be so terrifying? Li Yunfeng kicked at Yifei with this foot, and Yifei squinted his eyes slightly, and his figure retreated sharply. Rumble. Li Yunfeng kicked directly in the ring, and the entire ring was shocked, followed by a deep hole in the ring. Seeing this scene, everyone changed color again. This blow, it's horrible. It's really horrible, and if you hit me, I'm afraid I'll vomit blood and die. A good Li Yunfeng, it's really terrible. Everyone changed color in unison, and they all had a recognition of Li Yunfeng's strength, and they were all shocked. Li Yunfeng's performance was also really amazing, and he was indeed worthy of the name of the sect master. The height of his jump was almost 3 meters or more, and he had simply completely exceeded the limits of human beings, and was completely superhuman. Faced with Li Yunfeng's terrifying strength, Yifei was not in a hurry and easily dodged it. However, although Yifei dodged Li Yunfeng's attack, it made everyone sweat for Yifei even more. In the face of such a full-fire Li Yunfeng, can Yifei really win? Duan Tianyuan muttered to himself not far away, is this Li Yunfeng? Sure enough, the Hongmen dragon head is indeed not simple. Quote. Li Yunfeng has great influence overseas, and he is also one of the 3 dragon heads of Hongmen, which is extraordinary. The hand-to-hand between Li Yunfeng and Yifei touched the hearts of everyone. Seeing that Li Yunfeng was aggressive, Yifei looked cold and did not care at all, and at the same time, he quickly attacked Li Yunfeng and slapped it. Yifei's internal strength protective body, which belonged to the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, gushed out just like substance. This palm was directly slapped at Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng dodged sideways, trying to dodge Yifei's blow, but Yifei seemed to have expected it, he slapped it and slapped it again. Seeing this scene, Li Yunfeng's pupils narrowed. In an instant, Li Yunfeng could only forcibly resist, and he also slapped one slap, opposite Yifei's 2 palms. Boom! With a crisp sound, Li Yunfeng's look changed, his face turned pale, cold sweat dripped, and he retreated violently. Immediately afterward, Li Yunfeng's figure fell backwards 10 feet, hitting the armrest of the ring hard. Boom! Another loud noise came, and the armrests of the ring behind Li Yunfeng all shattered. Not only that, the ground under Li Yunfeng's feet was also cracked from all directions, and shocking cracks appeared one after another. At the same time, this loud noise made Li Yunfeng's body retreat sharply, and the corners of Li Yunfeng's mouth spilled a trace of blood. Li Yunfeng is injured. Li Yunfeng is strong, but Yifei seems to be stronger than Li Yunfeng. What the hell is going on with Yifei? How exactly did he cultivate? How could he possibly have such strength? Yes, he is only in his 20s, and he can actually fight with a powerful master like Li Yunfeng and still have the upper hand. For a moment, everyone was talking about it, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Li Yunfeng fought with Yifei, and Li Yunfeng was actually injured first. Chapter 420. Li Yunfeng was injured. Obviously, the current script is completely different from the script that everyone imagines. Only to see that the crowd of onlookers all looked at this scene in disbelief, and they were all amazed, and they were even more sighing at how Yi Fei was cultivating the national art. How could he have such strength? I thought that this battle should be Li Yunfeng's advantage, who had thought that Yi Fei had actually turned the situation around in an instant. Even Li Yunfeng himself was extremely surprised. He looked at Yi Fei in shock, and his eyes showed a strong color of surprise. Good one, Yi Fei. Li Yunfeng gritted his teeth and drank angrily. His body moved, covering the corners of his mouth and retreating dozens of steps. Li Yunfeng looked awestruck. He already clearly felt that he was in a weak position, and Yi Fei's strength was indeed beyond his imagination. Li Yunfeng was cold and sweaty, his figure retreated sharply, and he was full of vigilance against Yi Fei. When Yi Fei saw this, he smiled lightly and said, Li Yunfeng, come again. Quote. Yi Fei ticked his finger at Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng sensed that the situation was not good, but he also knew that this was his last chance. Moreover, everyone was watching the fight between the two people in front of them, and if Li Yunfeng retreated at this time, he would become a laughingstock. Thinking of this, Li Yunfeng's body moved, and he directly flew up, forcibly endured the injury, and attacked Yi Fei again. Li Yunfeng once created a martial arts move, fusing the fist in Hong Quan, very fierce, very suitable for actual combat, named Feng Jian. This punch technique is quite fierce, the angle is sharp, and the momentum is strong and heavy, which is Li Yunfeng's special skill. After becoming the Huijing sect master, whether it was Li Yunfeng or Yi Fei, these Huijing sect masters were basically no longer limited to martial arts moves, and they were not satisfied with traditional Chinese techniques but created their own martial arts. Li Yunfeng's self-created Feng Jian is one of them. Only to see that Li Yunfeng's punches were like lightning, and he punched Yi Fei one after another, and the momentum was fierce and shocking. Li Yunfeng also seemed to be completely unconcerned about the injury he had just suffered, and he had temporarily diffused the injury. Seeing Li Yunfeng's fierce momentum, everyone also looked solemn. Sure enough, he was worthy of being a realm master. Even if the realm sect master was injured, his strength still had not declined, and he was even more powerful than before. I have to say that Li Yunfeng's ability is really high, and his strength is also first class, and even a little unexpected by Yi Fei. Li Yunfeng attacked quickly, his combat strength was released, and his attack on Yi Fei was like a rapid rain. Yi Fei was naturally not afraid at all, taking it all over, and Li Yunfeng fought with Li Yunfeng, and the two almost did not stop, frantically attacking each other. Fists, palms, legs, grapplings. All the kung fu was displayed, and the crowd at the scene was also amazed to see it. The confrontation between the two is really terrifying. The onlookers were also amazed, and only then did they know how unfathomable the strength of the Grandmaster was. It's really too strong. Quote. To tell the truth, I was trembling when I saw it, and the transformation realm sect master was indeed no longer an ordinary person. This kind of power, if you were an ordinary person, would have died 1,000 times a long time ago. Between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng's hand-to-hand combat, he only saw that the earth was cracking, cracks appeared on the ground, and the arena around him had already been destroyed beyond recognition, shocking and shocking. I have to say that the confrontation between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng is really too terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and incredulous. The power of terror touched everyone, and among the people, I was afraid that only Duan Tianyuan could still maintain his composure. After all, Duan Tianyuan was also a realm master. The battle between Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng is indeed somewhat unexpected, even Duan Tianyuan squinted his eyes and felt a hint of threat. I have to say that whether it was Li Yunfeng or Yi Fei, they were all the best among the sect masters of the realm. Both of these men could pose a threat to him. What shocked Duan Tianyuan even more was Yi Fei. He had thought that Yi Fei was in his early 20s and that it was already very rare to become a realm master, perhaps only in the realm, and his true combat effectiveness was inferior to Li Yunfeng's. After all, Li Yunfeng was a practical faction among the sect masters of the realm, and he had also founded the Dragon's Tooth Mercenary, which was really tempered in the rain of bullets and bullets. But now that he saw it, Yi Fei's own combat effectiveness was even more terrifying, not inferior to Li Yunfeng, and even more so. Moreover, what made Duan Tianyuan feel even more strange was that Yi Fei's true chi didn't know what true chi was, but he actually possessed great power and was endlessly alive, far more refined than ordinary true chi. It can be seen from this that Yi Fei's martial arts cultivation is absolutely extraordinary. Duan Tianyuan was even less and less optimistic about Li Yunfeng. Sure enough, after Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng exchanged hundreds of moves, Li Yunfeng gradually lost his strength, but Yi Fei was more and more courageous in the war. In the end, under Yi Fei's slap, although Li Yunfeng was on the defensive, he was still hit the shoulder, and Li Yunfeng flew out backwards and fell out of the ring. In this battle, Li Yunfeng lost, and Yi Fei won. Seeing this scene, the crowd was also extremely shocked. Chapter 421. Yi Fei wins. This scene shocked everyone and looked at Yi Fei stunned. After Yi Fei and Li Yunfeng exchanged hundreds of moves, Li Yunfeng finally gradually lost his physical strength and could not resist Yi Fei's crazy attack, and finally suffered a tragic defeat. I have to say that Yi Fei's performance is indeed amazing. Even if he was a Huijing sect master, Yi Fei was definitely the best among the Huijing sect masters. What was even more frightening was that Yi Fei's combat experience was also very old and rich, and he was not inferior to Li Yunfeng, a realm master who had experienced hundreds of battles. After the two exchanged hundreds of moves, with the confidence of their own strength and the endless life of the true anger of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, Yi Fei was almost like a perpetual motion machine. According to Yi Fei's performance, the audience was also greatly addicted, and these onlookers, instructors, and soldiers also saw Yi Fei's strength. Li Yunfeng was in his heyday, and he showed all his strength, but he still lost. Li Yunfeng was knocked out of the ring by Yi Fei, and his whole body was full of scars, although it was not the same degree as the scales all over his body, but it was indeed not lightly injured. After all, every attack of Yi Fei was not spared by his subordinates. If it weren't for so many people looking at each other and not being able to fight for life and death, Li Yunfeng was afraid that his life would be in danger. However, in full view of everyone, Li Yunfeng was defeated by Yi Fei, which was also a humiliation for Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng's fists clenched, his eyes almost bursting with fire, and he stared at Yi Fei tightly, eager to swallow Yi Fei alive and peel him off. At this time, Li Yunfeng could forget what a grandmaster's demeanor was, and there was only one thought in his mind, that is, he was eager to kill Yi Fei. In front of everyone's eyes, Li Yunfeng was full of self-confidence. He thought he could get back face, who knew that he was abused by Yi Fei's blood again. Li Yunfeng's face was as black as iron, and he couldn't stand this scene at all. The anger in Li Yunfeng's heart had gradually accumulated, causing him to lose his demeanor. If it weren't for the leaders and his instructors all around, Li Yunfeng would probably have fought Yi Fei for life and death. In this round, the Jiaolong army Yi Fei won. The referee quickly decided the outcome of the match. Li Yunfeng's eyes became even more gloomy. Yi Fei stared at Li Yunfeng and ignored Li Yun. He smiled faintly and stepped down from the ring. From beginning to end, Yi Fei did not look at Li Yunfeng, the loser, but walked over to Musician's side and smiled at her. Fortunately, I did not dishonor my life and won this game. Quote. Well, it was great. Musician blinked, smiled at the corners of his mouth, and praised Yi Fei. Musician was also quite surprised to see Yi Fei's on-site performance. In this game, Yifei won completely by strength, without any moisture. And Li Yunfeng saw that Yifei didn't even look at himself, completely ignoring his appearance, which made Li Yunfeng burn with anger and indignation. The anger in Li Yunfeng's heart rose and could not be calmed down at all. This time, Li Yunfeng really lost the adult. Li Yunfeng's original plan was only to use the Suzaku troops as a springboard. He wanted to challenge Duan Tianyuan and win the Special Forces competition. Originally, all this was possible, but Yifei turned out to be a good thing for him. Thinking of this, Li Yunfeng was furious. In front of everyone's eyes, first the team competition lost the game, and then the individual competition lost to Yifei, which has completely disappointed Li Yunfeng and cut off Li Yunfeng's various possibilities. In a short period of time, it was unlikely that Li Yunfeng would want to rely on the rise of the Suzaku troops. Even if he has the identity of a realm master, the fiasco of this Special Forces competition will still become a stain on him. Thinking of this, Li Yunfeng was helpless and angry, and finally his eyes were gloomy, staring at Yifei deadly. He was trying to find a way to take revenge. Of course, Yifei also knew Li Yunfeng's thoughts, and the next thing he had to do was to kill Li Yunfeng. Yifei is not a person who likes to leave himself with troubles. Since Li Yunfeng had offended him, he must die. Li Yunfeng did not mention it for the time being. The next 8 finals came out, followed by the final 4. This time it was very coincidental. Yifei and Duan Tianyuan did not meet until the final. That is to say, Yifei and Duan Tianyuan will eventually meet in the final. This is the pinnacle battle. Chapter 422. The results of the draw were announced again, and Yifei and Duan Tianyuan were destined to meet in the final, which would determine who was the first in the individual competition. There is no doubt about that. If Duan Tianyuan can win, then although the myth of the Qilin army is broken, Duan Tianyuan's personal myth can be continued. And if Yifei won, then Yifei will become the biggest winner of this Special Forces competition, the double champion. I have to say that this final is very critical, and even determines the final belonging. Li Yunfeng did not wait for the draw. He had already retreated from the field. He left the playing field, and he did not know what to do. Yifei narrowed his eyes, and he pondered how to deal with Li Yunfeng next. Now Li Yunfeng was full of hatred for him. It was simply a time bomb. Yifei was also very aware of Li Yunfeng's terrible point, and he squinted his eyes, thinking about how to solve Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng was a realm transformation sect master, and he was also a transformation realm sect master in his prime, and although his strength was not as good as Yifei's, he was still extremely terrifying. Yifei, we'll see you in the final battle tomorrow. But seeing this, Duan Tianyuan slowly came. He stared at Yifei and faded out. Duan Tianyuan was full of war intentions, and his performance was even more amazing, awe-inspiring and shocking. Seeing Duan Tianyuan's attitude, Yifei smiled slightly, and also said, well, since that's the case, then we'll finally see you tomorrow. Quote. Yifei and Duan Tianyuan had no contradictions, and both behaved very calmly. Duan Tianyuan even admired Yifei very much. Of course, as a strong man, Duan Tianyuan also has his own dignity, and he must go all out to save his last face and defeat Yifei. Yifei bowed his head slightly. The two were in a competitive relationship, and there was nothing to say. One word, war, comma. Today's game is all over, just waiting for tomorrow's final. Yifei and Musician also left the ring area at this time, and the two left hand in hand. Musician smiled softly at Yifei. There is only one last opponent left. It is really not easy to think about it now. Quote. Finally reaching this step, Musician was very happy for Yifei. Yifei smiled and said, it is indeed not easy, especially Li Yunfeng's guy, it is indeed a threat. Quote. Li Yunfeng is a narrow-minded person and has a deep hostility toward you, so you must pay attention. Musician said softly. Rest assured, I know. Yifei's eyes flashed with coldness. He had no intention of letting Li Yunfeng go. If Li Yunfeng dared to provoke trouble, then he would die. Well, don't think about it so much, prepare for the final with peace of mind. Musician said softly. Well, I know. Yifei pulled Zijian's hand and felt more and more the understanding of the beautiful person. Only to see that although Musician does not apply powder, but the pretty face is still exquisite and matchless, beautiful and moving, the skin is more delicate and white, just like freezing, making people want to bite. Then let's cultivate. Yifei blinked at Musician. Musician was speechless for a moment, but his face was slightly red. Following, the Special Forces tournament final begins. This time is also the most dazzling moment of the Special Forces competition. Not only the leaders, the top officials, the instructors, but also many senior leaders who had not watched the game before, also attended. Even Yifei had met several really big people. Among them, there are also the elders of the Mu family. Well, Musician's uncle, as one of the high-level officials, is also ready to watch this game. There was no way. Duan Tianyuan's fame was really too great, and the battle between Yifei and Duan Tianyuan was bound to be fierce, and it was definitely very ornamental. Usually there are very few battles like this, or even almost none. The ring was also deliberately reinforced, and the entire playing field became very large. Yifei and Duan Tianyuan are undoubtedly the protagonists of today. The two have not yet reached the ring of the match, but just appeared and caused a full cheer. There was a lot of cheering and screaming at the scene, and almost all the cheers came from the soldiers on both sides, and they were clearly divided into two factions. One faction supported Duan Tianyuan, and the other faction supported Yifei. Among them, those who support Duan Tianyuan account for the majority. This is also normal. After all, Duan Tianyuan is a triple crown, and his prestige in the military is too high. Ordinary people cannot reach, almost an idol-like existence. As for Yifei, in fact, there are many people who support him. However, the people who supported Yifei were mainly their own people. Including the warriors of the Falcon Force, as well as the warriors of the Jiaolong army, they were all shouting in unison to cheer for Yifei. Seeing the situation, although Yifei knew that he was inferior to Duan Tianyuan in terms of momentum, he did not care at all, smiled slightly, and walked towards the field. In the middle of the scene, Duan Tianyuan and Yifei looked at each other, and a trace of solemnity appeared in their eyes. Duan Tianyuan smiled and said generously, Yifei, although I have always been very optimistic about you, I didn't expect that you would perform so well in this Special Forces competition. But although your strength is strong, it is over. Quote. Is it? Yifei smiled nonchalantly, knowing that Duan Tianyuan was putting psychological pressure on himself. The battle between the two has begun from now on. Yifei smiled and said, Instructor Duan, I want to win you, your myth will be shattered from now on, then don't blame me. Quote. Yifei was pointing out that Duan Tianyuan still had the aura of the Triple Crown, and he was also increasing Duan Tianyuan's psychological pressure. Duan Tianyuan smiled and said as if he didn't care, no matter what, you and I will have fun in this battle today, and I am waiting for you. Quote. Well, I'm waiting for you too. Yifei Dao. The two looked at each other and smiled, quite tacit understanding, and a little bit of sympathy for each other. Hearing Yifei's conversation with Duan Tianyuan, he saw that everyone around him was even more looking forward to this, waiting for this battle to begin. The voice just dropped. Then I saw Duan Tianyuan jump up first, jump into the ring, and look at Yifei with burning eyes. Chapter 423. Above the ring, Yifei and Duan Tianyuan were opposed. Between the two of them, they both felt a faint pressure coming from each other, whether it was Duan Tianyuan or Yifei, they both felt the pressure brought by the other party. This pressure made both of them feel a chill in their hearts, realizing that the other was by no means simple, not an opponent that could be easily dealt with. In the battle between Yifei and Li Yunfeng, Yifei did not feel this pressure. It seemed that Duan Tianyuan's strength was even stronger than Li Yunfeng's. In fact, among the many realm sect masters, Li Yunfeng's strength was still very strong. After all, he was in his prime and at his peak. If Li Yunfeng was not an overseas master, he might even directly become a master on the list of masters. But compared to Duan Tianyuan, Li Yunfeng was indeed inferior in strength. Between Yifei and Duan Tianyuan, the two of them acted almost at the same time. Boom! In an instant, Yifei and Duan Tianyuan were both on tiptoes, and their figures moved rapidly, just like the light skills in martial arts novels, flying several meters away in an instant. Everyone next to him was shocked. This is simply against the common sense of physics. Noticing this scene, everyone at the scene was secretly shocked and felt incredible. Yifei and Duan Tianyuan's performance was really too frightening. They were all a little shocked. The strength of this realm master was almost as if he could violate the laws of nature, and the strength displayed once again opened the eyes of everyone. Immediately afterward, Yifei and Duan Tianyuan fisted each other. Boom, boom, only to hear that the air seemed to burst, the void hunting around them was roaring, and although Yifei and Duan Tianyuan had withheld true chi, the damage caused was still powerful. I rely on it, even if this ring is reinforced. Yes, in front of the transformation realm master, well UFC, what kind of ring match is scum? It's terrible, if this punch were to hit me, there would be no chance of conceding. Both Yifei and Duan Tianyuan knew that the other was strong and absolutely difficult to deal with, and they did not deliberately hide their strength, and they fought with all their strength at the beginning. Seeing Yifei and Duan Tianyuan's frenzied battle, everyone at the scene stared at Duan Tianyuan and Yifei without blinking, watching their performance, and they felt even more shocked. Whether it was Yifei or Duan Tianyuan, the combat effectiveness displayed by these two people was really incredible, it was simply superhuman. It's scary to think about. The reinforced ring also began to shake violently, and the entire ring was like encountering a split team, completely unable to resist the offensive impact of Yifei and Duan Tianyuan. In the face of such a situation, everyone is discolored, and they feel that the situation is not good. Whether it was Duan Tianyuan or Yifei, it was too strong. This battle will definitely become a classic in the Battle of the Grandmasters, which makes people enjoy it. Seeing these two realm sect masters fighting, I really have no intention of fighting against the realm sect master now, it's too terrible. The Grandmaster is unattainable, and it is indeed not a lie. Yang Rui, the chief instructor of the Xuanwu army, also sighed one after another. He was a top master of internal strength, and he was not far away from the sect master. However, after seeing Yifei and Duan Tianyuan's Grandmaster duel, his heart was even more devastated, and even a little desperate. Between sighs, the sense of crisis in Yang Rui's heart broke out even more, but he was a little dazed. The realm master was so powerful, how could he possibly win? Only by becoming a realm master, that is a different kind of world. Hearing Yang Rui's sigh, the others also nodded their heads in succession, indicating that this was indeed the case. The Grandmaster is indeed the Grandmaster, but I have seen it for a long time. Just as everyone was talking about it, the battle between Yifei and Duan Tianyuan had also entered a white-hot situation. What surprised Yifei little was that the true chi in Duan Tianyuan's body was also very special, although it was not as good as his true chi of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, but it could also be called the top true chi. Duan Tianyuan's true chi was unceasing, and it was also extremely pure. Yifei was surprised by Duan Tianyuan's true chi, and Duan Tianyuan was even more shocked by Yifei's true chi. Duan Tianyuan's eyes showed a shocked color. To tell the truth, his true chi was inherited from his master, who was a worldly master, an unworldly master, called Seeking Dragon True Chi. This dragon true chi had always been his trust, but now that he was fighting Yifei, Duan Tianyuan suddenly found that he was wrong. And it's outrageously wrong, because the true chi in Yifei's body was even more refined and terrifying than his true chi. Even Duan Tianyuan was shocked. Chapter 424. Duan Tianyuan couldn't imagine that Yifei's true chi was actually so pure, and the powerful true chi made Duan Tianyuan feel a burst of pressure. Yifei was indeed unusual, not an ordinary Huajin sect master. No wonder even Li Yunfeng was defeated. The battle between Duan Tianyuan and Yifei could be called a battle of top masters, and the combat effectiveness between the two sides was amazing, and both of them were extremely eye-catching. Only to see the two in a hurry to fight, there are at least hundreds of moves. Duan Tianyuan felt that his pressure was getting bigger and bigger, and Yifei was actually calm, and even gradually occupied the advantage. I have to say that Yifei's strength is really too strong. In particular, the true chi of the Yellow Emperor's inner classics is continuous and endless, almost like infinity. Boom! Yifei threw out a punch, and in the middle of the melee combat, he only saw Duan Tianyuan subconsciously dodging over. Along with the terrifying pressure of this punch, he saw that Duan Tianyuan subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he was unable to dodge and was hit by this punch. Duan Tianyuan could only wrap his arms around his true chi and forcibly resist. Boom! Yifei's strength with this punch exploded, only to hear a violent explosion in the air, followed by Duan Tianyuan's figure retreating dozens of steps. Duan Tianyuan barely blocked this punch, but after Duan Tianyuan caught this punch, his look changed slightly, and he felt a sweetness in his throat, almost spewing out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, where Duan Tianyuan was standing just now, cracks appeared on the ground in the ring, making a crisp sound. Seeing the situation, everyone also changed their look slightly, realizing that in this confrontation, Duan Tianyuan was already gradually in the ascendant. Even Duan Tianyuan was in the ascendant, not Yifei's opponent. Thinking of this, everyone was also shocked and felt the terrible situation. Judging from the current situation in the field, Yifei is indeed in the upper hand, and he has enough advantages, which is very amazing. Duan Tianyuan didn't look like Yifei's opponent. Of course, Yifei's performance was also strong and amazing enough, and everyone was horrified to see it, and many people had already lost their will to fight just by watching Yifei and Duan Tianyuan's battle, and felt that Yifei's performance was really too strong. Hey, didn't Duan Tianyuan have a chance? Yifei is really strong and terrible, he is only in his 20s, becoming a realm master is just that, the key is that his strength is superior and he can be called a king. The 20-something transformation realm sect master, who also suppressed Li Yunfeng and beat him up, was indeed too terrible. Everyone was talking and sighing. Everyone was genuinely surprised by this scene. I thought that Yi Changsheng had entered the division in his 20s, and his actual combat experience and strength were definitely insufficient compared to Li Yunfeng and Duan Tianyuan. But who would have thought that Yifei would be so outrageously strong and so amazing? Even Duan Tianyuan and Li Yunfeng were suppressed and beaten by him. I don't know if Duan Tianyuan still has a backhand. If there is no backhand, I'm afraid that in the end it will be Yifei's victory. Yes, if Yifei wins, it is really a reputation that is unique for a while, creating myths. Everyone was talking one after another, and they were very emotional about this, and everyone knew very well how powerful Yifei was. If Yifei could win this time, it would really be a miracle. However, just between the discussions, at this time, I suddenly saw Duan Tianyuan roaring, only to see that Duan Tianyuan's body appeared with a touch of red chi, like blood. Duan Tianyuan's whole person was also flushed, and he looked a little scary. Yifei's heart was cold. It seemed that he had forced Duan Tianyuan to a desperate situation, and Duan Tianyuan seemed to have used some kind of secret method. I have to say that Duan Tianyuan's strength is still quite terrifying. When Duan Tianyuan used this secret method, the momentum on his body suddenly increased several times in vain, and the whole person looked as unattainable as a mountain, which was eye-catching. The momentum on Duan Tianyuan's body made Yifei's heart freeze, knowing that Duan Tianyuan was using the last killer skill. Duan Tianyuan's strength is indeed good, and the secret method he uses is called 10 views of satin, which is a method for stimulating potential in chi and blood. Duan Tianyuan also had no way to use it. Once he used these 10 satins, he would not be able to use true chi for the next 2 or 3 days, otherwise his whole body would be in severe pain. Duan Tianyuan also stimulated his potential and used the final whole card. Sure enough, when he saw Duan Tianyuan's momentum, it was suddenly different. Only to see that Duan Tianyuan's momentum was like a towering mountain, and between his actions, it was even more rapid as thunder, hitting Yifei. When Yifei saw this, he smiled lightly and said, Instructor Duan originally had a backhand, so it was good to come. Quote. Yifei was not surprised. Duan Tianyuan's superior strength, as well as the secret method, is worthy of being a figure on the list of masters. Duan Tianyuan's attack was extremely fierce, and he attacked Yifei madly again and again, making Yifei frown slightly and finally felt the pressure. After Duan Tianyuan used the 10 views of satin, he became a lot stronger, and the true chi and momentum on his body were awe-inspiring, which was shocking. Under Duan Tianyuan's frenzied attack, Yifei's pressure was also increasing. However, the more he was under pressure, the more Yifei behaved peacefully, and his heart was calm. From beginning to end, Yifei did not fall into an anxious state, but calmly dealt with Duan Tianyuan. Boom, boom, Duan Tianyuan made several shots, all like mountains, directly smashing the ring out of a deep pit. Seeing this amazing destructive power, the original onlookers couldn't help but dodge backwards, lest they be affected by the battle between these two people, otherwise the problem would be serious. Seeing this scene, everyone felt frightened. Even the melon-eating masses they were watching felt the pressure, not to mention Yifei, who was the center. However, when everyone looked at Yifei, they found that he always looked calm, and did not have a panic posture. Chapter 425. Yifei was indeed always calm, and his face did not have any panic, but he was very calm. For the scene in front of him, he was not unexpected. After all, Duan Tianyuan ranked third in the list of masters, his strength was unfathomable, how could he not have a backhand? Moreover, seeing that Duan Tianyuan had used the secret method of this 10 views of satin, Yifei was not in a hurry. Because looking at Duan Tianyuan's sudden surge in momentum and strength, we know that this 10 views of satin secret method is temporary, although it can enhance Duan Tianyuan's strength, but the effect will definitely not last too long, and there are side effects. This is also Duan Tianyuan's last pressure box bottom means. If that's the case, then hold on. Therefore, Yifei decisively took a defensive position. Duan Tianyuan, on the other hand, opened widely, as fast as thunder, and attacked Yifei fiercely one after another. Duan Tianyuan's heart also surged with a hint of anxiety. Just as Yifei had guessed, these 10 satin exercises really couldn't last long. It lasted at most a quarter of an hour. If it weren't for Duan Tianyuan being forced to be helpless, he would never have used this kind of practice. Immediately afterward, Duan Tianyuan's attack was like thunder, constantly sending out fierce attacks, attacking Yifei. Under the successive attacks, Duan Tianyuan was like a sea with waves crashing on the shore, while Yifei was like a flat boat on the sea. However, although the sea was turbulent, Yifei's flat boat never overturned, but let the waves roll and still floated in the sea. Yifei became calmer and calmer, and as Duan Tianyuan exhausted his means, he was not worried. As long as he drags on, he will win. Moreover, under the attack of Duan Tianyuan's strong pressure, Yifei closed his eyes, and even had a feeling of being like a fish in the water. As Yifei's transformation role master, he hadn't encountered this kind of pressure for a long time. When there is pressure, there is a possibility of a breakthrough. Duan Tianyuan's crazy attack made Yifei act the same. He turned his fists around, and one fist was stimulated, and his fist technique was amazing, and the momentum was like breaking bamboo. When Duan Tianyuan saw this, his heart became more and more anxious. Unexpectedly, even if he used 10 situations, although he occupied the advantage of the scene, Yifei's defense was even more watertight, and he could not find any flaws and gaps that could be clawed. At this time, Yifei's external injuries were even worse than Duan Tianyuan's injuries from Yifei's punch just now. This scene made Duan Tianyuan secretly anxious. Yifei and Duan Tianyuan attacked each other, and both used their strongest skills. In fact, Yifei also has moves to stimulate internal strength, and there are corresponding methods in the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, but Yifei does not want to use them. The reason was simple: once this method was used, it was not a good thing for Yifei. After all, what Yifei wants is pressure, and he needs to break through in the pressure and go further. Duan Tianyuan gave him enough pressure. Instructor Yifei is really powerful. Under Duan Tianyuan's terrifying aura, he can still support it for such a long time, and there is no tendency to lose at all. Yeah, it's really good. Not only that, he used Duan Tianyuan as a whetstone, and he clearly wanted to go further. Yang Rui, the chief instructor of Xuanwu troops, saw through Yifei's method. Everyone was shocked to hear this, and they inhaled a cool breath, deeply shocked by Yifei's thoughts. Yifei actually wanted to do this. Between the conversations, Yifei fought dozens of moves with Duan Tianyuan. At this time, Yifei's body was full of large and small wounds, although the injury was not serious, but he was indeed facing great pressure. But Yifei still maintained his full combat effectiveness and the strength of a battle. Although Duan Tianyuan had the advantage, Duan Tianyuan at this moment was in despair. Because it was less than a minute before his strength declined. After that, he will be beaten back to his original form, and he will not even be able to stand, and it will take several weeks to slow down. Time is approaching minute by minute. The closer it was to the end of the secret technique of the 10 views of satin, the more desperate Duan Tianyuan became. Finally, in the midst of the fierce pressure, Yifei felt a sudden lightness, and the momentum on Duan Tianyuan's body quickly decayed. Only to see the blood red of Duan Tianyuan's face gradually recede, his face became pale, and he didn't need Yifei to move, he himself had already fallen into the ring. Although Yifei was scarred at this moment, he still resisted Duan Tianyuan's entire attack. Not only that, Yifei also won the final victory without using the whole card. Victory belongs to Yifei. Chapter 426. Yifei fought Duan Tianyuan without using the whole card. Despite the scars, Yifei also achieved his goal, so as to hone himself and stare at all the pressure of Duan Tianyuan. The moment Duan Tianyuan fell, the victory already belonged to Yifei. He won. Suddenly, everyone at the scene was stunned and looked at the scene in shock, and then a small number of warriors such as the Dragon Force and the Falcon Force issued a terrifying cry. 1. The instructor won. Quote, Instructor Yi is indeed a generation of gods, which is also too strong, right? We won, double champions. The warriors who saw the dragon troops were particularly excited, and it became a carnival for them. The warriors of the dragon force were all extremely excited, and one by one, they were crazy and laughed, obviously extremely surprised by this result. Instructor Yi is indeed a generation of gods, leading their dragon troops to counterattack, becoming the biggest dark horse of this tournament and winning the double champion. And more importantly, Yifei was only in his 20s, and he was already so outstanding, it was simply an unprecedented feat. Duan Tianyuan's myth was broken by Yifei with his own strength. After the warriors of the Jialong force cheered, many people in the audience reacted to this, and one by one they still looked shocked and stared at Yifei. Yifei's performance was really outstanding. Immediately afterward, the crowd subconsciously applauded and applause rang out. The applause gradually gathered. First there was only a little applause, then the voices kept gathering, and finally the applause became louder and louder, and the sound was like thunder. The applause was thunderous, and almost the entire training ground was shaken. Moreover, Zhang Jianwei and others took the lead in applauding and were deeply shocked. Everyone in the audience was crazy. Duan Tianyuan, who fell to the ground, was helped up and rushed to the hospital. Although Yifei's body had many large and small scars, it was generally unimpeded, and he could still support it. Now for Yifei, there was no doubt about the glorious moment. The corners of his mouth hooked, gladly accepting the applause of the crowd. He deserves this applause. He defeated Duan Tianyuan, the third highest master in the sect master list, which meant that Yifei was strong enough to have the top 3 in the sect master list. And not only that, he also won the double champion of this special forces competition, which is also of great significance to Yifei, casting a myth. Everyone at the scene may be dissatisfied with Yifei, but at this moment they have to obey. Because Yifei didn't have any moisture in winning the championship this time, no matter who it was, there was no reason to attack Yifei. One word, strong. In the face of such an amazing level of winning the championship, most of the audience were also impressed. The battle between the Grandmaster and the Grandmaster had already opened their eyes, and they all felt that this battle was really worth it. Yifei stood on top of the ring, and he was ready to get out of the ring, but he was stopped by everyone. Because then there's the award ceremony. Yifei could only continue to stand in the ring, while Zhang Jianwei and another senior leader of the Yandu military region personally presented Yifei with an award, and both of them said congratulations to Yifei with a smile. In particular, Zhang Jianwei smiled and said, "Yifei, congratulations, you really opened our eyes, you and your Jialong troops have a bright future." Quote. Zhang Jianwei's sentence is very profound. When Yifei won Duan Tianyuan's moment, it meant that Yifei had broken the previous era of Duan Tianyuan. The entire Yandu military region will enter a new era, that is, the era led by Yifei. That is to say, Yifei will gradually replace Duan Tianyuan's position in the Yandu military region. What was Duan Tianyuan's previous status in the Yandu military region? General Chongsheng can be called the god of war in the hearts of many people. From then on, the title of God of War was afraid that it would change hands and eventually belong to Yifei. "Thank you, General Zhang," Yifei said politely and smiled slightly. Zhang Jianwei smiled, "Thank you for what I do, these are the rewards you deserve. I may have to rely on you in the future. When the time comes, your dragon elephant forging technique will start to be promoted and the effect must be quite good." Quote. Zhang Jianwei has always been very optimistic about Yifei, and at this moment he is even more praised. Chapter 427. There was no doubt that this was the moment that belonged to Yifei. The whole audience stared at Yifei and was shocked by his performance. Yifei was really amazing and also created an unprecedented miracle. In the face of the miracle created by Yifei, everyone was shocked and amazed and moved. After gladly accepting the award ceremony, he immediately saw Yifei walk down from the ring in full view of everyone, and everyone subconsciously gave way to Yifei. Yifei walked over to Musician under the gaze of everyone. And Musician was also smiling like a flower. She winked at Yifei, and her mood was obviously excellent. "Yifei, congratulations." Quote. Yifei smiled and said, "Thank you." Quote. Yifei's thank you had a very heavy meaning. In fact, with the relationship between the two people, there is no need to say thank you to each other, but since this period of time, Musician has been trying to help Yifei, doing his best to help Yifei with all his strength. Whether it was from the Falcon Troops drills, or the usual comfort and advice, it was Musician who was helping Yifei. Although Yifei may still be able to win the championship without Musician's help is mainly to play a role in appeasement so that Yifei always stays calm and calm. Therefore, Yifei was also very touched in his heart, and his kindness to Musician had long been remembered in his heart. "And I'm still polite." Musician glanced at Yifei and revealed a sense of small charm. Many people at the scene also knew the relationship between Yifei and Musician for a long time, and knew that the two of them were a couple. Therefore, the behavior between the two was very normal in the eyes of everyone, not to mention that Yifei did not cross the line in public. However, many people looked at Yifei and Musician, especially Zhang Jianwei and others, all of them sighed lightly and looked at each other, as if they were sighing. Yifei has now become the champion of the Special Forces competition, not to mention, and his relationship with the Mu family is so special, and Yifei himself is so young. The future is truly limitless. It's shocking to think about. Zhang Jianwei and others all realized that Yifei's future prospects were unlimited, and they knew that Yifei was now in the sky, afraid that he would become a legend of a generation more powerful than Duan Tianyuan at the beginning. Next, the award ceremony and other things bundled. And Yifei led the Jialong troops, and the majestic and exuberant departure was enviable. After Yifei left with the Jialong troops, he returned to the training base of the Jialong troops. Inside the training base, the many soldiers of the Jialong troop looked at Yifei with great anticipation, their eyes bright and excited. "Instructor, we did it. Yes, instructor, we are number 1. Thanks to the instructor's dragon elephant forging technique, otherwise how could we possibly get the first?" One by one, the soldiers of the many Jialong troops were excited, all of them were looking at Yifei, and their spirits were greatly invigorated, and they all sighed one after another. The soldiers of these dragon troops knew very well that if it were not for Yifei's dragon elephant forging technique, they would never have been able to get the first. It is precisely because of Yifei's help that today's results have been achieved. Yes, the soldiers of these dragon troops were extremely grateful to Yifei, and one by one, they all looked surprised and gathered together. I don't know who was the first to hold Yifei first, and then throw Yifei high, and more soldiers of the other Jialong troops hugged Yifei in unison and then threw him up. Yifei smiled, but let them do the same. Long live the instructor. Instructor Yi first, long live Instructor Yi. The soldiers of these dragon troops all came from their hearts, roaring one after another, and the roar was tremendous. At this time, Li Wen in the distance was also smiling, as Yifei's assistant instructor, she was also watching the soldiers of the Jialong army receive Yifei's training and quickly become stronger. Yifei was indeed the most meritorious deed. Originally, the warriors of the Jialong army had great respect for Yifei, and now it was good, most of them wanted to worship Yifei as a god. I have to say that Yifei's performance is indeed incomparable. Chapter 428. This day belonged to the Jialong army and Yifei's time. Whether it was the Jialong army or Yifei, they all enjoyed the supreme honor. Especially Yifei, his great name instantly spread throughout the military region, and it also made countless people know, and when everyone mentioned Yifei, they couldn't help but praise him and praise him. Of course, Yifei also deserved such praise. After all, the Jialong army was only a top 5 unit before, but under the leadership of Yifei, it was actually able to win the championship, which showed Yifei's strength. The power of Yifei's dragon elephant forging body technique was also completely confirmed. I have to say that, dragon elephant forging technique is extremely powerful, although there are some side effects, it is still extremely terrifying and it can be called the top of the rapid success method. If this, dragon elephant forging technique, can be promoted throughout the army, wouldn't that make the combat effectiveness of the whole army crazy to increase? Of course, it was impossible to improve the combat effectiveness of the whole army. After all, this dragon elephant forging body technique was too harsh to cultivate. However, it is not difficult to promote all the divine beast units like the Dragon Force and the elite special forces. In this way, the combat effectiveness of other units will also be multiplied. And all of this is because of Yifei, because of his dragon elephant forging technique. The corners of Yifei's mouth were aroused, and it was not surprising that the powerful power formed by the dragon elephant forging body technique was the original intention of the dragon elephant forging body technique. Today's results were expected by Yifei. Following. Finally finished the training life of the special forces, he could relax for a while. Although he still held the general position of the Jialong army, Yifei had now entrusted most of the work to Li Wen to do, and Li Wen also agreed, and Yifei did the throne cabinet. Under such circumstances, Yifei was very advantageous. Yifei was very relaxed, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he finally had free time to accompany Luo Weiyu and others. Since this time, Yifei has not had time to accompany Luo Weiyu and other women. However, Su Qingzu and Bai Ruoxi are fine. The two women are strong women with a sense of enterprise. The Su group and the Bai group are currently under the control of the two. They are usually busy with work, although they will also think of Yifei, but after all, there are things to divert attention. The same is true of Lu Lingjun, who is now the hottest first-line actress in the entertainment industry, and she is also very busy. Only Luo Weiyu, who is the most indisputable in the world, guards her small flower shop. Luo Weiyu is the most idle among several people, usually accompanied by Yifei, and the absence of Yifei's company in these months would obviously make her uncomfortable. Yifei drove directly to Yangtze Street, a flower shop on the side of Yangtze Street. As usual, Luo Weiyu took care of the flowers in the shop and watered them. Luo Weiyu wore a plain dress, facing the sun, watering the flowers in the pot, and the whole person looked like a sunshine bath, like a goddess. Seeing Luo Weiyu in such a situation, Yifei's heart also became at peace. Luo Weiyu is still like that, just like a water lily that has no quarrel with the world. When Yifei got out of the car, Luo Weiyu saw a figure that made her feel familiar. Luo Weiyu's eyes flashed with thick surprise and flashed with joy. Seeing Luo Weiyu's expression, Yifei also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. At this time, he saw Luo Weiyu put away the color of joy, deliberately put on a pretty face, and said, "You are here." Quote. Seeing Luo Weiyu look like this, Yifei was happy in his heart. Luo Weiyu was deliberately angry with him. This is too long not together, she is jealous. Chapter 429. Seeing Luo Weiyu's expression, the corners of Yifei's mouth hooked up, and he felt very interesting. Luo Weiyu is this angry jealousy. I really can't imagine that she has always had a gentle personality. Like her, there would be such a scene. Seeing Luo Wei's pretty face, she couldn't help but smile. Yifei walked over to Luo Weiyu and said, "I'm busy watering, I'll help you." Quote. Luo Weiyu originally wanted to look cold and refuse Yifei, but as soon as she opened her mouth and saw Yifei's appearance, she couldn't help but the corners of her mouth raise her smile, and the frost-filled look just now instantly thawed. After all, she was a gentle as water character, no matter how angry. As soon as she saw Yifei, all the small complaints and small anger disappeared. Instead, she laughed first. Seeing this, Yifei also smiled. "Not angry with me." Quote. Luo Weiyu shook her head. "I was quite angry, but I saw that you were suddenly not so angry." Quote. Luo Weiyu smiled, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but. Yifei walked over to Luo Weiyu's side, gently hugged her, and said, "Even anger is so gentle, what can I do?" Quote. Yifei couldn't think of anything like Luo Weiyu like when she was angry and quarrelsome. Maybe it's like a little girl who was robbed of a lollipop, found that her lollipop was robbed, and could only say softly and timidly, "This lollipop is mine, don't you want to grab it?" Quote. Seeing the situation, the corners of Yifei's mouth were also aroused, and he felt that Luo Weiyu's personality was really gentle to the extreme. Luo Weiyu gently leaned on Yifei's side and said, "I know that you have been busy lately, and I don't dare to disturb you. I have asked Sister Su Qingzu, and she is not very clear about your news, so I am a little worried about you." Quote. Hearing Luo Weiyu's words, Yifei's heart was more tender than tender, and he realized that he really owed Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu a lot. During this time, Yifei was really busy for the Special Forces competition, so he had little contact with Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu. It is conceivable how worried Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu would be. Yifei hurriedly explained clearly how he had done this. Hearing Yifei's explanation, Luo Weiyu nodded slightly, and also knew the origin of the matter. After learning the truth of the matter, Luo Weiyu disappeared without a trace of even the little resentment that remained in her heart. Luo Weiyu said softly, "It turns out that you are also because of serious things. Well, I am not angry." Quote. Luo Weiyu solemnly stressed that she was not angry. Hearing Luo Weiyu say this, Yifei felt funny, showed a hint of laughter, and said seriously and emotionally, "Thank you so much, how lucky I am to have you." Quote. "It's not me, it's this," Luo Weiyu whispered. "Sister Qingzu, she is also worried about you during this time." Quote. "Got it." Yifei gently caressed Luo Weiyu's head, and the two were quite intimate. Luo Weiyu leaned against Yifei, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. For Luo Weiyu, the happiness she wanted was very simple. As long as she was with Yifei, nothing else mattered. Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu and smiled. "Then you don't open a shop today, I will accompany you. Well, where do we go?" Quote. "Go to the Su Group building, I haven't seen the Su Group yet." Luo Weiyu tilted her head and thought about it, and smiled. Yifei froze for a moment, and then revealed a smile. He really saved the universe in his previous life, otherwise how could he have encountered such an understanding Luo Weiyu? Luo Weiyu obviously also hoped that Yifei would go to Su Qingzu and not let Su Qingzu worry. At this time, you can still think of others, and Luo Weiyu is really kind. Chapter 430. Yifei drove with Luo Weiyu and took her to the Su Group. Headquarters of the Su Group. When Luo Weiyu saw the skyscraper of the Su Group, she shook her head slightly and whispered, "It turns out that the cause of Sister Qingzu's family is so big." Although Luo Weiyu knew that Su Qingzu's family lineage was not simple, after she really saw it, she was even more shocked. For Luo Weiyu, she even had some difficulty imagining Su Qingzu's family background. In comparison, she was like a Cinderella, and Su Qingzu was the real princess. When Yifei heard Luo Weiyu say this, he laughed for it. In fact, Luo Weiyu had never seen Bai Ruoxi, and Bai Ruoxi's wealth was the real terror. Even the wealth of Yifei and the Yi family was only slightly more than Bai Ruoxi. Yifei also knew that in Luo Weiyu's heart, there was no taste of inferiority. After all, Luo Weiyu's family is very difficult, and even since that car accident, she has only struggled to survive every day, and if it were not for the compensation for the death of her parents, she would not have been able to survive. Therefore, seeing Su Qingzu such a good family situation, she could not help but feel inferior in her heart. Of course, Yifei also saw Luo Weiyu's inferiority complex. He smiled and touched Luo Weiyu's hair, and smiled, "Don't care about this, don't pay attention to the family situation. I think your heart is the most beautiful." Quote. Hearing this, Luo Weiyu's eyes were filled with brilliance, and she glanced at Yifei and said, "I know it's good to say." Quote. Yifei said, "Heaven and earth conscience, I said that I can't be more sincere." Quote. The corners of Luo Weiyu's mouth cocked, and she entered the Su group with Yifei. Yifei is of course a big name within the Su group. If it were not for the last time Yifei launched the ice muscle jade bee water, the Su group would probably suffer or even be destroyed in one fell swoop. Yifei walked into the Su group, many people rushed to him, and people dared to stop Yifei from entering the president's office. In front of the president's office, Yifei knocked on the door. Inside the door came Su Qingzu a little lazy. Hearing Su Qingzu's words, Yifei smiled slightly. It seemed that Su Qingzu had made others a little secretary. Yifei pushed the door in and smiled, "Zhaolin is here." Quote. As soon as Yifei entered the door, he saw Su Qingzu get up from the bed in the back of the office. Su Qingzu's office is large, and there is a bed in the room, which is covered by a curtain. Su Qingzu often worked overtime until late at night because of his busy work, and whenever this happened, Su Qingzu would lie down on the bed and rest for a while. When Su Qingzu saw Yifei push the door in, he was stunned, and then his eyes were filled with surprise, and he burst into joy. Yifei said, "I'm back." Quote. Yifei saw that although Su Qingzu's face was still cold and exquisite, he couldn't hide the tired color between his eyebrows. Seeing Su Qingzu's appearance, Yifei couldn't help but show a hint of guilt in his heart. Su Qingzu had indeed been working all these days, so as to numb herself and not think about Yifei for the time being, otherwise how could she be so tired? The moment Su Qingzu saw Yifei, her cold face thawed, and she said, "You have finally returned." Quote. Yifei had mentioned to Su Qingzu that he was going to prepare for the Special Forces competition, and Su Qingzu naturally understood, but he hadn't seen Yifei's shadow for 2 months, and there was usually no news, so Su Qingzu would naturally be worried. In order not to let herself always have this matter with her, Su Qingzu simply numbed herself with work, and she ate and lived in the company during this time. Yifei looked at Su Qingzu carefully, found that Su Qingzu's face was tired and somewhat abnormal, and said, "Qingzu, you are sick." Quote. That's right, Su Qingzu is sick. With Yifei's medical skills, he could see it at a glance. Chapter 431. Yifei looked at Su Qingzu's face and knew that Su Qingzu was sick. Although Su Qingzu was still beautiful and his face was cold, he could not hide a trace of haggardness. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei in front of her, her eyes still flashed with excitement, and she said softly, "Well, it's a little sick, just a little cold, it's okay." Quote. Su Qingzu was very aware of her physical condition, she was indeed a little cold, but overall it was no problem. Hearing Su Qingzu say this, Yifei shook his head and said, "Although the cold is a small illness, but your continuous high-intensity work, your body has long been overloaded. Fortunately, you have cultivated the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, otherwise you would have fallen ill a long time ago." Quote. Yifei was not alarmist, Su Qingzu's body was indeed so. Fortunately, Yifei had previously let Su Qingzu cultivate the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, so that Su Qingzu's physique had changed, and her physical quality far exceeded that of ordinary women. If it were not for this, Su Qingzu worked so hard, coupled with a cold, she would have been overworked and fell ill. The Yellow Emperor's inner classics are indeed rare, not only can increase physical fitness, but also can condense spiritual power, so that Su Qingzu can recover quickly. Yifei looked at Su Qingzu and said solemnly, "Qingzu, you sit down, I will help you treat the cold first." Quote. Seeing Yifei's serious face, Su Qingzu also knew that Yifei was concerned about herself, and she felt sweet in her heart and whispered, "I know." Quote. Su Qingzu's face became softer. Although in front of outsiders, she is a cold female president, in front of Yifei, she is just a gentle little woman. Her coldness was hidden on the surface, and only Yifei knew her tender heart. With that, Yifei treated Su Qingzu. Yifei asked Su Qingzu to sit still, and only after Su Qingzu sat down did he begin to treat Su Qingzu. In fact, the process of treating Su Qingzu is also very simple, and it is also a show of hands for Yifei. As soon as he reached out, he printed his palm on his shoulder, and at the same time, the true chi in his body was running, and Yifei's true chi of the Yellow Emperor's inner scripture flowed throughout his body, and a stream of true chi burst out, and the true chi was injected into Su Qingzu's whole body meridians, just like a warm current. Su Qingzu's whole body was shocked. The meridians were injected into Su Qingzu, making Su Qingzu's whole body lighten up, and at the same time, he felt that his body was rapidly reviving, and his spirit had become clear. The effect is amazing. Su Qingzu's face quickly turned rosy, and his spirit became very good. Su Qingzu's body trembled, and he looked at Yifei in surprise. How can the effect be so good? I don't think I have any soreness in my body now, and my mental state is very good. Just now my nose is still a little out of breath, and now it's gone. Yifei smiled. Of course, this little illness and pain is not enough for me. Your man is now the most famous transformation realm sect master in Yandu. Quote. Yifei's words were really not false at all. After defeating Duan Tianyuan, Yifei had become the most famous realm master in the entire Yan capital, and his strength was obvious to all, and he was indeed unmatched. Su Qingzu blinked, and smiled at Luo Weiyu next to him, and the two women couldn't help but smile when they thought of Yifei's amazing strength in the martial arts. Su Qingzu also smiled softly. That seems to be my blessing, and I can let the transformation realm sect master come to me to cure my illness. Quote. Yifei heard this, but he blinked and smiled. In fact, this is just one of the treatments. Really want to enhance your physique, or we practice the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, the best effect. I think it is better for me to help you in a while. Yifei said, smiling evilly at Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu suddenly gently pushed Yifei, and his face was slightly red. As if remembering something, she pulled Luo Weiyu to sit down, and then said, "You will have nothing to do in the future. Will you still stay in the Yandu military camp?" Quote. Su Qingzu is a little worried that such a gathering is the norm. Yifei smiled. You can rest assured, after the end of this special forces competition, I will be a hand-throwing treasurer, and it will be much easier in the future. Quote. That's fine. Hearing this, Su Qingzu breathed a sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth also appeared slightly smiling. In fact, Su Qingzu's request is also very simple, very insignificant, just hoping that Yifei can accompany her more. Chapter 432. Su Qingzu's heart is actually very fragile. After all, she once suffered from misogyny and was extremely disgusted with men. After Yifei treated her, her misogyny was not completely better, but she had different feelings for Yifei and opened her heart to Yi Changsheng. In addition, Su Qingzu is still in a state of disgust for any man. Therefore, Su Qingzu is actually fragile and sensitive in her heart. Don't look at her appearance as a domineering and cold female president, but inside she is a timid and uneasy little girl. 477. Therefore, Su Qingzu actually looked forward to Yifei's company more than others. During this time, when Yifei left, she could only use her work to numb herself and force herself to stop thinking about Yifei. Yifei actually knew Su Qingzu's current state and knew that he owed Su Qingzu a lot. No, it is not that Su Qingzu has lost a lot of money, but that there are too many people who have lost money, Su Qingzu, Luo Weiyu and so on. Rest assured, I will find more time to spend with you in the future. Yifei hurriedly took a stand. That's pretty much it. Luo Weiyu focused on his head, a cute expression that was just like that. Seeing the situation, Yifei smiled and scraped Luo Weiyu's nose. Rest assured, will I still deceive you? Quote. It's okay if you lie to me, it's better to lie for a long time. Luo Weiyu blinked and whispered. This sentence was full of tenderness, making the corners of Yifei's mouth show a smile, and he grabbed Luo Weiyu's small hand and nodded his head. The three of them chatted for a while, and Yifei said, where are we going to eat? It's time for dinner. Quote. According to Yifei's idea, he wanted to take his two daughters to a high-end restaurant for dinner to make up for the recent debt. Who knew? Su Qingzu said, it is better to go to our company's canteen to eat. I often go to the company canteen to eat recently, and it is quite delicious. Quote. Hearing Su Qingzu's words, Luo Weiyu immediately echoed, good, I also want to go to the canteen to eat, just to see what the canteen of the Su group looks like. Quote. Yifei was stunned for a moment, and the date with these two superb beauties was actually in the company canteen. This outgoing clip is to make the entire upper circle of Yan to cry and laugh. Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were also too good to feed, right? But when I saw Luo Weiyu spit out her tongue, she naturally said, when my foot injury was not good before, I always thought that if my legs and feet were not injured, I would not live the life of an ordinary office worker, working in a large enterprise, eating the company canteen, and occasionally working overtime, always want to experience it. Quote. Hearing Luo Weiyu frankly talk about her foot injury, Su Qingzu and Yifei were a little distressed about her, but seeing Luo Weiyu full of smiles and calmly talking about her past, she knew that Luo Weiyu had put it down. Okay, let's go to the cafeteria and eat. 0 inches. Yifei smiled, took the hands of the two women, and said, let's go. Quote, comma. Let go, me, it's not good to be seen by other people this way. Luo Weiyu was held by Yifei and said hurriedly. Yifei smiled, what's not so good? It's not blind. Quote. I don't think it's very good, those are my employees, Su Qingzu also whispered, a little sweet but a little embarrassed. Yifei couldn't help but say, pulling the hands of the two women to the staff canteen of the Su group. Suddenly, many employees were stunned to see the scene. Su Zong, who has always been cold as frost, was actually held by her legendary gossip boyfriend, and Su Qingzu's face was slightly red, as if there was some shameful expression. Yifei also led a person, a gentle and lovely beauty, feminine in appearance, exquisite and incomparable. Seeing the situation, the employees of the Su group were 0.9 broken glasses, and one by one they looked at the scene with envy inside. And Yifei showed off fiercely, taking Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu to eat the Su group's meals. Chapter 433. Su group canteen. Many employees of the Su group gathered together, and they all looked at Yifei, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu one by one, and their eyes burst with incredible colors. Hey, I really can't imagine that Su Zong would actually show the appearance of a little girl in front of a man, and her face was red, it was really beautiful. Hey, yeah, I think so too. But I think Yi Zong is really handsome. I recently watched the I Am Not a Medicine God movie, and Wandering Planet, all are produced by Yi Head Office. Quote. Hey, he is always powerful, handsome, completely killing those male stars in a second. Love, if I have such a boyfriend, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Sus Group 30 is a cosmetics and pharmaceutical company, and most of the headquarters employees are women. These women were all very familiar with Yifei one by one, and they looked at Su Qingzu with great envy. In their view, Yifei is a perfect object in every aspect, and his appearance, family lineage, and talent are all top-notch. Those movie stars and small fresh meat with empty surfaces are really different from each other. No, the comparison of the two is simply insulting Yifei. These female employees of the Su group are crazy, and a small number of male employees are naturally envious and jealous. Su Qingzu is nothing less than a goddess-like existence in the hearts of these male employees, and now that the goddess is thrown into the arms of other men, it naturally makes them all extremely uncomfortable. But when they thought of the huge gap with Yifei, these male employees were helpless and sighing. Yifei was chatting with the two women. Yifei smiled, light bamboo, the food in your canteen is quite delicious. Quote. Su Qingzu said, of course, our group attaches great importance to the diet of employees, and the ingredients used are also natural, and the canteen master can find it well. Quote. Su Qingzu has a bit of pride in showing off, like a little girl in love. Seeing the situation, Yifei smiled slightly, and also let Su Qingzu speak. Luo Weiyu was a little envious. I used to like this kind of life, but now it's quite handsome. Quote. Su Qingzu smiled. Weiyu, with your simple personality, if you come to the workplace to do things, you are afraid that you will be bullied to death. You are too simple and kind. Quote. Su Qingzu said, suddenly looked at Yifei again, and said softly, oh, but you are also being bullied too much by someone now. Quote. When Luo Weiyu heard Su Qingzu's words, her face was slightly red, but she was red in the face and confessed, yes, that's it. Quote. Seeing Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu's two people singing in one harmony, consistent external performance, Yifei couldn't help but smile, knowing that the two women had a good relationship, and indeed they could be called good sisters. No wonder Luo Weiyu said to Yifei that he was going to the Su group. Yifei laughed dumbly, you two, this will form a united front. Quote. Of course, against you is to unite the front, who made you this guy too bad? Luo Weiyu was righteous. Seeing that Luo Weiyu, who had always been gentle, said this, Yifei shook his head, I'm really more and more wrong now, if I'm really bad, then I will have to act on the night. Quote. As he spoke, Yifei smiled and blinked. It was said that Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu both took a sip and glanced at Yifei whitely, not bothering to pay attention to this guy. Seeing that the two women were like this at the same time, Yifei smiled and said, after eating, let's go shopping with 543. Quote. Shopping. Hearing Yifei say this, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were also a little moved. During this period of Yifei's absence, the two women were also panicked, and now shopping seems to be good. Chapter 434. Yifei's proposal to go shopping made the two women gladly agree. Whether it is Luo Weiyu or Su Qingzu, in essence, they all like the experience of shopping, but Yifei is usually too busy, so he rarely meets Yifei, let alone shopping. Yifei smiled, then let's go. Quote. Okay, let's go to the shopping mall over there in Sanlitun, Su Qingzu immediately proposed. Sanlitun Shopping Mall is one of the most prosperous central areas in Yandu, so the flow of people is surging and there are many big internet celebrities and small stars that can be seen here every day. Go. Yifei drove his Bentley Mulsanne, took the two women, and went straight to the Sanlitun Shopping Mall. Yifei left with his two daughters, leaving countless envious eyes in the staff canteen of the Su group. Sanlitun Shopping Mall. Yifei took the two daughters to the mall, and the combination of the three immediately attracted the attention of countless people. After all, Yifei's appearance is really too handsome, and since Zhou, Yifei has also become a well-known figure in the country, and he has become an idol of many young people. Seeing Yifei's sudden appearance, many people who knew him also took out their mobile phones to take pictures and even shouted Yifei's name loudly. Suddenly being treated as a star, Yifei's brow frowned slightly, and he was really a little uncomfortable. Yifei frowned and looked at the two women next to him. Forget it, ignore them, let's go to the mall. Quote. At the same time, Yifei made a hidden gesture. At this time, the Black Fifth and other people who had been following Yifei all took action. One by one, they all came out to maintain the scene, not allowing ordinary people at the scene to take pictures and maintain order. Yifei did not want to live a life like a star, and his life was exposed to the public. Yifei glanced at the crowd and saw that there were Black Five to maintain order. Black Five's group of people have been following Yifei, and they don't have to worry about being loyal to their abilities. There's the appearance of Black Five, Yifei, much quieter. Su Qingzu covered his mouth and smiled lightly. I really didn't expect that the Transformation Realm Sect Master would still have a bodyguard one day. Quote. Hearing Su Qingzu say this, Luo Weiyu also covered her mouth and smiled, thinking that Su Qingzu was right. Yifei glared at the two women viciously and said, do you two still dare to laugh at me? A moment of family law disposal. Quote. The two women were not afraid at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. Yifei didn't care, he dragged the two girls and took them shopping. There are really a lot of shops in Sanlin Shopping Mall, and basically all of them are big brands. Yifei entered the mall to buy clothes and bags for the two women. With Yifei's financial resources, of course, he was carefully selected and then all packed away. Luo Weiyu is still the first time to see such an arrogant way of shopping, only to see Yifei walk into each store, do not look at the brand, and then pull Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu to try on clothes, looking at the good-looking all bought. After a while, Yifei was followed by 3 or 5 clerks, each carrying a large bag and a small bag, and quickly followed Yifei's 3 people. Yifei looked around and asked Luo Weiyu, Weiyu, do you still want to buy it? Quote. Yifei's shopping was simple and direct, which made Luo Weiyu a little stunned. It turns out that rich people can still play like this. Luo Weiyu thought for a moment and said, I don't have anything I want to buy, so why don't you buy some furniture and buy a home? Quote. Luo Weiyu still thought about her warm little nest. Yifei shook his head, don't worry about the furniture first, let's walk around for a while. Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu's body, and she also had very little jewelry on her, only a very ordinary jade pendant, which was left to her by Luo Weiyu's parents. Other than that, she has no other accessories on her. Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu's wrist, only to see that the sky above the smooth jade wrist was empty, and then he saw the Patek Philippe counter in front of him, his heart was moved, and he smiled. Let's go buy something else. Quote. After saying that, Yifei took the two girls straight to the Patek Philippe counter. Chapter 435. Yifei took Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu to the Patek Philippe counter. The moment I walked into the Patek Philippe store, I saw a good-looking female teller coming out of it. This female clerk was wearing professional clothes, and when she saw Yifei, she took the initiative to smile and bow, and smiled, hello sir, do you want to buy a watch? Quote. Yifei shook his head and smiled, pulling Luo Weiyu next to him. I don't buy it, she bought it, help me pick a watch that suits her. Quote. Luo Weiyu stood tall, green silk was soft, her eyes were clear, it was a little strange to hear Yifei say this, she bowed her head and was silent, and only whispered, Yifei, I don't want watches here are so expensive. When Luo Weiyu entered the store just now, she had already sneaked a glance at the price of the watches around her. Patek Philippe store watches are exquisite and beautiful, and the details are more visible kung fu. Luo Weiyu looked at it very much, but a glance at the price, it scared the Luo girl is not light. The cheapest watches in the counter are all starting from hundreds of thousands, and there are many exquisite watches that are not marked with prices, which looks even more prohibitive. At least Luo Weiyu shook her head when she saw Lian, and quickly told Yifei that these watches were very expensive. The female teller at the counter did not show disdain, still with a sweet smile of professional 473, she actually saw it, in front of this beautiful but gentle girl is indeed dressed ordinary. In the handsome man and the other cold woman behind him, all of them are famous brands. Especially this handsome man, the clothes on his body are almost all not called brands, but they are very exquisite, like private customized clothing, which is more noble. As a professional teller sister, female tellers can certainly see what is a rich man and what is a real aristocracy. Even the rich are divided into 3, 6, and 9, some of whom are upstarts, some of whom are rich people, and some of whom are truly aristocrats. There is no doubt that the handsome man in front of him is a real nobleman. The temperament is elegant, the appearance is amazing, and it stands out. Yifei smiled and comforted Luo Weiyu beside him. You don't care about the price, Miss Trouble, you, help me take that watch to try, it looks good. Quote. Yifei pointed to the most eye-catching watch on the display case. It was a very delicate blue watch, and the dial was as blue as the starry sky, dazzling. The dial consists of 3 dials, the lowest of which is the moon dial, the middle is a dark blue dial, and the top is a sapphire dial painted with stars. When turning the watch, due to the different angles and lights, the starry sky appears to be more and more profound and mysterious, and it is impossible to see through at a glance. This watch is indeed beautiful. The female teller did not slack off, and took it off and handed it to Yifei. Yifei took off the watch and put it on Luo Weiyu's wrist, only to see Luo Weiyu wearing the watch, and the whole person seemed to have an embellishment pen, and it seemed to be flexible, like an elf. Yifei's eyes lit up, and the brilliant stars and vast universe on this watch were very suitable for Luo Weiyu's temperament. Yifei didn't say a word, and then said, I want this watch, pay for it. Quote. That's the payment. The female teller was a little confused and saw Yifei take out her wallet. Inside the wallet are all kinds of black cards of major banks. The female teller took a moment and saw Yifei take out one of the cards in his wallet, and then said, I'm the VIP of Patek Philippe, you can check my name to buy. Quote. Oh well, okay. The female teller woke up like a dream and quickly used the computer to query Yifei's name. Patek Philippe is a very strict membership system, requiring the purchase of a certain amount of money each year to become a VIP. An ordinary VIP needs to spend 10 million yuan per year, only VIP can buy the corresponding top watches and some commemorative and explosive watches. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it is difficult to buy a Patek Philippe watch with money. The female teller inquired ADFH Yifei's VIP level, and after the inquiry, she was immediately stunned, only to see that on the computer, Yifei's VIP level on Patek Philippe is the highest level of Supreme VIP. What is the concept of Supreme VIP? This means that if Patek Philippe does not have a new watch every year, it will be sent to Yifei for the first time to choose and even customized according to his needs. He didn't want to go to any counter at all, just sitting at home would send Patek Philippe's watch to the door for him to choose. This is the real god. The female teller was astonished, she looked at Yifei's eyes were already full of small stars, such a top rich and handsome, looking at the entire yen are countless. And when she looked at Luo Weiyu beside Yifei, the female teller's face was full of envy. Luo Weiyu was a little confused, but Su Qingzu comforted her, you, just take it, Yifei is also a piece of heart. For him, this little money is nothing at all. It's like sending you a card for $10. Quote. Speaking of the 10 yuan card, Su Qingzu smiled slightly, remembering that Yifei had indeed given her a $10 card before, and that card had been kept by her to this day and had always been regarded as a treasure. Yifei smiled and said, well, Qingzu is quite right. Just take it. Quote. Hearing Yifei say this, Luo Weiyu was silent for a moment, which was a tacit acquiescence. Luo Weiyu could only accept Yifei's gift, and when she was about to check out, she sneaked a look at the checkout number again. Luo Weiyu only saw a series of numbers and almost shook her eyes. Luo Weiyu counted more than 2 million. By the time she got out of the store, Luo Weiyu was still a little dizzy. As for the female clerk, she was envious, eager to replace Luo Weiyu and stand by Yifei's side, which was completely an expression of envy and jealousy. Little Miss Li, today this is the real god, I have opened my eyes. It was this female clerk who was called Little Miss Li, and she nodded her head continuously. Yes, Supreme VIP, I have seen such a person, is really. Several Patek Philippe clerks looked at each other and only had such an impression of Yifei, Shen Hao. And it is a handsome and incomparable god. If only I could marry such a person. Forget it, don't even think about it. Chapter 436. The watch Yifei bought for Luo Weiyu is Patek Philippe 6104 G001, and the total value of this watch is more than 2 million, close to 3 million. To put it bluntly, the value of this watch is almost equal to the value of a suite. When Luo Weiyu was pulled out of the Patek Philippe counter by Yifei, she was still a little dizzy, but the starry sky watch she wore on her hand was really beautiful. The deep blue was eye-catching, and wearing it on Luo Weiyu's hand was indeed like a finishing touch. Of course, the most important thing is that Luo Weiyu herself is smart and beautiful, which is very compatible with this watch. Luo Weiyu was wearing a watch, the corners of her mouth slightly cocked, happy that Yifei had given her this gift. Although this gift is precious, in Luo Weiyu's view, the preciousness of the gift is not the most important, and as long as it is a gift from Yifei, it is a very precious thing for her. Luo Weiyu was in a good mood. She hummed a little song and followed Yifei step by step, and a shallow smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yifei looked at Su Qingzu beside him and said, is there anything you want to buy for Qingzu? Just this time there is time. Su Qingzu shook his head. Before going shopping, I wanted to buy everything, but after shopping, I didn't want to buy anything. Quote. Su Qingzu smiled softly. It is really strange to say that before going shopping, she really thought about buying a variety of things, what clothes, shoes, bags and so on. And after shopping, she really didn't want to buy anything. It seemed that as long as Yifei was around, nothing is a problem. Thinking of this, Su Qingzu took Yifei's hand and said, I'm already content today, I can let the Huijing sect master help me massage, what else is there not to be satisfied with? Quote. Su Qingzu's words are also full of ridiculous meanings. Yifei smiled and patted the hands of the two women, as long as you are happy. By the way, you still have to be careful lately, and I will send more people to protect you, so as not to let some villains have an opportunity. Quote. What's wrong? Any questions? Su Qingzu raised an eyebrow and asked involuntarily. Yifei said, it's a little problem, but it doesn't get in the way, it's just some fleas. Quote. Yifei was talking about Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng and Yifei had completely formed a vendetta, and he was eliminated by Yifei twice, suffered a fiasco, and almost became a laughingstock. Moreover, Yifei also knew that Li Yunfeng, as the sect master of the transformation realm, was extremely strong and could also threaten Yifei. Now that Li Yunfeng has been tragically eliminated, I heard that after the bundle, Li Yunfeng had a conflict with the Suzaku troops themselves, causing the Suzaku troops to part ways with Li Yunfeng, and Li Yunfeng left the Suzaku. That is to say, now that Li Yunfeng has returned to his freedom, if he has a bad heart, he still has to take good precautions. Rest assured, it's not a big deal. I will definitely guarantee your safety, Yifei said seriously. He planned to dispatch the Yi family's Jinglong troops to protect the safety of Su Qingzu, Luo Weiyu and others. At the same time, Yifei also planned to take the initiative to attack Li Yunfeng, first destroy Li Yunfeng and then say. It's just that Li Yunfeng is too involved. He is related to the top giants of Yandu and is one of the top giants of Yandu. In addition, Li Yunfeng is also the head of the overseas Hongmen character, and his identity is extraordinary, and he can be called a big guy. That Fu Hongyu had been sent by Li Yunfeng to test the Yandu martial arts realm, and if it hadn't been for Yifei destroying Fu Hongyu, Li Yunfeng might have taken advantage of this to unify the Yandu martial arts realm a long time ago, and it would definitely not be the situation it is today. At present, the Yandu martial arts community basically respects Yifei, and Yifei does not have much management over the Yandu martial arts community, but just allows it to develop and give help. And everyone in the martial arts community in Yandu also knew what kind of identity this Yi family prince was, and he certainly wouldn't care about these small things in the martial arts world, so everyone in the martial arts world respected Yifei even more. But Li Yunfeng was different. From the very beginning, Li Yunfeng wanted to unify the martial arts circles of Yandu and even the northern martial arts circles of Xuanwang Kingdom, and once again establish a huge organization like Hongmen with him as his honor. Therefore, Li Yunfeng aroused the vigilance of the entire martial arts community, and the Yandu martial arts community was also very repulsive to Li Yunfeng. Fortunately, all this was alleviated by Yifei's appearance. However, Li Yunfeng would definitely not give up for good, he would inevitably take revenge on Yifei, otherwise wouldn't his name as a master be blind. Yifei was very vigilant about this, and would arrange for the security guards around him to protect Luo Weiyu and others. Although Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu were worried, when they saw Yifei's calm and unfazed expression, their emotions were also soothed. Since Yifei was so sure, then he must have his own way. Whether it was Su Qingzu or Luo Weiyu, the two women trusted him very much and almost unconditionally. Yifei saw that the two women were nodding, so he smiled, rest assured, I promise you that this matter will be resolved in a week at most. Quote. Yifei must have wanted to destroy Li Yunfeng. Moreover, Yifei also knew that Li Yunfeng's character would inevitably take revenge on him. Yifei wanted to let Li Yunfeng go to the extreme in this extremely short period of time, and then solve this matter once and for all. As the protagonist of the third novel, The King of Wadu Soldiers, Li Yunfeng's experience points brought by killing Li Yunfeng will definitely be very good. Yifei was very much looking forward to this. Okay, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu both nodded. Yifei sent Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu back separately, and in the end, Su Qingzu stayed in Yifei's private villa for the night. The two exchanged heartfelt feelings, and Yifei also comforted Su Qingzu a lot. Because of his misogyny, Su Qingzu is far more vulnerable and sensitive than ordinary girls. After Yifei comforted Su Qingzu, the next day Su Qingzu returned to work at the Su group as usual. Yifei found Bai Ruoxi, and he wanted to meet with Bai Ruoxi. Chapter 437. White's group. Unlike the Su group, the Bai group is well known within Yandu, and everyone knows that the Bai group is the top big consortium in Yandu. At a young age, Bai Ruoxi had already become the controller of the Bai group. Bai Ruoxi was busy in the conference room at this time. She and several executives of the company solved the problem through video conferencing, and recently Bai Ruoxi is working with the Yi family, and the two sides are discussing plans to jointly acquire international cinemas. In the current situation, the joint acquisition of international cinemas by the two sides is a very market foundation. Bai Ruoxi was busy for a morning, and finally ended the video conference and officially finalized the cooperation plan. She sighed softly, feeling a little tired in her body, and subconsciously stretched out her snow-white little hand, wanting to massage herself. Just as Bai Ruoxi was preparing to massage herself, she suddenly felt a pair of warm hands covering her temples and massaging her. Feeling strange, Bai Ruoxi looked up sharply and saw a smiling face looking at himself. The moment she noticed Yifei, Bai Ruoxi's eyes lit up, and she whispered, "You, how did you come?" Bai Ruoxi was obviously pleased. Her eyes were bright, and her clear eyes were full of smiles, and she looked at Yifei happily. Bai Ruoxi did not hide his emotions. Her work had been too intense lately, like a tight string, and the moment she saw Yifei, her body and mind relaxed. Yifei smiled, why can't I come? Quote. Bai Ruoxi shook his head, how did you get in? My Bai group security is notoriously strict, and if you come in, you will definitely have a report. After Bai Ruoxi said this, he immediately shook his head, immediately thinking of Yifei's terrifying skills. With Yifei's skill, it was indeed not surprising that he could enter the Bai group. Of course, Yifei came in through special means, but in addition to relying on Yifei's clever skills, his face was also very critical. After all, Yifei had a good relationship with Bai Ruoxi, and the Bai group knew it from top to bottom. If Yifei really wanted to break into the Bai group, it would be really a little difficult, and the security of the Bai group was indeed extremely strict. Although Yifei was terrifyingly strong, after all, he was the transformation realm master, and he was still a human, not a god. Yifei smiled, look at your very tired look, this time is hard, what are you busy with? Quote. Speaking of this, Bai Ruoxi glanced at Yifei whitely, and the bright and moving color that inadvertently revealed made Yifei's heart flutter. Bai Ruoxi sneered, it's not because of your business, Uncle Yi and I decided to acquire international cinemas to pave the way for your film and television to go international. Quote. When Yifei heard this, he was suddenly stunned, and only then did he know that Bai Ruo was involved in this matter. Suddenly, Yifei's heart surged with emotion. That's really hard for you, and it's probably busy during this time. Yifei whispered. It's alright, or you just seeing me for the sake of it? Bai Ruoxi blinked and said softly, as if complaining and slightly angry. Yifei smiled, of course not. For a while, Ruoxi became more and more beautiful and beautiful. Quote. Yifei was boasting at Bai Ruoxi, and he should have praised himself as a woman anyway. Moreover, Yifei said the truth. Bai Ruoxi was originally a superb beauty, the appearance is naturally needless to say, and there is more classical temperament, and the temperament is graceful and excellent. Since the two had a close relationship, Bai Ruoxi had changed even more, especially Bai Ruoxi after cultivating the Yellow Emperor's inner classic. Her skin was silky like gelatin, smooth as jade, and it was even more incredible. Today's Bai Ruoxi is indeed more beautiful. Even if you are wearing serious professional clothing, it is difficult to hide the temperament out of it. Hearing Yifei's praise, Bai Ruoxi's heart was sweet, and she smiled, just her greasy mouth and slippery tongue. Quote. Seeing that Bai Ruoxi had no intention of being lifeless, Yifei sighed even more in his heart. He had indeed saved the universe in his previous life, and only in exchange for Bai Ruoxi, Luo Weiyu, musician, and so on these women around the side. Moreover, Bai Ruoxi was different from Luo Weiyu and others, and she liked to help Yifei in the most direct way. The way Bai Ruoxi excels is simple and more direct. She united with the Yi family in business, and after the two sides united, Bai Ruoxi used her own way to benefit the Yi family and the Bai family, and was more able to directly help Yifei. This made Yifei's chief father Yi marvel. In fact, Yi had also seen musician, Su Qingzu and others, but in his personal private heart, his most recognized daughter-in-law was Bai Ruoxi. Yifei smiled and chatted with Bai Ruoxi for a few words, proposing, or I will take you to drag racing, to relax. Quote. Bai Ruoxi's eyes lit up and he readily agreed, good. Quote. Previously, Yifei had taken Bai Ruoxi to drag a car to relax Bai Ruoxi. This is even more true now. Yifei took Bai Ruoxi to race the car. Yifei drove a fast ride on the winding road. The amazing speed made people adrenaline surge, and the feeling of galloping was unforgettable. It took a long time for this drag racing to end. Bai Ruoxi was in a good mood, and she felt that the pressure in her heart was released a little. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi looked at each other and smiled. Yifei was about to speak, but his mobile phone suddenly rang. Yifei looked at the electric display and suddenly shook his head. It was Ning Yufei calling. Ning Yufei has always left a deep impression on Yifei, because in the rating of the system, Ning Yufei is a perfect score. Ning Yufei is indeed a heartwarming woman, with a mature temperament, full of femininity, and a smile can involve people's hearts. However, because Yifei was busy with the Jiaolong team during this time, he had not contacted Ning Yufei for a long time. Ning Yufei is currently the nominal principal of the Northern Martial Arts Circles of the Xuanwang Kingdom, and she has opened martial arts halls and security companies in the northern cities of the Xuanwang Kingdom, and her power is extremely large, just like the Heavenly Eye. This woman suddenly called him, for what? Chapter 438. Yifei answered Ning Yufei's phone. Ning Yufei's slightly anxious voice came from the phone. Yifei, please help, I'm in the Hangshan Martial Arts Hall. Ning Yufei's voice did not fall. Yifei heard a sharp voice coming again, and the sound came from Li Yunfeng. However, Li Yunfeng's voice was a little vague, and he only listened to him. Miss Ning, I am only communicating with you on behalf of my personal wishes. In fact, the matter between you and me, the Ning family also agrees, isn't it the best of both worlds? If you and I cooperate, who are you calling? Quote. After that, Yifei heard a busy tone on the phone. Beep 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 sound came. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Yifei's brow frowned slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. Looking at this posture, Li Yunfeng went to find Ning Yufei. However, it was not surprising that Li Yunfeng had coveted Ning Yufei before, otherwise it would not have caused Fu Hangyu's incident. Yifei narrowed his eyes. Of course, he couldn't let Li Yunfeng and Ning Yufei combine. Because the power and intelligence network in Ning Yufei's hands was of great help to anyone. Especially once the two are combined, Li Yunfeng is also a realm master. In this way, Li Yunfeng was very likely to control the entire underground forces in the north of the Xuanwang Kingdom and the Yandu martial arts realm. Therefore, Yifei would definitely not let Li Yunfeng succeed. Thinking of this, Yifei looked at Bai Ruoxi beside him and prepared to speak. Who knew that Bai Ruoxi preemptively interrupted him, saying, I know, you don't have to say it, let's get busy first. Quote. Bai Ruoxi was understanding and said bluntly. Hearing Bai Ruoxi's words, Yifei no longer hesitated and apologized. Well, I'll deal with things first, and then I'll come back when I'm done. Quote. Bai Ruoxi blinked and said, okay, I'll wait for you to eat the dinner, and I'll cook it myself today. In my villa. Quote. Bai Ruoxi's private villa. Yifei had been there more than once, and he knew exactly where he was. Hearing Bai Ruoxi say this, Yifei drew the corners of his mouth and smiled. Well, I'm looking forward to your dinner, and I will definitely come back. Quote. Bai Ruoxi cooked for him, which was simply an unprecedented thing. When did you hear Bai Ruoxi learn to cook? This is simply big news, and thinking about it makes Yifei feel interesting. Hearing Bai Ruoxi's words, Yifei smiled slightly and agreed to Bai Ruoxi. Yifei first sent Bai Ruoxi to safety, and then drove straight to the Hangshan Martial Arts Hall. Yifei drove all the way and soon arrived at the Hangshan Martial Arts Hall. Hangshan Wudwan is one of the largest martial arts halls in Yandu and is also the headquarters of Ning Yufei's office in Yandu. Yi flew to the Hangshan Martial Arts Hall and went directly into the Hang's interior. Hangshan Martial Arts. Ning Yufei confronts Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng's skin was slightly red, as if he had drunk wine, and when he spoke, he also overflowed with wine. His eyes were slightly scattered, and he was pestering Ning Yufei. Ning Yufei was dressed in red, her temperament was cold, her eyes were slightly cold, and she said, Li Yunfeng, my Hangshan Martial Arts Hall is not a place for you to spread wilderness. If you really want to rely on it and not leave, don't blame me for finding someone. Quote. Ning Yufei's appearance is absolutely beautiful, her temperament is vulgar, she drinks coldly, and her momentum does not lose Li Yunfeng. When Li Yunfeng heard this, he just sneered and said, Ms. Ning, as I said, there is no objection between me and the Ning family in the matter. I am obsessed with Ms. Ning, why should you refuse? Besides, no matter what my identity Li Yunfeng is, I am worthy of you. Although Li Yunfeng was full of alcohol, he was very sober. After all, Li Yunfeng was a Huijing sect master, and although he drank wine, as long as he used his internal strength, he could easily expel the wine. That's right, Li Yunfeng came to find Ning Yufei. Since the failure of the Special Forces competition, Li Yunfeng has fallen into a dilemma for a while, and he wants to make a comeback only to find other forces and backers in Yandu. Among them, the Yan Dunning family is a very good helper. The Ning family was once one of the top giants in Yandu, and it was also the top giants in Yandu along with the Mu family and the Wei family. However, after the death of one of the Ning family's Optimus Prime, the Ning family has been in a state of decline ever since, and now the Ning family's status in Yandu is far less than before. Of course, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Ning family is not as big as before, it is still a big family of Yandu at present, and the status of the Lei family is almost the same. Therefore, Li Yunfeng wanted to find the Ning family to unite. Of course, the Ning family is also a hit. After all, the people of the Ning family have been trying to revitalize the Ning family. And combining with Li Yunfeng is a pretty good choice. After all, Li Yunfeng was a realm master, not only that, but Li Yunfeng himself was also quite powerful. The union of the two sides may be a situation of great joy for everyone. More importantly, Li Yunfeng also had a crush on Ning Yufei. Therefore, after Li Yunfeng visited the Ning family and obtained the consent of most of the Ning family, he came to Ning Yufei. The result is what it is now. Hearing Ning Yufei's refusal, Li Yunfeng was even more nameless anger in his heart. And more importantly, Ning Yufei had already heard Yufei when she called Yufei just now. Thinking of Ning Yufei's behavior, Li Yunfeng burned with anger and said coldly, Ning Yufei, don't toast and don't eat the penalty wine. Quote. Ning Yufei was about to speak, but at this time a faint voice came from next to her. I said Li Yunfeng, what is your ability to bully women? Yufei is coming. Hearing Yufei's voice, Ning Yufei's heart finally relaxed. Don't look at Ning Yufei who is very strong just now, but Ning Yufei is also very clear that if Li Yunfeng really wants to launch a frenzy, she will be difficult to resist. The good villain was the Huijing sect master, and only Yufei, who was also the Hua Jin sect master, could resist it. Yufei appeared in front of Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng was first stunned, then squinted, and his eyes were full of anger. It's Yufei again. This guy was almost like a ghost, always appearing in front of him, which made him extremely annoyed. Now Yufei is going to spoil his good deeds again. The two can be described as enemies meeting, and they are extremely red-eyed. Chapter 439. Yufei confronted Li Yunfeng. The two are definitely enemies to me, and they are extremely red-eyed. Only to see Li Yunfeng's anger sinking, a trace of essence burst out of his eyes, sneered, looked at Yufei angrily, and sneered, isn't this the champion of the National Special Forces competition? What are you doing here to meddle in my business without enjoying your champion treatment? Quote. Hearing Li Yunfeng sneer, Yufei smiled disapprovingly and said lightly, I said Li Yunfeng, the more you live, the more you go back, and it is really ridiculous that the sect master of the Hall of Fame is actually embarrassed by the woman. Quote. Yufei was very dismissive of Li Yunfeng's behavior. Looking at Li Yunfeng's posture, it was clear that he wanted to forcibly coerce Ning Yufei's intentions. Li Yunfeng's own strength as a realm sect master was difficult for even Ning Yufei to resist. In fact, Ning Yufei's strength was good, otherwise she would not have been able to sit firmly in the position of the Hongshan Martial Arts Hall and the Queen of the Northern Underground Forces of the Xuanwang Kingdom. Ning Yufei was a master of internal strength, and if it was in an ordinary situation, it was definitely enough to deter one side. However, in front of Li Yunfeng, the transformation realm master, it was indeed not enough to see. Seeing Yufei come forward, Ning Yufei was slightly relieved, stood behind Yufei, and said, Yufei, thank you for your help. Quote. Ning Yufei was sincerely grateful to Yufei. Yufei smiled faintly. In fact, Ning Yufei had also given Yufei a lot of help before, especially when dealing with the Violet Organization. Ning Yufei had helped. If not, Yufei would not have been able to uproot the Violet Organization's branch in the Xuanwang Kingdom, nor would it have been so easy to kill the crows. Yufei was just repaying the favor. The person who helped Yufei, he must remember. Those who had offended Yufei, he remembered more. Hearing Yufei's words, and seeing the expression of relief, Li Yunfeng's face changed slightly, his look became extremely gloomy, he ran his internal strength, and the wine in his body just now disappeared in an instant. Li Yunfeng stared at Yufei deadly. Yufei, the matter between me and Ms. Ning was approved by the Ning family, you are an outsider, you have no right to manage things. I advise you not to join in, otherwise. Yufei smiled, otherwise, brother Li, you can still beat me up. Then I'll have to take care of it even more. As for the matter between Ms. Ning and the Ning family, what age is this, is there freedom of marriage? Quote. The Ning family acquiesced to Li Yunfeng's pursuit of Ning Yufei, and the Ning family was even happier with this, hoping to match the two. Therefore, Li Yunfeng asked Yufei not to participate in this matter. After all, in Li Yunfeng's view, this was a private matter between him and Ning Yufei. However, Yufei blocked Li Yunfeng with one word. Yufei didn't care what the reason was for Li Yunfeng, he just had to take care of this matter. No matter from what point of view, the combination of Li Yunfeng and Ning Yufei was not good for him. Especially once Li Yunfeng married the Ning family, then Yufei would inevitably be impacted. After all, the feud between him and Li Yunfeng was a life and death feud. After Yufei turned Fu Hongyu into a vegetative person, it was already doomed that the contradiction between Yufei and Li Yunfeng could not be resolved. Just between the ridicule, Li Yunfeng was even more furious, and as he took a step forward, the momentum that belonged to the realm transformation sect master flowed out. Along with Li Yunfeng's first move, the corners of Yufei's mouth also showed a sneering smile. He had already guarded against this hand, laughing. Li Yunfeng, do you really want to do it? Quote. Between his sneers, he was already moving, wanting Li Yunfeng to see the current situation clearly. As soon as Yufei's body moved, he saw that the internal strength burst out in vain, and the powerful internal strength surged forward, making Li Yunfeng feel a deep pressure. The internal strength of Yufei's body formed a powerful pressure and attacked Li Yunfeng. For a time, the momentum confrontation between the two great masters was also thrilling. Ning Yufei could clearly see the confrontation between the two of them, and she was also aware of the tension of the situation. At the same time, Ning Yufei felt the horror and unfathomability of the transformation realm sect master's strength. What made Ning Yufei even more surprised was that the momentum on Yufei's body was secretly stronger than Li Yunfeng. Ning Yufei did not know Yufei's performance in the Special Forces competition, and she was even more shocked to see Yufei show his current strength. Li Yunfeng was very strong, but Yufei seemed to be stronger than him. Chapter 440. Ning Yufei had witnessed this battle between Yufei and Li Yunfeng in the Hongshan Martial Arts Hall before, and the battle between Yufei and Li Yunfeng at that time really shook the entire Yandu martial arts community. And Yufei also became famous in the First World War, and he became one of the recognized masters of the realm. However, at that time, in the battle between Yifei and Li Yunfeng could only be regarded as equal divided, and it could not be said that they occupied any big advantage. And now, that's a completely different story. Now seeing the battle between Yifei and Li Yunfeng, although the two did not directly fight, in terms of momentum, Yifei already occupied an absolute advantage. Li Yunfeng's expression changed slightly. He obviously felt an extremely strong pressure, but instead of retreating, he took a step out, a punch struck, and made a sound of breaking the air, making the air explode. Immediately afterward, Li Yunfeng punched Yifei's left side and suddenly attacked. This punch was so strong that it almost tore the air apart and smashed towards Yifei. Yifei narrowed his eyes slightly, and said coldly, Li Yunfeng, it seems that you have not yet accepted the lesson. Quote. Between words, Yifei's figure moved, he stretched out one hand, parried a block, and saw Li Yunfeng's move attack violently. Boom, the two fists collided, only to see that Yifei's body shape remained unchanged, while Li Yunfeng's body took a few steps backwards, and his face was slightly pale. Li Yunfeng's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Yifei, do you really want to stop me? I warn you that it is better not to meddle in this matter. Quote. Li Yunfeng's words were calm and full of threats. Hearing the threatening meaning in Li Yunfeng's words, Yifei's brow frowned slightly, and his expression became cold. Yifei sneered, I'm going to intervene today, what can you do with me? Quote. Li Yunfeng gritted his teeth, and a burst of anger rose in his heart, but there was really nothing he could do with Yifei. He stared at Yifei deadly for a moment, then sneered, well, I hope you remember what you said today. Quote. With Yifei in front of Ning Yufei, Li Yun was somewhat powerless and didn't know how to deal with Yifei. Yifei looked at Li Yunfeng and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Yunfeng, where do you really have the confidence to threaten me, and you are my defeated general in terms of strength? On the power, here's your overseas hungman, but Yandu. You still want to threaten me. Quote. Anyway, Yifei had already torn his face with Li Yunfeng, and of course he was not afraid of Li Yunfeng's threat. Yifei sneered disdainfully. Li Yunfeng still wanted to threaten him. It was really sunny, the rain had stopped, and Li Yunfeng felt that he was doing it again. Li Yunfeng was beaten by him in the Special Forces competition, and even fell into despair in the end and became a laughingstock. What happened a few days ago, did Li Yunfeng forget? Noticing Yifei's sarcastic gaze, Li Yunfeng seemed to remember the scene where he had been hammered by Yifei during the Special Forces contest before, and suddenly Li Yunfeng's anger in his heart was even stronger. To be precise, thinking of being hit hard by Yifei once before, Li Yunfeng thought of the original scene, and then thought of the current situation, and his mentality was even more explosive. Seeing Ning Yufei standing behind Yifei and looking at Yifei's terrifying momentum, her mentality completely collapsed. Li Yunfeng looked at Yifei with a gloomy look in his eyes and then turned away. Li Yunfeng left the Hongshan Martial Arts Center. When Li Yunfeng left, Ning Yufei was completely relieved and said, Yifei, thank you for your help. If it wasn't for your appearance, I wouldn't know how to deal with Li Yunfeng. Quote. Although there were also a large number of masters in this Hongshan Martial Hall, even Ning Yufei herself was a master of internal strength, but she would definitely not be the opponent of the Transformation Realm Sect Master. Against the Realm Master, the tactics of the Sea of People were basically useless. Because the internal strength of the Realm Transformation Sect Master was almost difficult to consume, even if dozens of people and hundreds of people shot together, it would have no effect. Only the Realm Transformation Sect Master could deal with the Transformation Realm Sect Master. In the face of Ning Yufei's thanks, Yifei showed a smile at the corner of his mouth and gladly accepted. After all, Yifei was not a good person who did not want to repay his kindness. Ning Yufei sighed quietly, she was actually very aware of the current situation of the Ning family. Since the last time the Ning family had been in a state of collapse, it had fallen into a predicament. Although Li Yunfeng was let retreat this time, Li Yunfeng would definitely not give up, and this matter would not end so simply. Chapter 441. Li Yunfeng was gone. Ning Yufei breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Yifei one after another. Thank you Yifei, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Quote. Miss Ning, you're welcome. However, I see that although Li Yunfeng is a person who is temporarily good and gives up, he will certainly not succumb to this, and most of them will have to make a fuss about this matter. Yifei said, this may be the only way Li Yunfeng can turn the tables, otherwise he will lose. Quote. Yifei said that it was between him and Li Yunfeng. At present, after Yifei successfully won the championship of the Special Forces competition, his strength is strong and his potential is unlimited. In contrast, Li Yunfeng fell to the dust. If Li Yunfeng still wants to turn the tables, it can only rely on the marriage between him and the Ning family. This is a very critical step. The problem now is that the Ning family has no objection to this marriage and even likes to see it succeed. On the contrary, Ning Yufei was unwilling. Ning Yufei's brow furrowed slightly. Of course, she also knew very well that Li Yunfeng would not give up for good. She sighed quietly and said, Li Yunfeng will definitely be entangled. Hey. Yufei said, well, I can help you once, but I may not be able to arrive around you every time. I suggest you still go home and talk to the elders in your family about this matter. Quote. Although the Ning family has fallen, it is once the top giant. If the Ning family did not agree with Li Yunfeng pestering Ning Yufei, then Li Yunfeng would definitely not dare to mess around. Hearing Yifei's words, Ning Yufei also nodded slightly, but when she mentioned the Ning family, her eyes flashed a thick coldness, and she only listened to Ning Yufei. I don't want to go back to that home. In fact, I haven't returned to the Ning family for half a year. Even if it is this New Year's Day, I have not returned to the Ning family. Quote. Ning Yufei seemed very reluctant to mention the Ning family. In fact, she almost broke with the Ning family. She didn't even want to go home to see her parents, let alone those snobbish relatives. Since the death of the old master of the Ning family, she had almost no feelings for the Ning family. Yifei's heart moved. He had heard about it, and he had heard about the contradiction between Ning Yufei. In fact, the reason for the contradiction between the Ning family and Ning Yu is very simple. With Ning Yufei's beauty, she has long been famous, and the people who want to pursue marrying Ning Yufei are simply like carp across the river, as many as cattle hair. Therefore, the Ning family all regarded Ning Yufei as a treasure, but it was only seen as a bargaining chip that could be traded, and they sold her for a price. Even Ning Yufei's parents were no exception, wanting Ning Yufei to marry several top magnates in Yandu to boost the Ning family. But Ning Yufei was unwilling. This also caused Ning Yufei to almost break up with the Ning family. After that, the relationship between Ning Yufei and the Ning family has always been in a state of crack. After Li Yunfeng visited the Ning family this time, the Ning family sold Ning Yufei again, and they were even happier to see the marriage between the two of them. This made Ning Yufei even more disheartened. Ning Yufei shook her head, biting her lip, and said, for me, the Ning family is no longer my home, and it is the same whether I can go back or not. As for Li Yunfeng, I will also fight to the end. Quote. Ning Yufei was well aware of the faces of those people in the Ning family, and even her own biological parents even used her as a bargaining chip, not to mention other relatives and elders. For those people, only interests come first, and only interests matter. Hearing Ning Yufei say this, Yufei also said, Miss Ning, you can rest assured that I will help you. Like you, at least I hope to see Li Yunfeng unlucky. Quote. Yufei and Ning Yufei had the same interests, and the two could cooperate. Hearing Yufei say this, Ning Yufei's heart was quite relieved. Her starry eyes looked at Yufei, suddenly smiled, and said, don't call me Miss Ning, just call me Yufei. Quote. The relationship between the two has further developed with each other, and they can already be regarded as friends. Ning Yufei's personality is relatively withdrawn, and she has very few friends, and she can say this to Yufei, which is enough to show her recognition of Yufei. Yufei smiled slightly, but he was not polite, but said, actually, I also have an idea, maybe I can help Yufei you. Quote. Ning Yufei's eyes lit up, and the delicate pretty face was full of anticipation. Let's hear it. Chapter 442. Let's hear it. May it be heard. Hearing Yufei say that he had a way, he saw that Ning Yufei's eyes lit up, her red lips were slightly open, and she looked at Yufei expectantly. Ning Yufei already hated the faces of the Ning family, of course, she had long wanted to get rid of this situation. If Yufei could have a way, it would certainly be perfect. Yufei smiled and said, actually, the method is simple. Since the people of the Ning family all hope that you can find someone who can help you with marriage, then you may as well really find one to try, of course, to find what you like, so that once and for all to solve the problem, you can also block the mouth of the Ning family. Quote. The solution proposed by Yufei is really simple. Hearing that Ning Yufei's eyes dimmed slightly, she shook her head, actually, I have thought about this matter, but I haven't met someone I like the right one. And I don't want to be reluctant either. Quote. Ning Yufei said it very clearly. Of course, Yufei also knew this, Ning Yufei was a woman with a lot of personality. If she really had someone she liked, she would have been exposed long ago, and she would have confronted the Ning family head-on, and she wouldn't have tore her face like this, but they were still a family like each other. Since that's the case, you might as well find someone to pretend and hide from the Ning family first. As for Li Yunfeng's side, I will deal with it. Yufei remembered Li Yunfeng's cold eyes just now, and a sneering smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Yunfeng was already a life and death enemy, and Yufei knew that Li Yunfeng was likely to deal with him in the near future, so it was better for Yufei to strike first. Hearing Yufei say this, he saw Ning Yufei show a thoughtful look. Yufei said that it was indeed a solution, although it is said that concealing the sky and crossing the sea can only be concealed for a while, and it cannot be concealed for a lifetime. But Ning Yufei couldn't take care of that much anymore, she was really bored with Li Yunfeng's entanglement, and she was even more disgusted with the Ning family. So even if she could only hide it for a while, she planned to give it a try. But where to find a man whose family lineage and ability are the best choices, and who are willing to cooperate with her in every scene and hide from the Ning family? Ning Yufei suddenly looked at the slight shyness around her, and then as if remembering something, she looked at Yufei with a slightly strange look. Listening to Yufei say this, it seems that all these conditions Yufei has met. Yufei not only has a good family lineage, but more importantly, his own potential is infinite, and even the Mu family is extremely optimistic about him. There were even rumors that the Wei family wanted to win him over. No matter from any aspect, Yufei was indeed unique, and his potential was endless. And more importantly, the contradiction between Yufei and Li Yunfeng could reassure Ning Yufei. In this way, Yufei was simply the perfect candidate. Ning Yufei blinked, she wanted to open her mouth a little, but she couldn't say it. It wasn't that Ning Yufei was shy and embarrassed, but because Ning Yufei had never experienced such a thing, so she didn't know how to open her mouth for a while. Yufei hadn't reacted for a moment, he was still thinking about how to solve Li Yunfeng. Just as Yufei was thinking, Yufei's mobile phone suddenly rang. When Yufei looked at it, his face was slightly serious, because this was a call from Zhang Jianhua. Zhang Jianhua has always been uneventful and will not easily harass him. Seeing Zhang Jianhua's phone call, Yufei answered the phone without hesitation. Immediately after, Yufei heard Zhang Jianhua's voice ringing. Yufei, tell you a good news. Quote. Oh, what's the good news? Yufei asked. If Zhang Jianhua can say that it is good news, it must be good news. On the other end of the phone, I saw Zhang Jianhua's cheerful laughter, and he smiled. You have been arranged by the above leaders to be the chief instructor of the entire Yandu military region. Quote. Hearing Zhang Jianhua say this, Yufei's spirit was lifted. The position of chief instructor was the position that Duan Tianyuan had previously held, and this position was not low, and its status was extraordinary. For this reason, Duan Tianyuan was called the God of War by many soldiers and officers throughout the Yandu military region. Duan Tianyuan's position is very important, but now Yufei was actually put in this position. Zhang Jianhua continued, Yufei, you'd better come over now and we'll discuss this matter. Quote. Zhang Jianhua's tone was serious, but his voice was very brisk, which was obviously a good thing. Yufei smiled, well, I'll come here now. Quote. Yufei also knew the importance of this matter and said with a smile. Chapter 443. Yandu military region compound. Yufei went straight to the compound, and when he drove into the compound, the guards on the left and right also knew and knew him, and they all saluted him to show respect. Yufei stopped in the compound, and then there were people greeting him along the way. The attitude was extremely respectful, it was the kind of awe from the heart. Perhaps the outside world knows very little about Yufei's participation in the Special Forces competition, and even Ning Yufei and others only know that Yufei won the championship and do not know the details. However, the people in the Yandu military region compound knew it all clearly, and their godlike Duan Tianyuan was defeated by Yufei, and that battle was really moving and unforgettable. As long as they were the people in the military region who witnessed this battle, they were all in awe of Yufei. After all, Yufei was the king among the sect masters, and his strength could convince Duan Tianyuan. It is said that this time, Duan Tianyuan took the initiative to abdicate the throne and give way to Xian, preparing to cede the position of chief instructor of the Yandu military region to Yufei. Yes, the previous Duan Tianyuan, he was not only the chief instructor of the Qilin army, but also the chief instructor of the Yandu military region, and the position was extremely powerful, and even Zhang Jianhua had to respect him for 3 points. Along the way, everyone in the compound of the Yandu military region was in awe of him and greeted him one after another. Yufei was a little uncomfortable, and it seemed that he was completely famous in the Yandu military region this time. He flew to Zhang Jianhua's office. As soon as Zhang Jianhua saw Yufei coming, he smiled and beckoned his secretary to serve him tea. Ching tea, Yufei took a sip, feeling that his lips and teeth were fragrant. Zhang Jianhua smiled, Xiao Yi, I want to congratulate you beforehand, you have been appointed and promoted to the chief instructor of the Yandu military region. The above documents have been approved, and it will take about 2 or 3 days to wait for the formal appointment. Quote. Yufei heard the words, the corners of his mouth hooked, and his heart was full of joy. Hearing Zhang Jianhua say this, Yufei knew that this matter had already been decided, and it was only the last procedure left. That is to say, this is an open secret in the Yandu military region. Except for Zhang Jianhua, all those well-informed real powers knew about it and knew everything about it. Moreover, the news of Duan Tianyuan's abdication spread throughout the Yandu military region. Therefore, Yufei was really logical. Zhang Jianhua smiled again. About the youngest chief instructor in the 2 or 3 districts in recent years, the future is unlimited, even I envy you. Quote. Once Yufei became the chief instructor of the Yandu military region, his position was only slightly inferior to Zhang Jianhua, and he was also extremely high in rank, at least 1 gold star. At Yufei's age, there could be a gold star on the epaulets, which showed the importance attached to him. This is a complete promotion. Yufei smiled slightly, I didn't expect this to be the result, in fact, I am still young. Cough. Hearing Yifei say this, Zhang Jianwen couldn't help but cough twice, because according to his rank, once Yifei became the chief instructor of the Yandu military region, his position was only half a rank lower than Zhang Jianwen's, and he even lost Zhang Jianwen in some importance. Zhang Jianwen now heard Yifei say that I am still young, which is really angry and funny, but he still can't refute it. Zhang Jianwen smiled bitterly. Xiao Yi, you're still young in this sentence, but I am not lightly angry. Forget it, when your promotion documents are officially down, we should make a big white quote. Okay, no problem, I'll have a treat when the time comes. Yifei readily agreed. Zhang Jianwen said, haha, well, that's it. However, after you become the chief instructor of the Yandu military region, there's still one small thing you need to do. Quote. What? Zhang Jianwen smiled. It's also simple for you, it's just a matter for other special forces. The power and role of the dragon elephant forging body technique is only known to you the most, and you also need to teach other top troops such as Kirin, Suzaku, Xuanwu and so on to learn the dragon elephant forging technique. Quote. It turned out to be this thing, and it was indeed a small matter. This was extremely simple for Yifei, but it was foreseeable that Yifei wanted to take a break from salted fish for a while, and it seemed that he was going to be a little busy again. But compared to what he gets, this is still worth the effort. Once Yifei assumed the position of chief instructor of the Shangan capital military region, Li Yunfeng was less of a threat to him. The position of chief instructor is extremely powerful, and it belongs to the core position, which is also Li Yunfeng's biggest goal before. But now, it was already Yifei's bag. Chapter 444. For this small request put forward by Zhang Jianwen, Yifei of course agreed and did not refuse. For Zhang Jianwen, at present, he also wants to have a good relationship with Yifei. After all, Yifei has infinite potential. He has already achieved this position when he is only in his 20s. How big will his potential be in the future? I can't imagine it. Even if Yifei does nothing in the future, just simply boiling seniority, relying on his current performance, the potential is far beyond Zhang Jianwen. What's more, how could Yifei not do anything, just simply boiling qualifications? Even if Yifei only taught Qilin, Xuanwu, Suzaku and several other troops, he could once again make great achievements. After all, the power of dragon elephant forging technique is really not to be underestimated. After the dragon elephant forging technique, if Yifei could create other martial arts, it could be applied to the whole army. That's simply, for Yifei, helping Qilin, Xuanwu, Suzaku and several other troops to teach the dragon elephant forging body technique was just a matter of raising his hand, and for him this matter was very simple and could be done easily. The dragon elephant forging technique was originally a practice he had created, and it was certainly simple for him. It was really easy for Yifei to do this. After all, he knew everything about the dragon elephant forging body technique. Immediately afterward, Zhang Jianwen said to Yifei, well, that's probably the way things are. Xiao Yi, you can go back and wait for the news. We are always in touch with anything. Quote. Okay. Yifei smiled slightly and chatted with Zhang Jianwen for a few more words before leaving. Leaving the military region compound, Yifei was in a good mood and was preparing to return to Bairuoxi when Yifei received a phone call. The call came from Musician. Seeing the phone call from Musician, Yifei answered the phone with a smile, and then heard Musician's agile voice coming. Yifei, congratulations, you are going to be promoted. Quote. Musician's tone was brisk and he was very happy. Hearing Musician's words, Yifei thought to himself, he knew that Musician was well informed, and he almost learned of his promotion at the first time. Yifei smiled, it's really a messenger, it's powerful. Quote. Musician smiled lightly, he is not well informed, mainly because my grandfather saw the appointment letter and someone specifically called him. Quote. Yifei's heart fluttered, and he knew very well that it was indeed very normal to take Mu Lao's land. It seems that the Mu family has already known the news of their promotion in advance, and it is not clear that there's also the help of old Master Mu. Yifei smiled, did Elder Mu say anything to me about this special forces competition? Quote. Yifei explored Elder Mu's thoughts and asked Musician with a smile. Musician smiled lightly, red lips slightly opened, and said on the other side of the mobile phone, my grandfather is more and more appreciative of you now, even if you don't appear, he has to mention you several times a day, and often praises you, and he is satisfied with you. Quote. Musician said with a crisp laugh, as if he thought of something happy. Yifei smiled, oh, what did Elder Mu say about me? Yifei was very curious, he really wanted to hear what Elder Mu had to say about him. Musician smiled, Grandpa praised you the most, this boy is really good, like when I was young. Quote. Yifei was dumbfounded and couldn't help but smile. Musician said this, but it is really in line with Mu Lao's personality. Elder Mu had said something similar before, this old man could boast about anything he could praise himself, which was really a very high evaluation of Yifei. Well, I won't bother you, and in a few days the official documents will come down and I'll come back to celebrate for you. Musician said softly. Hearing Musician say this, the corners of Yifei's mouth hooked, and getting along with Musician was undoubtedly his most comfortable moment. Yifei readily agreed, good, no problem. Quote. After agreeing to Muziwan, Yifei hung up the phone, and then remembered that there was another Bairuoxi who wanted him to appease. Bairuoxi told him that she had already prepared a large table of supper and was waiting for him to go back. I have to say that Yandu's first white and rich face still has to be given. Yifei went to Bairuoxi's private villa to see Bairuoxi show her cooking skills and see if she really had the potential to be a good wife and mother. Entering the villa, Yifei suddenly changed his look slightly and smelled an unusual smell. Chapter 445. Yifei had just entered Bairuoxi's private villa when he smelled an unusual smell, which was a burnt paste. The taste was very pungent, which made Yifei stunned and subconsciously thought of something. Shouldn't it be? Yifei walked to the kitchen of the villa, and sure enough, he saw a busy figure. Only to see Bairuoxi full of perfumed sweat, she was busy in the kitchen, even on the gas stove or left and right, stir-frying two kinds of food at the same time. Looking at Bairuoxi's actions alone, you will feel that although Bairuoxi's movements are a little rusty, he can actually open the pot left and right, presumably a skilled housewife. But really smelling the pungent smell in the air, and then looking at the food in the pot, it made Yifei frightened. What is that dark mess? Like braised fish chunks, the taste is also great. What is the other pot of red and black food? Yifei was vaguely recognizable, like a scrambled egg with tomatoes, well, the egg had been fried black. Seeing the situation, Yifei was really crying and laughing. What's the situation with you? Yifei couldn't help but ask. When Bairuoxi saw Yifei coming, she was almost startled, and then squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. You are coming, you go out first, wait, my dishes will be ready soon. Quote. Still let me go out and wait. I'm afraid that when I go out, I'm going to be poisoned by your dark food. Tang Tang Generation Grandmaster, died of food poisoning. Yifei complained a few words in his heart, and then he forced himself to smile and said, Ruoxi, what kind of dish are you making? How can I not recognize it? Quote. Bairuoxi glanced at Yifei and said, braised fish cubes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, are these two dishes so difficult to recognize? Speaking of the back, Bairuoxi himself had some lack of confidence. After all, this tomato scrambled egg and braised fish pieces are really difficult to identify, the shape is a little blurry and the taste is even more pungent. Seeing this, Bairuoxi couldn't help but cry and mourn exquisitely. Maybe I'm not very suitable for cooking, I always can't do it well. Hearing Bairuoxi say this, Yifei smiled instead. In fact, whether Bairuoxi could make a table of delicacies Yifei did not care, but Bairuoxi cared about his thoughts, which made Yifei even more moved. Tang Yandu is the first white and rich beauty, and he can actually cook for him. If this is passed out, how many people will be surprised? Yifei said seriously, or should I try it? In fact, you should only use one pot to stir fry, otherwise it is easy to be busy and make mistakes. Quote. In terms of cooking, Bairuoxi is undoubtedly a beginner. The more beginners you are, the more you should follow the steps and step by step. Bairuoxi will open the pot left and right when he comes up, of course, it is easy to overturn. Hearing Yifei say this, Bairuoxi's mouth muttered slightly, I also know, but I just saw that the time was a bit late, afraid that it was too late to cook, so I was. Bairuoxi's appearance was quite a bit of a spoiled taste, she actually cuddled Yifei, which made Yifei's mouth hook, and her heart was really a little satisfied. A woman like Bairuoxi spoiled him, which was indeed a different charm. Yifei smiled and said, it's okay, then let me cook, you just watch from the side, or you can just use a pot to cook. Quote. It's time to show real technology. Yifei had already upgraded his cooking skills, so that his cooking skills had reached an advanced level, enough to beat those star chefs in a second. Just when Bairuoxi was going to cook, he could also show it. Bairuoxi blinked, can you cook? Quote. Of course, you can do it, and of course I will do it. Yifei replied with a smile. Hearing Yifei say this, Bairuoxi was also full of joy, well, let's try it together. Bairuoxi jumped forward to trying, blinking her eyes, and began to look forward to the scene of her cooking with Yifei. Bairuoxi really had no such experience with the people around him. Especially the object is Yifei. This made her look forward to it. Yifei smiled and said, okay, but I'm afraid that after I finish the dishes in a while, you don't think you're doing a good job. Quote. Bairuoxi snorted, I want to see how good your cooking skills are, don't be bragging, right? Quote. Chapter 446. Bairuoxi was obviously a little unconvinced. She raised her pretty face, looked very cute and glanced at Yifei, a look of eagerness. Well, some people just don't know how to challenge me, not only in cooking, but also in some other aspects, and they end up being eaten to death by me. Yifei smiled, meaning something. Hearing this, Bairuoxi seemed to remember something, and his face turned red. She did take the initiative to provoke Yifei once, and as a result, she was suppressed by Yifei, and that incident still made her remember it vividly. Bairuoxi snorted, first cook and then say, don't be complacent. Quote. Then why don't we make a bet? Yifei followed the temptation, like a big bad wolf with Little Red Riding Hood. Seeing Yifei's expression, Bairuoxi was a little moved, but he suddenly became vigilant, don't bet with you first, directly compete. Quote. Quote. Yifei glanced at Bairuoxi and found that Bairuoxi had actually learned to be smart and refused to bet with him. Yifei had previously won bets with Bairuoxi and Yuziwan, and the results caused by them were still fresh in their minds, and now when it came to betting, Bairuoxi and Musician were subconsciously vigilant. Hey, sure enough, now that they've all grown up, it's not good to cheat. Yifei sighed inwardly, but his mouth said, well, come, it seems to crush your cooking skills. Quote. Come, I'm not afraid of you. Bairuoxi glanced at Yifei with a somewhat boyish expression. Yifei and Bairuoxi each occupied a gas stove. At the same time, the stove caught fire and both began to cook their own dishes. Yifei chose to make boiled fish, and he saw that there was fresh fish next to it as an ingredient, which was just for trying. On the other hand, Bairuoxi is very clever to choose tomato scrambled eggs, which is a particularly simple dish. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes is a much simpler dish compared to boiled fish. Bairuoxi practiced the dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, only to see that she was still smooth in unfolding her movements, washing vegetables and cutting vegetables, and her movements were still quite skilled. Yifei saw it and looked at it slightly. Bairuoxi seemed to have put in a lot of effort for this meal. To know that Bairuoxi usually has 10 fingers that do not stick to the young spring water, she can cook for Yifei, which is simply the biggest incredible. Seeing the situation, Yifei's heart also surged with tenderness, and the corners of his mouth evoked a smile. However, touched by the touch, Yifei did not have the mercy of his subordinates. He began to move sharply, only to see Yifei's skillful use of knife work, cutting the fish into thin slices and then marinating it to taste. Boiled fish fillet is also a Sichuan dish, but Yifei improved it a little and didn't make this dish too spicy, because Bairuoxi and Yifei didn't like to eat chili peppers very much. Yifei's speed of cooking was very fast, and Bairuoxi next to him was still cooking by himself, but then he was stunned, completely attracted by Yifei. Yifei was completely focused, and the knife work was displayed, only to see that the size and thickness of his fish fillets were almost exactly the same, making Bairuoxi's eyes widen. Just by looking at this knife workman, you can prove that Yifei's cooking skills are indeed amazing. Is he really that good? This guy is a bit of an exaggeration. Bairuoxi was surprised to see Yifei show his skills, only to see Yifei completely make this boiled fish, and finally pour oil. A tantalizing fragrance is overflowing the entire kitchen, making Bairuoxi subconsciously swallow. This tastes, it feels delicious. Bairuoxi subconsciously thought of it. Chapter 447. The whole kitchen is full of fragrance, and the seductive fragrance spreads out, so that Bairuoxi can't help but look at the kitchen more, and even has a tendency to drool. The smell in the kitchen is pervasive, so that Bairuoxi can't help it at all, and when he looks at Yifei, he finds that this guy is really powerful. This boiled fish fillet is simply made into flowers by Yifei. All kinds of spices emerge endlessly, peppercorns, dried peppers, ginger, garlic, green onions, oil, salt, monosodium glutamate, dry starch, cooking wine, watercress, raw egg whites, pepper. Just seeing the spices and spices used in Yifei's dish surprised Bairuoxi. Yifei's cooking skills were really beyond the level of ordinary people, and he could be called a top chef. No, even a top chef may not have such a knife skill and standard. Bairuoxi has his own private chef, that is, a top 5-star chef, and the dishes made by the top 5-star chef are just such a level. Bairuoxi was surprised by Yifei's cooking standards, and his face could not be concealed by surprise. Yifei smiled and said, what, this dish is good, right? Quote. When did you learn to cook? Bairuoxi blinked, he hadn't seen Yifei cook before. What the hell is going on with this guy, is this a deep hiding? Bairuoxi blinked her eyes and asked Yifei. She had indeed never seen Yifei cook before, and she wanted to know what Yifei's level was all about. Yifei smiled, is it strange that I can cook? Quote. Bairuoxi tilted his head and thought, it's not strange, I just think you may not be too exaggerated. Medical skills, cooking, martial arts, what else would you not do? Quote. Yifei couldn't help but laugh, there are really very few things I don't know. Yifei silently added in his heart, unless the system will not, then I will not. Try it, the boiled fish is ready. Yifei smiled and brought the boiled fish up, and saw Bairuoxi holding up his delicate chin, looking at the boiled fish in the bowl. She actually couldn't bear it for a long time. Bairuoxi picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of boiled fishy smell, but instead let her lips and teeth have various spices and fish meat channels coming to her nose. Bairuoxi fell in love with the dish almost instantly. How's it going? Yifei asked with a smile. Hearing Yifei's inquiry, Bai Ruoxi, unabashedly appreciating and praising Yifei's cooking skills, continued, "It's really delicious, Yifei, how did you do it? This taste is really fantastic. To be honest, if I hadn't been able to afford you, I would have wanted you to be my personal chef." Quote. Bai Ruoxi said half jokingly and half seriously. She looked at Yifei with a smile and groaned, waiting for his response. Yifei said solemnly, "Actually, when you are a private chef, it is not impossible, but I am not selling my art depending on how much you pay." Quote. Hearing Yifei's words, Bai Ruoxi also responded with a chuckle. "Since Yi Dashao has opened his mouth like this, then I can't help but give Yi Dashao face, so let's pay 100 million yuan a year in one mouth, come and be my personal cook." Quote. Bai Ruoxi blinked his eyes and waited for Yifei's answer. For Yifei, she actually offered a sky-high price of 100 million yuan in annual salary, and how can any chef be worth this price? Of course, although Bai Ruoxi was joking, don't look at her although she was joking, if Yifei really promised her, she would definitely take out this high salary to hire Yifei. Yifei was slightly surprised. It is really worthy of the first white and rich beauty of Yandu, and this price is what you can afford. Quote. Bai Ruoxi held up his snow-white chin and smiled. "Yes, but someone is afraid that he can't see his eyes yet." Quote. When Yifei heard this, he smiled and grabbed Bai Ruoxi's hand, held a soft and boneless little hand, and said seriously, "Of course, I can't look at the eyes of 100 million, but if it is you, it is free." Quote. Bai Ruoxi's smile did not diminish. "How long is free?" Quote. Yifei replied without hesitation, "Of course, it is free for a lifetime." Quote. Bai Ruoxi's face turned slightly red, and he glanced at Yifei and whispered, You will say something nice to coax me." Quote. Bai Ruoxi still had a word in his heart that he hadn't said, "But I am willing to be coaxed by you." Chapter 448. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi's meal, the two of them ate a sweet, it was simply sprinkling dog food, but fortunately no one saw it. Bai Ruoxi also broke the heavens for Yifei to pick vegetables, with a shallow smile hanging from the corner of his mouth, holding his chin, and a happy look. In fact, what Bai Ruoxi did not tell Yifei was that her biggest dream before was to have a beloved person like this, to be able to cook for him and to be a good wife and mother at home. If it weren't for the car accident 6 years ago that completely changed her world, maybe she would be just an ordinary well-behaved girl by now. Yifei did not ask Bai Ruoxi why she had such an expression, but she felt that Bai Ruoxi today was exceptionally gentle. Yifei smiled lightly and said, "It seems that you are very satisfied with this meal today." Quote. "I'm satisfied, my appetite has been bad, and this meal is the most comfortable I've had recently." The corners of Bai Ruoxi's mouth smiled, his mood was very good, and he said, "By the way, just now you said to go to Ning Yufei's place, what is the situation now?" Quote. Hearing Bai Ruoxi's words, Yifei replied with a smile, "If it is a small matter, you don't have to worry, just some flies are in trouble. It's Li Yunfeng." Yifei did not hide from Bai Ruoxi either. For Yifei, Bai Ruoxi was an absolutely trustworthy person. Yifei briefly said the grudge between him and Li Yunfeng at the moment, and Bai Ruoxi listened intently, and only then did he know that there were so many twists and turns in the story. Bai Ruoxi said softly, "I have also heard of this Li Yunfeng, his potential is great, and he was indeed optimistic about it for a while. However, with your presence, this Li Yunfeng must have been angry with you and vomited blood." Quote. Bai Ruoxi had also heard about Li Yunfeng, and when Li Yunfeng returned to China, he did attract a lot of attention and was once optimistic about it. But who would have thought that Yifei would turn out to be born and almost snatch away all of Li Yunfeng's attention, letting Li Yunfeng fall down. Li Yunfeng's performance was far inferior to Yifei's. Yifei smiled and said, "Well, but Feng's strength should not be underestimated. After all, he is a realm transformation master. In case he takes a shot at the people around me, it will be very troublesome. You must be careful. Rest assured, I have bodyguards around me, and you know that." White Channel. The bodyguards around Bai Ruoxi were all loaded with live ammunition, and she had already made a plan to deal with it. These heavily armed bodyguards really had to move their hands, and even the realm master had to be jealous of a few points. After all, the transformation realm master is a human being, not a god, and if he hits, even if he does not die, he will be injured. Yifei bowed his head slightly. Among the women, Bai Ruoxi and Musician were indeed the two who reassured him the most. Yifei chatted with Bai Ruoxi for a while, spent the night in Bai Ruoxi's private villa, and returned to the Yi family villa the next day. In the next few days, Yifei was accompanying Su Qingzu and the others, and as for Lu Lingjun, Yifei had not yet gone to look for her. Because the release of Lu Lingjun's album is at a critical moment, she is now red and purple, and belongs to the super first-line star. According to this trend, Lu Lingjun only needs to release 2 or 3 more high-quality albums to impact the music world Xiaotiano, and her seniority can become a new generation of Tiano. Therefore, Lu Lingjun was even busier than him now. Of course, Yifei could only temporarily not disturb Lu Lingjun, but only talk to her on the phone a few times and arrange for someone to secretly protect her, and that was all. 2 or 3 days later, Yifei went to the compound of the Yandu military region. Because the formal appointment approval document had already come down, Zhang Jianwen and several other leaders announced the appointment in person, and Yifei was appointed as the chief instructor of the Yandu military region. At the same time, Yifei was also officially awarded. As the youngest chief instructor of Zanhuangguo, Yifei's status was of course self-evident. After Yifei was appointed, all the dust settled, and many people sighed in their hearts that the achievements created by Yifei in this short period of time were a miracle, and many people in the Yandu military region might not be able to achieve Yifei's achievements in the past few months in their lifetime. Such a man can be called a natural pride. There are many good people who already refer to Yifei and Duan Tianyuan as the double arrogance of the Yandu military region. But the people who really understood actually understood that Yifei's future potential was probably much more terrifying than Duan Tianyuan. After being formally appointed, Yifei had a meal with Zhang Jianwen and the others, and then returned to the Yi family villa, where he wanted to tell Yi the news. Presumably, his cheap old father and mother will have a wonderful expression when they hear the news. Chapter 449. When Yifei returned to the Yi family, he also said hello to his parents in advance, asking Yi and Lin Shui and his wife to return home and say that they wanted to announce something. Hearing Yifei say this, Lin Shui and Yi were both busy with their work affairs, but they both put down their affairs and returned to the Yi family. Lin Shui and Yi were already waiting in the villa. After a while, Yifei came. As soon as Yifei entered the house, he saw Lin Shui and Yi sitting in the villa lobby. Both of them looked at Yifei with a smile, and Yi was even more excited and excited. Obviously, Yifei's promotion and award of honor could not hide Lin Shui and Yi. After all, the status of the two is not low, even if they do not deliberately inquire, but some people tell them. It can even be said that in recent times, many people's attitudes towards Yi and Lin Shui have also changed. Those opponents in the usual shopping mall are a little more jealous. There are also those who have snubbed the Yi family and heard the sound of the wind, not to mention, now they are all around the Yi family. It's just that this matter has not really been decided, so Yi and Lin Shui have not made a fuss, but in their hearts they can't help but be happy for Yifei. And Yifei had come to announce this matter now. Yifei smiled and looked at Yi and Lin Shui. "Mommy and Daddy, do you all already know?" Yifei shook his head. He wanted to surprise Yi and Lin Shui, but now it seemed that the two of them already knew and heard the sound of the wind. Think about it, the Yi family is also a giant of Yandu. If you don't even have this intelligence ability, it is not a big family and you have long been killed by the enemies of the past. Yi smiled happily and looked at Yifei. Xiaofei, your mother and I have heard a lot of news during this time, but we have not been convinced, and your little boy's mind is hiding deeper and deeper, and he does not tell us. Yi had obviously heard a lot of things, and was asking Yifei at the moment, wanting to ask what was going on. Yi knew that Yifei had done a lot of things hidden from them during this time. Lin Shui looked at Yifei with pride, smiled a little, and said, Xiaofei, I have a few friends who told me that you are in the Yandu military region. Before Lin Shui could finish speaking, her eyes widened, and Yifei took out a letter of appointment in the clothes and medals she had just awarded. Seeing this scene, Lin and Yi suddenly looked at each other, and both of them felt surprise and shock. Their previous speculations and rumors were all confirmed. Yifei actually brought them such a big surprise. Seeing what Yifei had taken out, Lin Shui and Yi were completely caught up in surprise. Yi stood up even more excitedly. Xiaofei, these are all true. Quote. Even if the facts were in front of him, he couldn't believe it. After all, this weight is too heavy, and seeing the gold star on the epaulets is enough to understand the weight of it. At Yifei's age, it was unbelievable that he could reach a Venus, even Yi was surprised. What does this mean? It means the beginning of the real rise of the Yi family. In fact, although the Yi family has always been a giant, it is mainly strong in the commercial field and has deep roots in the commercial field. However, if you want to become a real top giant, the Yi family undoubtedly still has a gap. For example, the Mu family is a big family. Not only does it have the existence of Mu Laozi, who has a solid and deep foundation, but more importantly, Old Master Mu also has 3 sons, all of whom are in various positions and occupy important positions. This constitutes the enormity of the Mu family. In contrast, the Yi family seems to have insufficient foundation. But Yifei's birth undoubtedly made up for the shortcomings of the Yi family to a large extent. Because Yifei was alone, he alone had infinite possibilities and reached a height that no one else dared to think of. Especially since Yifei was still so young, he only needed to follow the steps to reach an unimaginable level. It is foreseeable that a brand new magnate is rising, and the Yi family will bloom with unprecedented light in Yifei's hands. Chapter 450. Yifei smiled slightly. Of course, these are true. I have accepted the appointment. From today on, I will be the chief instructor of the Yandu military region, mainly responsible for the training and guidance of Yandu and even the top special forces in the country. Quote. Yifei said with a smile. All that he said was, of course, true. Moreover, Yifei was mainly responsible for the special forces training of the Yandu military region and even the whole country, and to be precise, Yifei was mainly responsible for guiding those troops who had the potential to accept the dragon elephant forging technique. Dragon elephant forging technique is not something that anyone can cultivate. It requires an excellent foundation, plus physical fitness, and Yifei's personal unique prescription to condition the body, so that there's a possibility for people to go further. Seeing Yi and Lin Shui still a little incredulous, Yifei simply explained what he had done during this time. Hearing Yifei's description, Yi and Lin Shui finally reacted from this huge surprise. Yi and Lin Shui looked at each other and smiled. They were both very pleased. They looked at Yifei, revealing a strong sense of surprise. Lin Shui smiled. Xiaofei has really grown up and is out of breath. How I have a feeling that my son has grown up in an instant. Heck, it's so happy and sad. Quote. Lin Shui has always been quite kind to Yifei, and he really didn't say anything to Yifei. When Yifei heard this, he also smiled. Mother, you said this as if I were still a child. Quote. Yi also smiled. Yes, we Xiaofei really grew up, and I was worried that if you weren't proficient in business, it would be very troublesome for you to inherit the Yi family. Now it seems that not only is you talented in business, but you have also carved out a path of your own. Quote. Yi was very happy. The original Yifei could only be regarded as a middle-aged man. Yi even thought about not letting him inherit the family business, but chose to let Yifei be a stupid child, and as for the family property, it was handed over to professional managers to take care of. But who would have thought that Yifei could reach such a top level, and his current performance has amazed everyone. Not only in business, the entertainment company created by Yifei has become the most profitable film and television company in the entertainment industry. At the same time, Yifei shined in the Yandu army, and even said that he could attract the attention of the whole country. This time, he was able to appoint and award awards, so that Yifei's performance was direct. Almost all the young talents, no matter what the Wei family was big or young, or what the Lei family was big or young, all of them were compared to Yifei. It's not enough to see. Of course, the Yi River is also in the middle of a huge state. Yi Jia Dangxing, Lin Shui snorted, and proudly and excitedly said to Yifei, of course, I don't look at whose son it is, but the most regrettable thing now is that I was born too little. Xiaofei, I tell you, you must have a few more children with Zhen and light bamboo. Cough, how did you get to this? Yifei was defeated by his mother's magical ability to reverse the topic. Yi also showed a thoughtful look. Xiaofei, in fact, your mother is also right, you have to take good care of your lifelong events. Quote. Yi said with a smile. Hearing Yi and Lin Shui both say this, Yifei suddenly retreated, but simply said, by the way, I also made an appointment with Zhen to visit Mu's house, and I will go over in the afternoon. Quote. Well, then let's celebrate with you at noon and ask Qingzu and Ruoxi to come and eat. Lin Shui said with a smile. Yifei shook his head. They are all busy people, I guess there's no time, just let me call Wei Yu to come. Quote. Yifei was ready to call Aunt Luo. Lin Shui heard the words, her eyes were bright. In fact, among several women, her favorite temper and personality was Luo Weiyu. Hearing that Yifei was going to call Luo Weiyu, Lin Shui of course readily agreed, and she smiled. Of course, it is best. In fact, you should often let Weiyu come and talk to me. I have always thought that the girl was good. Quote. Yifei shook his head. Come on, you are so busy. Why do you have so much time? Quote. Lin Shui glanced at Yifei. There's always time to see my daughter-in-law. Quote. Yifei smiled and said nothing. He made a phone call and then went to pick up Luo Weiyu to the Yi family villa. Although Luo Weiyu was unfamiliar, she was not afraid of the stage. As long as she had Yifei there, it was as if she had the main heart. After Yifei ate this meal with Luo Weiyu and Chief Parents, the kung fu of this meal, Yifei's official award of the medal had spread throughout the Yandu giants. Everyone was well informed and soon learned about it. Chapter 451. The major giants of Yandu are all well informed, just the kung fu of Yifei and others for a meal. This news has spread throughout the major families of Yandu. I have to say that this news is indeed a lot of shock. After getting this news, the major giants all sighed, and the Yi family was really going to rise. According to the current progress of the rise of the Yi family, it will not take many years for the Yi family to shine in Yifei's hands and become the top magnate of Yandu, comparable to the Mu family and other families. With the strength of Yifei alone, make up for the shortcomings of the Shangyi family's lack of foundation in other fields. When this news came out, many families such as the Lei family, the Wei family, and other families who were good friends with Yifei called to celebrate. Wei Dongqing, Lei Yiming, and others all called Yifei to express their congratulations. Yifei also responded with a smile. Among these second generations who were good friends with Yifei, although there were many core figures of the 3 generations of the Wei family, Wei Dongqing, they were basically centered on Yifei. Anyone could see Yifei's future potential. No, you don't have to look at the future, even now you can know how big Yifei's potential is. Therefore, the Lei family, and many other families all showed kindness to him. Even the Zheng family had the intention of showing favor to him, but because the Zheng family had a gap with a certain big man in the Privy Council, Yifei would certainly not bet at will when he was familiar with the original book, which also made Yifei's relationship with the Zheng family always be light. Yifei was like a fragrant feast now, and it was still the most fragrant one, and there were too many people who wanted to make friends with Yifei now. Not only Yifei, but even Yi and Lin Shui also received many congratulatory phone calls, as well as some former opponents' weakness. After the noon meal, the phone never stopped. Yifei smiled and shook his head. It's only been a few moments, there have been so many phone calls, and basically all of them are non-nutritious content. Quote. Hearing Yifei say this, Yi and Lin Shui both looked at each other and laughed, knowing that Yifei hated this kind of scene. Xiaofei, you just leave those people alone, the key is to be yourself. Polish your own strength, don't care about these little things. Yi seriously admonished Yifei. Yifei nodded, he was very much in agreement with Yi. Yifei chatted with Yi and Lin Shui again, and the time quickly passed, during which Yifei certainly did not forget to take care of Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu smiled shallowly, and leaned on Yifei's side. She had been quietly and gently listening to the chat between Yifei and her parents, and she was not bored. After that, Yifei sent Luo Weiyu out of the Yi family and returned to the apartment. In the apartment, Yifei couldn't help but smile and ask Luo Weiyu, are you curious about what I did? I took so many calls today. Luo Weiyu watched Yifei answer many phone calls, and knew that Yifei must have done a big thing and attracted attention. Luo Weiyu smiled softly and shook her head. If I need to know, you will definitely tell me. If you don't want to tell me, I don't know, and it is just right. Quote. Yifei was touched when he heard it. It was not easy for such an understanding girl. Among the girls, Luo Weiyu was indeed the most gentle and kind, the most well-behaved and lovely one. Of course, Yifei couldn't bear to hide from Luo Weiyu, and simply explained the situation to her at the moment. Hearing Yifei say this, Luo Weiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. You have actually become a general, there's a gold star on the epaulets. Luo Weiyu was shocked. For her, Yifei's identity was now a big man on top. Luo Weiyu couldn't help but have some burdens in her heart. After all, in the previous interaction with Yifei, although Yifei's identity was very different from her, it was the identity of the second generation after all. But now, Miss Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness and pride in her heart, but she was also a little lost, and she felt that the gap between herself and Yifei was getting bigger and bigger. Luo Weiyu opened her mouth, wanting to say congratulations, but felt too angry. Yifei could see through Luo Weiyu's thoughts, and he smiled and pulled up Luo Weiyu's hand, saying, no matter what my identity is, no matter what status I am, in front of you, I'm always the same me when I met at the door of the flower shop. Quote. Luo Weiyu's body trembled, a light red halo appeared on her face, and after listening to Yifei's words, her eyes were bright and surprised. Chapter 452. Luo Weiyu's eyes lit up, her eyes focused on Yifei's body, countless tenderness and sweetness flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth raised a shallow smile, which was incomparably sweet. Hearing Yifei say this, Luo Weiyu was indeed very happy. She said softly, I see. Quote. Speaking, Miss Luo took the initiative to hold Yifei's big hand, only to feel that her palm was very hot, very warm and strong. For a gentle and shy girl like Luo Weiyu, this is already the biggest way for her to express her attitude. Seeing Luo Weiyu's action, Yifei smiled slightly, and then pulled Luo Weiyu into the room, while saying, I want to take a nap, let's rest for a while. Quote. Yifei's trip was very full today, especially today's night, he still had to go to the Mu family. As a result, every minute he spent with Luo Weiyu was precious, and of course he had to cherish this great time. Hearing Yifei stress the word, nap, Luo Weiyu instantly blushed, and then was pulled into the bedroom by Yifei. Afternoon. Yifei came out of Luo Weiyu's apartment satisfied. He looked at the time, found that the time was almost up, and went to the Mu family compound. Mu family compound. Yifei had already become acquainted with the security guards and bodyguards of the Mu family, and as soon as he arrived at the door of the Mu family compound, he saw that those bodyguards were all solemn and greeted Yifei with respect. It's just that when Yifei came this time, the security guards and bodyguards had a completely different attitude towards him. These security guards and bodyguards have great respect for Yifei, which is simply a bit of worship, and even the captain of the bodyguard team walked up to Yifei and said, Mr. Yi, I don't know if you can sign my name, after I heard about your deeds, I especially adore you. The bodyguard captain of the Mu family is naturally quite extraordinary, he was also the captain of special forces, and his strength was strong, so he was selected as the captain of the bodyguard. However, after hearing about Yifei's deeds, Zhang worshipped Yifei completely like a myth. No way, who let Yifei's performance be really amazing? Yifei was born in the air, and the feats he created were mythical and exciting. Previously, Duan Tianyuan was the god of the Yandu military region. However, he was actually defeated by Yifei, but he was completely enshrined in the Yandu military region. Yifei's strength was amazing, as long as anyone who had watched his battle with Duan Tianyuan knew that Yifei's battle was completely deserved, and he won the first place without suspense. Young legendary, powerful, mysterious, the youngest realm master in history. How could this label be attached to Yifei's body not be eye-catching? Yifei smiled and signed the bodyguard captain, and after signing the autograph, Yifei entered the Mu family compound. Musician smiled and came out to greet Yifei, only to see the corner of Musician's mouth slightly upturned. A smile appeared in her eyes. She walked to Yifei's side. Yifei smelled a burst of body fragrance, full of fragrance, light and elegant. Musician smiled, you can be counted as coming, my grandfather has been nagging you for a while, saying why don't you come? Quote. Yifei said, it's my fault, let's go see the old man together. Quote. Speaking, Yifei stretched out his big hand and took the initiative to hold the weak and boneless little hands. Musician shook hands with Yifei, and the two shook hands and entered the Mu family compound and entered the inner courtyard hand in hand. Soon, he was in the inner courtyard. Yifei saw that in the middle of the courtyard, old Master Mu was lying on a rattan chair. He looked at Yifei and Musician holding hands happily, smiled and pointed at Yifei. Yi Xiaozi, you haven't come to me for a while. You have abducted my granddaughter. Don't you come to see me as an old man? Quote. Elder Mu and Yifei were already very familiar, and there was also a lot of jokes between their words, and they were not angry. Yifei smiled, while Musician's face was slightly red, and she quietly wanted to withdraw her palm, but Yifei's big hand was too tight for her to pull away. Yifei smiled, old master, look at what you said, I dare not come to see you. It's just that things have been too busy lately, but fortunately, after the end of the Special Forces competition, I had free time. Quote. Of course, old Master Mu also understood very well, he actually just said that. Elder Mu nodded with a smile and said, you are indeed a busy person, but you have done too beautiful in this Special Forces competition, and if you want to keep it, it is normal to surpass me in the future. You will definitely be better than me in the future. Quote. Elder Mu's evaluation of Yifei was extremely high. Chapter 453. Elder Mu had a very high opinion of Yifei. What is the identity of Mu Lao? He can be called the heavy weapon of the country, the Dinghai God Needle of the Yandu military region. He all commented on Yifei and said that Yifei must be stronger than him in the future, which was simply incredible. Seeing the situation, the corners of Yifei's mouth hooked, revealing a hint of laughter, and he smiled. Elder Mu, you said that you laughed, you are the pillar of the country. Quote. Yifei's words did not have any element of hypocrisy, and his evaluation of Elder Mu was completely from the heart. Mu Laojuma's life can be called a legendary career, and it is definitely the pillar of the country. Elder Mu smiled, and he didn't say much, but said, my old man, when I see you young people who are full of vitality, I am very envious in my heart. Xiaoyi, I also want to thank you, if it weren't for your appearance, Zizhen wouldn't know when she would find a boyfriend, her vision is too high. Grandpa, musician sneered lightly. Yifei smiled, I thank you, you are our matchmaker. Quote. Yifei's words were not false, if it were not for Mu Lao's physical discomfort at the beginning, where would he have the opportunity to contact musician? Hearing Yifei say this, musician seemed to remember the original incident, although the time had only been a few months, but it felt that the two had known each other for a long time. Musician and Yifei looked at each other, and the two looked at each other and smiled, and they both felt each other's intentions. The relationship between musician and Yifei was gradually established, and it was only formed after bits and pieces, and the two experienced a test between life and death together, which can be said to be very rare. Seeing that the two had a good relationship, Elder Mu was also quite pleased, and he said, we are not long-winded, ready to eat, while eating and talking. Zizhen, bring me the bottle of Mao Dai that I treasured, and I will drink a little with Xiaoyi today. Quote. Musician heard this, but his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Grandpa, your body is not very comfortable, can you still drink now? Quote. Mu Lao is very good wine, but because the body is still in cultivation, musician basically does not let Mu Lao drink, and at present, he has not been drunk. Hearing this, Mu Lao's expression was stagnant, and he said bitterly, I have not dripped wine for 3 months, and I am rarely happy today. Quote. No, musician was selfless and non-negotiable. In the entire Mu family, only she could control the authority that everyone else feared Mu Lao, and only musician, the pearl in the palm of his hand, could do so. Seeing that musician was so iron-faced and selfless, there was a compromise, and Yifei smiled. In fact, it is okay to drink some wine occasionally. A light drink will help the effect of invigorating blood, and I will take care of it here, so it is better to make an exception today to let Mu Lao drink a cup. Quote. Hearing Yifei say this, Elder Mu was overjoyed and nodded his head. That's right, or Xiaoyi is right. Quote. Musician saw that Yifei had said this, and she could only nod. Yifei's medical skill she certainly trusted. There were many famous doctors in the whole Yandu, even including Wu Shen doctor. Yifei was also one of the leaders. Well, make an exception today, but only once. Musician finally listened to Yifei's words. Elder Mu was overjoyed and quietly gave Yifei a thumbs up, and the old man and the young man looked at each other and smiled. Everything was in silence. Soon, musician went to get the wine. Mu Lao's treasured bottle of Mo Dai wine is the special Mo Dai of that year, and has been stored for many years. This good wine is really a bottle less than a bottle, absolutely rare goods. Taking advantage of musician's kung fu to get the wine, the smile on Mu Lao's face gradually disappeared, and his look became serious and serious. Xiaoyi, what you have done recently is indeed very beautiful, and my old man is also very sure of you. But you also have to be careful of some of the younger ones, I've heard a few things. Quote. Yifei's heart moved, and Elder Mu was reminding him. Who is the young man he is talking about? Obviously, it should be Li Yunfeng. At present, among Yifei's opponents, the only person who can still see Yifei is Li Yunfeng. Yifei smiled and asked Elder Mu, is Elder Mu talking about Li Yunfeng? Quote. Elder Mu nodded slowly. You are too good this time, you are afraid of making some people's eyes red, and even the danger of dogs jumping off the wall. Quote. Elder Mu said seriously. Hearing Elder Mu say this, Yifei bowed his head. In fact, I also know that Elder Mu, you can rest assured, I will soon solve the matter of Li Yunfeng. Quote. That's fine, I believe you. Elder Mu smiled. He knew that Yifei definitely had a plan, so he stopped talking about it. Chapter 454. Elder Mu's reminder to Yifei was also point to point, because Elder Mu knew very well that Yifei was a smart person, and Yifei was very measured in many things. And more importantly, Yifei has a strong control over things, and if he says he can do it, he basically can do it. To put it bluntly, Yifei never did anything uncertain. Li Yunfeng may have jumped the wall, he already knew about it, and he was already prepared. Seeing that Yifei was so confident, Elder Mu no longer reminded him, and at this time, Mu Zaiwei also came with the bottle of treasured Mao Dai. Mu Zaiwei smiled softly and reminded the two people, the two of you can only drink 1 cup today, and you can't drink any more. Quote. Elder Mu was a little anxious when he heard it, staring at the wine glass intently, and said, isn't it, Zigang, the two of us are only 1 cup per person. Quote. Grandpa, your body matters, Mu Zaiwei said without a doubt. Seeing Mu Zaiwei's non-negotiable tone, Elder Mu only accepted it very helplessly. He looked at Yifei next to him with a bitter face, and said, Xiaoyi, hey, Zijie, I am getting stricter and stricter. When it is best to marry into the Yi family, I can relax a little. Quote. Grandpa, Mu Zaiwei secretly glanced at Yifei and blushed lightly. Haha, don't say it, don't say it. Elder Mu stopped joking. He and Yifei were drinking wine. The two exchanged some trivial matters, and Elder Mu even talked about some observations and interesting things in many military regions, which made Yifei and Mu Zaiwei very interested, and the three of them chatted more than once. Mu Lao's interest was very strong, his spirit was very good, and he said a lot of things in a row, which made him feel tired. And Yifei did a full body examination for Mu Lao by the way. Mu Lao's body is normal, although it still needs to be recuperated, but there is no big problem. With Yifei's inspection, Mu Zaiwei was also relieved, smiled lightly at Yifei, and thanked Yifei. No matter what, thanks to everything Yifei had done in the Yi family during this time, he was afraid that he would have been in danger long ago. Helping Mu Lao to rest, Yifei took Mu Zaiwei's hand and smiled. I will also help you check your body. Will your stomach still hurt now? Mu Zaiwei's stomach pain is a kind of problem, and it is very serious, and it needs to be regulated. Hearing this, Mu Zaiwei's heart was warm, and after listening to Yifeimo, she smiled. In fact, it is much better, and she has not been in pain recently. Quote. Eat on time, eat less greasy and spicy, Yifei said a few words, and then pulled Mu Zaiwei into the room. Don't think about crookedness, Yifei is not going to do anything bad, but really for the sake of Mu Zi's body, checking the condition of her stomach. Stomach problems are very much in need of maintenance. Sometimes there are many problems in the body, although they will not be easily expressed, but they should also be taken seriously. Yifei's move obviously made Mu Zaiwei very moved. Mu Zaiwei even took the initiative to kiss Yifei on the cheek to show his reward for Yifei. Comma. After returning from the Mu family compound, Yifei called Heiwu and the others and Ning Yufei and asked them to pay close attention to Li Yunfeng's movements. Heiwu and the others were not strong enough, and it was very difficult to closely monitor Li Yunfeng's powerful master, but long-distance monitoring was still no problem. As for Ning Yufei, her power intelligence network is spread all over the north, and she can play a greater role. Moreover, the contradiction between Ning Yufei and Li Yunfeng was very deep, and she was also happy to help. It's just that Ning Yufei said another thing to Yifei on the phone. Yifei, can you do me a favor? Chapter 455. Rain Princess Yusei. After the last time, the relationship between Yifei and Ning Yufei was also very close. Ning Yufei was silent for a while, as if she didn't know how to open her mouth, and after half a ring, she whispered, I want you and me to go back to Ning's house, I think your last idea was good. Quote. Yufei's last idea was to let Ning Yufei take a suitable person home and block the mouth of Ning's family. During this period of time, since the last time Ning Yufei rejected Li Yunfeng was still very close to the Ning family, and the two sides seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. And the Ning family is also iron-hearted to sell Ning Yufei. Under such circumstances, Ning Yufei's mood was as low as can be imagined. Ning Yufei faced Li Yunfeng and could only think of the method proposed by Yufei. If you want to make everyone in the Ning family shut up, the best way is to bring a person whose strength is not inferior, or even surpasses Li Yunfeng, back to the Ning family, so that all the Ning family members obediently shut their mouths and can no longer ask for it. Ning Yufei also found Yufei. Yufei was slightly embarrassed, and quickly understood Ning Yufei's thoughts. It seemed that she had also considered this decision for a long time. Yufei thought for a moment and said, Princess Yu, I have no problem, but passing it out is not very good for your reputation. After all, my relationship with Zigang is probably well known among the anti-giants. Yufei said this sincerely. The relationship between Yufei and Yu Zaiwei is indeed well known among the giants, so Ning Yufei's identity will be very embarrassing. However, Ning Yufei didn't care. She had already thought of this. Yandu is not nothing, everyone has long seen it strange. Ning Yufei replied very calmly, but a trace of shame surged up in her heart. What Ning Yufei said was also the truth. There were still many things like Yandu. Far from it, let's say that the recent 3 generations of the Wei family are young. He is interacting with 2 or 3 rich women at the same time, which is not nothing. Okay, when are you going to go to Ning's house? Concubine herself didn't care. Yufei didn't care. Anyway, he didn't lose. It's just that Yufei can't help but vomit in his heart. This is not the first time he has impersonated a boyfriend. It is also handy. Just today, it is better to choose a day than to hit the sun. The concubine whispered. Hearing Ning Yufei say this, Yufei also nodded and agreed. Okay, Yufei, where are you? I'll pick you up. Quote. I'm at Aoyama Martial Arts. Ning Yufei reported a position and waited for Yufei's arrival. The Aoyama Martial Arts Hall is different from the Hongshan Martial Arts Hall, one in the south of the city and one in the north of the city, which are 2 completely different locations. Yufei went to the Qingshan Martial Arts Hall and received Ning Yufei. Only to see that Ning Yufei's dress today is very special. She is wearing a modified cheongsam, revealing a graceful curve, painted with light makeup. The makeup is extremely exquisite, the eyebrows are like distant mountains, and the skin is like gelatinous white jade. Dressed in this way, it can better reflect Ning Yufei's tall and exquisite appearance. Ning Yufei walked over to Yufei and whispered to him, You're working hard. Between words, Ning Yufei reported an address by the way, which was the address of the Ning family. After hearing Ning Yufei's words, Yufei nodded, started the vehicle, and went directly to Ning's house. About 10 minutes, I arrived at the Ning family villa. Ningjia Villa is still very grand, in a suburban and downtown junction position, beautiful mountains and rivers, unique scenery. When Ning Yufei saw the Ning family villa, she looked complicated, bit her lower lip slightly, and was silent. This is a place she didn't want to come to at all. Chapter 457. Ning Yufei held Yufei's hand, and the two looked very compatible, like a golden boy and a jade girl. Ning Yufei's face was exquisite and cold, and she and Yufei held Yufei's hand in an extremely intimate posture, as if they were declaring sovereignty over the Ning family and Li Yunfeng. Hearing Ning Yufei say this, Ning Dao and Li Yunfeng were stunned. Especially Li Yunfeng, he was first stunned, and then he looked full of resentment and stared at Yufei deadly. Li Yunfeng knew that Yufei had come to spoil his good deeds again. Li Yunfeng was irritated in his heart, he was already angry. Yufei had repeatedly and frequently destroyed his good deeds, and now he had become a boyfriend and girlfriend with Ning Yufei. Li Yunfeng clenched his fists, although he didn't know whether the relationship between Yufei and Ning Yufei was true or not. The anger in his heart was constantly burning, and his anger was also rising. As for the Ning family, they were surprised and a little surprised. Including Ning Yufei's father, Ning Dao, too. Ning Dao had long regarded Ning Yufei as a bargaining chip for exchanging interests. Although he was Ning Yufei's father, he also knew that his daughter did not like Li Yunfeng. But for the rise of the Ning family, what is the happiness of the daughter who sacrificed a little? Li Yunfeng's potential is extremely great, and although he is now in the trough period, with his strength, sooner or later he can return to the peak. It's a good investment. In the future, if Li Yunfeng can return to the peak, he will definitely remember the friendship of the Ning family. Especially Li Yunfeng also likes Ning Yufei, which is even better. The two families also have a basis for marriage. In this way, as long as Li Yunfeng develops well in the future, the Ning family can even rise again. At present, the Ning family seems to have unlimited scenery, but it faces 2 biggest problems. One is that after the death of the old man of the Ning family has no patron and fell from the original top giants to the altar. Another problem is also very serious, that is, among the younger generation of the Ning family, there are almost no junior men who can get their hands on it. Well, it's a junior man. That is to say, the Ning family will also face the situation of no one to succeed. That's why Li Yunfeng was so popular in the Ning family. After all, although Li Yunfeng was compared to Yufei, he was definitely a young talent, and he was a realm master. If it weren't for Yufei's appearance, Li Yunfeng would definitely be one of the youngest realm masters in history. But now, Yufei has actually become Ning Yufei's boyfriend. Yufei's identity and deeds, of course, the Ning family is very clear. Even Ning Yufei's father was completely confused by this situation. Yufei and Ning Yufei turned out to be boyfriend and girlfriend. It was rumored that Yufei was not close to the Mu family and the Bai family. Ning Dao's heart was stunned, but he immediately realized that if Yufei really came together with his daughter, it would also be a great thing for Ning Yufei. It was even a great thing for the entire Ning family. Because of his ability to discuss potential, Yufei far surpassed Li Yunfeng, and it could even be said that he was hanging Li Yunfeng. Yufei was already the chief instructor of the Yandu military region. His identity was unusual, and more importantly, Yufei still had the support of many big families behind him, including the Yi family, the Bai family, the Mu family and other forces standing behind him. If Yufei really walked with Ning Yufei, it would undoubtedly be a much better choice than Li Yunfeng. Rain Princess, are you really together? Ning Dao was silent on the surface, but in his heart he had already made choices and tendencies. If Ning Yufei was really with Yufei, he would fully support it. Not only Ning Dao, but the other Ning family members were not stupid, and they made a decision in an instant. As Ning Yufei said, these Ning family members never considered family affection, and always considered interests. This may also be one of the reasons for the decline of the Ning family. Yufei looked at his nose and nose, and he looked at the expressions of the Ning family in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were raised, and he looked indifferent. Yufei's attitude fell into Li Yunfeng's eyes, which made Li Yunfeng even more angry. Chapter 458. Li Yunfeng clenched his fists with both hands, a thick color of irritation flashed in his eyes, and Li said, Yufei, what do you mean by that? Quote. Yufei glanced at Li Yunfeng and directly chose to ignore Li Yunfeng's words. He held Ning Yufei's weak and boneless little hand, and the two stood side by side, as if they hadn't heard Li Yunfeng's words. This made Li Yunfeng even more angry. Yifei was pure in heart to anger Li Yunfeng. He was eager to kill Li Yunfeng in disgust. Anyway, Yifei had already torn his face with Li Yunfeng, and he was not in a hurry at all. First provoke Li Yunfeng completely, and then seize Li Yunfeng's flaws and destroy Li Yunfeng. Seeing the atmosphere of Yifei and Li Yunfeng's sword fighting, everyone in the Ning family was silent for a while, feeling the complexity of the situation. After all, whether it was Yifei or Li Yunfeng, they were all coming for Ning Yufei. If there was no Yifei's appearance, the Ning family would naturally be on Yifei's side. But it was Yifei's appearance that made everyone in the Ning family hesitate. Although he had already discussed with Li Yunfeng, Yifei's potential and strength were far above Li Yunfeng, and if he could marry Yifei and the Ning family, then the Ning family would truly rise. Thinking of this, the people of the Ning family were originally people who wanted to smoke their hearts, and they soon had a choice in their hearts. Li Yunfeng stared at Yifei deadly, and said angrily, Yifei, you have repeatedly destroyed my good deeds. Li Yunfeng obviously wanted to say harsh words. Hearing Li Yunfeng say this, Yifei narrowed his eyes, and he said coldly, Li Yunfeng, what do you mean by this? I am in free love with the Rain Princess, what is the matter with you? But I really want to thank you, if it wasn't for your last matchmaking, the two of us might not have come together. Quote. Yifei said with a smile, holding his hand by the way, and there was a smile hanging from the corner of his mouth, blatantly showing love. Ning Yufei's face was red, but she was also very cooperative with Yifei, and the two Lang were concubines. This made Li Yunfeng's eyes almost squirt. After all, for Li Yunfeng, he had long looked up to Ning Yufei. He fell in love with Ning Yufei because of a chance. At that time he had not yet decided to return to the Xuanwang kingdom, and his roots were still overseas. It was just that he came to Yandu because of something by chance and met Ning Yufei. At first sight, Li Yunfeng was stunned, completely immersed in Ning Yufei's beauty. After that, the reason why Li Yunfeng made a plan to return to China was largely because of Ning Yufei, and even he brought his apprentice Fu Hongyu to Xuanwang kingdom, let Fu Hongyu challenge to conquer the Yandu martial arts world, and incidentally let Ning Yufei encounter a crisis. At that time, Li Yunfeng appeared again and saved Ning Yufei as a savior. This is Li Yunfeng's idea and plan. Anyway, kill Yifei halfway through. Yifei beat Fu Hongyu into a vegetative person, which was secondary, and what was even more terrifying was that Yifei was actually a realm transformation sect master strong. I have to say that Yifei's strength is strong. It was in this state that Yifei and Li Yunfeng became enemies. After that, it was needless to say, Li Yunfeng wanted to be close to Ning Yufei several times, but he was hindered by Yifei. Seeing that Yifei and Ning Yufei had such a close relationship now, this immediately made Li Yunfeng furious and eager to crush Yifei's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Who knew that he had actually contributed to the good things between Yifei and Ning Yufei? Receiving this news from Yifei, Li Yunfeng was really remorseful and angry, and he almost wanted to swallow Yi Fisheng alive. Li Yunfeng's mentality completely collapsed. Chapter 459 Yunfeng's Revenge. Li Yunfeng's mentality had indeed collapsed, his look changed slightly, he felt a strong sense of shock and irritation, and he was full of displeasure with Yifei. If it weren't for the fact that it was not suitable to do it now, Yifei's strength was too strong, and Li Yunfeng was ready to do it. What made Li Yunfeng most angry was that in the face of such a situation, everyone in the Ning family did not even have the slightest intention of helping him, but instead looked at Li Yunfeng one by one, with great intention of making friends with Li Yunfeng. The people of the Ning family were indeed snobs. They had also discussed things beforehand, and even the Ning family decided to help Li Yunfeng rise again, and both sides regarded each other as allies. But now, after seeing Yifei, the Ning family members abandoned Li Yunfeng in an instant, looking like they wanted to please Yifei. There was no way, Yifei's identity and power were indeed unparalleled. Everyone in the Ning family stared at Yifei with a happy face but turned a blind eye to Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng clenched his fists, and he turned to exert pressure on Ning Dao. Mr. Ning, I don't know if our previous agreement still counts. My marriage contract with your daughter has been decided. Are you going to break the contract? Quote. Ning Dao opened his mouth, he looked slightly embarrassed, and there was a moment of silence. Although Ning Dao's heart was already inclined to Yifei, this kind of thing could not be said, otherwise it would be really disgusting. The same is true of the other Ning families, although these Ning family members are snobs, but one by one they are also very ghostly, and none of them easily express their position. The corners of Yifei's mouth hooked, and he said lightly, Li Yunfeng, you are really funny, what kind of marriage contract is there and what age? I am happy with Princess Yu, as long as we are willing, we can go to get a license to get married this afternoon, and talk about your ass. Quote. Yifei took Ning Yufei's hand, sneered, and reprimanded. Li Yunfeng's expression suddenly changed and he was gloomy. Especially hearing Yifei say that he would be able to get a license this afternoon, it made him clench his fists and expose his green tendons. Hearing these 4 words about your ass, Ning Yufei showed a hint of laughter, laughing lightly, and she suddenly felt that Yifei was really talented. Yifei was really a talent, and seeing Li Yunfeng's expression of 7 tricks, Ning Yufei's heart was too cool. Ning Yufei held Yifei's arm, and there was an unprecedented sense of security in her heart, and she only felt that it was too good to follow Yifei's side. Seeing Li Yunfeng's 7 trick smoke, it was comfortable. Ning Yufei's delicate face showed a shallow smile, her eyes were clear, a pair of agile eyes looked at Yifei, the corners of her mouth were hooked, and she blinked her eyes, as if revealing some admiration. This expression was seen by Li Yunfeng in his eyes, and suddenly he felt in his heart that Yifei and Ning Yufei were definitely not pretending to deceive him, but had truly come together. At least Li Yunfeng had never seen Ning Yufei show such an expression to herself. Ning Yufei was not a false color to any man, and she was estranged from beginning to end. Only for Yifei. It's true. Thinking of this, Li Yunfeng's heart was even more infinitely irritable, and he was really extremely angry with Yifei, and his heart was full of anger. Yifei smiled again at this time. Li Yunfeng, you really don't have eyesight as a person, can't you see that the Ning family doesn't welcome you now? I urge you to hurry up and not to lose your eyes. Quote. Yifei sneered. Hearing Yifei say this, Li Yunfeng subconsciously looked at the Ning family people not far away, and sure enough, he saw that everyone in the Ning family, including Ning Dao, did not say a word, although they did not express their position, but their attitude was already the biggest statement. There is no doubt that Li Yunfeng is now very unpopular in the Ning family. Li Yunfeng himself was also aware of the gap between him and Yifei. The gap between the two was indeed enormous. Li Yunfeng looked at Yifei gloomily, and then slowly removed his gaze, and glanced at the Ning family again, before saying, Yifei, count yourself fierce enough, walk and see. Quote. Li Yunfeng's heart was burning with anger, he had already made up his mind, and this night he was going to take revenge on Yifei. Underscore. Chapter 460 Li Yunfeng slipped away. Although he was embarrassed, but his heart was burning with the anger of revenge, he had already decided to take revenge on Yifei, but now his thoughts were more extreme, and he wanted to retaliate against Yifei even more. This time Yifei treated him like this, and it completely angered him. Especially after seeing the close relationship between Yifei and Ning Yufei, Li Yunfeng was extremely jealous, and he also made up his mind to attack Yifei. Even with extreme means, although Yifei was a realm master and his strength was stronger than his, Li Yunfeng was not afraid of Yifei. After all, everyone is a Huijing sect master, especially the women, relatives, and friends around Yifei will not always be Huijing sect masters, right? The realm master really wanted to kill someone, and it was far simpler than he thought. Li Yunfeng's eyes showed a strong killing intent. He had already decided to attack the people around Yifei even if the jade was burned. In fact, with Li Yunfeng's usual calmness, he could not make such a decision, but Yifei and Ning Yufei were together, and the two of them were so intimate that Li Yunfeng's heart was burning with jealousy, and he was eager to crush Yifei's corpse into 10,000 pieces and also made Li Yunfeng lose his mind. Li Yunfeng knew very well that there was indeed a gap between himself and Yifei, and the two were now much worse in both strength and status. But dealing with the people around Yifei, it was simple. Li Yunfeng left. Gazing at the back of Li Yunfeng's departure, the corners of Yifei's mouth hooked, he had already anticipated the next situation. Li Yunfeng's strength was certainly not bad, but Yifei had already made all the preparations. As long as Li Yunfeng made a slight change, Yifei could counter him at any time and let him die. Of course, Yifei couldn't move easily. Guo Yifei now took the initiative to take a shot at Li Yunfeng, but it was not beautiful, and it was likely to fall into the trap, which was not good for Yifei. Therefore, Yifei would not take the initiative to take a shot at Li Yunfeng. What he had to do was to kill Li Yunfeng once and for all. After Li Yunfeng left, he smiled, and it seemed that the feud between him and Li Yunfeng would soon come to an end. At this time, the Ning family all looked at Yifei one by one, and Ning Dao coughed first and said to Ning Yufei, "Yufei, don't you hurry to introduce it." Quote. Ning Yufei was extremely grateful to Yifei in her heart at this moment, and she could also see that it was really right to ask Yifei to help. If it was someone else, who could resist Li Yunfeng? Yes, Ning Yufei was full of gratitude to Yifei in her heart. Not only that, she still had some good feelings in her heart, but even she hadn't noticed it. After all, if there is no good feeling, will Yifei pretend to be her boyfriend? With Ning Yufei's posture, she has long been the existence of the famous Yandu, and how many men pursue her, just like the carp across the river. But Ning Yufei never thought of finding someone else to impersonate her boyfriend, but the first person in her mind was Yifei. This is why we are in this situation. However, hearing Ning Dao's words, Ning Yufei's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she was very reluctant to introduce Yifei to the Ning family, because in Ning Yufei's heart, mentioning the Ning family was something that made her very ashamed to talk about. Ning Yufei finally said, "Dad, and uncles." Ning Yufei greeted several elders one by one, and then introduced, "This is Yifei." Ning Dao and the others did not need to be introduced, of course they knew Yifei. At this time, Ning Dao and the others all smiled and nodded to Yifei, especially Ning Dao smiled and said, "Yifei, I will call you a little leaf, and Princess Yu will ask you to take care of it later." This child talked about her boyfriend and didn't talk to us, so that our family was still trying to introduce her, and the result was such a show, so you can see the joke. Quote. Li Yunfeng's matter was thus lightly exposed. This is also the usual means of these rich families. Yifei sneered in his heart, disdainful of the behavior of the Ning family, but still had a faint smile on his face, and said, "Okay, Uncle Ning." Quote. Chapter 461. After Ning Yufei introduced the Ning family to Yifei, although Yifei was disdainful or even dismissive of the Ning family's behavior, the face on his face still had to be given. After the Ning family saw that Yifei really established a relationship with Ning Yufei, they all gathered around Yifei and came up to talk to Yifei one after another. Yifei is now the hottest character in Yandu. Since Ning Yufei and Yifei were together, these Ning family members naturally abandoned Li Yunfeng. Don't say that the Ning family is a snob. In fact, most people are like this, and some people are not as good as the Ning family. These Ning family members are all around Yifei, but they will not deliberately please him, but they can still see that they attach great importance to Yifei, and they all take the initiative to communicate and talk with Yifei one by one. Seeing the situation, Yifei also chatted with the Ning family, and these Ning family members still left Yifei to eat, but let Ning Yufei directly refuse. Yifei was also happy to let Ning Yufei refuse, and he left the Ning family with Ning Yufei. Finally leaving the Ning family villa, Yifei felt that the whole person was relaxed, and only then did Yifei feel the pressure in the Ning family, but it was not caused by nervousness, but the Ning family talked too much around him. Leaving the Ning family, I saw that Ning Yufei was also relieved and smiled. "Yifei, this time is really bothering you, thanks to you, otherwise this matter is really troublesome." Quote. Ning Yufei looked at Yifei with a grateful face. Ning Yufei was grateful to Yifei from the bottom of her heart, and she also knew that it was not easy for Yifei to help her. Yifei showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. "It's okay, I just met that guy Li Yunfeng, and I still have to thank you." Quote. The dispute between Yifei and Li Yunfeng was nearing its end, and without this meeting, the contradiction between the two would not have reached the level of intensification as it is now. Therefore, Yifei was thanking Ning Yufei. Ning Yufei shook her head. "You are too polite, I also thank you very much, I invite you to dinner, right?" Quote. Okay, Yifei readily agreed. Ning Yufei said, "I know a good restaurant, Star Sea Dream, let's go there." Quote. Dream of the Sea of Stars. Isn't that the restaurant Yifei has been to several times? Yifei didn't move, but didn't say much. "Well, you can arrange it." Quote. Ning Yufei booked the location of the restaurant, and Yifei drove Ning Yufei to the Dream of the Star Sea. Dream of the Sea of Stars restaurant. The surrounding decoration is exquisite. The decoration is completely Western, although Yifei does not like to eat Western food, but here is better than the elegant environment, so it is loved by Yandu people. In the Star Sea Dream restaurant, the VIP seat by the window river. Yifei and Ning Yufei had just taken their seats, when they saw a foreign pianist coming to see Yifei. This foreigner saw Yifei, looked very excited, and while dancing with his hands, he said to Yifei, Mr. Yi, hello, I am your loyal fan, the last time you played the piano in our place, do you remember?" Quote. This foreigner had looked for Yifei once before and asked Yifei for an autograph. Yifei smiled and nodded at him. "I still remember you." Quote. Ning Yufei was shocked to see Yifei communicating with the foreigner, and Yifei saw that this foreigner spoke Mandarin very badly, so he spoke fluent English and communicated with the foreigner. Ning Yufei was first surprised, and then held her chin. She blinked her eyes to watch Yifei's communication with the foreigner, and she couldn't help but sigh. Yifei, this guy is really, every time is unexpected. The pianist of the Dream of the Star Sea had also met several times, and it was said that he was a well-known pianist, but his attitude towards Yifei was so respectful that he could imagine how good Yifei's piano level was. Yifei, this guy, really. Ning Yufei looked at Yifei with a shocked look on her face, and had to admit that Yifei was the most special of the men she had ever seen. Chapter 462. Yifei chatted with the foreign pianist of the Star Sea Dream, and after a simple exchange in English, the pianist still had great admiration for Yifei, until the dish came up, and the pianist was worried about disturbing Yifei's meal and left. However, before leaving, the foreign pianist carefully asked Yifei if he could play a song, Adina by the Water's Edge, at the Dream of the Star Sea restaurant. Yifei gladly agreed and accepted this. The pianist excitedly played the song, Adina by the Water, in the restaurant, and the melodious melody accompanied by the piano sounded, which also made the song, Adina by the Water, spread throughout the restaurant. In the restaurant, Ning Yufei held her chin, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she said softly, "I really didn't expect it, you play the piano so well." Quote. Ning Yufei's eyes were stunned, and her heart also shook. This piano piece is very good, the music flows into her ears like a stream, making her feel that her whole mood is relaxed. Although Ning Yufei does not know much about piano music, she still knows the basics, and this piano song is undoubtedly a golden song in her opinion. In fact, this is also the case. Adelina by the Water is a well-known piano song, and it has recently been highly sought after in the piano industry, but I did not expect that this song was Yifei's work. This made Ning Yufei look at Yifei again, which was extremely amazing. See the laughter. Yifei shrugged his shoulders and reacted flatly. For Yifei, this was indeed a thing not worth mentioning. Yifei, thank you for helping me, I toast you. Ning Yufei ordered 2 bottles of red wine, which were Lafite's 2 bottles of classic red wine. After pouring red wine for Yifei, Ning Yufei took the initiative to say goodbye to Yi. Those bright eyes were focused on Yifei's face, clearly showing Yifei's reflection. Seeing Ning Yufei in such a situation, Yifei also raised a glass with Ning Yufei. Although he drove and could drink, but with Yifei's current kung fu, he only needs to use his internal strength to force the wine out, which is very simple for him. It is a small dish. You don't have to be polite, Li Yunfeng is our common enemy. Yifei smiled. Is it just because of the enemy? Ning Yufei couldn't help but say a word. After saying these words, Ning Yufei knew that she had lost her word, and her face was slightly red for a while, and she did not know whether it was caused by drinking wine or because of this sentence. Yifei smiled, of course not. With that, Yifei's gaze also landed on Ning Yufei's delicate face. For a time, both sides were silent, but an ambiguous atmosphere gradually spread. There was only the sound of the piano all around. Half a ring, perhaps unable to withstand Yifei's gaze, Ning Yufei removed her gaze, and she whispered, by the way, I think Li Yunfeng may be unfavorable to you recently, when he leaves. Ning Yufei diverged from the topic. Hearing Ning Yufei say this, Yifei smiled and said lightly, Li Yunfeng doesn't have to worry about it, you can see well, his movements are basically in my control, as long as Li Yunfeng is slightly moved, he will die. Quote. Hearing Yifei say this, Ning Yufei really had a feeling of reassurance. She knew that Yifei would never be untargeted, and since Yifei had said so, he must be sure. Well, then I won't worry about it, and I hope to hear good news from you. Ning Yufei said sincerely. Of course. Next, the two drank and chatted, diverging from Li Yunfeng's topic. Chapter 463. Didn't stay long at the Dream of the Star restaurant. Yifei ordered a steak, while Ning Yufei ate a salad and foie gras. After eating, Yifei and Ning Yufei left the restaurant. Ning Yufei drank the wine, her face was flushed, and her alcohol consumption did not seem to be very good, which belonged to the slightly drunken state. Yifei was very sober. Ning Yufei gently touched Yifei with her elbow and whispered, I feel a little dizzy. Isn't it? Do you drink so little? Yifei shook his head and laughed softly. Not to mention, Ning Yufei's drunken appearance is still quite moving, her eyes are watery, her cheeks are red, just like noble concubines are drunk, and there's really an indescribable charm. In fact, Ning Yufei's amount of alcohol was already very small, and she drank a little too much wine today. This is mainly because after seeing the Ning family today, Ning Yufei's attitude towards the Ning family was once again disappointed. Although Yifei was the boyfriend she had found to pretend, the Ning family favored Yifei and even flattered Yifei entirely because of Yifei's identity, which made Ning Yufei extremely disappointed in the snobbish eyes of the Ning family in her heart, but she did not show it. Therefore, when she drank just now, she also had the meaning of venting her emotions. As a result, I accidentally drank too much. Ning Yufei's face was flushed, and she was moving. Seeing this, Yifei couldn't help but take a few more looks. Appreciating beautiful women is a human instinct, and Yifei does not hide his gaze. Ning Yufei's face seemed to be even redder, and when she heard Yifei's words, she glanced at Yifei slightly, and said, my alcohol consumption has always been not very good, and I never drink alcohol outside, how come you don't have a little bit of alcohol on your body? Quote. Ning Yufei and Yifei were very close, exhaling beside Yifei, and the hot air exhaled blew in Yifei's ears, making Yifei feel itchy. Yifei's heart moved, suppressing his inner thoughts, and said, I just used my internal strength to force the wine out of my body, so there's no wine on my body. Quote. Hearing Yifei say this, Ning Yufei blinked and said softly, you are cheating. Ning Yufei's red lips spat lightly, with a slightly unattached expression, was looked at by Yifei in her eyes, making Yifei's heart move. Yifei smiled and said, Princess you are a little drunk, I will send you home to rest first. Where do you live? Yifei didn't know Ning Yufei's address, she was usually in major martial arts halls. In the Riverside Villa area, Ning Yufei reported an address, and she said softly. Hearing Ning Yufei's words, Yifei slightly bowed his head, and he took Ning Yufei's hand and sent her to the car. Held by Yifei's hand, Ning Yufei's face turned red, and she subconsciously wanted to break free, and her heart was also slightly stagnant. However, Ning Yufei quickly came up with another thought, anyway, they had already been held by this guy, so why should they care? With this thought, Ning Yufei let Yifei hold hands. Yifei pulled Ning Yufei to the co-pilot and fastened her seatbelt. Ning Yufei sat on the co-pilot, she did feel a little dizzy, maintaining that slightly drunken state. Yifei saw that Ning Yufei's face was slightly red, and there was a faint smell of wine on her body, although she was a little dizzy, but people's consciousness was still sober. When Yifei saw this, he slowed down the car and sent Ning Yufei home. Although Ning Yufei was drunk, she still felt it very clearly. In this regard, Ning Yufei's heart was warm, and her heart rose up a little unclear favor for Yifei. Sometimes that's it, inadvertently melting. Chapter 464. For a woman like Ning Yufei, she is completely different from ordinary women. Ordinary women may be able to impress through rhetoric, or through money and other means, but for Ning Yufei, she has never cared about these things. After all, there are too many suitors around Ning Yufei, just like the carp across the river, there are too many to count. However, although Ning Yufei's suitors are numerous, Ning Yufei herself is also very clear that almost everyone treats her because they like her looks, just because of her looks. Therefore, Ning Yufei was always wary of any suitor. It turns out that Ning Yufei is not wrong, and the men around her are basically all ulterior motives. And what made Ning Yufei feel even more disgusting was the Ning family's attitude towards her. When the old master of the Ning family was alive, the Ning family was a well-deserved top big family in the Xuanwang kingdom. At that time, everyone had to respect Ning Yufei for 3 points. Ning Yufei is even the favorite granddaughter of the old master of the Ning family, which is simply a pearl in the palm of her hand, and her status is similar to Mu Zion's current status in the Mu family. But the good times did not last long, and after the old master of the Ning family passed away, the trees fell and scattered, the wall fell and everyone pushed them, and the Ning family soon fell from the altar and even encountered a crisis. Since then, the number of men around Ning Yufei has decreased by a large number. Even many men who used to flatter her on the surface deliberately kept their distance from her. What's more, many people even fell into the trap and took the opportunity to make undivided demands on her. From then on, Ning Yufei knew that many people around her were so moralistic and had ulterior motives. Ning Yufei was discouraged from then on, and she always had a barrier and defense line for the people around her. Since then, the Ning family has suffered a blow and has been devastated and has become a second-rate giant. While Ning Yufei carefully established her own forces to protect herself, she also negotiated with the potential opponents of the Ning family, and it was not easy along the way. Ning Yufei had also seen too many people who had ill intentions against her. But the one in front of him seems to be a special case. Yifei, this guy, really special. Ning Yufei's face was slightly red, and she didn't know the effect of the blush in her heart. She sat in the car, unconsciously remembering every meeting she had with Yifei. Yifei got along with her, but the two basically cooperated more, because the two had the same interests and had already cooperated a long time ago. But when did their relationship change subtly? Perhaps it was when Yifei showed the strength of the Huajin sect master, and when he and Li Yunfeng really fought. Ning Yufei always remembered how surprised and shocked she was when Yifei showed the strength of the Huajin sect master. The next few things also brought Ning Yufei's relationship with him a step closer, and Yifei also helped her many times. If not, the two would not be like this. Then there's this thing. Ning Yufei's mind recalled these things scene by scene, just like a movie screening, flashing pictures in her mind. Ning Yufei was indeed very grateful to Yifei. If it wasn't for Yifei's timely help last time, she was afraid that Li Yunfeng might even use Chang. At that point, it's the real trouble. Fortunately, thanks to Yifei's appearance, Li Yunfeng was extremely jealous and finally slipped away. The same is true of the Ning family this time. Just when Ning Yufei was thinking like this, Yifei's clear voice came from her ear. Only to hear Yifei smile and say, "Rain Princess, we have arrived." Quote. Ning Yufei lifted her head and looked at it. It turned out that she had arrived at her private villa. Ning Yufei didn't know why. Her heart actually flooded with a faint sense of loss, perhaps because when she returned to the villa, the two of them had to say goodbye temporarily. Yifei smiled. "I'll send you to the doorstep." Quote. Okay, Ning Yufei said softly. Yifei sent Ning Yufei to the doorstep of his home. Ning Yufei's villa is very large. The decoration is Mediterranean style. We'll keep it luxurious. Ning Yufei didn't seem to have sobered up yet. Her face was red, and those star-like eyes looked at Yifei and whispered, "Yifei, thank you for helping me today." Quote. You thanked me many times. Yifei couldn't help but laugh. No, I sincerely thank you. If you hadn't helped me, I'm afraid I'd be in real trouble, and you would have really helped me, unlike those who have ulterior motives. Ning Yufei shook her head. When Yifei heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Rain Princess, you said so, how do you know that I don't have ulterior motives? Quote. You just have an ulterior motive that is purer than that. Ning Yufei blurted out this sentence. Yifei was slightly embarrassed, and he couldn't imagine that Ning Yufei would actually give him such a high evaluation. Suddenly, the two looked at each other. Yifei found that Ning Yufei's face seemed to be redder. Ning Yufei avoided looking at Yifei's eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. Be careful yourself, don't pay attention to Li Yunfeng. Quote. Ning Yufei was also more and more concerned about Yifei. The corners of Yifei's mouth drew a hint of a smile, which was a good phenomenon for him. Chapter 465. Yifei could clearly feel the change in Ning Yufei's attitude towards him, especially as he became more and more concerned about him. Of course, this is a good thing, but Yifei did not say anything, but instead smiled. Rest assured, you don't have to worry about me, but you have to pay more attention yourself. Quote. I know, I don't know if it was because of drinking. Ning Yufei's voice was particularly soft and gentle, and her usual cold appearance was completely like the two of them. Are you leaving? Ning Yufei asked in a low voice. Yifei was actually ready to leave, and when he heard Ning Yufei say this, he also nodded his head. Well, I'm ready to go. Quote. Oh, Ning Yufei lowered her head and seemed a little lost, but she actually took the initiative to take a step forward and gently hug Yifei. Suddenly, Yifei smelled a fragrant aroma, which was Ning Yufei's body fragrance. This faint fragrance made people have a very comfortable feeling. Yifei was at least immersed in it, and he was a little worried about it for a while. Yifei was ready to speak, but Ning Yufei interrupted him at this time. Don't talk, let me hold for a while. Ning Yufei hugged Yifei. The corners of her mouth revealed a shallow smile. Her face was still slightly red. She never let go, as if as soon as she let go of Yifei, he would disappear. When Yifei saw Ning Yufei doing this, the corners of his mouth showed a shallow smile, but he did not push Ning Yufei away, but he felt that he was a little bloody. That seems like a good thing too. Ning Yufei hugged for a long time before letting go of Yifei. Her face was already completely rosy, and after releasing Yifei, she didn't know why she had some feelings of clinging. Yifei winked at Ning Yufei and said, I always feel like I'm a bit at a loss. Quote. Yifei's face was cheap and he was selling well. Ning Yufei glanced at Yifei. She didn't expect that she would actually take the initiative to hug Yifei. This guy still dared to make fun of her. Mainly because I was surprised just now. I haven't enjoyed it yet, Yifei continued. You also said, Ning Yufei sneered. Yifei smiled and looked serious. You sleep first, wake up the wine, and I'll go back first. Quote. Okay, Ning Yufei wanted to talk and stop, but it was still good. Yifei left Ning Yufei's private farewell. By the time it was getting dark. But Yifei did not go home. He thought about it a little and called Heiwu and the others. In addition to Black Five, there are Xiangjung, Wang Yang and the others were all found out by Yifei. Xiangjung, Chen Zhen, and Wang Yang were all elites of the Jialong army, and they had always followed Yifei's side, and they were trustworthy, and they all worshipped Yifei as gods. With Yifei's current identity, it was not difficult to get them to help. After Yifei became the chief instructor of the Yandu military region, he had certain jurisdiction over the entire Yandu military region's troops. Yifei asked Xiangjung, Chen Zhen, Wang Yang and others to take a group of people to protect Luo Weiyu, Su Qingzu, Bai Ruoxi, and his parents. As for Ling Xian and Mu Zaiwei, Yifei didn't have to worry. Ling Xian had Wu Shen doctor by her side, the Huajin sect master, and Li Yunfeng absolutely did not dare to make a mistake. Don't look at Wu Shenyi's old age, but in terms of real strength, I am afraid that even Li Yunfeng will be afraid of 3 points. As for Mu Zifeng, she has a special identity, and her own strength is not bad. There are also Mu family's bodyguards around to protect, and then give Li Yunfeng a few guts. Li Yunfeng does not dare to do anything to Mu Zaiwei. Therefore, Yifei only needed to arrange Luo Weiyu, Su Qingzu, Bai Ruoxi and his parents. Of course, Yifei also left only one flaw. That was Lu Lingjun, who was equally close to him. This was also a flaw that Yifei deliberately left behind, specifically to lure Li Yunfeng to the bait. Lu Lingjun and Yifei also had a very close relationship, which Yifei did not shy away from. As long as Li Yunfeng wanted to wait for an opportunity to retaliate against Yifei, he would definitely be able to find out. In the end, Li Yunfeng was likely to choose Lu Lingjun to take revenge on Yifei. After all, the security force around Lu Lingjun is insufficient, and Lu Lingjun herself is still a star, and her itinerary is very good to inquire. Therefore, Lu Lingjun had a great chance of being targeted by Li Yunfeng. Therefore, Yifei did not inform Lu Lingjun. He just made a phone call with Lu Lingjun's agent, determined Lu Lingjun's location, asked the agent to hide Lu Lingjun, and then went to Lu Lingjun's side to protect her. Everything is ready, only the east wind is owed. Yifei was now waiting for Li Yunfeng to take the bait. If Li Yunfeng really wanted to take revenge on Yifei, there was at least an 80% chance that he would choose Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun was at the headquarters of a high-end makeup brand in Yandu at this time, and she was shooting a set of advertisements as a spokesperson. Yifei did not hesitate to drive there. He disguised himself, acted low-key, did not reveal his whereabouts, and chose to follow Lu Lingjun's side. Chapter 466. Lu Lingjun's trip during this time was very busy, and it was precisely because of this that Yifei did not have the opportunity to communicate with her. Since this time, because Yifei gave Lu Lingjun several classic songs and helped her create an album, which also made Lu Lingjun rely on these songs to quickly become popular, her fame has now risen extremely rapidly and she has long become a super first-line star. Because of his great fame, Lu Lingjun's announcements during this time have not stopped, including variety shows, endorsements, commercial performances, concerts, and so on, all of which made Lu Lingjun very busy. How busy is it? So busy that Lu Lingjun and Yifei couldn't talk for 3 minutes on the phone. Lu Lingjun was called away by the agent. Often at 4 or 5 o'clock, Yifei also saw Lu Lingjun sending him a message. Even when Yifei saw such a scene, he couldn't help but feel extremely distressed. He also persuaded Lu Lingjun many times not to be so busy, but Lu Lingjun rejected him with one sentence. No, the songs you gave me are classics in the classics, and I can't live up to your wishes. This made Yifei can't help but sigh that under the beautiful appearance of the seemingly cute road fool girl, there is also a strong heart. Yifei found Lu Lingjun and stayed by her side. After a simple change of appearance and disguise, Yifei was like a security guard next to Lu Lingjun. Yifei had also sent security personnel to protect Lu Lingjun before, so this was also a very normal thing. Lu Lingjun is in a very busy state. She is shooting commercials. The advertisement shot by Lu Lingjun is a cosmetics advertisement. The content of the advertisement is quite simple, and Lu Lingjun's shooting is also very stately. The advertisement was filmed for about 2 hours, during which Lu Lingjun made up a variety of makeup poses. Her makeup was exquisite. With that peerless appearance, the advertisement really had a different charm. It is no wonder that the cosmetics advertisement will find Lu Lingjun. Yifei saw this scene and wondered in his heart that he could let Lu Lingjun endorse the ice muscle JB water. Lu Lingjun finished shooting the advertisement. At this time, her agent Zhang Jia was also relieved. Zhang Jia knew that Yifei existed, and also knew that Yifei was now disguised and became Lu Lingjun's bodyguard. Although Zhang Jia did not know that Yifei was dressed up and pretended to be a bodyguard, as Yifei's subordinate, she could not say too much, only as a malicious interest of rich people. Only Lu Lingjun was left in the dark. After Lu Lingjun finished shooting the advertisement, she was relieved, walked to the side of the agent Zhang Jia, and couldn't help but say, oh, today is another busy day. Quote. Lu Lingjun stretched out a lazy waist, showing beauty. Curve. Yeah, it's not easy for you to do this time. Sister Zhang also nodded and said with a smile. Lu Lingjun stuck out his tongue. Actually, it's nothing. Anyway, singing is my favorite thing. While speaking, Lu Lingjun took out her mobile phone while laughing. She found Yifei's avatar in the mobile phone WeChat, and after clicking on, she did not chat with Yifei, but looked through her chat records with Yifei, and sometimes the corners of her mouth smiled. Seeing this scene, Yifei's heart warmed. He found out that this girl was usually like this. Lu Lingjun did not find him until the beginning. Yifei stood about 4 or 5 meters away from Lu Lingjun, wearing a black suit. Because of the reason of makeup and dress, Yifei made some changes to his figure and height so as not to be seen through by Li Yunfeng. Don't underestimate the strength of the Huajin Grandmaster. The strength of the Huajin Grandmaster is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. They are even the masters in martial arts novels. Whether it is spiritual awareness or strength, they are called perverts. Therefore, if Yifei wanted to hide from Li Yunfeng, he had to dress up carefully so as not to be seen by him. Yifei was very careful about this. It was normal that Lu Lingjun couldn't recognize him, and it would be strange if he could really recognize him. Lingjun, today's work is over. You go home and have a good rest. Sister Zhang said. Well, it seems that tomorrow I will go to record a variety show. Is The Masked Singer? Lu Lingjun asked with a smile. Well, yes, it's The Masked Singer. Do you want to sing what song you don't have? Sister Zhang asked. Lu Lingjun tilted his head and thought, not yet, I want to think about it at night. I want to go out and walk through the wind for a while. I haven't been free to move for a long time. Quote. Who knew that Sister Zhang heard the words but her look changed? No, you better not go out alone. I still send someone to follow you. Quote. Sister Zhang was afraid of Lu Lingjun's road obsessive attributes. This guy is a pure road fool who has been lost more than once. Yifei knew her also because she was a road fool. Road fools are not terrible. The most terrible thing is that road fools do not know themselves. Lu Lingjun heard the words and did not refute it, but he was a little confused. Then I will take the bodyguard out. Quote. Seeing the situation, Yifei showed a smile. Chapter 467. After Lu Lingjun's advertisement was filmed, she finally had room to rest, but at this time it was already dark. Lu Lingjun seemed to want to make a phone call or send a message to Yifei and talk to him. However, Lu Lingjun finally looked at the mobile phone, looking a little entangled, or did not communicate with Yifei for the time being. She was looking at the sky a little night, afraid of disturbing Yifei. Seeing the situation, Yifei couldn't help but evoke a smile from the corner of his mouth. Lu Lingjun, this girl is really, it's not easy to think of him everywhere. Yifei couldn't help but feel a little sorry in his heart, because since this period of time, his busyness had caused negligence towards Lu Lingjun. In particular, Lu Lingjun was also very busy, and various announcements and activities did not stop, so that there was very little communication between her and Yifei. Although there was less communication between the two, Lu Lingjun's thoughts about Yifei did not diminish, and her heart for Yifei was even firmer. Yifei couldn't help but feel some apologies for Lu Lingjun in his heart, and he felt that he had neglected Lu Lingjun after all. I thought that by holding Lu Lingjun in the position after the song and standing in the center of the stage, she would be happy and complete her dreams. But this does not seem to be the case. Although he became a super first-line star and was only one step away from the position after the song, Lu Lingjun was not happy. Because all she likes is singing, not the status of the queen. It was Yifei who had thought wrong before. After the shooting, Lu Lingjun took 2 bodyguards, including Yifei, to the Yenzhou Bridge together. Yenzhou Bridge is a bridge on the outskirts of Yandu. This bridge has a unique scenery. You can look at the entire river, let people comfortable. Lu Lingjun walked on the bridge, followed by Yifei and 2 other bodyguards, and she stood by the river and shook her head, as if she was thinking about something. However, Yifei's hearing was extraordinary, but he heard Lu Lingjun muttering. I don't know if the big bad guy is asleep. What song will be sung on tomorrow's variety show? I also want to ask the guy. Lu Lingjun was troubled. Hearing this, the corners of Yifei's mouth drew a hint of laughter. Hearing Lu Lingjun's self-talk, they thought it was funny. Yifei saw Lu Lingjun's look of distress, and he said, Yifei simply revealed his identity. Hearing this, Lingjun, Lu's body was shaken, she blinked, and she stared at Yifei. After all, Yifei has been disguised and dressed, even his height has changed, and his appearance has also changed greatly, making it difficult for people to recognize. But Lu Lingjun's eyes widened. Staring at Yifei carefully, she was still very familiar with Yifei after all, and after staring at Yifei, her eyes also burst into brilliance. Lu Lingjun's eyes were bright, bursting with surprise, and a little confused. How did you come? When did this bad guy come? Didn't everything she said just now let Yifei hear it? Lu Lingjun looked at Yifei a little embarrassed. Yifei laughed, I also heard your words not long after I arrived. Don't say it. Lu Lingjun's face turned red and he hurriedly said, why are you such a person, and you deliberately follow me? Although Lu Lingjun was squeamish, she was not really angry. In the moment she saw Yifei, she was actually more happy than shy. Yifei said, don't be quiet, I came specifically to protect you, you can just treat me as an ordinary bodyguard. Quote. Yifei also didn't want to show his flaws. Originally he didn't even want to take the initiative to expose his identity, but seeing Lu Lingjun's troubled look, he simply took the initiative to expose it. Lu Lingjun blinked, protect me. Quote, well, let's not talk about the specific things, you are going to be on a variety show tomorrow. Yifei asked. He always kept a distance from Lu Lingjun, and from a distance it looked like a normal conversation between a bodyguard and his employer. Lu Lingjun nodded lightly and whispered, yes, the Masked Singer program, I don't know what song is better. Quote, do you want to sing a new song? I'll send it to you in a moment. Yifei Dao. There are countless classic songs in his special computer, even if you give Lu Lingjun a song, it is nothing. These songs were originally prepared for her by Yifei. Lu Lingjun heard the words, her eyes lit up, she was in a good mood, but she was a little hesitant, the new song is good, but will it be too anxious? Quote, afraid of something, with your musical talent, it's a small thing for you. Yifei smiled. Lu Lingjun was obviously already moved. Well, you'll go home now, and you'll teach me. Lu Lingjun looked expectant. No problem, but we have to keep our distance, there may be people who will be against you, and I am here to protect you. Yifei Dao. Lu Lingjun blinked, she didn't think too much for a while, someone was not good for her. Anyway, with Yifei by her side, she felt extremely relieved. Okay, then let's go. Lu Lingjun said, she turned around happily, took the initiative to keep a distance from Yifei, and the curvature of the corners of her mouth quietly hooked. As she spoke, she was about to turn around and go home. Who knew that Yifei laughed softly, the direction is reversed, you have taken the wrong road. Quote. Brush, Lu Lingjun made a big red face, and her road full of tribute was committed again. Chapter 468. Lu Lingjun's Villa. Lu Lingjun and Yifei were both in the room, the two were watching each other, and Yifei gave Lu Lingjun a new song called, Red Beans. This, Red Bean, is of course an unquestionable golden song. The golden song of the golden song. After getting this, Red Bean, Lu Lingjun loved it, and her eyes burst with brilliance and brilliance, which she liked quite a lot. The melody of Red Beans is not complicated, and it can even be said to be catchy. But this song is extremely beautiful, pleasing to the eye, and more importantly, the lyrics are also a must, which can be called a classic in love songs. The song of Red Beans in the past life was the song of the Princess of Heaven, which is also one of the famous works of the princess, which shows the weight. Yifei took this song out to Lu Lingjun, and Lu Lingjun's liking for this song can be imagined. Lu Lingjun loves it and is ready to practice and sing on a variety show tomorrow. Yifei smiled faintly, and the corners of his mouth revealed a smile, saying, you practice the song first, and I am guarding outside. Quote. Okay, Lu Lingjun whispered. She was in a much better mood than before, because Yifei appeared beside her. As long as Yifei was there, it seemed that everything was not a problem. Yifei went outside the villa, did the role of bodyguard, and waited for the big fish to take the bait. Yifei patiently waited outside the door. He waited for Li Yunfeng to take the bait. In Yifei's mind, Li Yunfeng would definitely choose Lu Lingjun to start. After all, among the people around Yifei, only Lu Lingjun's side of the protection was the laxest, and Lu Lingjun was a star. Li Yunfeng knew her itinerary and location better. Therefore, Yifei concluded that Li Yunfeng would definitely find Lu Lingjun to do it. However, what made Yifei a little confused was that it was late at night, but Li Yunfeng had not acted for a long time, which made Yifei a little confused. Could it be that he was thinking wrong? Li Yunfeng hadn't appeared until now, so there was no movement at all. Yifei even had some doubts that he had thought wrongly. Maybe Li Yunfeng could bear it more than he thought. Or did Li Yunfeng not find out the relationship between Li Yifei? Otherwise, if Li Yunfeng wants to take revenge, he will definitely come to the door. Just as Yifei was pondering, he suddenly received a message. Seeing the content of the information, Yifei squinted his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yunfeng is out. Moreover, he came straight to Lu Lingjun's residence. When Yifei received the news, his heart was cold, and the whole person became very vigilant. Li Yunfeng really did it. With the passage of time, it is now 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, it is the quiet moment of the night, and it is no wonder that Li Yunfeng chose this time. Yifei had people monitor Li Yunfeng all the time, but the people who monitored Li Yunfeng did not dare to be too close to Li Yunfeng. They were all far away from surveillance, and they could only roughly detect Li Yunfeng's movements and could not probe Li Yunfeng's specific actions. Yifei waited outside the villa for about 30 minutes. Finally, he saw a dark shadow coming far away. At the same time, Yifei also felt a breath of nothingness. The Wajin sect master could easily conceal his own breath, but because Yifei had the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, his perception ability was stronger, and he could even detect the breath of the same Wajin sect master. Therefore, Yifei sensed Li Yunfeng's breath. Li Yunfeng moved very quickly, he turned into a black shadow, sneaking like a ghost in the night. He was already close to the villa in an instant, he wanted to enter through the window of the villa. When Yifei saw this, he also acted immediately. In an instant, Yifei tiptoed a little, and he approached Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng was also very vigilant at this time, he was thinking about how to threaten Yifei after he caught Lu Lingjun next, but then he suddenly felt a strong air of threat. Li Yunfeng's heart was frozen, and he suddenly changed color. He raised his hand and turned his head violently, just in time to see Yifei after dressing. Li Yunfeng's expression changed, although Yifei had already disguised himself, but the breath of the Wajin sect master could not be hidden. Li Yunfeng immediately recognized Yifei, and secretly cried that it was not good. Chapter 469. Li Yunfeng recognized Yifei in an instant, and of course he recognized Yifei's true chi and inner breath, and his expression changed suddenly. Why is Yifei here? Li Yunfeng realized that it was not good. He knew that this matter was definitely the heavenly lotus net deliberately laid by Yifei, just waiting for him to take the bait. Because Li Yunfeng was also cautious, he knew that Yifei was likely to target him, so Li Yunfeng had also been probing Yifei's movements. The result was also reassuring to Li Yunfeng. Although Yifei was defensive against him, he neglected to attach importance to Lu Lingjun. Because according to Li Yunfeng's intelligence, Yifei had been sending people to protect his family during this time, and did not send additional personnel to protect Lu Lingjun. In Li Yunfeng's mind, it should be Lu Lingjun is a star in the singing world. She is very famous, so Yifei concluded that Li Yunfeng will not act rashly. And more importantly, when Li Yunfeng investigated Yifei's movements, he also found that Yifei had been living in the Yi family villa during this time, which reassured him. But now, what's going on here? Li Yunfeng was shocked and angry, knowing that he had been deceived. Yifei, why are you here? Li Yunfeng was furious and angry. Hearing Li Yunfeng's words, Yifei smiled, why can't I be here? Li Yunfeng, should you not be deceived by my stand-in? Quote. That's right, the Yifei that Li Yunfeng saw in the Yi family villa was Yifei's carefully prepared stand-in. Although the appearance of the stand-in was not like Yifei, through makeup and clothing, it was difficult for ordinary people to distinguish it when he was at a distance. Li Yunfeng was also afraid that he would spy on Yifei's defeat, so he did not dare to get too close to Yifei, so when he was monitoring Yifei from a distance, he mistakenly regarded Yifei's stand-in as a Buddha figure. When Li Yunfeng heard Yifei's words, his heart was cold, and he was immediately full of remorse, knowing that he had been tricked by Yifei. Who would have thought that it would be a substitute? Yifei simply played this hand to the fullest, which could be called Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng was horrified, knew the matter, and immediately wanted to escape. But Yifei's hand was faster, only to see Yifei's body move, instantly enveloping Li Yunfeng. He slammed his hand, making Li Yunfeng's pressure multiply. After this period of time, Yifei and Yu Zaiwei and others practiced the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, and Yifei's internal strength and True Chi had the potential to become stronger again. Only to see Yifei drink a low voice, along with his movements, the True Chi of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classics erupted in vain, and a strong breath was emitted, making people shudder and feel a strong breath coming. Li Yunfeng's expression changed even more, and it was obvious that he was also aware of this breath. With this action, the breath on Yifei's body was as deep as the sea, so deep that even Li Yunfeng was a little unsure for a while, and even felt as if a mountain appeared in front of him. Li Yunfeng is a master of Hua Jin. Even he felt this way, which showed how terrifying and powerful this breath was. At this time, Li Yunfeng finally understood the gap between him and Yifei. As both Hua Jin sect masters, the gap between the two is also extremely large. With Yifei's current strength and level, he could also rank high in the Hua Jin sect master, and even rank in the top 3 or even the top 2 in the sect master list. Such a terrifying strength made Li Yunfeng face great pressure, and Li Yunfeng immediately gave up the idea of fighting Yifei. He had only one idea, 36 plans, go for the best plan. Li Yunfeng turned around to escape, but Yifei had arranged so much this time, how could he possibly let him escape? Yifei smiled coldly, want to run. Quote. Between words, his strength was even greater, and his true chi surged out, bursting out like an ocean wave. Bang! Yifei and Li Yunfeng palmed each other, and the two slapped each other, making a loud popping sound, and the air around them became extremely depressed, almost breathless. Li Yunfeng only felt that his chi and blood were churning, his face was slightly pale, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Li Yunfeng just slapped Yifei and felt a pang of discomfort, and he turned to flee. After Yifei had the upper hand, he had no reason to spare anyone, and he took advantage of the victory to pursue. Suddenly, Li Yunfeng once again felt the sudden pressure coming at him. Chapter 470. Li Yunfeng felt the pressure coming at him again, and suddenly he was shocked in his heart, and he was on one side, trying to avoid Yifei's attack. After all, Li Yunfeng was a Hua Jin master, and among the people Yifei was fighting, he was also a number of strong. Not only was his strength super strong, but also the perception ability of the Hua Jin sect master was far from being unusual. Although Yifei surpassed Li Yunfeng, it was still difficult to kill Li Yunfeng. It is very simple to defeat Li Yunfeng, but it is even more difficult to kill Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng was on one side, avoiding the most important part. He raised his hand to block it, and he slapped Yifei in the air again. Boom! Only a loud noise was heard, and the air around him surged violently, and the whole space fell silent. Li Yunfeng's figure stagnated, and then his look changed, his face became pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in a hurry, and his look was weak. Li Yunfeng felt a sweet taste in his throat. This mouthful of blood could not be suppressed at all. He looked very weak, and his eyes showed infinite panic. This time the two of them palmed each other, and Li Yunfeng felt that the true chi internal strength in his body was concussed, and his face turned black. Li Yunfeng shouted angrily, Yifei, damn, you want to kill me. Quote. Li Yunfeng felt Yifei's strong killing intent. Yifei really wanted to kill him. Master Hua Jin was very sensitive to things like killing chi, not to mention that Yifei showed it so obviously, which made Li Yunfeng's heart freeze, and he felt that the killing intent was strong. Or else, Yifei sneered. He and Li Yunfeng had already torn their faces, and Yifei was now also undisguised in his killing chance. Li Yunfeng's expression changed slightly, and he gritted his teeth. If you do something to me, the forces behind me will certainly not spare you. Li Yunfeng obviously had nothing in his heart, because Li Yunfeng felt Yifei's terrifying strength. In just 10 days, the two did not fight, but Yifei had improved again, and Yifei's strength was simply terrifying, making Li Yunfeng feel daunted. Li Yunfeng had no intention of war in his heart, and only wanted to take advantage of the panic to escape in life first. In Li Yunfeng's heart, he couldn't help but feel horrified and felt a serious threat. Really, so what? Quote. Yifei's internal strength exploded even more, and an extremely strong momentum enveloped Li Yunfeng. The fight between the two was extremely rapid, from the beginning to the present in just a few minutes. Before that, Yifei had also specifically instructed Lu Lingjun not to come out no matter what situation he encountered for a while. Of course, Lu Lingjun obediently listened to Yifei's words. Although she was worried about Yifei's safety, she also knew that if she rushed out at this time, she would only drag her legs, so she could only wait silently in the villa for the result of this incident. The fight between Yifei and Li Yunfeng ended quickly. The real master over moves, that is, in a dozen moves can be divided into victory and defeat. Li Yunfeng now had no intention of fighting, but Yifei was gushing with war, and between the two sides, Li Yunfeng felt that he was under increasing pressure. Under the pressure of the internal strength like a mountain, Li Yunfeng vomited blood one after another, and his face was as white as paper. Li Yunfeng roared angrily, and finally used his biggest hole card and used some kind of secret method to stimulate potential, but he still did not want to confront Yifei head-on, but used the secret method to escape. In the face of Li Yunfeng's behavior, Yifei sneered, and the internal strength in his body also exploded in vain, reaching the peak state and attacking Li Yunfeng. Chapter 471. Yifei raised his inner breath to the peak, his whole body showed unparalleled strength, and as Yifei climbed his breath to the peak, he saw this terrifying breath lock onto Li Yunfeng, making him feel the pressure like a mountain. Suddenly, Li Yunfeng's appearance changed drastically, and he also operated the internal breath and true chi to resist, and Li Yunfeng's internal strength was pure and very strong. However, compared with Yifei's Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, the two were still much worse, and Li Yunfeng basically had no possibility of winning Yifei, so even if he used the secret method to stimulate potential, he still wanted to escape. Yifei sneered. He was already very clear about Li Yunfeng's strength, although Li Yunfeng had used the secret method, but it was still within Yifei's control. Li Yunfeng wanted to run, it was impossible. Yifei was trying to kill Li Yunfeng, how could he possibly let Li Yunfeng escape? Yifei's internal strength was like the seawater, surging away from all directions towards Li Yunfeng, and a wave of internal strength pressure struck, and Li Yunfeng was suddenly like a great enemy, and it was difficult to get out of trouble for a while. Li Yunfeng let out a low sigh, and he bit the tip of his tongue to stimulate his potential again. Between the electric light and the stone fire, Li Yunfeng also knew that it was difficult for him to escape, and Yifei had already made preparations. At the moment, the only way was to injure Yifei first, and then take the opportunity to escape, otherwise he would never be able to escape. So Li Yunfeng's heart burned with anger, and he gritted his teeth and did his best to do something to Yifei. Li Yunfeng repeatedly improved his inner strength and true chi, and his whole skin was red, and his body was obviously bearing a great burden. Li Yunfeng's internal strength and true chi also rose rapidly, reaching an extremely high level. His internal strength was incomparably strong. Li Yunfeng's state could not last long. Once it lasted for a long time, what awaited him was bound to be a strong reaction. Yifei and Li Yunfeng fought again. Boom! Suddenly, the two had already passed dozens of moves. The fists, palms, and legs of the two sides were facing each other, continuously attacking each other, only to hear a crackling sound. The sound of air explosions was incessant, and Li Yunfeng also felt a powerful pressure. Li Yunfeng's heart was also becoming more and more anxious, because he almost used all his strength to face Yifei, but he still couldn't attack for a long time, which made Li Yunfeng anxious. And Yifei took advantage of the situation and used extremely powerful means, only to see Yifei also whisper, but he did not use negative means to stimulate internal potential like Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng and Duan Tianyuan both had similar means, relying on the potential of the secret itself to enhance their strength, but their secret method was very damaging to themselves and even caused permanent damage to the body. And Yifei also has a similar whole card. Don't forget, Yifei is one. The Yellow Emperor's inner classics are not only martial arts but also medical scriptures. Yifei himself is even more proficient in the body's acupuncture points and meridians. Therefore, Yifei can stimulate his own potential by stimulating his own meridians and acupuncture powers. The advantage of this method is that there are almost no side effects, because Yifei passes by and knows the structure of the human body, so he knows all of this. As for the disadvantages of this method, it is impossible to talk about, but the degree of stimulation of potential alone will be slightly inferior to the degree of potential stimulation by Li Yunfeng and Duan Tianyuan. However, compared to the fact that there are no side effects, this weakness can almost be ignored. Yifei's strength was already stronger than Li Yunfeng's, and even after Li Yunfeng stimulated his own potential, he was worse than Yifei, not to mention that Yifei would stimulate his own potential and improve his strength. Suddenly, he saw that the breath in Yifei's body soared, the internal strength was like the sea, and the terrifying momentum was awe-inspiring, which made Li Yunfeng frightened, and his eyes showed a shocked color. Yifei actually hid the bottom card. Li Yunfeng really didn't expect that Yifei was so terrible, and he was still hiding the bottom card. As Yifei's momentum climbed, his strength was also multiplied, and he slammed his hand and slapped Li Yunfeng again. Rumble. This time, Yifei's fake true chi internal strength directly shook Li Yunfeng out, and Li Yunfeng's whole person flew out backwards like a broken kite. Immediately afterward, Yifei took advantage of the situation to attack continuously, which also made Li Yunfeng difficult to overwhelm, making Li Yunfeng's face pale and he vomited blood one after another. Yifei's series of consecutive shots made Li Yunfeng vomit blood continuously, and Li Yunfeng's look changed, feeling that he was like a flat boat in the terrifying waves, threatening to overturn at any time. Card. Along with Yifei's blow, it directly hit Li Yunfeng's key point. Li Yunfeng's face turned pale, his mouth of blood spat out, and the whole person flew out 5 or 6 meters upside down and rolled down on the ground one after another. At the same time, Li Yunfeng's pupils were dilated, and he was constantly coughing up blood. Obviously he was seriously injured and even on the verge of death. The weight of Yifei's punches and feet, one punch is enough to break Li Yunfeng's body bones, even if it is the Huajin sect master. It is difficult to bear his punch head-on, not to mention that just now Yifei is a continuous shot. Li Yunfeng is destined to fall tonight. Chapter 472. Yifei and Li Yunfeng exchanged no less than dozens or even hundreds of moves. Li Yunfeng felt that his whole body was facing great pressure. He even began to bleed 7 times, his face turned black, and the whole person fell to the ground and coughed up blood, and his pupils were dilated. With Li Yunfeng's current state, even the great Luo Jingxian couldn't save him. Li Yunfeng's pupils were dilated, the color of panic in his eyes did not diminish, and he also clearly felt as if he had come to the end of his life. As a Huajin sect master, Li Yunfeng was also extremely frightened at this moment. He laughed bitterly, as if he was whispering to himself, murmuring, I can't imagine that my generation of sect masters would actually die here. Li Yunfeng's tone was full of unwillingness, full of disbelief, and even more full of despair. Li Yunfeng, send you on your way. Yifei did not hesitate, sneering, he instantly showed unparalleled terror power. A punch was stimulated, hitting Li Yunfeng's heart, directly shattering Li Yunfeng's heart pulse and giving him a painful pleasure. Yifei killed Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng was completely dead. A Huajin sect master was actually killed by Yifei. You must know that the strength of the Huajin sect master is extremely strong, even if there is a gap between them, but under normal circumstances, the Huajin sect master cannot kill another Huajin sect master. But Yifei did it. Yifei's strength at this time was already the best among the Huajin sect masters, and killing Li Yunfeng was naturally not a problem. Moreover, Yifei was also carefully planned, and he was not worried about the side effects that would be caused after he killed Li Yunfeng. As Li Yunfeng said, he was indeed powerful, enough to make Yifei slightly jealous. After all, Li Yunfeng is currently working with a big family of one of the top giants, and he is also one of the big leaders of overseas Hungmen, and his status is extraordinary. It's just that although Yifei is jealous of Li Yunfeng's identity, he is only jealous. Yifei's status was no lower than Li Yunfeng's, and after he became the chief instructor of the Yandu military region, his status even surpassed Li Yunfeng. What's more, this time it was Li Yunfeng, and it was he who wanted to do something to the people around Yifei. Li Yunfeng's approach was already against the rules. If the battle between Li Yunfeng and Yifei did not affect the people around Yifei, it was still within the scope of the rules. But Li Yunfeng wanted to target Lu Lingjun, which was already breaking the rules. Every circle has every circle, and if Li Yunfeng wants to break the rules, he will inevitably pay a great price. Even if he was killed by Yifei, Yifei was only justified in self-defense. What's more, Li Yunfeng's crime was already assassinating Yifei and assassinating the chief instructor of the Yandu military region. In a sense, Li Yunfeng's charge is even treasonous. After all, Yifei is now a high-ranking member of the Yandu military region, and he can even represent the entire Yandu military region. It can only be said that Li Yunfeng fainted, thinking that he could retaliate against Yifei, but he completely misestimated Yifei's strength. Yifei had no sympathy for Li Yunfeng, and after seeing Li Yunfeng's body, he called Xiongzheng, Chen Zhen and others to hand over Li Yunfeng's body to them for disposal. I believe that by tomorrow, the entire Yandu military region will know that Li Yunfeng dared to assassinate him. At that time, even if the forces behind Li Yunfeng were huge, they did not dare to stand up for Li Yunfeng. After all, this matter involved Yifei's identity, and Li Yunfeng, in Yifei's current identity, dared to assassinate him, that is, a provocation to the entire Yandu military region and even to Zhang Wangguo. This was also the reason why Yifei had no fear. After calling Chen Zhen, Xiongzheng and others, Yifei also sent messages and phone calls with other people such as Bai Ruoxi and Yu Zian to tell everyone not to worry, and then returned to the villa. In the villa, Lu Lingjun had been anxiously waiting. She looked left and right, and finally saw the villa door open, and Yifei walked in from it. Seeing Yifei enter the door, Lu Lingjun was relieved, and the whole person's mental state also relaxed, and at the moment of seeing Yifei, Lu Lingjun could finally be sure that Yifei was safe. Seeing Lu Lingjun's worried look, Yifei's heart warmed and he smiled. Silly boy, are you still worried about my accident? I said, just jumping beam clown, nothing to do to me. Quote. Yifei was confident. As he spoke, he grabbed Lu Lingjun's hand, and Lu Lingjun snuggled up next to Yifei, and she even took the initiative to hug Yifei tightly without saying a word. Obviously, Lu Lingjun was frightened just now. Although she hadn't seen the battle between the two Huajin sect masters with her own eyes, the terrifying aura was still palpitating, and Lu Lingjun knew very well that Yifei was comforting her. The other party was not a beam jumping clown at all, definitely a real master. Although Lu Lingjun is a road fool, she is not stupid at all, on the contrary, she is a very smart girl. Chapter 473. Lu Lingjun knew the danger that Yifei was facing just now, and she looked at Yifei without blinking, as if she was afraid that after her eyes were removed, Yifei would disappear. Yifei's eyes were soft, and he looked at Lu Lingjun with a look of love and pity, and said softly, you are relieved, is all right, don't you still believe me? Quote. Okay. Lu Lingjun gently opened his mouth and whispered, I believe you, just, still can't help but worry. Quote. Lu Lingjun spoke from his heart. Yifei smiled, then let's change the topic. Tomorrow you are going to be on a variety show. This night I will help you. That song, I Do. Yifei smiled and changed the subject. Sure enough, hearing the song, I Do, Lu Lingjun was immediately interested. Lu Lingjun looked at Yifei with a look of serious listening. Yifei saw that the effect of changing the topic was good, so he carefully explained some of the main points of the song, I Do, for Lu Lingjun. This, I Do, of the Princess of Heaven in the past life is indeed a golden song, and because of this, Yifei instructed Lu Lingjun how to interpret this song well. Especially some emotions brewing, voicing words, pronunciation methods, and so on. Yifei's understanding of this song is very deep. And Lu Lingjun herself is a musical genius, and it can even be said that she is a genius among geniuses, and she has a deep self-understanding of music. Lu Lingjun's control and understanding of music is very deep, and the touch is bypassed. After hearing some of Yifei's explanations, she can immediately understand, and even give an example. Yifei was a little amazed at Lu Lingjun's progress. She sang it just a few times and almost completely mastered the song. Although there are still minor issues in some details, the standard is already very high. Lu Lingjun sang it several more times, and as a result, even Yifei could hardly find the flaws, and he was amazed at this. Yifei sighed, Lingjun, you are really a musical genius, a natural singer. Quote. Receiving Yifei's praise, Lu Lingjun was overjoyed. She blinked her eyes and said softly, I'm even happier to get your praise than I am to get the Golden Melody Award. Quote. Lu Lingjun was happy from the heart. Don't be so exaggerated. Yifei laughed. Lu Lingjun glanced at Yifei lightly, an international master, or even a hall level. Adelina by the Water, and Moonlight were all divine comedies that are extremely well known internationally. Quote. And every one of my most popular songs was written by you, and now at least half of the singers in the whole music world see you as an idol. Lu Lingjun said sincerely. Hearing Lu Lingjun's words, the corners of Yifei's mouth couldn't help but rise, and he was also a little surprised in his heart, is there such a thing? Quote. Of course, now the outside world is rumored that whoever can get a song from you will have a chance to question the first-line stars, Lu Lingjun said seriously. Yifei really underestimated his status in the music world, to know that at present, Yifei's piano music and songs are almost the top of the Xuanwang kingdom. Relying on his piano works and songs, Yifei has now simply become a Taishan Beidou-like figure in the music world. If Yifei is willing, he can directly go to the Golden Melody Award to serve as a judge at this level of awards. Don't talk about this, let's talk about the right thing. You still have to go on the show tomorrow. Have a good rest. Yifei looked at the time. At this time it was already 4 o'clock in the morning, and it could not be said that it was tomorrow's program, but today's program. Lu Lingjun reacted to this and found that it was already very night. Lu Lingjun said, oh, I see. Quote. Go for it, Yifei Dao. Lu Lingjun stood still. What's wrong with you? Yifei asked with a smile. Lu Lingjun lowered his head and whispered, I miss you, sleep with me in your arms. Quote. Lu Lingjun actually made this request. Hearing Lu Lingjun say this, Yifei smiled slightly and readily agreed, no problem. Let me teach you to cultivate the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. There are so many things this night, your mental state must be very tired, and the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classics can help you stabilize your emotions and alleviate your fatigue. Quote. The Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. Lu Lingjun blinked, she obviously didn't know the role of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. Yifei simply explained to her, and Lu Lingjun trusted Yifei very much, so he agreed without hesitation. In the night, Yifei and Lu Lingjun practiced the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, and under the guidance of Yifei, the true qi and internal strength ran in Lu Lingjun's body, making Lu Lingjun even more energetic, and the whole person's mental state was quickly restored. Just now, because of the slight shock that Li Yunfeng had suffered, he gradually calmed down. Chapter 474. Under the guidance of Yifei, Lu Lingjun also practiced the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, which made Lu Lingjun's spirit become extremely comfortable, and the pressure on the whole person was suddenly relieved. Lu Lingjun has actually faced many problems these days. Among them, what makes Lu Lingjun's spirit most tense is that she is facing various announcements, commercial performances, variety shows and other programs during this time. The existence of these programs has also made Lu Lingjun's mental state always in a highly tense state. After all, she now has too little time to rest and too much busy time. At the busiest time, Lu Lingjun could only sleep for 3 or 4 hours a day. Such a high-intensity work, even ordinary masters of national art may not be able to carry it, let alone a weak woman like Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun almost couldn't hold on. But with the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, it was completely different. After cultivating the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, Lu Lingjun only felt that his mind was clear, and the whole person had a spirit. Not only that, but her current mental state is simply better than ever. Lu Lingjun doubted that if she went to record the variety show, The Masked Singer, now, she would definitely be able to play beyond the norm and be in full state. This song, I Do, will also surprise the audience. Lu Lingjun looked at Yifei with great surprise, and she sincerely admired, Yifei, the cultivation of this Yellow Emperor's Inner Scripture is really powerful. Yifei smiled, you know, the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classics can help you a lot. If you insist on cultivating for a year or two, your physical quality can even be comparable to that of special soldiers. Quote. However, the cultivation of this Yellow Emperor's Inner Scripture is also a little flawed, well. Yifei's gaze was focused on Lu Lingjun's body. Lu Lingjun's face suddenly turned red. And she suddenly remembered the scene where she and Yifei were cultivating the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. When they first practiced the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, Lu Lingjun still thought that Yifei was deceiving her. After all, the two of them cultivating the Yellow Emperor's Inner Scripture was like Yang Guo and Xiaolong Yu cultivating the Jade Female Heart Sutra in the martial arts novel, Divine Eagle Hero, and they needed to meet each other frankly. This also made Lu Lingjun feel shy. After all, although she and Yifei had a relationship before, although the relationship between the two was close, that is, the degree of holding hands and kissing, it was still far from that close. Lu Lingjun's own personality has always been shy and introverted. However, because of the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, the two of them went further, and Yifei's mouth also showed a smile, and he pulled the hand of the landing Lingjun and said, it seems that we will need to cultivate the Yellow Emperor's Inner Scripture more in the future. Your body needs to be in a state of conditioning, and after cultivation, your body will be kept in the best state. Quote. Of course, Yifei was thinking about Lu Lingjun. Of course, there was also the meaning that the drunkard was not in the wine. Hearing Yifei say this, Lu Lingjun immediately blushed and glanced at Yifei lightly, but he had no intention of objecting. Yifei smiled and looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Lu Lingjun's recording program was at noon, and the time was more urgent. Lu Lingjun also noticed that the time was not early, and even her agent Zhang Jia had sent her several messages to say some precautions. Lu Lingjun said with a bitter little face, I'm ready to go to work. Or take a day off today and push out all announcements. Yifei said seriously. Although the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classics made Lu Lingjun's mental state very good, Lu Lingjun's work was indeed too busy and too tired to rest. No, the contract is already signed, I have to go to work. Lu Lingjun heard the words and seriously rejected Yifei. She whispered, in fact, I am very happy at work, especially if I can sing, I don't feel tired. Quote. Lu Lingjun has a heartfelt love for singing, and because of this, she can become a generation of singers. Lu Lingjun suddenly blinked and said somewhat playfully, actually, I have always wanted you to accompany me to record the program and listen to my singing on the spot. You are my idol, can you take the time to spend a day with me? Quote. Lu Lingjun said seriously. Hearing Lu Lingjun say this, Yifei of course knew Lu Lingjun's intentions very well, this girl just wanted his company. Yifei couldn't help but feel a little sorry in his heart. These days, the time he spent with Lu Lingjun was indeed not much, and the time between Lu Lingjun and him was the least common among Yifei's side. Thinking of this, Yifei also agreed to Lu Lingjun without hesitation, and Yifei whispered, no problem, I will accompany you today. Really, Lu Lingjun's eyes were bright, like stars. Yifei stared into Lu Lingjun's eyes, and he suddenly thought of that sentence, when he really likes a person, his eyes will glow. Chapter 475. Seeing Lu Lingjun's expression of expectation, Yifei agreed and said seriously, of course this is true. Quote. Grace, great. Lu Lingjun smiled shallowly, a pair vortex appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she looked at Yifei full of joy, and her expression was very happy. Then let's go, you and Zhang Mi said a word, just say let's go to the scene of the recording program first. Yifei Dao. Zhang Mi is the full name of Lu Lingjun's agent. No problem, I see. Lu Lingjun called Zhang Mi, and Zhang Mi was stunned after listening to it, and then repeatedly agreed. Zhang Mi really didn't expect Yifei to attach so much importance to Lu Lingjun, and her evaluation of Lu Lingjun in her heart was even higher. After talking to Zhang Mi, Yifei drove Lu Lingjun to the TV station. The show, The Masked Singer, is also a program of Yifei's brilliant entertainment investment, which is already a phenomenon-level singing variety show, with a large number of fans and is deeply loved by the audience. In the TV station, Lu Lingjun is currently a super first-line singer, and her 250 are actually the precipitation and heat of the time difference compared with those top Tianwang and Tiano singers. As long as Lu Lingjun's new songs are kept in high quality, she will definitely become a diva queen. In fact, many media outlets now refer to Lu Lingjun as the little queen of heaven. Lu Lingjun and Yi flew to the TV station and met the program host Li Hao backstage. Li Hao was very polite when he saw Lu Lingjun, and the moment he saw Yifei, he was first stunned and then respectfully greeted Yifei, Mr. Yi is good. Quote. Li Hao was very respectful to Lu Lingjun and had a very good attitude. Just kidding, who in the whole entertainment industry doesn't know that the most popular thing is brilliant entertainment? What's more, this Masked Singer is still a program invested by Yifei, who dares to make a mistake in front of Yifei. Li Hao's attitude towards Yifei could also be imagined. Yifei waved his hand and had a gentle attitude. Well, hello, don't be so rigid, you are busy with your going. Okay Mr. Yi. Li Haolian nodded and left the makeup room backstage, relieved. Yifei's pressure on him in the background was too great, although Yifei's attitude was very gentle and not aggressive at all, but it made Li Hao have an inexplicable pressure. This is the momentum of the superior. After Li Hao left, Lu Lingjun stuck out his tongue and smiled in front of Yifei. Look at you, scared people away, you are really mighty now. Quote. Lu Lingjun was overwhelmed with emotion. Hearing Lu Lingjun say this, Yifei shook his head. I think it is inexplicable. This Li Hao is also a well-known host, but he is also too restrained for me. Quote. You don't know, how powerful is it now? Ordinary people are not afraid to blame when they see you. Lu Lingjun said. Perhaps even Yifei himself did not realize that after he became the Wajan master, both his strength and temperament had become completely different, and there was a sense of oppression in him which made people feel stressed. Yifei shrugged. It doesn't matter if others are afraid of me, as long as you're not afraid of me. Quote. How can I be afraid of you? Lu Lingjun took the initiative to hold Yifei's hand, smiled lightly, his face was slightly red, and his intention could not be more obvious. Yifei and Lu Lingjun looked at each other and smiled, waiting for the recording of this variety show to start. Soon, the program began to be recorded. Lu Lingjun also appeared on the show. She put on a thick cartoon mask, became the Masked Singer on the stage. And Yifei also heard Lu Lingjun's ethereal and clear voice. I have to say that Lu Lingjun's voice was one of the most moving voices he had ever heard, just like an angel whispering in his ear, which made Yifei can't help but close his eyes and enjoy it. In this song, I Do, is also Lu Lingjun's extremely affectionate singing, which seems to be telling her inner words, especially because Yifei is off stage, so she sings more emotionally. I'm willing for you, forget my name. The lyrics of this sentence seem to be narrated to Yifei, which makes Yifei overflow with some warmth when he hears it. Chapter 476. Lu Lingjun's most unique voice sings this song, I Do, beautifully, which is surprising. Lu Lingjun's voice was innately agile, like a stream, flowing comfortably into his ears. Sounds good. Hearing Lu Lingjun's voice was extremely moving, this voice was very special, making Yifei feel incomparably warm. The words in the lyrics are more like Lu Lingjun's narration to him, and the direction of Lu Lingjun's singing is always facing Yifei. Willing for you, I'm willing for you, forget my name. Even if it is one more second, staying in your arms, it is not a pity to lose the world. Along with Lu Lingjun's singing voice, this song, I Do, is also directly exploded. This song is indeed extremely moving, and Lu Lingjun also uses this to express his heart. One song is sung, the applause was thunderous. Yifei was also overwhelmed with emotion. In the end, the selection results of the current period of The Masked Singer were released, and Lu Lingjun was elected as the king of songs of this issue with a high vote without suspense. The corners of Yifei's mouth showed a smile, and he took the lead in applauding Lu Lingjun. The recording ends. Backstage, Lu Lingjun took Yifei's hand and smiled and asked, Yifei, how am I singing? Quote. Perfect, this year's Golden Melody Awards you have a play. Yifei smiled. Really, as soon as Lu Lingjun heard the 3 words of the Golden Melody Award, her eyes immediately lit up, she held Yifei's arm, her face was slightly red, and she was a little excited. Of course it's true, you played this song very well, and the song itself has the potential to be a golden song. Yifei made a very serious evaluation. With Yifei's musical literacy, his evaluation is already very telling. Hearing Yifei's words, Lu Lingjun was extremely excited and nodded his head repeatedly. Let's go back. Yifei sent Lu Lingjun home, and the agent also arrived, including several of Lu Lingjun's female assistants who also followed Lu Lingjun. Seeing that these staff members had come, they were also temporarily separated from Lu Lingjun. He was going to do something else. Although Lu Lingjun was not willing, he was also very good, just obediently bidding farewell to Yifei. When Yifei left Lu Lingjun's villa, he squinted his eyes and first called Chen Zhen to inform him about Li Yunfeng, the leader of the Yandu military region. The news of Li Yunfeng's assassination of Yifei soon spread throughout the Yandu military region. The noise caused by this matter is not small. After all, with Yifei's current status, if he said a word in the Yandu military region, the entire military region would be shocked by 3 earthquakes. Immediately afterward, Yifei called Ning Yufei. Receiving Yifei's call, Ning Yufei was obviously in a good mood, and she smiled lightly. What's wrong? Quote. Last night I was assassinated by Li Yunfeng, and I killed him. Yifei Dao. What? Ning Yufei was directly shocked. 2 days ago, Ning Yufei also met Li Yunfeng and knew that Li Yunfeng and Yifei were in a for tat confrontation, and the contradiction between the two had a long history. Yifei was actually assassinated, and he also killed Li Yunfeng. How can it be? This was indeed unbelievable. Ning Yufei shook her head slightly, and she also knew that Yifei would never deceive her. Thinking of this, Ning Yufei couldn't help but whisper, Li Yunfeng is dead, and those people around him are only afraid that they will be very hostile to you, and you must be careful to regurgitate, especially the overseas hungman. I know, you can rest assured. Li Yunfeng is dead, and you can also rest assured for a while. Yi Fidao. He told Ning Yufei this news, and he also hoped that Ning Yufei would be at ease. Hearing this, Ning Yufei was indeed relieved. She was silent for a moment, and said seriously to Yifei, Yifei, thank you for helping me. Quote. Obviously, Ning Yufei felt that the reason why Yifei was right with Li Yunfeng was largely because of her. In fact, this is not wrong. After all, Li Yunfeng's thoughts on Ning Yufei are well known, and Yifei is also because of Ning Yufei that the contradiction with Li Yunfeng eventually intensified. You're welcome. Yifei's words were simple. Yifei said, I'll deal with Li Yunfeng's affairs first, so you can rest in peace first. Quote. Well, feel free to contact me if you need help. Ning Yufei said sincerely. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully got the favor from Ning Yufei, experience points increased by 300 points. At the same time, Yifei also heard the sound of the system. Chapter 477. Hearing the prompt sound of the system, Yifei was in a happy mood, and it seemed that this time he had got the favor of Ning Yufei again, which was not bad. The system's experience points grew rapidly, and the relationship between him and Ning Yufei also became more and more delicate, which made Yifei feel comfortable with the corners of his mouth raised. Hanging up the phone, Yifei was paying attention to all the next movements of the people around Li Yunfeng. Ning Yufei was right. If Li Yunfeng died, it would inevitably cause the major forces and forces behind him to counterattack, which was a point that made Yifei very jealous. After all, Li Yunfeng is a master of Hua Jin, and the power he has accumulated over the years is even more extraordinary, and if nothing else, the overseas hungman alone is a trouble. Overseas hungman is really a big trouble. Overseas hungman has a lot of power, even throughout the Lighthouse country, the East Sakura country and other countries. And Li Yunfeng, as the boss of the overseas hungman, Earth character head, his death will inevitably bring a bloody storm to the overseas hungman. Overseas hungman is divided into 3 characters, heaven, earth and people, of which the sky character head is the strongest, the earth character head is second, and the human character head is the weakest. And Li Yunfeng is the boss of the dragon head, is the head of the earth, and his power can be imagined, which is very terrifying. Not only that, Li Yunfeng once formed the Dragon's Tooth Mercenary, which was the world's top mercenary, and his teammates were also masters. Now that Li Yunfeng is dead, it is like poking a honeycomb, which is indeed extremely troublesome. Li Yunfeng's strength is strong, and it is indeed the strongest protagonist he has encountered so far. But despite this, Yifei did not panic in his heart. Soldiers will come to block, water will come to cover the soil, nothing more. Next, Yifei also called Yi, Lin Shui, and others to tell them about Li Yunfeng's assassination of him. Suddenly, Yi, Lin Shui, Mu Zaiwei and others were very concerned about Yifei, and Yifei smiled and explained a few words of comfort before reassuring everyone. Immediately afterward, the death of Li Yunfeng spread throughout Yandu. Yifei also quickly received Zhang Jianwa's. Only to see Zhang Jianwa call Yifei, he said in a serious tone on the phone, Yifei, what is going on? Li Yunfeng's death. Obviously, Zhang Jianwa is also investigating the cause of Li Yunfeng's death. After all, Li Yunfeng is also the captain of the Suzaku army, his strength and ability are still there, and as a former captain, Li Yunfeng is also a member of the Yandu military region, so the cause of Li Yunfeng's death is also subject to investigation. Zhang Jianwa came to investigate the cause of Li Yunfeng's death this time. After routinely asking Yifei some questions, Zhang Jianwa immediately continued, Xiao Yi, I trust you, as long as Li Yunfeng really dares to take the initiative to assassinate you, the military region will definitely support you. Quote. Thank you General Zhang, I'm alright, Yifei said seriously. Yifei and Zhang Jianwa had a brief exchange for a while, and Yifei also knew very clearly from Zhang Jianwa's mouth the attitude of the Yandu military region and some high-level officials on this matter. To put it simply, almost everyone supported Yifei. Although Li Yunfeng was killed, Li Yunfeng took the initiative to assassinate Yifei, and the seriousness of this matter is self-evident. However, because of Li Yunfeng's death, some of the forces behind Li Yunfeng wanted to exonerate Li Yunfeng, so this matter is still characterized. What Yifei had to do was to make it completely impossible for those forces behind Li Yunfeng to turn over, and to make waves after Li Yunfeng's death. Chapter 478. After Li Yunfeng's death, those forces that were attached to or befriended him would definitely cause a counterattack on Yifei. Yifei himself knew this very well, but he didn't panic in the slightest. At present, as long as Yifei is still serving as the chief instructor of the Yandu military region, no one dares to move around, and no one dares to easily target Yifei. After all, Yifei's weight in the Yandu military region is really too important, ordinary people do not dare to provoke at all, and at present, all the troops of the Yandu military region are under the jurisdiction of Yifei. The forces behind Li Yunfeng absolutely did not dare to act rashly. Of course, it was impossible to deal with Yifei on the surface, and it was very likely to engage in some small actions, and Yifei was also very clear about this, and the other party would definitely not give up. Especially overseas hungmen. For a huge organization like the overseas hungmen, the death of a dragon head with a local character can mean a disgrace. What this kind of organization values most is the face problem, and Yifei's actions are almost equivalent to hitting the face of overseas hungmen. What's more, after Li Yunfeng's death, there was a power vacuum in the overseas hungmen, and the position of the dragon head of the earth character was vacant. In view of this situation, the dragon head of the Tianzido issued a secret order, whoever can avenge Li Yunfeng can replace Li Yunfeng and become the head of the dragon. As soon as this news came out, everyone knew that Yifei had formed a bond with the overseas hungmen. Overseas hungman has a long history, has been passed down for hundreds of years, has always been a huge force, even many Yandu giants do not dare to easily provoke because they all know that overseas hungman is deeply involved. In this regard, Yifei was also very clear, and he also deliberately asked Heiwu and others to bring information about overseas hungman and study the situation of overseas hungman. After Yifei read the information, he could understand the overseas hungman. The overseas hungman is now divided into heaven, earth, and a hall, of which the Tenko of the Tianzi head is the most important hall of the overseas hungman and the boss. The name of the head of the Tianzido Tenko dragon is Satuyu, a big man who is extremely famous in the Lighthouse country and well known overseas, and is also a master of Wajin. This Satuyu was very mysterious. Yifei didn't know anything about his other deeds except that he was the Wajin sect master, and it seemed that Yifei's current intelligence system was still too weak. Thinking of this, Yifei sent a message to Ning Yufei, asking Ning Yufei to give some information and intelligence about overseas hungman. In terms of intelligence ability, Ning Yufei is still the first person in Yandu. Her intelligence network is very powerful, and Ning Yufei's own security companies are all over the Xuanwang kingdom. Sure enough, shortly after Yifei sent a message to Ning Yufei responded quickly, and then she sent Yifei the intelligence information of the overseas hungman. After the intelligence information of the overseas hungman was in hand, Yifei carefully studied it and already had a bottom in his heart. The overseas hungman was indeed extraordinary, but Yifei also had a layout, and he was not afraid at all. The matter of overseas hungman was not urgent, and Yifei first went to the Yandu military region to deal with Li Yunfeng's affairs. After all, with Li Yunfeng's death, Yifei also had to cooperate with the investigation and restore the truth. In the morning of cooperating with the investigation, the truth of this matter was also filmed by the surveillance and other pictures, which was also Yifei's early preparation. In the surveillance camera, the clear display shows the fight scene between Yifei and Li Yunfeng, and it is obvious that Li Yunfeng started first. In this way, the evidence is conclusive, and the matter is conclusive. Chapter 479. Li Yunfeng started first, and the evidence was conclusive. Under such circumstances, no matter who it was impossible to favor Li Yunfeng. What's more, Yifei's status is so high, as the chief instructor of the Yandu military region, the entire Yandu military region will stand behind him at this critical moment. Therefore, after investigation, the matter was quickly conclusive. In the end, under the conclusion of the coffin, it was said that it was Li Yunfeng's main responsibility. Li Yunfeng dared to assassinate the chief instructor of the Yandu military region, and if he was not killed by Yifei, he would at least be sentenced to life imprisonment. However, at present, Yifei's killing of Li Yunfeng can also be regarded as Yifei's own excessive defense, and Yifei himself does not have a major responsibility but has only been verbally admonished. Yifei, we attach great importance to the assassination of you this time, and I see that you have recently tried to stay in the military region as much as possible in case of an accident. Zhang Jian was said to Yifei's concern that he was worried that Yifei would be assassinated again. To tell the truth, the impact of the assassination was extremely bad, if it were not for Yifei killing Li Yunfeng, otherwise the consequences of this incident would be unimaginable. Especially if Yifei was assassinated, the consequences would be extremely serious, and Li Yunfeng would have to shed his skin even if he did not die. Of course, Li Yunfeng was not a fool. The reason why he dared to do something to Yifei was also dependent on his overseas forces. He planned to threaten Yifei after capturing Lu Lingjun and then kill Yifei. After killing Yifei, Li Yunfeng could go overseas, and with Li Yunfeng's overseas power, even the Yi family could do nothing to him. This is also Li Yunfeng's wishful thinking. Hearing Zhang Jian's words, Yifei nodded slightly, recognizing Zhang Jian's words and also knowing that Zhang Jian was doing this for his own good. Yifei whispered, General Zhang, you know, I was in the military region during this time, and I was also going to mobilize all the troops to start training the dragon elephant forging technique. Hearing Yifei's words, Zhang Jianxi said, okay, no problem, I fully support you in this matter. Quote. The leaders above had already issued a notice that as long as Yifei began to train the dragon elephant forging technique, he must fully cooperate with him. Yifei had actually begun to select suitable candidates in the whole army a while ago, and everyone who participated in the dragon elephant forging technique training must be an elite among the elite, a special force and the special forces. Such a strict selection also made it very rare for elites to enter Yifei's selection. There were basically only a few divine beast troops, and there were a very few elites of special forces who could be selected to enter. Yifei has always taken the elite route. However, despite this, the base of soldiers in the entire Yandu military region was still there after all, and Yifei still selected more than 3,000 people. Of course, these 3,000 people only basically met Yifei's requirements, and then they had to go through layers of screening, and no more than half of the people who could really stay would be able to stay. But even so, that's quite a lot. In the following time, Yifei did not rush to deal with the forces behind Li Yunfeng, but temporarily chose to be silent. He trained the elite soldiers of the army in the Yandu military region. The dragon elephant forging body technique could not be promoted to the whole army, but with Yifei's strength, it was still no problem for him to teach these thousands of people. Immediately afterward, these thousands of elite troops felt what hellish training was. Chapter 480. For the next full month, Yifei placed most of his experience in the military camp of the Yandu military region. The more than 3,000 soldiers selected by the Yandu military region were all under the command of Yifei alone, and under Yifei's jurisdiction, the soldiers of the Yandu military region all began a hellish training that was endless. Of course, the news of Yifei's hellish training for the elites of the entire military region has aroused the curiosity of countless people, and it is precisely because he has witnessed the miracle of Yifei's training of the Jiaolong troops, so many leaders of the units are very curious about how Yifei trained and led the troops. Including Mu Zaiwei and others, they often went to the training ground of the Yandu military region to watch Yifei train this group of elites. Yifei was not ambiguous, he did not refuse to come, and he was not worried at all that these people would learn his training methods, because Yifei's training methods were the most unique, and they also had to cooperate with his special Chinese medicine conditioning, otherwise it would be useless. Seeing Yifei's way of training elite soldiers also made many instructors stunned, feeling very curious, and at the same time deeply realized that this method could not be copied at all. Yifei's name became even louder and spread throughout the Yandu military region. I have to say that Yifei's means are indeed amazing. After almost a month of hell training, this team has barely formed an army, which is considered to be the initial training form. However, despite the formation of the army, more than 3,000 people have been eliminated by more than half, leaving less than 1,500 people. Knowing this data, the Yandu military region was also shocked by this, and he was very surprised by this, and could only say that Yifei was too strict. However, the advantage of such strictness was that all the warriors left behind by Yifei were the elite of the elite, and these 1,500 people could even perform the most dangerous tasks, which was an absolute ace force. Under such circumstances, the senior leaders of the Yandu military region praised Yifei's performance and felt that Yifei's training to become an army this time was very successful. In addition, Yifei will continue to start the selection of the third batch and continue to select and train the army. Of course, this time was not so fast. Yifei's plan was to conduct selection training every 6 months and cultivate a unit trained by the dragon elephant forging technique. In this way, even if this unit was inferior to the Jiaolong army, it could even surpass the top divine beast troops. In order to verify Yifei's training results, the Yandu military region even specially prepared a military exercise to let Yifei's trained troops clash with the Qilin troops where Duan Tianyuan was before, and finally ended with a small victory for the troops trained by Yifei. Suddenly, Yifei's name resounded throughout the Yandu military region, and he once again created a miracle. In just 1 month of training, Yifei had made a qualitative leap in the strength of his soldiers and also proved Yifei's strength. Suddenly, in the Yandu military region, Yifei's status soared another step, and everyone saw Yifei with great respect. I have to say that Yifei's strength and ability are beyond the scope of many people's understanding. After temporarily ending the training of the Yandu military region to select soldiers, Yifei immediately did another thing. That is, Yifei returned to brilliant entertainment, and he began to continue to host film, television and variety shows, and began his great business of making money. Yifei's current idea is to make money while waiting for the opportunity to move, waiting for the movement of the overseas hungmen. Chapter 481. Yifei returned to brilliant entertainment. Zhang Minli was already waiting for Yifei. He looked respectful, saw Yifei and said, Yizong, you are here. Quote. Well, how is the company doing? Yifei asked with a smile. This is our company's latest earnings report, you see. Zhang Minli handed over the financial report to Yifei. Yifei simply looked at it and found that brilliant entertainment has grown really well recently. At least the company's financial report is very beautiful, and all movies, television, and stars are in full bloom. Of course, Yifei's ambitions were far from being satisfied with that. His idea is to create a real entertainment empire, so that brilliant entertainment is completely awesome and makes money quickly. Of course, making money is still secondary, the most important thing is to enhance influence and become a real entertainment empire. Looking at today's entertainment circle, film and television circles, there are many stench phenomena, such as relying on traffic stars, small fresh meat, and actors with high salaries. The entire entertainment industry only values IP, does not value the script, the story itself, and so on. This series of problems has led to the deformity and backwardness of the Xuanwangguo entertainment circle. Under such circumstances, Yifei intends to create a real empire with brilliant entertainment as the core and change the ecology of the entire film and television industry and even the entertainment industry. This is also Yifei's ambition. Of course, before that, Yifei needed a lot of money. Although money is not omnipotent, what Yifei needs to do, that a lot of upfront investment, is to spend money. But fortunately, the money Yifei earned from the two movies, The Wandering Planet, and I Am Not a Medicine God, is already quite terrible. These two plays not only make money, but also ensure the box office reputation, so that Yifei's reputation is unbeatable in the film and television circle for a while. Yifei's reputation were both harvested, and he had the experience and strength to do other things. Seeing the financial report handed over by John Mingle, Yifei said that he was very satisfied, and he said lightly, "Next, I'm ready to start 2 more projects. What do you think of shooting an animation movie?" Quote. Hearing Yifei say this, John Mingle's heart was moved, and he couldn't help asking, "Yizong, do you want to shoot an animation movie?" IMHO, this kind of movie is not easy to make, and a good quality anime movie has hit the street. You must know that the gap between our domestic animation movies and foreign countries is too big. John Mingle was right at one point. At present, there is indeed a big gap between the animated films of Xuanwangguo in foreign countries. The most obvious example is Disney's animated films, which are simply detailed, and even every frame is detailed, which makes people addicted. But in contrast, domestic animation films are simply blank in a field, dwarf, and the two sides are completely incomparable. Hearing John Mingle's words, Yifei smiled and said, "The matter is man-made, we can't spend more money, as long as the script and film quality are done, I think it is promising." Quote. "I've already made the script," Yifei said seriously. Yifei had spoken to this extent, and John Mingle of course only nodded his head in agreement. He said, "Well, Yizong, you show me the movie script." Quote. Yifei said, then took out his mobile phone, clicked on the file transfer, and sent it directly to John Mingle's mailbox. John Mingle took a look at it and found that the script of the movie was called, Nezha, the Devil Boy Descended to the World. Yes, Yifei is preparing this movie. In the past life, there have also been some good-looking movies in China, such as Nezha, the Devil Boy Descending, and White Snake, Origins. Among them, The Magic Boy Descends broke through the box office record, reaching a staggering box office of 5 billion, creating a myth. In Yifei's view, as long as this work is taken out, it will definitely detonate the whole country and become the mainstream of animated movies. Isn't it just spending money? With Yifei's money today, the problems that can be solved with money are not problems. John Minley did not speak, he was seriously looking at the script. Yifei had previously given John Minley the script, and John Minley had seen the scripts of Red Sea Action, Wandering Planet, and so on. The script given by Yifei has always been good. John Mingle looked very seriously, looking at it, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he felt that Yifei's script for this movie was very interesting. A different Nezha, looking at it made John Minley's heart move, and he was deeply moved by this, and at the same time he was slightly excited. Yizong, I think you were right, the animation movie may really be able to consider it. Quote. John Minley was obviously moved. Chapter 482. John Minley was indeed moved. The main thing is that Yifei's script is fantastic. He read the script of The Magic Boy Descending, and originally thought it was some old story. But now that I look at it, I suddenly feel amazing. The story is very new and completely different, breaking the original mythical storyline. And many of the character settings are very interesting, such as Tai Zhenren who speaks the Sichuan dialect, Shen Gongbao, who can stutter, and Ao Bing, who is cold. Wait a minute. More importantly, after Nezha became a magic child, Li Jing and Lady Yin were even more inseparable from Nezha, and this kind of family affection was also touching. All in all, it's a good story. Seeing this script, it is no wonder that John Minley was moved. Good story, good script. The only question is, with the current strength of the domestic animation and animation industry, can such a level of animation and animation be produced? This is the biggest problem. Yifei seemed to see the doubts in John Minley's heart, and he said lightly, I plan to take this opportunity to acquire several animation companies, and then integrate resources to make a domestic benchmark animation and animation company. What do you think? Quote. No problem, I support you. John Minley's eyes lit up, and he also knew that Yifei must have planned it earlier. Since Yifei is inspired to be a different entertainment company, it must be innovative, of which the acquisition of animation companies is an important part of it. In the future, animation and animation films will definitely become the mainstream that can be tested in the market. The success of the Disney company can be seen in 1 or 2. John Minley himself also expressed support for Yifei, which is enough to prove that he also agrees with Yifei's ideas. Okay, that's it, you go to the market and look for a few companies, and then I'll pick them out. Yifei said seriously. Good Yizong, money is not a problem, don't mind flowers, Yifei instructed again. John Minley couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yizong is bold, only Yizong can say such words, money is not a problem. By the way, you said there were others. John Minley couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Yifei smiled. Yifei smiled and blinked, I fight. A different documentary, facing the whole country and even the world. Quote. A different kind of documentary. Hearing the words documentary, John Minley was stunned, because John Minley was also very clear that documentaries are usually thankless and difficult to be excellent. Not to mention the current Xuanwang Kingdom, due to the development of world science and technology, due to the emergence of smartphones and the development of major video networks, everyone has greatly reduced the need to watch documentaries on TV, basically watching TV through the network. If documentaries don't catch people's attention quickly, they will soon be eliminated. If you want to shoot a documentary, it's quite difficult. Yifei smiled and said, well, my documentary theme shooting is a bit special, first show you the ideas, send you an email. Quote. Yifei said. John Minley saw the email sent by Yifei, he clicked open with great curiosity, and then looked at it carefully. Just after taking a look, his eyes lit up, and even became a little excited. John Minley did not expect that the documentary theme that Yifei said was actually such a theme. Xuanwang Kingdom on the tip of the tongue. That's the name of this documentary, which from start to finish, is about just one thing, eat. The deeper connotation is to combine the history, culture, heritage, ethnicity, etc. of the Xuanwang Kingdom with eating through the theme of eating. For example, winter shoots, matsutake mushrooms, ham, smoked fish, rice cakes, edamame tofu, these household names, combined with traditional culture, dig into the stories behind these cuisines. The classic dishes on the table are combined with the heritage of the country and become a moving foodie movement. Seeing this documentary idea, John Minley was immediately excited. John Minley, as the head of the entertainment company, has an extremely sensitive sense of smell, and when he saw the idea of this documentary, he immediately knew that once this documentary was filmed, it was really likely to catch fire. Thinking of this, John Minley excitedly said, Yizong, your documentary creativity is really amazing, if you can really shoot well, it is entirely possible to catch fire or even detonate. Quote. Yifei smiled, then put this documentary on the agenda and shoot it as soon as possible. Quote. Well, rest assured, absolutely no problem, John Minley said in a continuous voice. Chapter 483. John Minley saw Yifei's two ideas, an animated film and a documentary program, which immediately made John Minley interested. Animated films aside, the creativity of the documentary really made John Minley feel hot. John Minley himself was also very much looking forward to this, and he whispered, Yizong, you can rest assured to hand it over to me, and I will definitely do these two things for you beautifully. Quote. Okay, that's up to you. Yifei laughed, no problem. John Minley was obligated to take on this task, and he was in a good mood and quickly agreed. Yifei stood up, he was ready to leave, anyway, these things were left to John Minley to handle, he was a professional manager. Yifei had always liked to be a handshaker and didn't want everything to be supervised by himself, that would be too tiring. Therefore, Yifei entrusted all these things to John Minley to handle. And John Minley also lived up to Yifei's expectations, almost every time he got these things done perfectly, and his professionalism was extremely high, which made Yifei very satisfied. Yifei got up and patted John Minley's shoulder to prepare to leave, but at this time John Minley said, Yizong, there's another thing I want to discuss with you. Quote. You say. Yifei was not in a hurry to leave, he sat down and said lightly. It's Sen Qingshan's business, John Minley said stiffly. Sen Qingshan. Yifei immediately remembered the international star with a unique face and a red dress. Sen Qingshan has been joining Brilliant Entertainment for a while. Thinking of this, Yifei said, say, what is the specific situation? Quote. Sen Qingshan is an international film queen, she joined our Brilliant Entertainment for a while, you know, according to her curry, ordinary scenes in movies can't be picked up, so would you like to see if you want to arrange a movie for her? John Minley said. Sen Qingshan joined Brilliant Entertainment, making Brilliant Entertainment famous in the scenery unlimited. Yifei was also very clear about this. If it were not for Sen Qingshan joining Brilliant Entertainment would not have such a battle. Yifei said, you're right, Sen Qingshan really shouldn't be idle. Quote. Sen Qingshan's such a big coffee to join the film and television company, I'm afraid that it will be sought after by the entertainment film and television company and even specially for Sen Qingshan to create resources. And Sen Qingshan's popularity should also be reused. Then your intention is, create a movie for Sen Qingshan? John Minley asked. Yifei shook his head, it's okay to make a movie, but Marco is not so fast in a movie, especially a good movie takes at least half a year to shoot. Quote. Yifei has extremely high requirements for the quality of movies, and he will definitely not be shoddy, let alone use those traffic stars to indiscriminately count. Hearing Yifei's words, John Minley was even more confused. Yizong, what are you going to do? Quote. Yifei smiled and said only two words, variety show. Quote. John Minley is slightly embarrassed. Variety shows are indeed a big powder-sucking weapon in the current entertainment industry, and many artists have suddenly become popular because of their popularity on variety shows. The representative of this is the Running Man. In the past life, how many artists have become popular overnight in a variety show? John Minley said, but Sen Qingshan's image has always been a screen goddess. If you go to the variety show to play, I'm afraid that her personality will not be open, and it may also damage the image. Quote. Hearing John Minley say this, Yifei suddenly smiled. Who said I wanted to shoot that kind of outdoor variety show? Quote. What kind of variety show is that? John Minley asked curiously. Yifei said, the variety show of actors, the old drama bones and the small drama bones, as well as the actors put on a stage to act, compete in acting skills, it's called, The Birth of an Actor, what do you think? Well, Sen Qingshan's status, you can go to this variety show to be a judge. Quote. The birth of an actor. Hearing Yifei say this idea, it was just the creativity that made John Minley's eyes light up, and he completely activated his mind, murmuring, the birth of an actor, this sounds good, and if this variety show is launched, it will definitely be very interesting. John Minley looked at Yifei at this time and already admired Yifei to the extreme. In a short period of time, Yifei came up with an explosive idea. Yizong this. Too strong, right. Chapter 484. After this conversation with Yifei, John Minley was completely impressed by Yifei's 5 bodies on the ground. The several ideas that Yizong came up with in a short period of time had the potential of fire, completely grasping the hearts of the audience, and even John Minley, an old canon in the entertainment industry, can't help but want to see the effects of these variety shows, documentaries, and so on. It's so much to look forward to. It's exciting to think about. John Minley admired Yifei immensely at this time, and he only had one thought in his heart, that is, to hug Yifei's thigh tightly and follow this great god. Yifei said, in addition, arrange a few fashion resources for Sen Qingshan, such as endorsements for international famous brands, and leave them to me to arrange. Quote. Yifei was simply handy with this kind of thing, don't be too familiar with it. Fashion resources are something that no star can ask for. After all, being able to endorse international brands or shoot fashion magazines is very beneficial for any star. The main these fashion resources not only take a lot of money, but also have a compulsion, which immediately makes the stars feel different. Hearing Yifei say this, John Minley immediately nodded his head, and of course he himself had no objection. The fashion resources that Yifei personally got are definitely extraordinary. It should be known that Yifei had previously obtained some top international big name resources because of Lu Lingjun, so that Lu Lingjun had successfully become the spokesperson of several international big names, doubling his value. Otherwise, no matter how high the popularity of Lu Lingjun's songs is, no matter how classic the songs, it is difficult to become a domestic first-line star in the short term. It was precisely these kinds of reasons and blessings that made Lu Lingjun soar. And Sen Qingshan's status in the film industry is higher than Lu Lingjun's current status in the music world. She is an international film queen, she has a lot of fashion resources, coupled with Yifei's help, there is no doubt that Sen Qingshan's status will soar. With Yifei's promise, John Minley was also extremely surprised. Then I'll go first. Okay Mr. Yi, I'll send you. Hurriedly and attentively sent Yifei out of the door. Yifei returned to his private villa, and he then used his contacts to say hello to several international brands. For Yifei, this was what he said with his mouth open. With the Yi family now in Yandu, we should not give him a few points less than noodles. Yes, under Yifei's dots, Sen Qingshan has really obtained several good fashion resources, all of which are top domestic brands, and Sen Qingshan should be used as a spokesperson. At the same time, the variety show, The Birth of an Actor, has also signed a contract with Sen Qingshan and will start filming as soon as the month. It's all in full swing, and Sen Qingshan also got the notice of the agent. She learned all this, suddenly looked quite complicated, and then silently picked up the mobile phone and called Yifei. At this moment, Yifei was soaking in his private villa, thinking about whether to find Luo Wei or Su Qingzu for a while. Just at this moment, the mobile phone rang, making Yifei slightly frightened. He saw the call prompt, it was Sen Qingshan. Miss Sen, what's so noble to do? Yifei's tone was light, not salty or light. Sen Qingchen heard Yifei's joyless and angry expression, and she was even more stunned. She said softly, Yizong, today I received a few brand Xuanwang district spokespeople such as Dior, 1B, Hermes, etc., and the covers of several fashion magazines also let me shoot. My agent said it was thanks to your help. Sen Qingchen bit his mouth and whispered. It turned out that it was just for this matter, a small matter, just a show of hands. You're welcome, nothing to do, right. Nothing happened for me to hang up the phone, Yifei said lightly. For Sen Qingchen, Yifei did not have any good feelings, and of course did not have any special ill feelings. It's just that Sen Qingchen's orientation is somewhat problematic, and she even liked Lu Lingjun. Wait, Sen Qingchen hesitated again. What's the matter, don't you still like Lu Lingjun? I warn you that Lu Lingjun is my woman, Yi Fidao. Sen Qingchen was embarrassed. She had actually not been in contact with Lu Lingjun for a long time recently, because Lu Lingjun had also clearly expressed to her that she did not like women. Hearing Yifei say this, Sen Qingchen knew that Yifei had misunderstood herself, and she didn't want to defend herself for a moment, but said, I know, Yizong, I hung up first. Quote. Sen Qingchen was inexplicably upset and hung up the phone. Yifei squinted, he thoughtful. Chapter 485. Yifei saw Sen Qingchen hang up the phone, and he himself squinted with a thoughtful look. He had already sensed Sen Qingchen's strange emotions, but Yifei didn't care about her. Anyway, the relationship between Yifei and Sen Qingchen is very general. The two can only be regarded as ordinary colleagues at most. As long as Yifei is normal to her in official affairs, why bother with Sen Qingchen? Thinking of this, Yifei simply hung up the phone, poured himself a glass of red wine, got up from the bathroom, and prepared to practice the Yellow Emperor's inner scripture to sleep. Yifei originally wanted to go to find Luo Weiyu or Su Qingzu, but at this moment he simply gave up. Sleep first and rest tomorrow. Yifei fell into a deep sleep. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, Yifei suddenly heard a ringing sound on his mobile phone. Yifei quickly woke up from his deep sleep, his brow frowned, and he took the phone with his hand, which turned out to be from Sen Qingchen. What does it mean that this woman, 3 more in the middle of the night, suddenly called him again? Yifei frowned and felt inexplicably ridiculous. Yizong, well, did you sleep? Why don't you have a drink? I invite you to have a glass of Margaret. Sen Qingchen's vague voice came from the phone. She seemed to be drunk, barely conscious but not awake. Are you drunk? Yifei inquired, and his tone could not hear the mood in anger. Sen Qingchen's drunkenness is not a small matter. As a top actress, if she dares to go to the bar to buy drunk, being photographed by paparazzi is definitely not a trivial matter, and even seriously affects Sen Qingchen's image, then it will be trouble. Yifei's brow furrowed, and his heart was very dissatisfied with Sen Qingchen's behavior. As Sen Qingchen's boss, if Sen Qingchen's reputation is damaged, Yifei will obviously be affected. Me, I wasn't drunk, I just had 2 drinks. Yizong, do you want to come for a drink? I invite you, Sen Qingchen repeated these 2 words. Which bar are you in? Yi Fidao. In, Legend in Shudi, Sen Qingchen whispered. Don't move, I'll let your agent pick you up, Yifei said lightly, and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yifei called Sen Qingchen's agent. Although it was 3 o'clock in the morning, Sen Qingjiren still answered the phone in seconds, and his attitude towards Yifei was even more respectful. Yi Xiao. Quote. Well, Sen Qingchen is drunk, you know. How did you become a broker? She's at the Shudi Legend bar, you hurry up and bring her back to me. If you see the news of paparazzi tomorrow, I only ask you. Yifei said coldly. Sen Qingchen's agent is also a domestic first-line big-name agent. She has more than a dozen artists, even if the first-line stars see her respectfully. But at this moment, she was extremely flustered in front of Yifei. Yizong, you listen to me. Qingzan wants to go to the bar, I also know, but I can't stop her, and she seems to be in a bad mood after answering your call, so she went to the bar to buy drunk. Hearing the agent say this, Yifei frowned and said, you go to Sen Qingchen first, and I will come here now. Quote. Sen Qingchen was actually in a bad mood because he answered his phone. Thinking of this, Yifei felt a little strange, but he also decided to go to see what was going on. In case something happened to Sen Qingchen, it would be bad, but she was now also her own employee, and Yifei didn't want Sen Qingchen to have an accident. Yes, Mr. Yi, the broker responded hurriedly. Hearing that the agent agreed, Yifei also got up, sorted out his clothes, and drove out. About 20 minutes later, Shudi Legend Bar. The Legend of Shudi is one of the most famous bars in Yandu, because the boss behind it is also an entertainment industry person, and the background is very large. Many celebrities regularly appear in this bar. The background of the Shudi legendary bar was spread to the gods, but Yifei knew that the owner of this bar was actually his old acquaintance, Lei Yiming. Lei Yiming, as the second youngest of the Lei family, this bar is one of his properties. Yifei made a phone call to Lei Yiming by the way, and when he heard Yifei's words, Lei Yiming was a positive boy who was looking for Yifei upside down. Chapter 486. 3:30 a.m. Shudi Legend Bar. Yifei drove a cool black McLaren parked in front of the bar, wearing a casual suit, and slowly walked towards the Shudi Legend Bar. After entering the bar, after a while, Lei Yiming also ran quickly in his clothes and smiled at Yifei. Old brother Yi, this little thing still alarms you, I let my subordinates take care of the big star. Quote. Lei Yiming had always been very grateful to Yifei, and if it wasn't for Yifei, he wouldn't have been able to master the Lei family. Although the status of the Lei family has plummeted now, far less brilliant than it was at the beginning, if it were not for Yifei, Lei Yiming would even have a danger to his life. Therefore, Lei Yiming was absolutely dead to Yifei. Yifei smiled and said, it's okay, I just happened to be woken up by the phone, so let's take a look. Sen Qingchen was still in trouble. Quote. Lei Yiming winked at Yifei and said, shall I call her sister-in-law? Quote. Lei Yiming was much older than Yifei, so he used the title of sister-in-law. It's not a good thing. Yifei shook his head, he knew that Sen Qingchen's gender hobbies were more special. Lei Yiming smiled, I thought that your charm was really so big, what international film queen, the top beauty will drill into your arms, now look at it like this, I am more balanced. Quote. You don't come to this set. Yifei waved his hand and walked into the bar side by side with Lei Yiming. At this time, the bar staff had long learned the news that the big boss Lei Yiming was coming, and they had emptied some customers and waited on the side. Yifei saw that in the bar seat in the distance, a woman dressed in red was lying at the head of the table, and she seemed to be drunk. Although it was lying on the table, it covered her delicate figure. This woman was, of course, Sen Qingchen. Yifei walked to the seat where Sen Qingchen was, he shook Sen Qingchen's arm, and his voice was faint, Miss Sen Qingchen, it's time to sober up. Quote. Yifei shook Sen Qingchen's arm. In fact, Sen Qingchen was in a semi-drunken state. Of course, she is not stupid, as an international film queen, she always maintains a trace of sanity. If you are recognized by paparazzi and people here, it is really too much trouble. Sen Qingchen deliberately put on makeup, changed her hairstyle, and wore a duck-tongue hat so as not to be recognized. Sen Qingchen originally thought that someone had come to talk to her, she stood up suddenly, and her drunken eyes were facing Yifei, and she suddenly froze, and whispered in her mouth, you, what are you doing here? Quote. What am I going to do? Yifei casually took away a bottle of Sen Qingchen's wine on the table, poured himself a glass, took a sip of wine and said lightly, Sen Qingchen, if your agent hadn't called me, I really wouldn't have known that you were fooling around here. The good villain is a post-film figure, and he can't imagine that he is so ignorant. Quote. Sen Qingchen bit his mouth. This is my private affair, don't worry about it. Her last words were very loud. Yifei's eyebrows furrowed, and his tone was indifferent. I don't want to take care of your business, but you are now an employee of my staff. Believe it or not, I don't stop you today. Tomorrow's morning headline is the Shadow Queen Sen Qingchen late at night to buy drunk. The image of you who worked hard for a few years collapsed. I advise you not to be mistaken. Quote. Yifei said coldly. Sen Qingchen was stunned. She also realized her mistake. A little bottomless, she couldn't help but say, no, this bar owner has a deep background, no paparazzi come in. Quote. Hearing this, the thunder not far away immediately smiled, quite a bit proud. Yifei sneered disdainfully and pointed out, the bar owner is not making a sound here, do you still speak for him? Those paparazzi are everywhere, are you sure it's okay? Quote. Sen Qingchen knew that the man who had been following Yifei like a follower was actually the big boss of this bar, and it was said that he had a deep background in Yandu and had heavenly means. But now this boss actually followed Yifei as if he were following the shift, which immediately made Sen Qingchen shudder, and he was even more surprised by Yifei. Chapter 487. Sen Qingchen looked at Yifei and revealed a hint of strangeness. He couldn't imagine that the legendary owner of the Shudi Legend bar was actually a small follower next to Yifei. This made Sen Qingchen even more shocked. Yifei said coldly, what? Don't talk anymore. Quote. Yizong, you came first. At this time, Sen Qingchen's agent arrived. She was a middle-aged woman of about 40 years old, and she said a word to Yifei with a respectful look, and then she rushed to help Sen Qingchen, who was a little drunk. Yifei glanced at the agent and said lightly, you can count on coming, bring Miss Sen back, don't let her come to the bar again during this time. Quote. Yes, Yizong, I know. Brokers keep talking. Okay, Yifei bowed his head slightly, and then said to Lei Yiming next to him, Brother Lei, do me a favor and explain to the people in the bar so that they can forget today's night. In addition, if there is a reporter, help me to check it out. Quote. Old brother, you rest assured, this kind of thing. Who knew that at this time, Sen Qingchen directly threw away the agent's hand, and she stared at Yifei with a furrowed eyebrow, saying, I'm not drunk, I don't need to help, I will go myself. Quote. Yifei frowned and said nothing. At this time, Sen Qingchen struggled to get up, she took a step, but her feet were inexplicably soft, and she directly stumbled and rushed into Yifei's arms. Yifei's hands were fast, of course, he had also seen this scene, and with Yifei's reaction speed, he could completely dodge it. However, once he dodged Sen Qingchen, he fell to the ground. Yifei did not dodge, and suddenly, she felt the warm fragrant nephrite jade in her arms. Sen Qingchen leaned into his arms, and she did not know whether it was drunk or other reasons, her face was red. Sen Qingchen's face was full of redness, she gently struggled out of Yihuo, suddenly did not say a word, and went straight out the door. Yifei did not chase him out and stood where he was. At this time, Lei Yiming actually saw some taste. Lei Yiming blinked, he quietly gave a thumbs up to Yifei, and his heart was even more impressed. Old brother Yi, this is really a cow. He can see just from Sen Qingchen's attitude that the reason why this international film queen came to the bar to buy drunk seems to have a lot to do with Yifei. Seeing Lei Yiming's expression of squeezing his eyebrows and making his eyes wide, Yifei frowned slightly, he knew that Lei Yiming had misunderstood. Sen Qingchen ran out of the bar alone, she hadn't sobered up yet, but nothing happened. You go and see her, Yifei said to Sen Qingchen's agent. Sen Qingchen's agent nodded hurriedly, and she quickly ran out the door. Yifei turned to Lei Yiming and said, Brother Lei, thank you for today's events, I will also go to see. Quote. A small matter, you go quickly, I see that she has a conflict with you, this girl is obviously interesting to you. Lei Yiming smiled and squinted. Yifei smiled nonchalantly. Yifei walked out of the bar, while Lei Yiming, who was the staff member of the dismissal bar, did not follow. After Yifei walked out of the bar, she saw Sen Qingchen and the agent standing together on the side of the road, and the agent was supporting her. Sen Qingchen's figure was still a little hesitant and not very conscious. Yifei stepped forward, and at this time, Sen Qingchen's agent whispered to Yifei, Yizong, Qingchen, she is a little dizzy now, we have to send her home. Yifei took a look, and sure enough, Sen Qingchen now had his eyes closed, and his face was full of drunken redness, and he could see that he had fainted a little. Chapter 488. When Yifei stepped forward, he saw the agent supporting the drunken Sen Qingchen and throwing a helpless look at Yifei for help. When Yifei saw this, he simply picked up Sen Qingchen and said lightly, let me come, you tell me where Sen Qingchen's family lives. Quote. Sen Qingchen's home is in Lishui Villa, which is quite far from this, and I'm afraid she'll be uncomfortable if she sits in the car for too long. The broker said helplessly. Hearing the agent say this, Yifei frowned, or don't go to my house, you sit in the back row with her. Quote. No need for Yizong, I drove myself, or Qingchen will hand it over to you, and I will go back first. I am also assured that she came to the bar today because of you. The agent looked at Yifei with a desire to stop talking, and finally said. Yifei frowned and said inexplicably, because I came to the bar. Quote. Doesn't Sen Qingchen like women? What does this have to do with him? Yifei felt inexplicable and frowned and asked, what is the situation? Quote. For Sen Qingchen's going to the bar today, Yifei also felt very strange. Sen Qingchen obviously came to the bar specifically to buy drunk, but why did she do this? The agent sighed and said, in fact, Qingchen has always been very concerned about what others think of her after knowing her orientation. Her parents divorced when she was a child, which caused her personality to be a little extreme. And Yizong, don't look at her, although you like Lu Lingjun, but before this, she was almost blank in her feelings. So maybe some of your words are stimulated. Quote. And I feel that Qingzhan has been very concerned about your affairs lately. I also once advised Qingchen to have a boyfriend, which may change her body and mind. But you also know that the entertainment industry is complicated, and she has always been single, hey. Quote. I know that Qingchen may have run into you once, but she is definitely not malicious. On the contrary, I think Qingchen even has some inexplicable good feelings for you, especially after seeing you write scripts these times, and after you have given resources in the past few days, she is actually very special to you. The broker said repeatedly. This remark made Yifei feel weak. Sen Qingchen actually felt very special about him. Yifei was surprised and a little confused. He frowned. Forget it, put Sen Qingchen in the back seat of my car first, you go back first. Quote. Well, then Qingchen will please Yizong. Okay, Yifei agreed, and he helped Sen Qingchen into the back seat of the car, and then drove back to the private villa. Yifei's private villa. He helped Sen Qingchen to the guest room, then asked the housekeeper to change her clothes and fall asleep. A night without incident. The next day, Yifei heard a scream coming from the opposite room. He frowned and got up and walked to the door of the guest room. At this time, Yifei saw that Sen Qingchen was wearing a loose pajama, and her look was slightly panicked, and at the moment of seeing Yifei, she was slightly determined in her heart, but she was still afraid for a while. Yifei looked at her with a smile. What, now that you are drunk, you know that you are afraid? Didn't you still have words yesterday? Quote. You, Sen Qingchen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she wanted to look at Yifei angrily, but somehow her attitude softened. Is it the clothes you changed for me? Quote. Yifei wanted to laugh a little, but when he saw Sen Qingchen's frown and a little worried, his heart suddenly pranked, and he said with a natural face, yes, I changed it, what's wrong? Quote. Chapter 489. Hearing Yifei take the initiative to admit that it was he who changed the clothes, Sen Qingshan's eyebrows suddenly frowned slightly, her face turned red, and a strange surge surged in her heart, and her heart was very delicate about this. Sen Qingshan said softly, Yi Zong, you. Sen Qingshan was obviously lacking in confidence, his face was slightly red, he seemed to be a little angry, and he seemed to be a little shy. What did I do yesterday? Why did she appear in Yifei's house today? Moreover, it was Yifei who helped her change her clothes, so didn't that mean that she was taken advantage of by Yifei? Sen Qingshan's face was red, her body was beautiful, she looked at Yifei's face slightly red, for a while, even if she was a shadow queen who had seen countless big scenes, she didn't know how to face Yifei. Yifei looked at Sen Qingshan with a smile and said, I didn't expect you to see it usually, but your figure is still good. Quote. The meaning of the sentence was pointy, which made Sen Qingshan mistakenly think that Yifei helped her change clothes, and her face was red, and she glared at Yifei fiercely. You, Sen Qingshan's eyes widened and Bo angrily said, rogue. Quote. Saying that, Sen Qingshan threw up her hand to leave the room, she wanted to leave Yifei's private villa, her heart was extremely ashamed and indignant, and in fact, she was more shy than her in her anger. More importantly, Sen Qingshan found that there was a slight change in his heart. The object of her anger was not Yifei, but herself. What the hell is wrong with her? Sen Qingshan had always liked women because of some shadows, but at this moment she suddenly panicked because she felt that her heart seemed to be shaken a little, especially when she heard Yifei's words. The first reaction was not disgust and anger, but the feeling of shyness spreading. How could she suddenly become like this? And the other party is still Yifei. Yifei didn't know Sen Qingshan's emotions, he frowned, only to see that his face was red in something special. Yifei said, where are you going? Quote, I'm home, thank you for yesterday's events. Sen Qingshan's face was expressionless, and after saying a word, she went downstairs and left the villa. Sen Qingshan stepped on her high heels, and she pedaled downstairs. Yifei looked at Sen Qingshan with great interest and watched Sen Qingshan leave. I'm here in the villa area, or I will let the housekeeper send you back. Quote. No more. Sen Qingshan refused, holding his breath inexplicably in his heart, and made up his mind to leave the villa first. Now Sen Qingshan's heart is very complicated, and she doesn't want to see Yifei again, otherwise Sen Qingshan is not sure what will happen to her heart. She walked down the stairs, distraught, and suddenly slipped under her feet, twisted when she had a few steps, and fell directly on the carpet on the first floor. Yifei heard Sen Qingshan let out an exclamation. However, Yifei was standing on the second floor at this time, but he didn't have time to move, he could only watch Sen Qingshan fall. Sen Qingshan only felt a dizziness in front of her eyes, and even a black in front of her eyes, she only felt that the ankle bone seemed to be twisted a little, and soon it was completely red and swollen. Sen Qingshan gritted her teeth and wanted to get up, but halfway through getting up, she still felt severe pain, and she even felt that the pain was so painful that her tears were about to come out. What embarrassed her even more was that Yifei was still upstairs. It seems that all the embarrassing things have been touched by him, drunkenness, wrestling, how could she have been seen by Yifei at such a time when she was most embarrassed? Sen Qingshan actually had a little grievance in her heart, and then thinking back to Yifei's attitude just now, it made her feel even more ashamed. Are you okay? Yifei walked down and asked out of concern. This woman's attitude has changed is really strange, is it really a woman's heart, the needle under the sea? Chapter 490. Are you okay? Seeing this scene, Yifei showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and he didn't say anything broken, and asked with concern. Sen Qingshan felt aggrieved and stubborn, she bit her mouth and whispered, I'm fine. Quote. Sen Qingshan skimmed her head, she wanted to stand up, but her body was already weak, she was extremely embarrassed, she just wanted to leave the villa as soon as possible, so as not to be seen by Yifei again. She has always been strong, and she actually let Yifei's face repeatedly get into trouble, which made her really a little ashamed and indignant. Really, let me see. Yifei stepped forward and pulled Sen Qingshan up, and Sen Qingshan couldn't easily get up, feeling the pain coming from his ankle. Yifei was half hugging Sen Qingshan while looking at the wound on her foot. Yifei looked at it and frowned slightly. It is the ankle sprain, you need orthopedic medicine, otherwise you may have difficulty walking for the next few tens of days and even leave sequelae. Quote. Do you still understand this? Sen Qingshan was a little incredulous. Of course, in Yandu Chinese medicine, I can rank in the top 3. Yifei said confidently and calmly. Yifei's medical skill level was even not inferior to Wu Shen doctor in some respects, and he could rank in the top 3 among the many famous doctors in Yandu. This is still Yifei's modest statement, and the actual situation should be the top 2. Sen Qingshan was slightly embarrassed, she was not a person in the circle of Yandu giants, so she did not know that Yifei's medical skills were so clever. After hearing Yifei say this, she silently stopped talking and let Yifei help her treat. According to Yifei, if this foot injury is not treated in time, the damage is indeed very large, especially if he can't walk for dozens of days, which means that Sen Qingshan can't work and is annoyed. Sen Qingshan's current job is in the ascendant period, and if he does not work for a month, there will definitely be problems. In places like the entertainment industry, it means there is no exposure and even the top stars are affected. Yifei looked at Sen Qingshan's ankle, the ankle was indeed red and swollen, completely high and swollen, and Sen Qingshan had been frowning, obviously always feeling pain. Yifei grabbed Sen Qingshan's ankle and said, I will help you straighten your bones now, it may hurt a little, you bear it a little. Quote. Sen Qingshan bit his lip, his heart was ready. Yifei grabbed her ankle, Sen Qingshan only felt a warmth, her heart was different but she held back. Yifei's movements were not gentle, but they were not heavy, only to see that after he grabbed Sen Qingshan's ankle, he twisted it violently in the original direction and straightened it. Only a clicking sound was heard, and then Sen Qingshan couldn't help but scream, her entire brow frowned tightly, and tears came out of her eyes in pain. The pain in the orthopedic bone was anything but ordinary, Sen Qingshan obviously felt as if her ankle was torn, and the pain made her unimaginable. Moreover, the physiological phenomenon of people is uncontrollable, the pain is to a certain extent, Sen Qingshan naturally shed tears. The grievances in her heart were even stronger, but this kind of grievance could not be told to Yifei, which made her feel a little humiliated. Why are you crying? Yifei saw the tears in the corners of Sen Qingshan's eyes at this time, and couldn't help but ask one more question. Hearing Yifei ask this question, Sen Qingshan's mood did not tighten at once, and she suddenly felt even more wrong, her tears could not be stopped at all, and she kept shedding tears. Seeing the situation, Yifei felt even more strange, what is the situation? Cry when you ask. Chapter 491. Sen Qingshan, what is the situation? She is usually a goddess of high cold, a post-film level figure, even when facing Yifei, she often maintains high cold, how can she turn sex today? Just a few words, crying. Yifei didn't know the complicated thoughts in Sen Qingshan's heart now, and he didn't know that there were many grievances in Sen Qingshan's heart. Sen Qingshan cried. Sen Qingshan didn't cry well, as soon as she cried, her tears couldn't be stopped, her tears fell down, and I saw pity. Sen Qingshan's face is cold, and she has always shown herself in the image of Gao Lang, whereas there's such a fragile side. Sen Qingshan's tears were like breaking the embankment, and he couldn't stop it at all. In fact, she didn't want to cry, but the more she cried, the more she felt wrong, and she couldn't bear it for a while, and her tears flowed. Facing the tears in Sen Qingshan's eyes, Yifei couldn't help but comfort him. Don't cry, I'll help you bandage your wounds. Quote. The woman was really made of water, and Sen Qingxun's tears flowed and she never stopped. Sen Qingxun was silent, only to feel that this humiliation was really a great shame. Yifei brought bandages and ointments, and bandaged them after applying the ointment to Sen Qingxun's ankles. Sen Qingxun only felt a cool sensation at his ankles, but there was still a fiery pain feeling. In the face of such pain, Sen Qingxun's heart was even more complicated, biting his mouth and looking at Yifei, completely silent. Yifei bandaged Sen Qingxun's ankle wound, and Sen Qingxun felt that the ankle movement was gradually natural, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yifei said, "You have now applied medicine and rested for 10 days before you can fully recover. I'll get you some ointment in a moment, and you insist on changing it once a day." Quote. "Oh, okay." Sen Qingxun bit down, looked at Yi with a complicated look, and whispered, "Thank you." Quote. "Why are you still crying? If you cry again, you will cry into a little flower cat, you can take it slowly." Yifei smiled. Sen Qingxun's face was red, she was small. "It's not all because of you, every time I am so humiliated in front of you." Sen Qingxun smiled self-deprecatingly, quite helpless about this. Thinking about it, every time in front of Yifei, she didn't seem to be pleased, but instead got into trouble in front of him again and again. "Is there one?" Yifei smiled, and he also saw the change in Sen Qingxun's mentality. Previously, Sen Qingxun had never been a fake color to a man, but now it seemed different to him. Was it really like what Sen Qingxun's agent said? "How did the bar suddenly start?" Yifei asked coldly. Sen Qingxun was silent for a while, and then he whispered, "Otherwise, I have no friends, the feelings between relatives are not good, there's no one in the entire entertainment industry who can talk, and I had a good relationship with Lingjun before, but she is now hiding from me because of you." Speaking of this, Yifei coughed, as if it was really so. Because of his own sake, Lu Lingjun rarely communicated with Sen Qingxun and could even hide from Sen Qingxun. But what Yifei did not expect was that Sen Qingxun said that she herself had no friends in the entertainment industry, and her relationship with her relatives was not good. Thinking again of what Sen Qingxun's agent said, Yifei actually recognized that what Sen Qingxun said was true. "So where else can I go without going to a bar? Who do you talk to? Those stinky men in the entertainment industry. Or who?" Sen Qingxun laughed at herself. Her status in the entertainment industry is too special, because her status in the entertainment industry is too high, but the high places Cole more clearly know the faces of many people in the entertainment industry. Yifei sighed and said, "It's not easy either." Quote. Sen Qingxun's surface is indeed incomparably bright and beautiful, attracting much attention, but the hardships under the bright and beautiful are only known to herself. Chapter 492. Yifei understood Sen Qingxun very well, but at the same time he also knew that this road was the path chosen by Sen Qingxun himself, and there was no regret or retreat to speak of. Yifei's words, "You are not easy," immediately poked into Sen Qingxun's heart. She was silent for a while, wiped the tear marks on her face was slightly red, and she secretly thought in her heart that she really let him see everything. Sen Qingxun has always been a strong image, wearing a gorgeous mask in front of anyone, carefully disguised his strong appearance, lest he be discovered and torn apart. But today, it seems that all this has been broken in front of Yifei. Her most vulnerable and helpless side was also caught and broken by Yifei. Sen Qingxun felt that his secret was unreserved here in Yifei, which also made the relationship between the two invisibly a step closer. After all, if there was a common secret between the two, it was indeed easy to close the relationship. What's more, today Sen Qingxun had a lot of trouble in front of Yifei, and they were all looked at by him. In front of Yifei, she couldn't get cold or proud. Yifei said, "If you don't have friends to talk to in the future, you can come to me and I will help you." Quote. Yifei said lightly. Hearing this, Sen Qingxun took a deep look at Yifei. Her mood was complicated, her heart fluctuated, and only after half a ring did she respond, Well, as long as you don't think I'm harassing you." Quote. Sen Qingxun said half jokingly and half seriously. Yifei smiled, "No." Quote. Saying that, Yifei patted Sen Qingxun's ankle, and the wound on her ankle had been treated by Yifei, and now the wound was healing. Yifei carefully examined the wound for her, which made Sen Qingxun's heart even warmer, and inexplicable emotion surged up. Sen Qingxun was silent for a moment and whispered, "Thank you." Quote. "It's all right, I'll send you back." Okay. Sen Qingxun didn't say much, just nodded and let Yifei send himself back to the villa. Along the way, Sen Qingxun sat in the co-pilot, and finally remained silent, silently not speaking. Yifei sent it to the door of Sen Qingxun's villa, Lishui Villa, which belongs to the rare high-end residents in Yandu. Not only that, but there are also many celebrities living in the Yosu Villa, and the privacy is very good. When Sen Qingxun arrived home, she sat in the car and wanted to get out of the car and leave. Yifei smiled faintly at her and said, "I will send you here, be careful yourself, I have already dealt with the reporter's problem, next time don't go to the bar to drink." Quote. Okay. Sen Qingxun answered in a low voice, she hung her head, she could not see the mood. After half a ring, Sen Qingxun silently opened the car door. Before leaving, she wanted to stop talking, and after half a ring, she gently opened her mouth and said slowly, "Yizong." Actually, I only had a good relationship with Lu Lingjun before, and I didn't force her to mean it. Yifei was slightly embarrassed, obviously did not expect Sen Qingxun to suddenly talk about this topic. Thinking of this, Yifei smiled, "I know, you don't need to explain this." Quote. Yifei was also very clear that before Sen Qingxun had no ill will toward Lu Lingjun, although she, like Lu Lingjun, it was also similar to spiritual love. She was really very kind to Lu Lingjun and really regarded her as a friend. I also know that I have made mistakes in my previous approach. However, I think I have gradually come out of the shadows and will not have any thoughts about Lu Lingjun and other women in the future. Sen Qingxun said, secretly looked at Yifei, dropped this sentence and turned away. Yifei sat in the car, and when he heard Sen Qingxun's words, he couldn't help but be a little surprised in his heart. Sen Qingxun said these words to him, what is the meaning? Chapter 493. Yifei stared at the back of Sen Qingxun's departure, and when he saw the back of Sen Qingxun's departure, he was thinking about what Sen Qingxun meant by these words. This means, Sen Qingxun is not going to like women, and wants to change herself. But it was always strange that these words came out of her mouth. And it was like he had specifically said it to Yifei. Ding, congratulations host, Sen Qingxun's favorability for you has increased, and you have gained 30 experience points. At the same time, Yifei also heard an electromechanical sound coming from his ear. Sen Qingxun's favorability for him actually increased, and he added a lot, enough to 00 experience points. Yifei squinted his eyes, and the corners of his mouth drew a faint smile, and said to himself, it's kind of interesting. Having said that, he drove away from the villa area and back to his home. For the next few days, Yifei spent the next few days in a busy state. Since the first batch of training in the Yandu military region had been completed, Yifei did not need to return to the Yandu military region for the time being. He only waited for the next batch to select talents in the Yandu military region, and after the selection, he continued to train according to the dragon elephant forging technique. However, it is not easy to select elite soldiers with great physique and potential, and the next batch of training will be at least 3 months later. The first batch of soldiers trained by Yifei were amazing strength and potential, which brought great surprises to the top level of the Yandu military region, and these high-level people of the Yandu military region were all very emotional about this, and they had great trust in Yifei. Yifei, the chief instructor of the Yandu military region, was absolutely secure. Therefore, Yifei did not have to worry about the Yandu military region during this time. He single-mindedly buried things in another matter. That is to launch movies, TV series and variety festivals. Yifei put more time into money. Although the Yi family is now a famous three commercial families in Yandu, Jian Yifei is of course not lacking. But Yifei was not only satisfied with inheriting the Yi family's estate, he wanted to build a business empire on his own. Especially now that you have such a good foundation, it is a pity not to do a career. The variety show, The Birth of an Actor, has been quickly determined, and the candidates have been determined, whether it is a few judges or the guests of each issue, they have been finalized, and the rest is to start recording. In addition, the movie, Nej's Devil Boy Descending, has also begun to prepare for filming, and Yifei has let Zhang Minli buy a large domestic animation company. This company has a good texture, and Yifei spent a lot of money to buy shares. But for Yifei, it was totally worth it, because what he wants to build is not a one-time animation anime, but an industrial kingdom. The production of the animated film, Nej's Devil Boy Descending, began, and at the same time, Yifei also found the director of Brilliant Entertainment Company to let him shoot the documentary on the theme of Zhan Huang on the tip of the tongue. Under such circumstances, Brilliant Entertainment can be said to be multifaceted and the situation is very good. However, Yifei also noticed that in fact, there are still some aspects of Brilliant Entertainment that have not been fired, such as TV series. But there is also a reason for this. TV dramas have always been the weak point of Brilliant Entertainment. The main reason is actually not to blame Brilliant Entertainment, mainly because the radio and television side of the review is too strict. Many TV series dare not easily shoot. Therefore, Yifei actually thought of a way to shoot a web drama. In the past life, web dramas really began to be popular for a long time, but in this time and space, web dramas have just begun. Thinking of this, Yifei has some small ideas. He may be able to shoot a web drama through Brilliant Entertainment, shock the whole country, and let a new era. Chapter 494. Yifei is very clear about the goals he has set. He is also well aware of the current situation in the domestic entertainment industry, and he also knows that under such a strict censorship environment, it is very difficult to produce a well-developed TV series. But Yifei doesn't like to use traffic stars and small fresh meat to support the scene, and he is not willing to earn this kind of money. Some money is easy to earn, but it makes more dirty hands. Yifei himself does not like to use traffic and small fresh meat. It turns out that his decision is correct. Traffic stars have changed stubble after stubble, but only those actors with acting skills and levels can survive. That's the way it is. So Yifei chose a web drama. In past lives, there was no shortage of high-quality web dramas with many fires. Yifei thought about it. He decided to shoot a suspense web drama, and came up with a classic web drama theme, The Hidden Corner. That's right, the hidden corner of the fire in the past life. In a bean score of more than 9 points, known as the best of the year, or even the best web drama in a few years, and even many netizens said that they shot a sense of film, which is a suspenseful masterpiece. Yifei also liked this hidden corner. In his previous life, this web series is only 2 episodes, but it is a real fire, and there is also the potential to win awards. The video platform of the past life also relied on this super web drama to catch fire and make a lot of money. Therefore, Yifei himself is also preparing to shoot this hidden corner. Yifei was not idle. He directly communicated with the system. I said the system, can I directly generate the script of movies and TV series through the information in my mind? Quote. Of course, if you need to generate a movie or TV script, you need to spend 500 experience points to ensure that you are satisfied. The system answers. Hearing the explanation of the system, the corners of Yifei's mouth hooked. This system is really humane enough. Okay, that's it, so I can redeem the script for the Hidden Corner TV series in my head. Yifei Dao. Ding, congratulations host, you have successfully redeemed. At the same time that Yifei was sure, he only felt that his mind was empty, and suddenly countless information poured out of his mind, making him feel a sense of well-being. Feeling the change of information in his mind, Yifei's mouth revealed a faint smile. Yifei received a prompt for a successful exchange, and then he found the script of the play, The Hidden Corner, on his computer. Yifei opened the script to take a closer look, and sure enough, the script of this play was done well by the system, and it was almost perfect. Almost no bugs could be found, and the whole plot and the story were arranged very reasonable and compact. One link buckled a link, and people were shocked to see it, and they shouted excitement. After Yifei read the script, he was very satisfied, and he immediately took Zhang Minli and asked Zhang Minli to quickly find a director and crew to start preparations. Zhang Minli received the TV script at Brilliant Entertainment, but at first he did not think much of it and did not pay much attention to this matter. After all, in Zhang Minli's view, where is the film important? In the entertainment industry, there is a clear chain of contempt, that is, movies are far more valued than TV series, and the reason is very simple, that is, movies can make money and be more influential. It is really difficult for TV dramas to make money, because the current environment of TV dramas is not very good, and basically traffic is king. But the movie is completely different. The movie rarely appears to be starring traffic stars, and most of the time it can only be a supporting role. Magic City Fortress is ironclad evidence, a film starring a traffic star, what a way to throw the street. There is also The Curse of God, which has been criticized to this day. With these two films as a precedent, the current entertainment industry rarely uses small new meat as the male number one. After all, the release of the movie depends on the box office, which requires the general public to take out real money to buy tickets to see. But it is not something that some traffic fans can solve with love to generate electricity. After Yifei sent the script of The Hidden Corner to Zhang Minli, he didn't care too much and directly shut down the computer. Zhang Minli was a little puzzled to open the document, and after finding that Yifei gave him the TV drama script, he immediately lost a lot of interest. Immediately afterward, Zhang Minli watched the movie script with a glimmer of hope. Looking at it, Zhang Minli only felt that his eyes were bright, and then, he was completely aroused by this drama. After this, Zhang Minli carefully watched every plot and story in the play, and he was deeply attracted by this drama. I have to say that this TV series is really wonderful. Zhang Minli looked at the script of this play. It was simply a waste of sleep and forgot to eat. Even eating at noon was like chewing wax, and his mind was full of thoughts about the script. After reading the script of the TV series, Zhang Minli also felt that he was in good spirits, and immediately called Yifei, with an excited face, Yizong, I have read the script of your TV series, it is really amazing, Yizong, your TV series, that's great. Quote. Zhang Minli looked at the plot and only felt that every character portrayal in this TV series was extremely essence, such as Zhang Dongsheng's gloomy heart and weakness in the face of his wife, for example, Zhu Chaoyang's mental maturity at a young age, and his gradual blackening. The script of this drama is really excellent, so that Zhang Minli can see it and sink into it, almost fascinated. Zhang Minli can be sure that once this TV series is successfully filmed, it will definitely be a big fire. Finished reading the script, so fast. Quote. Yifei was a little surprised. That is, the more I look at it, the more fascinated I become, and I really read it all the time. Yizong, your screenwriting level is simply god level. Zhang Minli couldn't help but give a thumbs up on the other end of the phone. In Zhang Minli's view, the entire Xuanwang kingdom does not lack top actors, what is missing is a top screenwriter. The screenwriter who can tell the story well is what is most lacking in the current Xuanwang Entertainment circle. And Yifei's ability for movies or TV series is super god, which makes Zhang Minli admire and even worship from the heart. When Yifei heard Zhang Minli say this, he still smiled with some embarrassment. After all, this matter was not his credit, mainly relying on the help of the system. If you decide that there's nothing wrong with this show, then after a long time, we can consider shooting a web series like this. Yifei said lightly. Good, I'll listen to you, Yizong, you have the final say. Hey, it seems that in the second half of this year, our company is going to dominate the entertainment industry. Zhang Minli is full of expectations, and he can't even wait to see what these works will look like when they are put on the big screen. Chapter 495. Zhang Minli's domination of the entertainment industry is really not a joke. Looking at the current entertainment circle, only Yifei's brilliant entertainment momentum is like a rainbow, extraordinary. Most other entertainment companies are like production lines, and the TVs, movies and even stars produced are assembly line defects, which are completely inferior to Yifei's company. Under such circumstances, the reputation of major entertainment companies is far less than Yifei's brilliant entertainment. In addition, Yifei's brilliant entertainment also has one of the most important capabilities, that is, Yifei's E-Group has the top domestic cinema line. At present, the largest BOC cinema line and Xindiani cinema line in China are the industries of the Yi family. Mastering the cinema line means that Yifei has an absolute right to speak in the film schedule. In this way, Yifei can also become a truly top entertainment company. Not only that, but also the quality of the film, which also helped Brilliant Entertainment to develop rapidly. At present, Brilliant Entertainment has not yet been listed in China, and once listed, the popularity of the future can definitely be imagined. Don't mention the matter of dominating the entertainment industry or not, the key is to do a good job in quality and naturally dominate. Yifei lightly mentioned Zhang Minli and said, I don't care about the others, but I will emphasize that it does not matter whether I make money or not, what is important is the quality and quality, all the plays, actors must use good actors. Quote. Yifei was not worried about making money at all. As long as there is word of mouth and quality, making money is really a matter of course. What's more, Yifei is also very clear that these ideas he has come up with absolutely cannot be lost, and it is nothing more than a matter of making more money and making less money. In this case, Yifei hopes that Brilliant Entertainment will take the boutique route and do a good job in the reputation and effect of the entire company. Hearing Yifei's words, Zhang Minli was stunned, and then nodded his head violently. Well, I know, Yizong, you can rest assured, I will strictly control the quality. Quote. Zhang Minli also had a deep respect for Yifei, and he gradually understood the reason for such success. Yifei really doesn't care about making money and quality. Zhang Minli was full of emotion. That's it. Yifei hung up the phone very crisply and neatly. Most of the time he did the role of throwing his hands to the treasurer, and today's Brilliant Entertainment is like a giant ship of 10,000 tons. Yifei only needs to occasionally direct the direction of this giant ship, and does not need to worry about whether it will overturn all the time. For Yifei, this is also his easiest choice. Yifei leaned back against the sofa, sitting on the sofa, the corners of his mouth hooked. He was ready to go to find Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu and Yifei were also gone for a while, just going to the Su group to find her. Yifei asked the housekeeper to drive, driving his Rolls Royce directly to the Su group center. Su Qingzu did not know Yifei's arrival, so when Yifei arrived at her office, Su Qingzu looked up sharply and looked at Yifei in surprise, and a different color burst out of her eyes. Yifei, Su Qingzu was in a good mood, always as cold as her, and there was a glint of joy in her eyes. During this time, Sus Group has developed very well. With the help of the Yi family, Sus Group and the Yi family also have a number of projects to cooperate, and the project of Ice Muscle JB Water is even more hot, becoming the most well-known beauty brand in China, almost sold out. Under such circumstances, the Su Group has also developed extremely rapidly. Therefore, Su Qingzu was particularly busy during this time. Therefore, Su Qingzu had not seen Yifei for a while, and her mood to see Yifei could be imagined, and she was obviously extremely happy. Always as cold as she was, she couldn't help but smile. Chapter 496. Seeing the smile at the corner of Su Qingzu's lips, Yifei also evoked a smile, and he said, What, is it a surprise to see me? Quote. Seeing Su Qingzu smile, Yifei couldn't help but laugh. Not really, Su Qingzu whispered, but this response was very bottomless. For Su Qingzu, Yifei's sudden appearance was indeed a great surprise to her. After all, Su Qingzu was busy with work during this time, and the two had never met. And Su Qingzu's thoughts about Yifei can be imagined. Although the two have always had voices, there have been video calls, but that can't quench the thirst. It is said that Xiao Beisheng is newly married, and after the two have been separated for a long time, they naturally get along very sweetly, which is also necessary. Su Qingzu's hard mouth disappeared in an instant, and the moment Yifei hugged her, she softly leaned into Yifei's arms, and her mind went blank. Su Qingzu bit his mouth and said, I really don't know if you cast a spell on me, making me feel like I was enchanted by you, and it was you who have been dreaming lately. Hearing Su Qingzu say this, the corners of Yifei's mouth cocked, and he whispered, Yeah, I just cast a spell on you. Quote. Let's come, Su Qingzu muttered, and her lotus arms hooked Yifei's neck and actively sealed Yifei's mouth. The two were tender and sweet, embracing each other. After half a ring, the two finally came out of the state of reunion from the small farewell. Su Qingzu leaned contentedly into Yifei's arms, looked lazy, and said, I haven't rested like this for a long time, this is the most relaxed day I have had recently. Quote. Su Qingzu has been really busy lately. Yifei looked at Su Qingzu with a lazy look, leaning into his arms like a kitten, secretly thinking that the thousands of employees of the Su Group knew that their iceberg goddess president was like this, and they would be surprised that their jaws fell off. Yifei smiled, actually, as long as you want to rest, you can find me at any time, and we will go out to play together for a while. Quote. Well, okay, Su Qingzu answered in a low voice, and she suddenly raised her head, so what if I want to go out and walk now? Quote. Where do you want to go? I will accompany you, the adults, to Shenangjia, find a place deep in the mountains and old forests to retire, and then give birth to a bunch of wild dolls, Yifei said with a smile. Oh, who wants to have a bunch of dolls with you? Su Qingzu was red, but the smile on the corner of his mouth still couldn't help but evoke. Su Qingzu blinked, and the gloom in his heart seemed to disappear. This guy, really. Yifei turned his words around and smiled, actually, you have been under a lot of pressure at work lately, you really should go to relax, it just so happens that I also have time. So, let's go to a mountain villa for a while. I just recently wanted to buy a villa, right over there at the summer resort. Yifei said with a smile. Suddenly, Su Qingzu was moved. She thought for a moment, but what about work? Quote. Yifei glanced at her, do you really think that the company can't do without you? I think that now everything in the Su Group is running normally, if you disappear for a few days, the company will go out of business, and I see no need for the Su Group to exist. Quote. What Yifei said made Su Qingzu blink and feel that it also made sense. Thinking of this, Su Qingzu bit his lip and agreed, okay. Quote. Okay, that's it, I'll pick you up early tomorrow morning. Yifei smiled. Or do you want to bring the light rain with you? Su Qingzu hesitated for a moment and whispered. Hearing Su Qingzu say this, Yifei was first stunned, and then extremely surprised. He really did not expect that Su Qingzu was so sensible. After all, Yifei was really busy during this time, some of them lacked skills, and they had to take care of Su Qingzu, and they had to take care of Luo Weiyu and others, but there was really not so much free time. But Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu have always had a good relationship, and it is precisely because of this that Su Qingzu also knows Yifei's embarrassment and will take the initiative to raise this point. Hearing Su Qingzu's words, Yifei's heart was warm. There's a woman like this, why should her husband ask for it? Yifei grabbed Su Qingzu's hand and said seriously, I have wronged you. Quote. You know, Su Qingzu glanced at Yifei whitely, and his tone was also a little gloomy, but in the end he leaned into Yifei's arms and whispered, you should be kind to me. Quote. For Su Qingzu, she had long heard about some deeds of Yifei and Yu Zaiwei and others, but she had cleverly chosen to ignore them. She also believed that as long as the timing was right, Yifei would naturally say these things to her. Rest assured, it will not fail you. Yifei took Su Qingzu's hand and said seriously. Well, Yifei took Su Qingzu's hand, and the two wandered around the headquarters building of the Su group, and the shadows of the two were stretched very long, and they were extremely harmonious together. Chapter 497. Yifei and Su Qingzu agreed on a time in this way. The two of them were hanging out together at the headquarters of the Su group. Su Qingzu was also leaning on Yifei's side. The corners of her mouth drew a shallow smile. She was in a good mood, and she was always so happy and free to follow Yifei's side. Su Qingzu's personality has always been cold, and he has a posture of not entering anyone, including the first treatment of Yifei. But now, her attitude towards Yifei had completely changed, and she loved Yifei incomparably, and even her personality had become gentle. It can even be said that she gave all her tenderness to Yifei and did everything for Yifei's sake. Yifei often sighed with it. He was really lucky. He only met Su Qingzu and other women. It was simply the last life to save the galaxy. Yifei and Su Qingzu walked shoulder to shoulder and held hands and walked to the canteen downstairs to eat together. Seeing Yifei and Su Qingzu's posture of you and me, the employees of Su Qingzu Company are of course only envious and jealous, but they also know that the two men are talented and feminine, and they are indeed a perfect match. Yifei played a meal in the canteen, and after eating with Su Qingzu, he called Luo Weiyu by the way, telling Luo Weiyu that he was going to go out for a walk together. Luo Weiyu was in the flower shop at this time, and when she heard Yifei's voice, she was immediately surprised, but she didn't expect Yifei to call at this time. Yifei, why do you have time to find me today? Luo Weiyu asked happily, and his voice was very bright. Hearing Luo Weiyu's voice, Yifei knew that Luo Weiyu was in a good mood. Of course, in fact, Luo Weiyu's mood has always been very good. She has always been a sunny girl. Even in the most desperate situations, she always maintains an optimistic heart. This may also be the reason why Su Qingzu Luo Weiyu gets along, because Su Qingzu's personality is cold, but she will like to be close to girls like Luo Weiyu, that is, to feel close to her own sunshine. Luo Weiyu is such a character of the girl, who does not like. Even Yifei's mother was very fond of Luo Weiyu, that goes without saying, mainly because Luo Weiyu's personality was too good. Yifei smiled and said, Light Rain, how about going out to play tomorrow? I just bought a villa at the summer resort, we can go and live together for a few days. Quote. Luo Weiyu's mind was delicate, and she was very keenly aware of the word, us, and she asked in a low voice, who else? Quote. In the light bamboo, just the three of us. Yifei laughed. Yifei obviously felt that Luo Weiyu was also relieved, and she whispered, well, no problem, that's it. Quote. Obviously, among the several people around Yifei, Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu were also the most familiar. If you were to change to someone else, Luo Weiyu would definitely be very unnatural. But Su Qingzu is different, the relationship between the two has always been very close, and it is even too much to say that the two are girlfriends. Well, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Yifei smiled and hung up the phone. After Yifei hung up the phone, he and Su Qingzu looked at each other, and Su Qingzu looked down at him and ate with peace of mind. Just then, Yifei's mobile phone rang again. Yifei originally thought that Luo Weiyu had called back to say something, but when he looked at the electric display, he suddenly felt a slight chill, and it was Yu Zaiwei's call. After he answered the phone, Yu Zaiwei's voice came into his ear. Yifei, I got a message here, I think I want to remind you of this. Yu Zaiwei's tone was soft, but his voice was very serious. What's wrong? Yifei asked. Chapter 498. The relationship between Yifei and Yu Zaiwei naturally does not need to be said more. The two are not only lovers but also have experienced life and death together, and the feelings between each other have long been deep and extraordinary. And Yu Zaiwei's personality has always been direct and simple, and the same is true for Yifei. Whatever you say, Yifei immediately responded to her. It's about Satuyu. He is now offering a reward of $100 million, plus a reward from the Violet organization that unites with the Eastern Sakura Kingdom, claiming that as long as he can deal with you, not only will he have a bounty of $100 million, but he can also serve as the head of the overseas hangman. Yu Zaiwei whispered. Hearing Yu Zaiwei's words, Yifei felt a deep sense of surprise in his heart. A $100 million bounty, plus the location of the overseas hangman character head dragon head. Any one of these two is only afraid of being coveted and making people scratch their heads. Yifei narrowed his eyes. He also knew very well that once the news that Yu Zaiwei told him was announced, it meant that the overseas hangman pulled out the Violet organization of the Eastern Sakura country and became Yifei's biggest enemy. Yifei squinted his eyes. He did not mean to be angry at all, but the corners of his mouth were hooked, as if he was thinking. Kind of interesting. Yifei said, I know, although I had long thought that the overseas hangman would do something to me, I really didn't expect their movements to be so fast and interesting. Quote. Yifei had long been ready to fight with the overseas hangman, but it was obvious that the changes in the overseas hangman were unexpected by him. Yu Zaiwei said softly, Satuyu is an overseas grandmaster, his strength is superior, he himself has a very high prestige in overseas Chinese circles, and he was also the president of the Chinese Association, which is indeed a difficult figure to provoke. Since he regards you as a great enemy, you must also prepare early. Quote. Yu Zaiwei always calmly analyzed the situation, Yifei explained. Hearing Yu Zaiwei's words, Yifei bowed his head slightly. You can rest assured, maybe hangman is indeed a resounding existence. But the strong dragon does not suppress the earth-head snake, let alone the dragon. With my current strength, I am not afraid of overseas hangman. If it is really a fighting method, I still feel a little interesting, although Li Yunfang was before, but there is still a gap between him and me. Quote. Well, if you have faith, just believe in you. Yu Zaiwei said softly. Hearing Yifei's words, Yu Zaiwei also recognized it immensely. I will continue to pay attention to the movements of overseas hangman. Satuyu is a master after all, he should not do it easily. I'll let you know when there's news, Yu Zaiwei said again. Okay, Yifei agreed to come down. After that, Yu Zaiwei and Yifei chatted briefly and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yifei thought about it. As Yu Zaiwei said, Satuyu is an overseas master with extremely strong strength, and the reason why he sent this news to the outside world this time was equivalent to officially declaring war on Yifei. Since they are masters of the Grandmaster, of course, they do not despise doing some dirty things like flies and dogs, and the contradictions between the two sides are also bright and upright, and there will inevitably be collisions in the future. Yifei himself also knew very well that as Satuyu's Huajin master, his own strength naturally did not need to be said. Satuyu is now over 50 years old, and he is considered an experienced master of Huajin, who is famous overseas, and many people even regard him as the first master overseas. And Yifei is now more popular. After he defeated Duan Tianyuan, he is already a veritable first martial artist of Yandu, and even many good deeds have enshrined Yifei as the first master in the north. Yifei's ranking in the Grandmaster list a while ago also replaced Duan Tianyuan as the third in the Grandmaster list. The top two in the Grandmaster list were all figures whose heads and tails were seen by the Divine Dragon, so Yifei's third was still extremely important. Seeing Yifei's thoughtful look, Su Qingzu spoke softly. What's wrong, Yifei? Is it Mu Zaiwei's call? Quote. Hearing Su Qingzu's inquiry, Yifei's heart moved. Chapter 499. Yifei knew very well that whether it was Su Qingzu or Mu Zaiwei, they all knew each other's existence. After all, the matter between Yifei and Mu Zaiwei is basically known to all the Yandu noble families, of course, including the Su family, but the Su family has always acquiesced to this matter, and even Su Qingzu has never mentioned Mu Zaiwei's name in front of Yifei, which also represents Su Qingzu's attitude is very subtle. But now Su Qingzu took the initiative to mention Mu Zaiwei's name. This is obviously an interesting signal. The women around Yifei actually form different positions unconsciously. Obviously, the relationship between Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu is good, while Bai Ruoxi and Mu Zaiwei are a bit detached. There were also Ling Xian and Lu Lingjun, both of whom had given Yifei a feeling of indisputable contact with the world so far. Almost nothing was in contention, although they also knew that Yifei was surrounded by many people, but they never mentioned it. Therefore, the women around Yifei have formed a delicate balance, and although they know each other's existence, they will hardly mention it easily. But now Su Qingzu suddenly mentioned Mu Zaiwei, which was a very obvious signal. Well, it was Ziwei who called. Yifei did not shy away from it, let alone hide it. Hearing Yifei's words, Su Qingzu bit his lip and said, she is very concerned about you, she has long heard of the Mu family's great name, and it seems that she will have a good visit when she has the chance. Quote. Su Qingzu had seen Bai Ruoxi, but only Mu Zaiwei. Really, or shall I take you to meet another day? Yifei was happy to hear it. In fact, he was very worried about the problems of the people around him, especially worried about their contradictions together. Although the situation is still good, but who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Hearing Yifei's words, Su Qingzu sank for a moment and whispered, don't do it for the time being, I haven't thought about it yet. Yifei couldn't help but wonder when he heard this, I haven't thought about it yet, how to feel the faces like fighting. Quote. Su Qingzu looked up at Yifei, isn't it just a war? The outside world says that you and Mu Zaiwei are golden children and jade girls, or a couple, I can't lose. Su Qingzu bit his mouth and said with a straight face. Yifei was dumbfounded, and only then did he know that Su Qingzu still had such careful thoughts. However, it is normal to think about it, Su Qingzu has always been proud in his heart, and he certainly does not want to be compared. Yifei smiled, in fact, it's not that complicated, it's just a meeting, I think you should have a common topic with each other. Quote. Okay, then, Su Qingzu hesitated for a while, when I come back from this vacation, I will meet with her, in fact, I am also very curious what kind of person she really is. Quote. Su Qingzu is also very clear that in the eyes of many people, Mu Zaiwei is Yifei's legitimate girlfriend, so when she faces Su Qingzu, she will definitely be a little unconfident. Su Qingzu didn't know how to get along with Mu Zaiwei. But since Yifei had already opened her mouth, she could only agree, just silently praying in her heart, hoping that Mu Zaiwei's personality would not be too difficult to get along with. Of course, Su Qingzu also knew Yifei's difficulties, and she knew better how difficult Yifei was sandwiched in the middle, so she did not refuse Yifei's proposal. Anyway, we have to meet in the morning. Hide from her after the big deal. Su Qingzu had already thought of the worst outcome. When Yifei heard Su Qingzu agree, he was determined in his heart. After eating, Yifei sent Su Qingzu back to the Su family villa, and then the next day he drove Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu to pick up Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu, and the three of them went to the summer resort together and began a vacation trip. Chapter 500. Yifei took Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu to start a vacation trip. Mountain Resort. Yifei purchased a private villa. Here the mountains and rivers are beautiful, the scenery is beautiful, it is almost like a paradise, and the villa purchased by Yifei is a luxury villa on the top of the mountain, which is a unique scenery, and with a huge manor yard. Yifei is also careful to order people to clean, and the yard is full of orchids, which is also Luo Weiyu's favorite. Therefore, as soon as Yifei took Luo Weiyu into the manor yard of this villa, Luo Weiyu's eyes lit up immediately, and she did not expect Yifei to arrange the courtyard of this manor villa so outstandingly. Only to hear Yifei smile and say, Weiyu, do you see if you are satisfied with this manor? The orchid varieties here should be the most complete, basically all the varieties I have let people cultivate, in the future when you want to see the orchids come here. Yifei smiled, and Luo Weiyu was full of touching. Luo Weiyu did not expect Yifei to consider her so thoughtfully, and what moved her most was this small detail. Yifei even paid good attention to every detail, and also took good care of Luo Weiyu's emotions. Luo Weiyu said softly, thank you, Yifei. Luo Weiyu's bright eyes were filled with touching, and his crystal eyes were full of light. Seeing the situation, even Su Qingzu showed a bit of envy. Su Qingzu said softly, Weiyu, this guy is really good to you, I know that you like orchids, and I have prepared so much for you, I never saw him so attentive to me. Hearing Su Qingzu say this, Luo Weiyu also thought that Su Qingzu was jealous, and explained busily, Sister Qingzu, it is not like this, Yifei also likes you see he is busy for the Su group. Luo Weiyu was worried that Su Qingzu was jealous, and his look was quite delicate. Hearing Luo Weiyu say this, Su Qingzu couldn't help but flutter and fly towards Yifei, no wonder he was good to you. Quote. Of course, Su Qingzu would not really eat Luo Weiyu's vinegar, and Yifei had nothing to say about Su Qingzu, it was simply impeccable. When Yifei heard this, he immediately felt the same intention, in the corners of his mouth hooked, I am good to all of you. By the way, I also let people plant some flowers and plants in the backyard, let's go around together. Okay, Luo Weiyu readily agreed. Su Qingzu also smiled softly and followed Yifei's side, and the three of them walked side by side. Yifei noticed that the smile on Su Qingzu's face was getting more and more, since this time, following Yifei's side, the pressure on Su Qingzu's body seemed to be much lighter, the smile on her face was indeed more and more, Yifei also liked to see such Su Qingzu. For Yifei, Su Qingzu's smile was his favorite. From the iceberg beauty of the past to the gentle beauty of today, Yifei likes the current Su Qingzu. Although Su Qingzu's smile and gentleness were still not much, they were almost all given to Yifei and other closest people, and only he could enjoy it exclusively. Yifei smiled, I know that the environment on the mountain is the favorite of Light Rain, she likes to make flowers, trees, and courtyards, I don't know what kind of environment you like for Light Bamboo. Quote. I like the sea, Su Qingzu's delicate face showed a yearning color, she really liked the seaside, but she rarely went to it, and basically never traveled. Su Qingzu's previous personality was too closed, so there was basically no such opportunity. Well, that's easy, I'll buy a villa with a sea view and buy a yacht by the way. Yifei smiled and said, when the time comes, let's go to the sea to play. Quote. Yifei's answer was simple and rude, and the happiness of rich people was so simple. Chapter 501. Hearing Yifei's words, Su Qingzu was full of expectations. Buy a yacht and a seaside villa, and go to the sea to play later. Su Qingzu thought about the scene for a moment, and was immediately deeply attracted, and she couldn't help but say, then where will we go to the sea? Quote. Xiamen Island is good, or Yulongbei can also be. Yifei smiled slightly and said several island cities that were famous throughout the country. For Yifei, it was easy to do all this. However, Yifei still hoped to be with Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu, and hoped that they were all by his side. Okay, Su Qingzu agreed without even thinking about it. Luo Weiyu also smiled lightly at the side. I'm also looking forward to it, I have never been to the beach. Luo Weiyu's eyes also showed a hint of longing. She had indeed not been to the beach before because of the foot injury. To be precise, Luo Weiyu was in Yandu almost all the time. Yifei blinked and smiled evilly. I'm also looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the way you two wear bikinis on the yacht. Yuck. Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu both took a sip and glanced at Yifei with red faces. Seeing their neat posture, Yifei couldn't help but laugh and complain. Do you twins have telepathy? So neatly moving. Quote. Despise you, bad guy. Luo Weiyu pouted cutely and hummed. That is, let's ignore this bad guy. Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu, who was becoming more and more lively, and Su Qingzu, who was becoming more and more cheerful, and the corners of his mouth showed a smile, which was really good, and he also liked this atmosphere. Whether it is Luo Weiyu or Su Qingzu, her personality is getting better and better. Seeing Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu unify Yifei with a smile in the corner of his mouth, watching the two of them holding hands like sisters, he was immediately relieved. At the same time, Yifei couldn't help but sigh that if the sisters around him could have such a good relationship like Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu, it would be easy. However, Yifei also knew that this was obviously an unlikely thing. Although Su Qingzu, Mu Zaiwei, Bai Ruoxi and others will certainly not show the contradiction, after all, they are all smart girls in ice and snow, but it is obviously impossible to make them get along like sisters. Although the contradictions between the girls will not be revealed from the surface, small frictions between each other are also very likely. Thinking about the small friction that might occur between several women at that time, it immediately gave Yifei a headache, and it was not okay to help anyone when the time came. Thinking about that picture, Yifei suddenly shuddered, and suddenly felt that it was simply more difficult than him fighting with the top Waj insect master. Seeing Yifei's slight change in look, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were extremely careful, and they noticed that Yifei's look was not right, so they smiled and asked, what's wrong with you? Quote. Yifei coughed and said what he thought, which immediately made Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu both laugh. Especially Luo Weiyu smiled lightly. I really didn't expect that you who are not afraid of heaven and earth still have such a side. It is really interesting. That is, it seems that if we really quarrel when the time comes, he will definitely have a headache. Su Qingzu also said. Luo Weiyu smiled. Light bamboo, you said that if we quarrel now, what will this guy do? Quote. Su Qingzu's eyes lit up when he heard it, but Yifei's head was huge, and he hurriedly said, you still forget it, is it not good for us to vacation quietly? Otherwise, let's stay here for a few days and go to the beach, and I'll take you to play and relax completely. Quote. Yifei quickly changed the subject. Sure enough, after hearing Yifei say this, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were both distracted. Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu glanced at each other, and both nodded in agreement. Chapter 502. In fact, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu did not know that Yifei was taking the opportunity to change the topic, but the two women also simply let him go. After Yifei changed the topic, he actually said it seriously, and after getting the permission of Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu, Yifei immediately made a phone call and contacted one of Yandu's brothers. This brother of Yandu was also Yifei's friend, but his background was more than one rank lower than Yifei's. This Gunzi brother's name is Duanzan. He is the brother of the Duan family in Yandu, although the background strength is far inferior to that of the Yi family, let alone Yifei, who is now in the sky, but the Duan family is also quite extraordinary in some doorways. Duanzan, the brother of the Gongzi, mainly does foreign trade exports, as well as the business of luxury clothes. Many rich brothers in Yandu often go to Duan Shuana to buy imported luxury cars. Not only that, Duanzan also often engaged in luxury yacht business in the Yulongbei area, and also set up several luxury yacht clubs. Yifei this time is to contact through him. Yifei called Duanzan. Duanzan answered the phone almost in seconds, and on the other end of the phone, he was even more excited. Yi Xiao, how come you have time to find me? You're a busy person and haven't seen you in a long time. Duanzan's slightly flattering voice came from the phone. Yifei smiled and said lightly, yeah, I haven't seen you for a long time. I've been busy lately. By the way, I remember you set up a yacht club in Yulongbei, right? I want to buy a villa with sea view. By the way, to get a luxury yacht, I don't know if you have a way out. Quote. Hearing Yifei say this, Duanzan immediately smiled. Yi Xiao, you came to find me really looking for the right person. I told you, I just got a batch of luxury yachts. As for the sea view villa, it is also simple. I have several good sets in Yulongbei. The location is absolutely nothing to say. Yi Xiao, you look at that set of random pics. Quote. Duanzan is very bold and very talkative. He also knew very well that Yifei was now a hot red man in the Yandu circle, and his elders had mentioned to him more than once that he wanted to befriend Yifei, but Duanzan had always suffered from no way out. Now Yifei took the initiative to contact him, which made Duanzan excited. That's okay, that's going to bother you, I'm not here lately. It's time to come back to you. Yifei smiled. Don't be so troublesome, Yi Xiao, send you the pictures and location maps of the villa. I also send you the yacht information, you need to take it to play first, and then pay for it. Duanzan was very shrewd. He wasn't worried that Yifei would run the opposite, and if he could make Yifei owe others affection, it would be the best thing. Hearing Duanzan say this, Yifei was a little surprised, but he did not refuse Duanzan's kindness, saying, good, then it will trouble you. Quote. Seeing that Yifei agreed, Duanzan smiled and said, Yi Xiao is too polite, this aspect is my profession, if Yi Xiao has needs, he can join our club. In the face of the olive branch thrown by Duanzan, Yifei did not refuse, and smiled, good, no problem. Quote. That's it. Duanzan suppressed the joy in his heart and said with a smile. For Duanzan, he was climbing Yifei's relationship, and if he told his parents the news, his old man would probably have to drink one more cup of Matai today. Yifei hung up the phone, while Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu both looked at him. Especially Su Qingzu couldn't help but sigh. It's Duanzan, his attitude towards you is really good and amazing, I heard that he is a very proud person. Quote. Su Qingzu sighed darkly, and his heart was even more shaken. Because the strength Yifei showed was indeed a bit shocking to her, especially this inadvertent performance, which made Su Qingzu marvel. Su Qingzu understood that Yifei's position in the Yandu circle was now so terrible. You must know that although Duanzan is not as good as Yifei in the Yandu circle, and the Duan family is not as good as the Yi family, it is not bad, and Duanzan is also very good among his peers, and I heard that this Duanzan's personality has always been relatively cold and arrogant. But she had just heard the conversation between Duanzan and Yifei, and Duanzan was clearly extremely courteous to Yifei, and it was simply flattering. This made Su Qingzu more aware of Yifei's position in the Yandu circle at this moment. Chapter 503. Yifei has rarely appeared in the circle of Yandu giants recently, which makes him more mysterious, and Yifei's current strength is also recognized for all to see. Therefore, although Yifei rarely appears in the Yandu giant circle, his prestige and fame in the circle are constantly improving. Therefore, those second-generation giants in the Yandu circle had great respect for Yifei and recognized him very much at the same time. Duanzan is one of the representatives. No wonder Su Qingzu would be so emotional. Yifei smiled at Su Qingzu. Qingzu, in a moment we will choose a sea view villa and then buy a luxury yacht and play together. Quote. Hearing Yifei say this, Su Qingzu smiled softly and said, well, I have no problem, I will have fun these days and I don't care about anything. Quote. At Yifei's insistence, Su Qingzu completely ignored the mobile phone these days, and even the mobile phone messages did not look at much. She completely relaxed her body and mind and accompanied Yifei. Yifei also saw that the smiles on her face were getting more and more these days, and he was finally relieved about this. Su Qingzu's previous state was that he was often tied to a string, and the pressure was too great, resulting in the whole person's mental state was not very good. If she hadn't practiced the Yellow Emperor's inner classics with Yifei, I was afraid that Su Qingzu would have fallen into a mental breakdown. Fortunately, Yifei found some problems in her in time, and then quickly communicated with Su Qingzu, so that Su Qingzu had such a big change. The corners of Su Qingzu's mouth revealed a shallow smile. Her smile in front of Yifei these days was simply more than before, and the whole person was also a lot more cheerful. Seeing this, Yifei smiled, what about the light rain? You're okay. Quote. Luo Weiyu heard the words and smiled softly, me. Of course I have no opinion, I think that's good. Quote. Well, that's it, we'll just say that. Yifei agreed to come down. The three of them played around the summer resort villa manor for a while before returning to the villa. The air near this summer resort is indeed fresh and very cool, and the whole manor is planted with all kinds of flowers and trees, which makes Luo Weiyu very fond of it. Luo Weiyu loved these flowers and plants, pruned them with every heart, and took good care of these flowers and plants. Seeing the situation, Yifei of course also praised Luo Weiyu and smiled, you seem to like it here. Quote. Yeah, my previous dream was to have a house like this. Luo Weiyu blushed slightly, blinked, and said softly. Yifei smiled, actually, I think it has already been realized. Quote. Huh, Luo Weiyu was a little confused, so Su Qingzu was also a little surprised and looked at him with doubt. Yifei smiled, this manor house, when I bought it, wrote your name, in other words, everything here is yours. Quote. Yifei rushed towards Luo Weiyu. Obedient, so big strokes. This manor house is actually written with the name of Luo Weiyu. A manor house on this summer resort is at least tens of millions, not to mention that Yifei's manor house is the most luxurious of them, and the value is only unimaginable. But now Yifei said that he wrote Luo Weiyu's name, how could this not make Luo Weiyu move? Suddenly, Luo Weiyu's face was slightly red, and looking at Yifei's eyes, a strong touch of emotion appeared, and he whispered, I can't ask for it, this is too expensive. Quote. Silly boy, a villa is just a villa, no matter how good the villa is, it is a dead thing after all, how can it be compared to you? Yifei smiled slightly and pulled Luo Weiyu's hand. His words were beyond doubt, which made Luo Weiyu even more touched when he listened, and his eyes turned red. Seeing Luo Weiyu and Yifei's appearance as you and me, Su Qingzu couldn't help but say, you guys, can you please not show your love in front of me? In the light rain is also, since he has written your name, you can hold it with peace of mind, don't care about these. Quote. Hearing Su Qingzu's words, Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, Qingzu is right at one point, so you don't have to dwell on it anymore. Quote. Oh, Luo Weiyu bowed his head a little embarrassed, gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and replied quietly. Yifei said, don't be jealous of the light bamboo, I have already thought of the name of the yacht, it will be called, Light Bamboo. Quote. Hearing Yifei say this, Su Qingzu was first stunned, then his face turned red, and he said duplicitously, I don't care about the name of the yacht, you decide on your own. As she spoke, she blushed herself. Yifei's actions also touched Su Qingzu's heart. The two were touched by Yifei at the same time, only to see that Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were both slightly red in the face, each with their own thoughts. Yifei was looking at his mobile phone at this time, only to see that Duanzan had sent him pictures and videos of various villas and yachts in his mobile phone. Seeing the situation, Yifei was also busy pulling Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu to choose. Chapter 504. Duanzan's villas, yacht videos and pictures are very clear, and at the same time, Duanzan also sent WeChat to tell Yifei, Yishao, these are the top sea view villas in Yulong Bay, yachts are also the most luxurious configurations, you see what you like, tell me directly, I will arrange it for you. Quote. When Yifei heard Duanzan's WeChat voice, he smiled slightly, and was very satisfied with this. He pulled Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu to choose villas and yachts, and Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were also very longing and watching with great interest. Among them, Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu quickly selected one of the villas. This villa seems to be good, right by the sea, and the surrounding environment is also quite good, blue sea and blue sky, and coconut trees, sandy beach, pool. Su Qingzu's bright eyes lit up, and she took a fancy to a villa with sea views. Yifei looked, it is indeed an excellent villa, the location of this villa should be the best among many villas, the terrain is relatively high, out of the 100 meters is the beach, you can see the beauty of the entire Yulong Bay, facing the sea, spring blossoms. And this villa also has its own private sea, not only that, but also has its own private pool, private cinema, oversized garden and so on. This makes Su Qingzu's eyes bright and he has a yearning for this future beautiful life. For Su Qingzu, this is simply her ideal house. Su Qingzu liked it, and Luo Weiyu was the same, only to see Luo Weiyu blink and whisper, this villa is indeed very beautiful, as soon as you go out, it is the feeling of the sea, but the other villas are also very beautiful, I'm a bit picky. Luo Weiyu spat out his tongue, a little embarrassed. Su Qingzu also nodded, me too, I basically don't pay attention to the villa, now I look a little bit like a flower eye. Yifei suddenly lost his smile. Whether it was Su Qingzu or Luo Weiyu, the two women really didn't know much. Su Qingzu is fine, and he has heard more and more. But Luo Weiyu is not at all, I just think which set is very good, really a bit of a flower eye. Yifei smiled and said, then don't pick either, just this is the biggest set. Yifei pointed to the largest set of sea view villas and said, this is also the sea view villa that Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu just felt good. Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu glanced at each other, both knew Yifei's big strokes, and their hearts were not as surprised as before. Yifei said very cheerfully, after choosing a villa, let's choose another luxury yacht. Well, my idea is that this luxury yacht must be large, at least able to accommodate 40 or 50 people, and it must be luxurious enough. Hearing Yifei's request, Su Qingzu secretly smirked, she was very aware of how expensive such a luxury yacht was. To be honest, the price of luxury yachts is very scary, and even can easily break 100 million, especially the top luxury yachts, even cannot buy. The same is true of the yacht club founded by Duanzan himself, although the threshold is very high, but there are many rich people in Shuanglong country, and the supply often exceeds the demand. Not knowing much about the yacht, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu both blinked their eyes and did not speak. Yifei chose to choose and also chose a super luxury yacht, which is also valuable. This set of stunning sea view villas, coupled with a super luxurious yacht, is worth more than 300 million yuan. Yifei was also very cheerful, and after discussing with Duanzan and deciding to want a villa and yacht, he immediately sent money to Duanzan's account, which also made Duanzan secretly feel Yifei's strength. This Yishao is not only his own strength but also the economic strength is really terrible. At this stage, there are too few people who can take out so much cash at once. Even if the market value of more than 100 billion enterprises, the cash on the book will not be particularly much. After all kinds of investment operations are needed, etc. But only Yifei, he has made a lot of money in several investments, and the cash flow is quite terrible. Chapter 505. For Duanzon's surprise, Yifei was commonplace. Of course, Duanzon was also very different from Yifei, and after he got the remittance, he immediately transferred the Seaview Villa and yacht to Yifei's name. However, Yifei refused, and he quietly transferred these two things to Su Qingzu's name, ready to give Su Qingzu a surprise. Money talks. Duanzon also deliberately curried favor with Yifei and completed the formalities almost as quickly as possible, while Yifei and Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu rushed to Hainan to prepare to start their seaside vacation. Yifei rushed back to Yandu with his two daughters, and then took a private plane from Yandu and flew directly to Hainan. The plane landed at Phoenix Airport, and Yifei saw the famous Guanyin statue in the South China Sea from high in the air, which was extremely spectacular. After that, the housekeeper of the Seaview Villa sent a private transfer car to pick up Yifei's three people, which was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The three of them got into the car and soon arrived at the villa with Seaview. In this villa, almost everything is ready to check in with your bags. Yifei saw the private pool in the sun and sand in the villa, and immediately felt a burst of comfort. Yifei and Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu blew the salty sea breeze, felt the sea air, and the mood was very good. This villa is very large, the housekeeper and maid are all women, so Yifei and Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu can also play by the pool, and there are private beaches and loungers on both sides. Yifei smiled and proposed, just get off the plane, let's rest for a while, change into a bathing suit and rest in the sun, and then let's swim. Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu glanced at each other, obviously both of them were somewhat embarrassed. Of course, it was a question to wear swimsuits in front of Yifei, but it was inevitable that they would be a little embarrassed to wear them both at the same time, and Luo Weiyu whispered with a slight blush, I have never bought it and never worn it. Su Qingzu blinked, I didn't bring a swimsuit. Obviously neither woman was too embarrassed. Seeing the situation, Yifei had already seen through the thoughts of Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu. He waved his big hand and smiled. It's okay, no swimsuit without swimwear, I directly let the housekeeper buy it, set, to ensure your satisfaction. Quote. Yifei said and called the housekeeper and asked the housekeeper to buy a swimsuit. Yifei plans to buy dozens of sets at a time, let Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu change their clothes. Anyway, in this private pool, only Yifei can enjoy this beautiful scenery. Seeing the situation, Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu both took a sip, and their faces were unconsciously rosy. Luo Weiyu shook his head and refused, no, what are you bad people thinking? Yifei was straightforward and solemn, what do I think? Let's come to Hainan, shouldn't we enjoy some sunshine and sand? Quote. Quote. Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu looked at each other, feeling that Yifei seemed to be very reasonable, and they were speechless. Without saying a word, Yifei asked the housekeeper to buy a swimsuit. After a while, the housekeeper came with a large bag of swimsuits. Yifei took a cursory look, at least 20 or 30 pieces, and suddenly Yifei was very satisfied, laughing, yes, it is indeed a qualified housekeeper, next month's salary increase. Quote. Thank you Yishao, the housekeeper said hurriedly. Yifei turned to look at Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu and smiled, you two should pick a pick, let me see. Quote. Okay, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu hesitated, but finally bit their mouths and agreed. Yifei was expecting greatly. Chapter 506. Although Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu hesitated for a while, they did agree to Yifei. Seeing the situation, Yifei was immediately looking forward to it. He had never seen the two women wearing swimsuits, and he didn't know what kind of scene it would be, just thinking about it made him feel hopeful. Yifei smiled and said, then you hurry up and pick out your bathing suit, I'm waiting for you here. Quote. Speaking, Yifei also changed into swimming trunks and equipment, and then he jumped into the pool, and saw his whole person soaring like a swimming fish in the water, coming and going freely in the water. The speed is extremely fast, shocking. Seeing this scene, only to see Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were slightly surprised, especially Su Qingzu exclaimed, his eyes were bright, it turns out that your swimming skills are so good. Quote. Yifei's figure quickly swam through the water, he floated up from the bottom of the water, heard Su Qingzu's words, and immediately smiled, of course, your husband and I are proficient in everything, swimming, medical skills, martial arts, what doesn't work? Quote. Hearing the three words, your husband, Su Qingzu's face was slightly red, but he also knew that what Yifei said was good, he was simply all-powerful, and in almost all the fields that Su Qingzu was exposed to, Yifei's performance was perfect. Su Qingzu admitted in his heart, but his mouth was hard, say you are strong and you are still narcissistic, you swim first, I know you go to change clothes. Yifei smiled and squinted at her, otherwise you two can change here, and there will be no outsiders anyway. Quote. The housekeepers and maids around were also invited away by Yifei, and here were indeed Yifei, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu. Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu shook their heads in unison, obviously both of them were a little shy, and both shook their heads lightly and ran to the other side to change their swimsuits. Yifei looked amused, but did not say anything, but continued to swim. After Yifei swam in the pool for two, he saw that Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were late at this time. Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu finally returned from the room, and when the people appeared, Yifei blinked and couldn't help but smile, good, it's really beautiful. Quote. Yifei did not skimp on his praise. At this time, I also saw Su Luo Weiyu and the two wearing swimsuits and walking in front of Yifei. Su Qingzu is wearing an ivory white one-piece swimsuit, which is not exposed, but it perfectly sets off her porcelain-like skin, white as jade, and her body is extremely tall, which makes Yifei's eyes bright. As for Luo Weiyu, she wore a light blue swimsuit, which is not an exposed style, but playful and cute, just like the girl next door. Luo Weiyu's swimsuit do beautiful back, like satin, delicate, see Yifei as a stunning color. The two women were in such a situation, which made Yifei squint his eyes, and the color of appreciation in his eyes was rich. Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu were a little embarrassed, especially Luo Weiyu whispered, I can't swim, what should I do? Quote. Luo Weiyu's voice was very low, there was some cowardly taste, and she was afraid of the water. What am I afraid of? The water in this pool is not deep, and I am there. Yifei smiled, and as he spoke, Yifei reached out violently and pulled Luo Weiyu. In the midst of Luo Weiyu's exclamation, Luo Weiyu suddenly fell into the water, and the water in the pool splashed everywhere. Su Qingzu bit her mouth, she actually knew how to swim, but she had just seen Yifei's swimming level, and she immediately knew that her swimming level was far inferior to Yifei. After Luo Weiyu fell into the water, she was a little panicked, but she was quickly supported by Yifei, and Yifei smiled and comforted, it's okay, you relax, I will help you. Quote. Oh well, Luo Weiyu's mood gradually calmed down, and seeing Yifei's encouraging eyes, she also gradually became safe, as if as long as Yifei was around, she was not afraid of anything. Chapter 507. Yifei also taught Luo Weiyu to swim very crisply, he supported Luo Weiyu's slender waist, and smiled, you first practice deep breathing and diving to hold your breath, your body is relaxed, and your posture is coordinated. Hearing Yifei say this, Luo Weiyu nodded lightly and said, well, I know. Luo Weiyu really couldn't swim, so she chose to fully trust Yifei and directly let Yifei manage all this. Therefore, Yifei took Luo Weiyu to swim, although Luo Weiyu could not swim, but her understanding was excellent, very smart. Coupled with Yifei's talent in swimming, he is the most professional coach. Therefore, with the help of Yifei, Luo Weiyu also mastered swimming at the fastest speed. Luo Weiyu was very reiki, learning this kind of thing very quickly, although she did not swim very well, but she also had a look. For beginners, it is not easy to achieve this level. Seeing the situation, Su Qingzu, who had been watching in the pool, was amazed and whispered, "The light rain is really smart and powerful. In a short period of time, I have mastered swimming, very smart." Quote. Su Qingzu adopts a butterfly swimming posture, which looks very beautiful, only to see her like a mermaid, swimming comfortably in the pool. Hearing Su Qingzu praise himself, Luo Weiyu was a little embarrassed. Yifei taught well, I just do it purely according to what he said. Luo Weiyu learned to swim for the first time, and she was also looking forward to swimming in her heart, only to see that she kept trying to hold her breath and swim, although the swimming distance was very short, but she was also constantly improving. Su Qingzu accompanied Luo Weiyu, and the two had been practicing swimming in the pool. Seeing the beautiful figures of these two people, Yifei smiled at the corners of his mouth and also overflowed with laughter. Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were very happy to see each other. And more importantly, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were already like girlfriends, and Yifei didn't have to worry too much. Yifei watched the two of them frolicking in the water, and with a flash of inspiration in the sea, he simply swam in front of the two and directly threw water at the two women. Suddenly, the water splashed around, making Su Weiyu feel shocked, and then saw Yifei's prank. Both girls were crying and laughing, and they didn't expect Yifei to have such a childish and playful side. Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu simply fought a water battle with Yifei. Especially Luo Weiyu exclaimed, and then said loudly, "Sister Qingzu, this villain wants to throw water on us, let's join forces to deal with him." Quote. Okay, Su Qingzu quickly agreed, and then she and Luo Weiyu continued to throw water at Yifei, and for a while there was a lot of laughter and play in the pool, and all three of them were extremely happy. Especially Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu, the two of them were even more happy and extremely happy, turning Yifei into a chicken in the soup. Of course, Yifei would not bother with the two women at this time, and he even deliberately allowed the two of them to splash water on him. Then he saw Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu unite against him. After a while, Yifei's whole body was soaked, and even his hair was completely wet. Yifei's appearance looked a little embarrassed, which immediately made Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu laugh loudly. Seeing that the two girls were laughing extremely happily, the corners of Yifei's mouth also aroused laughter. After playing for a while, Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu were a little tired, and the three of them went ashore to lie on the recliner, basking in the sun, drinking special coconut water, wearing sunglasses, and a standard vacation feeling. At this moment, Yifei received a phone call, and he looked up and saw that the call was from Zhang Minli, which seemed to be related to Brilliant Entertainment. Although Yifei did not want to deal with work problems during the vacation, he thought about it or answered the phone. After all, the current Brilliant Entertainment is in a period of rapid development, and many major events are indispensable to Yifei's decision. Chapter 508. Yifei answered the phone, and Zhang Minli's voice came from the other end of the phone. Only to listen to Zhang Minli said, Yizong, The Birth of an Actor, variety show has been recorded for the first period. The editing is also done, ready to be broadcast on the Blue Station, officially launched at 8 o'clock this evening. Do you want to pay attention to it? Give me some feedback. Quote. Zhang Minli asked tentatively. Okay, then I'll watch the show tonight. Yifei said lightly. That line of business, I heard that you are now on vacation in Hainan, which really disturbs you. Zhang Minli apologized and said hurriedly. It's alright, how did, tip of the tongue, get shot? Yifei did not ask about the status of the film, Nej's Devil Boy Descending, but directly asked, the tip of the tongue. The production of the movie, Nej's Devil Boy Descending, is not so simple, and every frame of this kind of animated film is a detail and requires a relatively long production cycle. Therefore, Yifei first inquired about the tip of the tongue. Hearing Yifei say this, Zhang Minli immediately responded, there are many places to shoot the documentary, tip of the tongue, but we have assigned several directors and cameramen to collect photographic materials from different parts of the country. I believe that many delicacies can be collected. Yifei smiled and said, well, I'll give you a few suggestions. Quote. You say, Zhang Minli said respectfully. Yifei said lightly, the first suggestion is that you can go to Sichuan province and Guangdong province to see more. These two places have a lot of food. Especially the city of Shun in Guangdong province, which is the home of food. Quote. No problem, you're right, and you've given us ideas. Zhang Minli said hurriedly. Zhang Minli also agreed with Yifei's opinion in his heart. Because in Zhang Minli's view, Yifei said it well, and even coincided with him in many cases. In particular, what Yifei said about Shanxi in Guangdong province is indeed the home of cuisine, and many of the country's famous cuisines come from there, including the morning tea culture of Guangdong province, and many well-known cuisines are also brewed in Shanxi. Well, and the second suggestion, I hope that the food you photograph is not that kind of precious ingredient, but should be civilian, popular, and preferably reflect the human feelings, customs and food culture of our country. If there is really a positioning, I hope that the price of food will not exceed 500 yuan, mainly based on popular food culture. Quote. Yifei lightly proposed. In fact, Yifei's suggestion is also very reasonable. The real cuisine, which can best reflect the 5,000 years of food culture in the Xuanwang Kingdom, is definitely not the so-called Michelin, star-rated restaurant, but should be a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, babo tofu, Buddha jumping off the wall, and so on, this category of food that is most rooted in traditional culture. And I remind you one more thing, our country's food culture has a lot to do with geography. Why do the people of Sichuan province like to eat spicy? Because Sichuan province is a mountainous terrain of the basin, Sichuan province has heavy humidity, and it is moisture by eating hemp and spicy. Why do monks eat legumes? Because monks eat vegetarian food, they can't supplement protein with meat, so eat beans to supplement. Wait for these phenomena, this is the traditional culture left us by our ancestors, and it is also the most essential part of the food culture of Xuanwang Kingdom, and I hope you can photograph it. Yifei Dao. Hearing Yifei's words, Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu glanced at each other. Yifei had just pressed the hands-free button, so Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu also heard the conversation between Yifei and Zhang Minli. Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu were a little surprised for a while. It seems that Yifei is still preparing to produce variety shows and documentaries. Looking at Yifei's position, it seems that he has done quite well. Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu both sincerely admired Yifei, and the point Yifei had just put forward was refreshing. Chapter 509. Hearing Yifei's suggestion, Zhang Minli really benefited a lot. He hurriedly said to Yifei, Yishao, you can rest assured, we must pay attention, your proposal is too helpful for us, I will definitely follow your instructions to do a good job in this program, Zhan Huang on the tip of the tongue. Well, I believe in the strength of our brilliant team. Yifei bowed his head slightly. In fact, Yifei was just pointing in the general direction. Yifei is also very clear that the team of Brilliant Entertainment should be the top team in the domestic film and television industry at present, and they have also been honed in the market for a long time, and it can be said that they are top and first class in any way. Yifei actually didn't need too much guidance, because they were indeed a professional team. Thinking of this, Yifei smiled slightly, with a laissez-faire attitude, say it when you need money, and try not to disturb me when you need it. Quote. Hearing Yifei's words, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu couldn't help but chuckle a little, where Yifei was the boss. Look for him when you need money, and try not to look for him other times. Aren't you afraid of encountering crooks? Both Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu felt angry and funny at Yifei's words. After Yifei finished speaking, whether it was Su Qingzu or Luo Weiyu, he covered his mouth and smiled. However, Zhang Minli obeyed Yifei's words as a holy will, and he hurriedly said, I know Yi Zong, you can rest assured, under normal circumstances, I will never disturb you, I wish you a happy vacation. Quote. Okay, that's it. The company thing you keep an eye on more and come back to give you a raise. Yifei smiled and hung up the phone. After chatting with Zhang Minli, Yifei was also relieved. He looked at the two daughters Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu beside him and smelled a faint fragrance around them. Yifei smiled. Then let's watch the show together today. In fact, I am very curious about the recording of the first issue of The Birth of an Actor. I don't know what it will be like. Hearing Yifei say this, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu both nodded their heads in agreement, and they obviously wanted to know what it would be like to record the first program of The Birth of an Actor. She also saw the promotion of the variety show, The Birth of an Actor, in advance, and since Yifei said that he wanted to record the show, Brilliant Entertainment began preparations at the fastest speed. Among them, there are 4 people who served as The Birth of an Actor, namely Sen Qingshan, Liang Chaowei, Zhang Zi, and Song Dandan. All 4 of these are among the best in the country. Compared with The Birth of an Actor, in the previous life, it can be said that the birth lineup of actors this time is more powerful and more eye-catching. One of the main highlights is Sen Qingshan. Sen Qingshan is recognized as a goddess of showbiz, her coffee position is even higher than Zhang Zi, and the appearance does not need to be said, killing a number of actresses in seconds. The most important thing is that Sen Qingshan has almost never participated in variety shows before, and has always been a high position in the film industry. But now, suddenly, Sen Qingshan's variety show debut became one of the most eye-catching parts of the show, The Birth of an Actor. Many of Sen Qingshan's fans are waiting for it. After Yifei and Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu swam together, the 3 of them lay down on the recliner to rest and chat about the show. At this time, Luo Weiyu also sighed. Sen Qingshan is still on the variety show for the first time, although I am not a fan of her, but I often hear her deeds treat her as half an idol. Quote. Su Qingzu smiled and pointed out, Yifei, Sen Qingshan seems to be an artist in your company, right? Quote. Well, yes, I signed my contract just a while ago. Yifei's body shook slightly, and he suddenly felt that the situation was not good, but he still answered truthfully. Sure enough, hearing Yifei say this, Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu both looked at him in unison, as if they were aware of something. No way, Sen Qingshan is too beautiful, and the fame is so big, it is difficult not to doubt what relationship between them. Don't think about it, Sen Qingshan and I are just ordinary superiors and subordinates. Yifei explained. Is it? Luo Weiyu blinked his eyes, and said somewhat suspiciously, but I heard that after Sen Qingshan left the previous brokerage company, he was ready to set up his own studio, but he signed a contract with your company. Hearing this, Su Qingzu also looked at Yifei curiously, waiting for Yifei's reply. Luo Weiyu was right, this is indeed a mystery. Yifei coughed, realizing that Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were still a little jealous. Chapter 510. I have to say that Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu were very keen, and both of them are aware of the key point of the matter. The 2 women looked at Yifei in unison, and those eyes were even more agile, blinking their big eyes at Yifei, as if waiting for Yifei's answer. Yifei shrugged his shoulders and smiled. You are also right, Sen Qingshan really did not plan to join my company before, but she later encountered a little trouble, and was found trouble by the boy of the Zheng family. I helped her by the hand, and she joined the Brilliant Entertainment with the water. Quote. It is so, Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu expressed understanding. Luo Weiyu said softly, it seems that she is not easy either. Sen Qingshan, a top star, would actually encounter this kind of problem, and there were indeed many dark sides in society, which also made Luo Weiyu more aware of Yifei's strength. But how did I hear that Sen Qingshan had a little conflict with you before, and that you had a conflict because of Lu Lingjun? Su Qingzu glanced at Yifei. Lu Lingjun. Luo Weiyu opened his small mouth, with an expression of eating melon masses. Luo Weiyu is very fond of Lu Lingjun, especially Lu Lingjun's songs, and she often listens to several of Lu Lingjun's songs in the flower shop. Hearing Su Qingzu's words, Yifei coughed, then smiled slightly, and explained, yes, Lu Lingjun and her had a bit of a misunderstanding before. Mainly Sen Qingshan, she likes Lu Lingjun. Sen Qingshan likes Lu Lingjun. Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu both understood Yifei's meaning, and when they both looked at each other, they were both shocked, revealing an incomparable look of shock. This is a big melon. Sen Qingshan actually liked Lu Lingjun. This, if it is passed out, I am afraid that the entertainment industry will be earthquake. Yifei was also not a woman with a long tongue. After he said this, although he saw the irrepressible burning of gossip in the eyes of Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu, Yifei still kept silent. Tell me, what's going on? He stuck out his tongue, his eyes were shining, very curious. Yifei smiled, I can't say this nonsense, anyway, that's probably what it means. Quote. So Lu Lingjun and Sen Qingshan are now a couple? Luo Weiyu asked. Su Qingzu shook his head, as far as I know, Lu Lingjun is afraid that he is with this bad guy. Luo Weiyu's body trembled, surprised and confused. Yifei was also stunned, few people knew about his affair with Lu Lingjun, how could Su Qingzu be so clear? Yifei was astonished, but Su Qingzu said softly, you see every song of Lu Lingjun, basically Yifei's company lyrics and composition, although the lyricist and composer have always been blank, but I know very well that the lyricist composer is Yifei. This is no secret within Brilliant Entertainment. Quote. Su Qingzu had been silently paying attention to Yifei before, so she was well aware of Yifei's movements in Brilliant Entertainment. As long as you have been paying attention to Yifei, you will find that the relationship between Yifei and Lu Lingjun is too close, and behind Lu Lingjun's becoming a first-line star, Yifei's help is indispensable, and it can even be said that every time Lu Lingjun makes progress, Yifei is in it. Even every song of Lu Lingjun has Yifei's support and help, all from Yifei's work. Hearing Su Qingzu say this, Yifei's heart moved, and a trace of warmth also overflowed. He knew that Su Qingzu was paying special attention to him, in order to know his relationship with Lu Lingjun. Thinking that Su Qingzu's gentle gaze was always silently concerned behind him to support him, Yifei's heart was warm. Well, Light Bamboo is right. Yifei smiled, Lingjun, she has been busy lately, and when I have time, I will let her get together with you. Quote. Yifei smiled slightly. Luo Weiyu was stunned, but then readily agreed, well, I have no problem, she is really my idol. Quote. Chapter 511. Hearing Luo Weiyu agree, Yifei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Because once Luo Weiyu agreed, it was possible that Su Qingzu had agreed, and if Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu could have a harmonious relationship with Lu Lingjun, Yifei could really rest assured. After all, Lu Lingjun is currently in a relatively wandering state around Yifei, she is busy with her career, often can't take care of herself, there are no friends around, and her feelings for Yifei are strong, but sometimes she doesn't know how to vent. If Lu Lingjun can become friends or even girlfriends with Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu, her emotions will also be well soothed. Even Yifei could foresee that this would be very good for Lu Lingjun. At least among the women around Yifei, the personalities of Luo Weiyu, Su Qingzu, and Lu Lingjun were also more suitable for each other. Su Qingzu seemed to see through Yifei's thoughts, and she said softly, well, after this time we go back, we will find Lu Lingjun to get together. Quote. Su Qingzu did not refuse, and she even knew that Yifei's move was well-intentioned. For Yifei, Su Qingzu didn't want to embarrass him, so he said softly. Hearing Su Qingzu's words, the corners of Yifei's mouth showed a smile, and he was finally relieved. After chatting and playing with Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu for a while, they arrived at the night in the blink of an eye, and after the three of them had eaten a seafood dinner, they were full of wine and food, lying on the recliner and blowing the sea breeze. And Yifei took out the iPad. He said, "Today, the Birth of an Actor variety show is online, and I'm really a little curious about what this variety show will be made by them." Quote. "I'm also looking forward to this variety show." Luo Weiyu smiled softly. She still has an unreal feeling. Luo Weiyu has always felt that those movie stars and international superstars are far away from her life, but since Yifei appeared, she found that they were around, close to her. Those idols and stars may even become her girlfriends in the future, which makes Luo Weiyu a little ignorant and has not yet fully returned to God. Yifei opened the IPA program and just started the network, very simply opened the program directly. Suddenly, the prelude to The Birth of an Actor began. At the beginning, of course, I introduced the rules of the Birth of an Actor program. The rules are very simple. The initial primary selection is by Zhang Zi and other 4 people to participate. The 4 of them sit in the mentor camp, respectively, to guide some actors, stars to act, let them act in a well-known clip of a TV series, movie, for everyone to enjoy, and finally according to their performance to evaluate the score. The scores were scored by the audience and 4 instructors. The rules of the show are simple and crude, and people can't help but look forward to the next trend of the whole show. Yifei glanced at the number of broadcasts at this time. He did not watch the program on time. At this time it has been half an hour since the program was broadcast, and the number of clicks on the network has begun to increase rapidly. Yifei took a look at it, and it had already exceeded 10 million hits. The number of hits on this section is quite high. The number of clicks is good. It seems that it will become a blockbuster variety show. Su Qingzu also took a look, although she did not know much about the entertainment industry, but some basic common sense still knew. Yifei's 10 million hits in this half hour will definitely become a blockbuster variety show, which is very terrible. Hearing Su Qingzu say this, the corners of Yifei's mouth also evoked a hint of laughter, and he said lightly, "To see the quality of the complete first issue, I know that now after our publicity, it has attracted many viewers to see. But how much these viewers can stay, quality is the key." Quote. Yifei said that it was a good point. He just provided a platform and creativity. Whether he could really do a good job in this program was still watching the quality of the program itself. In fact, this, The Birth of an Actor variety show looks at the self-cultivation of an actor. If the show can win a few obscure good actors, or can criticize some bad actors who have no acting skills, even if the show is successful, it will definitely cause enough topicality. Well, let's see. Yifei smiled and nodded, and also watched the program seriously. I hope Zhang Minli will not disappoint him.